Chapter 1 Super Seckill System. Tianhua City. Dragon Palace Resort. Tianfu Resort Hotel. Sumu led his girlfriend Chang Yin into a luxurious private room. At this time, no less than 20 young people were already seated in the private room, all of them dressed in colorful clothes and jewelry. The moment Sumu and Chang Yin came in, everyone's laughter came to a screeching halt, and their gazes swiped towards them. No, to be precise, they all looked towards Chang Yin next to Sumu. Yeah, Goddess Yin is here. Quick, 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 come and sit. The crowd greeted warmly, completely ignoring Sumu next to Chang Yin. Chang Yin smiled sweetly, not caring about Sumu's feelings, and walked straight towards them. Come, Sister Yin, sit here. This seat was specially reserved for you by Chen Kai. A young girl dressed in a demonic, heavy makeup pulled Chang Yin and pushed him next to a handsome man. When Sumu saw the scene, he instantly turned green with anger. Chang Yin was his girlfriend. What did they mean by pushing her next to Chen Kai? Yin. Sumu shouted to Chang Yin in a bad tone. Chang Yin turned around and looked at him, then faintly smiled and said, "It's okay Sumu, just find a seat at random." Sumu froze, a bit unable to believe. Is this still the pure and lovely Chang Yin he knew? Why did he just feel a disdainful look from that smile? Sumu, where Yin wants to sit is not her own business. Why do you care so much? Thanks to you, you're still just her boyfriend now. When you get married later, won't you care even more? Just when Sumu couldn't believe it, a group of classmates beside him voiced out and laughed, and there seemed to be a playful meaning in that tone. That's right, Sumu, Yin and I were close when we were in college. Sitting together shouldn't be a problem, right? Not to mention that today is my birthday. Why are you so petty? At this time, Chen Kai, who was sitting in his seat, also opened his mouth with a smile, and as he spoke, he also picked up the napkin on the table and stuffed it into Chang Yin's neckline. Yin, there's a lot of soup and food here. Don't get this white dress of yours dirty, Chen Kai said with a gentle smile while arranging the napkin on Chang Yin's chest, looking as if he was Chang Yin's boyfriend. Chang Yin's pretty face also blushed, and she said in a bird-like manner, "Thank you, brother Kai." Oh, this scene immediately caused the crowd to burst into a frenzy. Sumu was the only one whose face was so dark that it could drip water, and his hands were tightly squeezed until his knuckles turned white. Grass, what do you guys mean? When I don't exist? Sumu suddenly let out a loud bang, directly startling the surrounding people. Chen Kai immediately frowned at Sumu and said, "Sumu, what are you yelling about? You're sick, aren't you?" "That's right, Sumu, can you stop embarrassing me?" Chang Yin also looked at Sumu with a huffy face and a bad tone. "You guys, well, what a pair of shameless dogs and men." Sumu was furious, and a wave of anger rushed straight to his heart. "Dog man and woman?" Boom! Chen Kai directly slapped on the table, stood up and pointed at Sumu. "Sumu, get out. You are not welcome here." "That's right, get out." If it wasn't for Chen Kai looking at Chang Yin's face, "This kind of place can you come?" "That's right, a poor guy who really thinks he's worthy of Goddess Yin? Stop dreaming. Sumu, don't be delusional. To tell you the truth, Goddess Yin is with you because she wants to play with you, but you really believe it?" The surrounding taunts kept on coming, and the words were like sharp arrows piercing straight into Sumu's heart. Sumu's face turned white, his lips trembled as he looked at Chang Yin, unable to believe. "Yin, is this all true? Otherwise?" Chang Yin changed before that innocent smile, replaced with a smattering of fox smile. "Sumu, honestly tell you, I'm with you completely because you look handsome on the part of together. Now I'm tired. You can roll." "You." When Sumu heard Chang Yin admitted herself, a feeling of 5 thunderbolts filled his mind straight away, and a long-lost anger caused his eyes to turn scarlet. Thinking back to 2 months ago, no wonder usually Chang Yin, this unattainable goddess, can take the initiative to find himself to seek interaction. Originally, from the very beginning, he was the object of their teasing. Ha ha ha, Yin, you are really something. In just 2 months' time, you have charmed this kid, really worthy of being our universal goddess. Seeing this scene, Chen Kai also couldn't help but laugh out loud. His big hand wrapped around Chang Yin's slender waist and said recklessly. Sumu saw this scene and laughed a little miserable and sad and helpless. Recalling 2 months ago he also Chang Yin all kinds of oaths and vows. The earth and the sky, he only felt that he was just a sizable cute. He was angry, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. All of this variety was because he was a poorer than a poor man. Ding dong, protagonist rage detected. Super spike system activated. Just as Sumu was close to despairing and preparing to leave resentfully, suddenly an electronic synthesized voice sounded from Sumu's mind. Sumu froze. His eyes looked around, looking at the ugly faces of the crowd. He suddenly became curious. Who was talking just now? No, system? Just now that voice said that he was a super Seckill system? Sumu's breath instantly shortened. This kind of golden finger was actually met on by himself? It was simply heaven helping me. Summon the system. Without hesitation, Sumu summoned the super second kill system. Swoosh! Immediately, an interface appeared in front of Sumu's eyes, and that huge screen was invisible to everyone except Sumu himself. In the interface, countless commodities were reflected into Sumu's eyelids, scanning from top to bottom. The more he looked, the more excited he became. Maserati President. Original price 160,000. Spike price 9. Royal Garden High Grade Villa. Original price 145,000. Spike price 9. Dingsheng Group 30% dry shares. Market value of 70,000. Spike price 9. Dragon Palace Resort. Original price 120,000. Now spike price 9. Sumu breathed sharply, then laughed recklessly, then without hesitation, he clicked payment on that page of Dragon Palace Resort. Ding dong, the spike was successful. Congratulations to the owner for becoming the new owner of the Dragon Palace Resort. Sumu's sudden laughter instantly called the rest of the people's laughter to an abrupt halt. Some people frowned and looked at Sumu with a displeased face and said, he can't be unable to take this blow and go crazy, right? Crazy? Everyone was startled. Chen Kai also frowned, picked up the red wine on the table and threw it at Sumu, cursing, Sumu, you psycho, get the hell out of here. Sumu's hands were quick, and he directly dodged the oncoming wine with one side of his body, and looked at Chen Kai with a cold gaze and said, get out, Chen Kai, you should be the ones to roll out, right? This is my territory. What? Your turf? The group of people first froze, then they all laughed out loud as if they had heard a great joke. Mocking, did you hear that? Sumu actually said that the Dragon Palace Resort is his turf. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Chen Kai was also infuriated by Sumu's words, and then with looking at a little cutie, he looked at Sumu and said, you said the Dragon Palace Resort is your turf? Oh, I remember the Dragon Palace Resort is a tourist attraction developed by Dingsheng Group, right? And my uncle is the manager of this hotel. How come I don't know that the owner here is surnamed Su? That's right, you can't even brag. It's a slap in the face, isn't it? Chen Kai's uncle is the manager of this hotel. Chang Yining even looked at Sumu with a despicable gaze, and said with a disgusted face, Sumu, on the basis that we've been talking for 2 months, hurry up and get lost. Don't make a fool of yourself. I'm making a fool of myself? Sumu coldly laughed and looked at Chang Yining without any emotion and said, Chang Yining, remember, it's you who are short-sighted. What? I'm short-sighted? Chang Yining instantly became unhappy and stood up, ready to slap Sumu. But just at this moment, suddenly a figure walked in from outside the private room. Chen Kai was instantly delighted when he saw the visitor. Yes, the person who came was none other than his uncle, Chen Koan, only to see Chen Koan wearing a straight suit, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, stepping on the 8 steps with a high and mighty face walked in towards the private room. Uncle, you're here. Chen Kai was ecstatic, got up and walked towards Chen Koan. Ha ha ha, Kai, happy 23rd birthday Uncle was busy today so he came late. Chen Koan laughed and gently hugged Chen Kai before saying, how was the fun with your friends? How was the meal? Do you want Uncle to send you a few bottles of good wine to help you celebrate? Don't worry about playing today. Uncle will pay for everything. Thank you Uncle for your kind words. The food was very good, but well, there is someone who kinda spoiled our fun. Chen Kai smiled faintly, then his eyes looked at Sumu on the opposite side without any trace. Oh, who is it? To actually dare to spoil the fun at my nephew's birthday party? Is this not giving me Chen Koan face? Chen Koan immediately frowned when he heard this, then asked Chen Kai. No, Uncle, it's that brat who just actually blurted out that the Dragon Palace Resort is his territory. Do you think it's not ridiculous? Chen Kai looked at Sumu playfully while explaining to Chen Koan, Dragon Palace Resort is his territory? After Chen Koan heard this, his gaze solemnly looked at Sumu. After realizing that it was actually a kid he didn't recognize, he immediately changed his expression and asked in a deep voice, who are you? How dare you say that Dragon Palace Resort is your territory? I've been the manager here for 3 years. How come I've never heard of such a person like you? When the crowd heard Chen Koan's words, they burst out laughing, looking at Sumu with a look of amusement. They wanted to see how Sumu would actually justify himself. Sumu faced the crowd ridicule, and Chen Koan's questioning is also beginning to be a little skeptical just now that the system is not true. But now the force has been installed out. Their own natural cannot back down. My name is Sumu. Just now, I acquired your Dragon Palace Resort. From now on, I am the big boss here. Sumu gazed straight at Chen Koan, and said without being overbearing. What? You just acquired Dragon Palace Resort? Chen Koan thought he heard wrong, pulled out his ears, then stuck his head in front of Sumu and said in a bad tone, Kid, say that again. Although Chen Koan didn't make any extra moves, he still scared Sumu back a step. When the crowd saw Sumu's cowardly appearance, they immediately snorted and laughed, and one of them became even more disdainful. Sumu was naturally a bit annoyed and looked at Chen Koan and said, "What do you want to do? I'm the boss here. How dare you disrespect me?" "Me." Chen Koan raised his palm and was ready to slap Sumu. "Chen Koan, what do you want? Don't want to live?" But right at this moment, a popping sound suddenly rang out, and immediately afterward, he saw a middle-aged man walk in with an anxious face. After coming next to Sumu, he bowed respectfully and said, "Su Dong, how did you run here? I was looking for you. Why don't you notify us, so that I can tell the whole Dragon Palace Resort to come out and welcome you?" Chapter 2. You dare not. I dare. Su Dong? Everyone in the surroundings froze at once. This sudden reaction sent everyone into shock. Chen Koan is also from the shock of the reaction over. Fixed eyes to see. The person is not precisely their own top boss Tang Chen. "Mr. Tang?" So Chen Koan quickly came to Tang Chen in front of a puzzled face. "Mr. Tang, you are not the wrong person? This kid's whole body adds up to less than $200. How do you call in Dong it?" Tang Chen heard aside Chen Koan's words. Immediately eyebrow face changed. After throwing his hand as a slap, roared, "Chen Koan, you have a big dog dare. Su Dong, you also dare to insult. Do you not want to do it?" This sudden slap directly to Chen Koan fan confused. For a time he stood in place, did not know what to say up. Standing around the crowd to see the situation is also hastily shut up, do not dare to say another word. Chen Kai saw this situation is not right so hastily stepped forward and said, "Mr. Tang, this is not some misunderstanding? We know this kid. He's not a rich man at all." Tang Chen suddenly frowned and looked at Chen Kai with a displeased face and asked, "And who are you?" Chen Kai heard Tang Chen inquiring who he was, and hurriedly pointed to Chen Koan who was being slapped aside and replied, "Mr. Tang, my name is Chen Kai. Chen Koan is my uncle." After saying that, he also pointed at Sumu and said, "General Manager Tang, this must all be a misunderstanding. This kid is a poor man. All of us know that." The people around him nodded their heads at his words, indicating that it was true. However, after Tang Chen heard Chen Kai's words, his expression instantly changed from somber to angry, and then burst out, "Shut the hell up." Tang Chen directly scared Chen Kai with this explosive Su Dong is the boss here. You scolded him in front of me. What exactly do you mean? Tang Chen's voice was stern as he looked at Chen Kai and questioned. "What? How is that possible? You're saying that this brat is the boss here? Mr. Tang, you're not kidding, right?" Chen Kai said with a face of disbelief. Chang Yin on the side heard Chen Kai's words and also nodded her head in a hurry, and then said excitedly, Yes, I've been with this kid for 2 months. Whether he has any money or not is most clear to me. Mr. Tang, you must have mistaken him for someone else. I recognized the wrong person?" Tang Chen laughed coldly, and then looked at the two of them and said in a cold voice, "Are you saying that I'm old and dim-eyed?" In fact, Tang Chen was also surprised for quite some time after receiving this news. If he didn't see the transfer contract and the photo of the new owner coming from the head office, he couldn't believe that it was true. The Dragon Palace Resort actually changed ownership. How is this possible? He is actually really the owner of Dragon Palace Resort? Everyone looked at Su Mu with a shocked expression. When Tang Chen saw that look of surprise on the crowd's faces, he snorted coldly once again, then looked at Su Mu and respectfully asked, "Su Dong, how are they going to be dealt with?" Su Mu smiled indifferently and looked at Tang Chen and said, "Throw them all out directly. From now on they are no longer welcome here." "Yes." Tang Chen immediately nodded his head, then took out his walkie-talkie and started calling security. When Chen Kai saw this scene, immediately that handsome face became distorted, looking at Su Mu and roaring, "Su Mu, you must be a fake. You must be an imposter. How can you, a poor boy, be the owner of Dragon Palace Resort? Little cutie." Su Mu, however, didn't even look at him and just faintly spat out 2 words. Soon, dozens of tall and strong security guards walked in and looked at Tang Chen. "Mr. Tang, what are your orders? Throw this group of people, all of them, out of here. From now on they will no longer be welcome at Dragon Palace Resort." Tang Chen said with a stern face. Yes. After dozens of security guards fell to the east and gave a salute that was highly irregular, they began to violently expel Chen Kai's group of people. "Let me go! Let me go! I'm your Su Dong's girlfriend." But at this time, Chang Yin was violently struggling away from the security guards who were pulling her, and ran to Su Mu. "Su Mu, you still love me, right?" Chang Yin asked with a scarlet face, looking at Su Mu with an expectant face. When the people around saw Chang Yin come to this, they immediately quieted down with a look of watching a good show. Chen Kai saw that Chang Yin actually wanted to abandon herself like she had just abandoned Su Mu, and instantly became furious and roared, "Chang Yin, you stinking female cousin!" Chang Yin, however, didn't hear him, and looked at Su Mu with the same expectant expression. Love you? Oh, Chang In. I've already said that it's you who are short-sighted. Get lost. Sumu pushed Chang In away, then looked at the security guards and said, drive them all out. I don't want to see them again. Yes, Director Su. The dozen or so security guards nodded heavily. Then without saying anything, they drove Chen Kai and Chang Yin's group of people out. Su Mu, you bastard. You ungrateful fellow. You shall not die. Seeing that Su Mu was actually so heartless, Chang Yin immediately cursed like a madwoman. Chen Kuan, who was on the side, saw that the situation was not good and wanted to open his mouth to plead for mercy. But before he could say a single word, he only saw Su Mu say again, your name is Chen Kuan, right? I'm officially notifying you that you've been fired, so you can go to the finance to settle your wages and get lost now. What? I've been fired? Chen Kuan directly blanched, then fluttered on his knees with a sniffle and a tear to Sumu pleaded, Sudong, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, I beg you to spare me. I have a 3-year-old mother on top, and an 80-year-old son underneath. No, it's my 80-year-old mother on top, and a 3-year-old son underneath that I need to raise. I beg you to have a large amount of mercy. Spare me. Spare you? Su Mu, however, smiled disdainfully, then looked at him and said, Chen Kuan, my temple here is small. Where can I accommodate a big Buddha like you? Get lost for me, humiliating me and still wanting me to spare you. Do you think I'm a Kong sage? Chen Kuan was thrown out. An indescribable feeling of coolness spread over Su Mu's heart. He is not a saint. He is an ordinary person. You insulted me, I must take revenge on you. It is so simple and rough. Ding Dong, detected that the host's heart is very cool. Once again turn on the super spike system. Right at this moment, the system beep in Su Mu's head sounded again. Immediately after the large screen appeared, Su Mu scanned a glance. His eyes instantly locked on a Maserati. The thought that he would have a racy sports car to commute to work in the future. He instantly did not hesitate to click to confirm the payment. Ding dong, the second kill is successful. Immediately after Su Mu felt his pocket sink, he took out the inside things to see. It was a Maserati President car keys. It seems that this system is real. Su Mu looked at the car key in his hand. Then the corner of his mouth lifted up a curve. From now on, he, Su someone, can also rely on the golden finger to break into the world. After Chen Kai's group of people were driven away, Sumu and Tang Chen were the only two people left in the entire private room. Su Dong, we didn't prepare anything for your sudden arrival. Why don't I ask someone to arrange another table to receive you? Tang Chen carefully said to Sumu. Sumu shook his head instead and asked, who is this resort general management? It's Han Bo, General Manager Han. Tang Chen immediately replied, take me to see him. Sumu directly opened his mouth and said, since he was already the boss of this resort, he naturally had to recognize all the people under his hand. Otherwise how would he pretend to go out in the future? Tang Chen hesitated when he saw that Sumu wanted to see Han Bo. What? Is it not possible? Sumu frowned, then asked, No, it can be okay, I'll show Sudong the way. Tang Chen hurriedly shook his head, then ran to the front in small steps and started to lead the way for Sumu. Soon, Sumu was led by Tang Chen to a single leisure villa in front of the resort. The villa was that kind of European and American-style attic villa. In front of it was a lawn and a small flower bed, and in the back was a swimming pool and some entertainment facilities. Sumu, when he saw that he was actually brought here, he instantly froze and looked at Tang Chen and asked, I asked you to bring me to Han Bo. What are you doing bringing me here? In response to Sumu's questioning, Tang Chen instantly coughed in embarrassment, then pointed at the villa and said, Su Dong, because Mr. Han is in here. He's in here? Sumu froze, then looked around and questioned. Here, it's not a vacation villa? Yes. This place isn't for guests? Yes. Is it possible to have an office here? Yes. Tang Chen nodded, but quickly realized that he had said it wrong and hurriedly shook his head again. No. Then what is he Han Bo doing staying here? Sumu instantly frowned, then said, could it be that he is using his power for personal gain? It's like this Su Dong. Ever since this place was developed, Mr. Han has been using this place as an office, and usually when he's not doing anything, he'll also bring some of his friends here to play. Tang Chen said here. Suddenly cold sweat beaded up. He had a premonition that Han Bo was going to suffer, using this place as an office and often bringing friends here to play. Sumu instantly laughed coldly, then looked at Tang Chen and asked, so did he pay? Tang Chen wanted to say, speak, Sumu directly ordered, and inwardly, he even exclaimed straight away that this feeling of ordering people was really cool. Yes. Tang Chen saw Sumu's bad look. He was busy nodding his head before opening his mouth. Mr. Han never gives money. After all, he's the chief person in charge here. How would I dare? Don't dare? Sumu laughed, then ordered, Go and organize all of Han Bo's spending records over the years for me. You don't dare. I dare. Chapter 3, Big Fury. You don't dare. I dare. When Tangshan saw that Sumu was trying to get Han Bo, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly called the finance side to send the bill over. Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a professional suit walked over with a face that didn't look good, holding a bill. I say, old Tang, what the hell are you doing? Asking me to send you the ledger all the way over. Is there something wrong with you? As soon as the middle-aged woman came over, she directly flung the account book towards Tangshan, holding her hands on her chest and said in a bad mood. This scene, Sumu on the side saw clearly, frowned and asked, Finance manager? Who are you? The middle-aged woman glanced at Sumu and asked rhetorically, I'm your boss. Sumu stuck his hands in his pockets. But this sentence directly made the middle-aged woman laugh, and after glancing at Sumu's raggedy body with a disdainful face, she said in a good-natured manner, just like you, or are you the boss of our resort? When Tangshan heard Zhong Meiling's disrespectful words towards Sumu, he was instantly frightened and hurriedly gave her a squeeze to tell her to stop her nonsense. Old Tang, have you gotten in your eyes? What are you blinking at me all the time? Are you trying to seduce my old lady? Zhong Meiling, however, was too nervous to react and looked at Tangshan and sneered. Seduce you? When Tangshan heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Zhong Meiling's figure that had already been seriously out of shape, he inwardly cursed that I was blind and would seduce you. However, after spitting, he still reminded in a low voice, don't talk nonsense, he's really the boss. Ha! Zhong Meiling froze. Looking at Tangshan's tense face was also inwardly tightened, and then came to his side to similarly whisper, Old Tang, he really is the boss? Yes, today just acquired the resort. Now he is the biggest booze of our resort. Sumu, Sudong. Tangshan nodded with a serious face. Boom. Zhong Meiling, however, suddenly had a feeling of 5 thunderbolts surging to her heart. Her gaze slowly looked toward Sumu. Her voice trembled. Sudong? Ha! Sumu laughed coldly, his gaze looking at her playfully. Sudong, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that you were the boss. Zhong Meiling saw Sumu's unkind eyes, and instantly scared the piss out of her. She came up here and offended the big boss? Sorry? Is sorry useful? Sumu coldly laughed. This big boss of his had not yet been warmed up, coming up to be verbally abused by a lowly employee. How could this be tolerated? Zhong Meiling, right? Deliberately insulting your boss, on the basis that you don't know what's wrong with you. Let's deduct your bonus for this month as a warning. Sumu eyed Zhong Meiling and said word for word. When Zhong Meiling saw that Sumu only deducted her bonus for 1 month, she was relieved. If he really fired her, then it would be hard for her to find a job like the Dragon Palace Resort with a high salary and leisure work. So with a grateful face, she nodded to Sumu and said, Thank you Sudong. Thank you Sudong. Sumu lightly smiled, and then directly raised his feet towards the villa. He would like to meet this Han Bo in the end. Is what character? The way in and out of the resort villa is that kind of access control form. The area Tangshan is in charge of is the Tianchen Resort Hotel and all the lodging facilities in this resort. So the place where Han Bo stays, he naturally has an access control card as well. Drop. The gate opened. Sumu took the lead and walked in. Tangshan and Zhong Meiling followed closely behind. The moment one entered the villa, a luxurious atmosphere came over one's face. Is this the life of the rich? Sumu was a bit dumbfounded as he looked at the splendid villa in front of him, and for a moment, an internal imbalance surged up. This kind of villa, how many poor people can't live on it in their whole life? Sudong, what's wrong? Tangshan and Zhong Meiling in the back saw Sumu stopping his steps and immediately asked cautiously, Oh, nothing, where's Han Bo man? Sumu shook his head, then looked around and asked, At this time, Mr. Han should still be sleeping. Tangshan replied in a small voice, Still sleeping? Sumu immediately frowned and sneered. It seems that General Manager Han didn't have a lot of work yesterday. Now it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he's actually still sleeping. General Manager Han's habits are just like this. Tangshan compensated and laughed, while secretly praying up to Han Bo inside. He sleeps in that room? Bring me over, Sumu said with a light hum. Okay, Sudong. With a complimentary smile, Tangshan led the way in front. Coming to the 2nd floor, he walked through the luxurious corridor and stopped in front of a room door. Knock on the door, Sumu ordered. Tangshan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That Han Bo had been the chief director of the resort for so many years, and wasn't a figure to be messed with. His heart was a little scared. I told you to knock on the door and didn't hear me? Sumu frowned and said with slight anger. Okay, I'll knock on the door. Tangshan squeezed a smile, stretched out his hand, and gently knocked. 6 times. There was no response from inside. Tangshan gritted his teeth and continued to knock. Who's knocking? Didn't I say so? Don't bother me without important things. Do you guys want to get lost? A middle-aged man's cursing voice came from inside the room door. After a while, the door of the room opened, and when he opened the door, a middle-aged man with a big belly and some baldness, and he was wearing a sleep at this time. His hair was messy, a sleepy look. Sumu through the doorway, saw the scene inside. There were two flamboyant beauties were lying naked on the bed, covered by the quilt. Go! No wonder so many single guys in this world don't have girlfriends. It turns out that they're all spoiled by such disgusting guys. Sumu couldn't help but associate it with Chang Yin. He had paid his true feelings. He didn't expect to be treated like that by the other party. There was a trace of anger in his heart. Mr. Han, this is. Tang Chen just wanted to introduce him, but he ended up being scolded by the other party's split face. Tang Chen, I've told you many times that you're not allowed to disturb me when I'm sleeping. Are you deaf and can't hear me? That, Mr. Han, Tang Chen held back his red face, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes and stood out, and said in a deep voice, You are Mr. Han Bo Han, right? Tomorrow you cannot come to work. I do not welcome guys like you here. Han Bo slightly froze, then laughed out. Where are you from, brat? What kind of are you? Sumu's face sank. The other party was also a little too arrogant. He was the boss of Dragon Palace Resort. If he couldn't even blow this guy out of the water, what kind of boss would he be? Get lost. I don't want to see you right now. Where's the security guard? Come out. Sumu drank. The several security guards behind him looked at each other. Their hearts were a little scared. Before Sumu came, Han Bo had been the main person in charge, and they didn't dare to make a move for a while. Sumu naturally knew the concerns in their hearts, and directly threw out the acquisition contract that Tang Chen had brought over, and said in a cold voice, You give me a good look. Who is the boss of this Dragon Palace Resort now? Do you all not want to do it? Those two security guards trembled and hurriedly came to the front, ready to blast Han Bo out. Han Bo's heart shook. He had already seen that acquisition contract. Now the entire Dragon Palace Resort was already owned by this young man in front of him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, picked up the acquisition contract and confirmed it again, and then in an uncharacteristic manner, he quickly said with a playful smile, Su Dong, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, I deserve to be punished. You are a big man. Just let me off the hook. People like you, still have the face to stay in the resort? These years I guess you also embezzled a lot of public money. Tang Chen, call up his financial situation in these years, take a good look. If you find a trace of embezzlement of public money, hand it over to the police inspectorate. Sumu said sternly. Good. Tang Chen nodded his head in a hurry, not expecting the new boss to be so thunderous, directly blowing away Han Bo, the old boss who had been in charge for many years. The two security guards directly held Han Bo's arm. At this juncture, they didn't dare to show any mercy. Han Bo's heart trembled, thinking that the other party was getting real, and hurriedly begged, Su Dong, I was wrong, spare me this time, I will definitely do a good job in the future, and definitely won't give you any trouble, please. Sumu just saw how arrogant the other party was. How could he let him off easily? Directly waved his hand. Really became a big boss's addiction. Those two security guards naturally understood what it meant and directly pressed Han Bo to leave. Han Bo saw that the other party was so desperate, and there was no room for redemption. Directly shouted angrily, Brat, you wait for me. You even dare to open me. Wait for me to clean up later. The voice fades away. Sumu reveals a trace of faint smile. When the boss is cool, a sentence of things, everything is fixed. A thought of himself in the previous company by all the leaders reprimanded without saying a word, and then associated with now. There is a kind of feeling like a lifetime ago. Tang Chen, from now on, you'll be the chief person in charge here. Do a good job and don't let me down. Sumu pretended to be old-fashioned and said. When Tang Chen heard this, he was overflowing with happiness. He didn't think that he had gotten such a big favor. He had directly become the chief responsible person. It was like a dream. Don't worry, Su Dong. I will definitely step down and work for the resort and live up to your expectations. Sumu nodded. I'm also tired today. I'll go back first. Su Dong, let me see you off. Tang Chen attentively said. No need. Sumu touched the keys in his pants bag. The Maserati president that he had just killed in seconds should still be parked in the parking lot of the resort. He still wanted to go and try out his new car so he could have a good time. Top of the line luxury car, never thought about it before. He was having a good time in his heart. Right, you guys disperse? I'll just go by myself. As soon as the rest of the people heard that they all left, Tang Chen decided to send the other party to the parking lot. Coming to the Maserati president, Sumu took out the car key and pressed it, and the car started. He got into the car and stroked it. I haven't driven a car in a few years. I wonder if it affects my ability to drive a Maserati with one hand. Sumu muttered. He hesitated for a while, but still looked at Tang Chen and said, Why don't you come and drive it first, and give me a demonstration? Tang Chen laughed. Su Dong, you are joking. Get in the car. Don't dawdle. I really haven't driven it in a few years, Su Mu said. Tang Chen was slightly stunned and immediately reacted. Right, a big boss like Su Dong must have been equipped with a driver in the past, so let me give Su Dong a ride today. Su Mu also smiled faintly, thinking to himself that he used to be paired with a driver. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a driver for others, but in the future it's not the same. With the system what not be able to do developed days are coming. Chapter 4 Arrogant Mercedes-Benz Woman. Tang Chen got into the car. The car started. Su Mu seriously looked at it. Observe and learn a little. When he went to college at that time to the driver's license, the results of 2 or 3 years past the car have not touched, and today went out to ride a shared battery car. Did not bring a driver's license. Simply let Tang Chen drive. Tang Chen is also considered a veteran. A few times on the throttle to go, then on the road. Su Mu also took a serious look at the system. With a movement of his mind, a large light screen appeared in front of his eyes that only he could see, and the system was energized. Royal View Garden High-Grade Villa. Original price 14,500, 000. Spike price 9,9. 30% dry shares of Dingsheng Group. Market value 70, 000. Spike price 9,9. Please note that the system will be refreshed twice a day at irregular intervals, and you must spike at least twice and above, up to 3 times per day. Otherwise the system will determine that you don't need it and self-destruct. So please use caution. Please note, the anger value grows to a specified amount which allows you to extract special skills. You now have an anger value of 56/100 inch. Su Mu's eyelids jumped, meaning that if he didn't kill 2 things a day in seconds, the system would still self-destruct? According to this situation now, the system had been implanted in the side of his mind. If it was automatically destroyed, wouldn't he have to suffer along with it? He didn't dare to joke with his life. What the hell was the second anger value? Previously, he only noticed the spike, and hadn't noticed the 2 lines behind it, but now he couldn't help but see it and get a little headache. Is the anger value because I can do the accumulation when I get angry? It's 56 now. Could it be that when it reaches 100, it can have special skills? As soon as he thought of this, Su Mu got a little excited, wondering what that so-called special skill was. Just as he was floating around, the car suddenly stopped. Tang Chen raised his head and looked ahead and said, Su Dong, there seems to be a car accident ahead. Su Mu frowned slightly, stood up and looked over as well. In that direction, a Mercedes-Benz and a somewhat faded-looking battery car crashed together. The battery car was traveling normally in the non-motorized lane, and that Mercedes-Benz car, obviously because of the traffic jam, wanted to grab the non-motorized lane and the battery car bumped into it. In this case, those who know a little bit know that the Mercedes-Benz car is fully responsible. However, the Mercedes above down a sunglasses, a luxurious middle-aged woman. A C riding a battery car is a little girl. Do not care about the image. Directly cursing. You in the end will not ride the battery car. Didn't you see my car drive over? Look at it. My car was hit like this. Come on, pay for it. The girl looked at the crashed Mercedes, her brows furrowed, and she hurriedly nodded and apologized. This aunt, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. Auntie, who did you say is an aunt? Do you have eyes? I go. As soon as I go out, I encounter this kind of thing. Really unlucky. You quickly compensate the money. $100,000. Not even 1 point less. The middle-aged woman said angrily. I'm sorry. Sorry big sister. It's my fault. But, how can I have that much money? The girl said timidly, frightened to tears by what the other party said. Because the Mercedes was blocking the middle of the road, the cars behind it had no way to pass, and there were drivers behind them who kept honking their horns, trying to make the middle-aged woman get out of the way. What are you honking at? What's all the noise about? 1-2 do not want to live? The middle-aged woman drank loudly, very arrogant and domineering. She then looked at the girl and coldly grunted. I'm telling you, if you don't pay for this money today, you don't want to leave here. What bad luck. I encountered this kind of thing as soon as I left the house today. That girl's right hand trembled and touched her clothes bag, touched all over her body, and only had $50. She somewhat timidly handed the money over and said, Big sister, I only have this $50. I really don't have any more money. $50? The middle-aged woman saw the money in the other's hand, a burst of anger, reached out and directly knocked the money away, and gave that girl a slap. That girl covered her face and couldn't help but cry out, $50 to send me off? You think you're dismissing a beggar? The middle-aged woman growled. Su Mu watched this from the car and couldn't help but be a little angry. He didn't think that today he would encounter this kind of arrogant and bossy woman. Obviously it was his own responsibility, but he wanted to push it onto a little girl. And this woman, because of their own this bit of a cut of the road are blocked. The back of the people are still not able to pass. simply selfish to the extreme. He couldn't stand it, got out of the car and walked to the front of the Mercedes-Benz woman, said in a cold voice, this matter, obviously you are fully responsible, right? Do you want me to call the traffic police? Let the traffic police come over to take a look, auntie? The middle-aged woman heard another person call her this, and instantly became furious. How old are you, brat? How dare you call me auntie? I'll go to you, she said and slapped her face. However, Sumu was not a vegetarian and directly stretched out his hand and held the other person's wrist. Giving you face, you're still addicted to hitting, right? Sumu said in a deep voice. And what are you? Want to come to the rescue of a hero, right? I'll tell you, my husband is the general manager of Maple Cloud Group. If you piss me off, you won't want to have a good day in the future. The middle-aged woman directly threatened loudly. Some people in the surroundings were still trying to argue with the middle-aged woman, but as soon as they heard the other party's husband's special status, they were instantly castrated. To know, Maple Cloud Group is one of the top enterprises in the entire Yunhua city, with a market capitalization of several tens of billions of dollars. It is a truly large company. To be able to become the general manager of such a large company, it must be extremely well connected. Who would want to easily mess with Ah? So all the people around him were abashed, and Sumu was the only one who stood out. However, the middle-aged woman's words, but Sumu was pissed off. He hates this kind of bully stuff. If it is not crowded here, he would like to slap the past. The anger was burning, and at this time, the system's beep suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the director for the increase in anger value. Currently the anger value is 78/100. The system is starting to randomly refresh. A light screen popped up in front of Sumu's eyes, and the scroll bar in it was scrolling continuously, just like a lottery draw, and then it suddenly stopped all of a sudden. Congratulations master, refreshed S-rank spike goods, please spike in time. Sumu was slightly stunned. What the hell is an S-rank spike commodity there? He fixed his eyes and the content displayed on the light screen was as follows. Maple Cloud Group, market capitalization $65 billion, spike price, 99.9. Rolls-Royce Phantom, original price, $10 million, second price, 9.9. Lian Yungan Luxury Villa, original price, 98 million, spike price, 9.9. Sumu was slightly stunned. He realized that the column of Maple Cloud Group was purple, different from everything else. Could it be that Maple Cloud Group was the S-class spike item? He couldn't help but be a little excited. Just heard this middle-aged woman clamoring that her husband was the general manager of Maple Cloud Group, but didn't think that the system was ready to let him acquire it. This is simply too timely. The market value of more than $60 billion of the group. Spend $99.9 to buy. This if before Sumu even dreamed dare not think so, but now it is already true. Without hesitation, he clicked on Maple Cloud Group and killed it in seconds. Congratulations master. Maple Cloud Group spike was successful. Tip, today has been spiked 3 times. Need to continue spiking. Please come back tomorrow. That middle-aged woman saw Sumu holding her wrist in a daze. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She quickly struggled away and said angrily, "You poor bastard. Scared silly by my words? Today you all don't want to leave. I'll call someone to clean you up. What 2 cheap bastards." Sumu heard the other party talking harder and harder. His eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. Said in a deep voice, talking so impulsively, "Do you know that your husband? And you are nothing in my eyes. Do you believe me or not? I'll call and immediately let your husband come here to kneel on the ground for me." "Oh, kneel on the ground? Ha 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 ha. Who wouldn't know how to brag? I want to see today how you call my husband to come and kneel on the ground." The middle-aged woman laughed out loud. Sumu took out his cell phone and directly searched the internet for Maple Cloud Group's front desk number and called it. "Hello, this is Sumu. Connect me to your general manager's office." "Not connecting? Listen to me clearly. I'm Sumu. You tell him my name. Tell him to return my call within 3 minutes. Otherwise he should not be this general manager," said Sumu. Hung up the phone. The middle-aged woman looked at the other party who was talking in a decent manner, and couldn't help but mock. "You poor bastard. You think that pretending will make me afraid? I'd like to see which one of us can laugh in the end. Don't you kneel on the ground crying and begging me to forgive you then. I'll give you this paragraph of yours as well," Sumu coldly said. The girl next to her didn't expect things to turn out like this. Her heart was getting more and more uneasy. Her right hand next to Sumu's sleeve, gently tugged, and whispered, "This brother, you, go away. I don't want to drag you down." Sumu turned his head and faintly smiled. "It's fine. Today I want to see what she is capable of." He found that this girl in front of him was probably in her early 20s, 1.6.5 tall. Her hair almost covered half of her face, and she kept her head slightly lowered, as if she didn't want others to see her face. And this girl, wearing very simple, all the clothes added up is not more than 200. A look is quite poor. Sumu cannot help but sympathize with some. No matter what, cannot let her be in front of this shrew to bully. Not long after, Sumu's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He connected the phone. On the other end of the phone was a middle-aged man's voice. The other side said respectfully, Su Dong, how are you? I'm the general manager of the Maple Cloud Group, Li Jianghao. I'm really sorry, my subordinates don't know what's wrong with them, and they didn't even listen to your voice. Li Jianghao also only just got the news that a young lad named Sumu directly acquired the entire group. He just saw the other party's picture and was still in shock, and then the call came. I'll give you 15 minutes, immediately rushed to No. 32, Rong Guang Street for me, or else you don't want to be this general manager. Sumu directly said in a stern voice. Li Jianghao was jolted and immediately responded. Alright, Su Dong, I'll come over right away. The middle-aged woman saw Sumu's serious phone call and mocked. Pretend, keep pretending for me. After 15 minutes have passed, I'll see what tricks you can play. If my husband doesn't come, I'll let my men break your legs. Chapter 5, one look and you're in. Li Jianghao now also cannot figure out what is going on. Just 10 minutes of time, he received 2 phone calls. One is his wife called, said that someone is bullying her, let himself send a dozen of his men over. He did not even think about it at that time. After all, this kind of thing is not once or twice. The result of the phone just hung up. The group's Su Dong also called him, and gave him the address. Unexpectedly, and his wife just said the address is exactly the same. The moment he thought of this, his heart was uneasy. It could not be that the bat in his house to mess with Su Dong, right? He hurriedly ran downstairs, drove his newly bought Big Ben, and went towards the address in his memory. As for Sumu's side, he was looking at the time. From 15 minutes, there were still the last 3 minutes, and at this time, 3 Audi cars drove over, and from the cars came down a dozen or so uniformed thugs, and came to the side of the middle-aged woman. Mrs. Su, I heard that you are in trouble? A man leading the group was called Wang Tao, the leader of the group. He walked over and asked respectfully to this Mrs. Su, it's this brat in front of me, but there's no rush to make a move. Bring him to the alley next to me. I'd like to see what other tricks this guy has to play. She coldly snorted. Xiaoyi frowned slightly. He did not think that the other party had really called the thugs, and he could not help but feel a little scared in his heart. If that Li Jianghao didn't come over within 3 minutes, wouldn't he be beaten up? This was a bit of a disgrace. Let's go. You don't need me to treat you, right? Wang Tao said in a cold voice. The reason why this Mrs. Su wanted to bring Su Mu into the alley was because it was crowded and there was surveillance. Although she wasn't afraid of anything, she still had to think about her husband's career, so she didn't want everyone to see it. Okay, I'll go in with you guys, Su Mu said indifferently. The battery car girl next to her revealed a worried look. Su Mu turned his head and gave her a comforting look, then followed Wang Tao and the others in. The surrounding people were talking, but they didn't dare to stand out and say anything more. Not long after, a Big Ben drove over, and Li Jianghao got down from the car, looked around, and then asked the passers-by about the situation before heading towards the alley. He came to the depths and spotted the middle-aged woman and Su Mu in the distance, as well as a dozen or so thugs, and the bad feeling in his heart grew heavier and heavier. The middle-aged woman was a little surprised, not expecting her husband to come, and hurriedly pouted. Hubby, why did you come? Didn't I say that calling a dozen or so thugs over is fine? Don't affect your work. Li Jianghao at this moment which has time to talk nonsense with her. She looked at Su Mu. Her heart was shocked. He had just seen the photo, naturally recognized the appearance of this new chairman. Immediately said respectfully, Su Dong, how are you? He stretched out his hand and wanted to shake the other party's hand, yet Su Mu didn't pay any attention to him at all. Su Dong? When the middle-aged woman heard her husband address the other party in this way, her heart sank and she had a bad feeling. Li Jianghao turned back to look at the middle-aged woman and asked in a deep voice, Su Lu, what exactly is the situation? Why are you with Su Dong? Su Lu's face was green and white for a while. She did not think that what the young man in front of her had said before was actually true. Her heart was lumpy for a moment, and a chill rose from her toes to the top of her head. She stammered half a day without saying anything. It's better for me to say it. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes and stood out, deliberately pretending to be deep. He is now at least a big boss. When you should pretend to be 13, you have to pretend to be like it. Otherwise it is not in line with your noble identity. He told Li Jianghao what had just happened. Li Jianghao's face is more and more white, and ultimately cannot help but pouting, kneeling on the ground, crying, Su Dong, I did not think that actually happened, this kind of thing. To blame on this stinking, a day to me to cause trouble. I never wanted to offend Su Dongyua. Sumu coldly smiled. These dozen or so thugs. You found them for her, right? Things haven't even been clarified yet. So you got her the thugs first. So indiscriminate. You think I'll believe the bull **** you say? Li Jianghao was scared. He had climbed to the position of general manager with great difficulty. If he was implicated because of this matter, then all his efforts over the past 10 years would be useless. He stood up holding the stone next to him and looked at Sulu. A slap was called over, hitting the other party's head buzzing. You stinking! How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? You just don't listen. Today it's good. Messing with Su Dong. I'll see how you're going to live your life in the future. Li Jianghao angrily shouted. Sulu covered her face. Her tears came out. She did not think that her husband, who always loved him, would hit himself. She immediately cried. How dare you hit me? You don't love me at all. You heartless man. You. Li Jianghao slapped over again and said in a cold voice. Haven't you seen the current situation clearly? How did you get this Mercedes-Benz? How did our family villa come about? Sulu seemed to understand something. He looked at Su Mu and carefully said, Su Dong, it's all my fault. It's my eyes that are blind. I didn't think it was you. She hurriedly gave herself 2 slaps to show her wrong intention. Su Mu coldly snorted. If it wasn't because of his special identity, the other party would be like this? Li Jianghao, you as the general manager of the group, did not think that you would help Zhou to be abusive. It's simply shameful. From today onwards you this general manager should not be a general manager. Give me a suspension to reflect. Li Jianghao's face turned white. Once again kneeled down. Su Dong, I am wrong. You forgive me once. Su Mu did not pay attention to him. Looked behind him not far from the Tangchen who followed him and said, call the police inspectorate. The situation here, there is always an explanation. Okay, Su Dong, I'll do it right away. Tang Chen's head was also buzzing at the moment. He hadn't thought at all that the new resort owner here was still the chairman of Maple Cloud Group. Although the Dragon Palace Resort was famous in the entire Yunhua city, what was it compared to the Maple Cloud Group? He could not help but feel a little joyful in his heart. Fortunately, today he performed well, and even the chairman of the Fengyun Group to get on the relationship. In the future, if he does a good job, maybe not the head of the Dragon Palace Resort is so simple. Maybe transferred to the headquarters of the Fengyun Group to do things, then it is really a chicken into a phoenix. Soon, they left the alley. The traffic police also came over. Check the scene situation. Is Sulu's full responsibility, but also to the girl to pay a sum of money. After the matter was resolved, Li Jianghao did not dare to linger too long. Grey face with his wife away. As for so the beaters also nodded their heads and scattered away. They are hired by the Fengyun Group. In front of this is the chairman of the board of directors. They dare to do what? They can only run away with their tails between their legs. That battery car girl has also been very nervous, afraid of what happened to Su Mu, have called the police, but did not expect the other side walked out from the inside, unharmed. Nothing happened, some surprise, but also relieved. Later things are resolved. She also sincerely said, thank you for helping me. If not you, today I am afraid. Su Mu smiled and said, there is no need to say this. It was originally that Shrew's problem. You are also just a victim. A dozen or so thugs. How did you solve it? The other party asked in disbelief. How can I solve it? Nothing more than to threaten them that I will call the police. That group of people are just pretending to be very powerful. The moment they hear that there are police, they are afraid. Su Mu casually lied. Oh, the battery car girl nodded. At this time, a breeze blew by. The girl's hair was gently brought up. Only then did Su Mu see the other party's full face clearly. His heart lurched, a little surprised. This girl was completely a big beauty. A perfect melon face. White flawless skin, beautiful and touching big eyes, only just covered that half of the face some bruises. Do not know what is the situation. He was a bit dumbfounded. Such a beautiful girl. That is not dozens of times better than his ex-girlfriend Cheng Yinina. That girl seemed to see the other party's somewhat aggressive gaze, and hurriedly covered her face with her hair again, looked down at the time on her cell phone, suddenly thought of something, and said in some haste, sorry, I still have things to do. I have to leave first. She rode the battery bike and prepared to leave. Su Mu hurriedly shouted, what's your name? My name is Yi Lingxiao. The girl said hurriedly and left. Yi Lingxiao? Good name. Su Mu smiled. He looked at the university gate not far away. The other party rode in on an electric bicycle, most likely a student of this school. Yunhua University, I can't imagine that it's still a high achiever, he muttered, then returned to the Maserati. Tang Chen, I'll drive this car, take a taxi back yourself, Su Mu said as he looked at Tang Chen standing by the car. Tang Chen hurriedly nodded respectfully. Su Dong, you drive more carefully, pay attention to safety, today you are also tired, go back and have a good rest. Su Mu nodded and drove off in his car, returning to the side of the broken rental house he had been living in. This was where he had been living for more than a year since graduation. $500 a month, cheap and affordable. Only the neighborhood was a bit dirty and the house was a bit small. He had once envisioned in this small rental house that he would work hard in the future, buy a big house, and be happy with Chang In, not letting the other party be wronged. But now it seems that everything is a joke. Go Chang In. I don't want to hear this name in the future. Sumu gritted his teeth and said, although they had only been together for 2 months, but he had truly and honestly given his emotions, and as a result, he hadn't thought that he was just the object to be toyed with. He decided that in the future, he would not be able to give his true feelings easily, otherwise he would not know how he would die. Now that I have this system, I won't be able to live in this kind of shabby rental house. Life still needs to be enjoyed. It's not impossible to buy a bigger house at that time. Sumu did not do anything, directly began to pack up his things. His things were not much, quickly packed up. At this time, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. He picked up that $1,000 phone whose screen was half broken, and found that it was his mother Chio Sufan calling. Sumu frowned slightly and answered the call and asked, Mom, what's the matter? Did you go to work today? The person on the other end of the phone asked. Mom, it's the weekend. I didn't go to work. Sumu responded. Oh, it's like this I just want to. The other party stammered for half a day, and Sumu felt that the other party must have something they wanted to say, but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Mom, is it about Dad? The phone caller let out a sigh and said, I'm too embarrassed to open my mouth to tell you. In the past 2 days, your dad owed several tens of thousands of gambling debts outside again, and the ones who want to collect the debts are already coming to the doorstep of the house. I really don't have a way out. Do you have any money? Lend me a little bit. I'll pay you back later. Now in this situation, always have to fill that hole of your dad. Sumu frowned. Mom, didn't Dad promise half a month ago that he would never gamble again? It's only been half a month. Why is it again? Hey, I've advised your dad many times. He just won't listen. What else can I do? Chio Su-fan cried, very helpless. Sumu let out a sigh. A wave of anger bubbled up in his heart. He had been working for more than a year and hadn't saved any money at all, and the biggest reason was to help his father pay off his gambling debts. It just didn't occur to him that his father had only sworn not to gamble in the future, but now he even gambled again, completely not putting him and his mother in his eyes. Mom, how much does he owe? Sumu asked. Chio Su-fan was a little embarrassed and said, what he said is that he owes 80,000. 80,000? Sumu's eyelids jumped. He tapped his cell phone and checked the balance of his bank card. Only the last few $1,000s were left. Where to find 80,000? He thought for a moment and said, Mom, don't be anxious. I'll transfer the money to you later. Hang up first. He hung up the phone, thought about it, and made a call to Tang Chen. Su-dong, do you have any orders? Tang Chen respectfully said. Do you? Well, have $80,000? I've encountered a little thing here. I don't have any money to use for the time being. You lend me $80,000. Sumu said with some embarrassment. It was indeed a bit embarrassing for a boss to ask his subordinates for money. Tang Chen was slightly stunned and immediately reacted. Su-dong, this small amount of money, I will immediately transfer it to you. I'll return it to you tomorrow. Sumu hung up the phone after saying that. Not long after, the text message that $80,000 had arrived. He turned his hand and transferred the money to Chio Su-fan, and then made a call over. Mom, this money, you take it and pay it back first. I'll come back in a couple days when I'm free. This matter of Dad's, it has to be resolved. It's me and your dad who are sorry for dragging you down. I will definitely persuade your dad to stop gambling. Chio Su-fan said with some shame. Sumu sighed and said, Okay Mom, you rest first. I'm also tired. He hung up the phone and sat on the chair, remembering all the previous things. His mother Chio Su-fan had worked hard all her life and made a lot of sacrifices for her family, while his father was an old gambler, who gambled away all his money from working outside year after year, and always owed a butt of debt, especially in recent years, simply more and more intense, so that Chio Su-fan suffered a lot of destruction. Chio Su-fan is also very conservative, unwilling to divorce, ultimately leading to the current situation. As soon as he thought of this, Sumu felt on fire. Just at this time, the system's beep sounded again. Chapter 6 Firing the Company. Congratulations Master. Anger value increased to 100. You can extract special items. Sumu was slightly stunned and came back to his senses. Without realizing it, the anger value had accumulated to full. According to the system's meaning, it was possible to draw a lottery? He was looking forward to it, to see what he could draw. Draw. Sumu directly chanted in his heart. A light screen appeared in front of him, and a scroll bar appeared on the light screen. At this time the scroll bar began to scroll, and the speed slowly decreased. Congratulations Director. You have extracted perspective. Is it activated now? Perspective? Sumu was confused. Without hesitation, he directly tapped activate. In an instant, he felt that the vision in front of him changed. Just now, what he saw was still a wall. At this time, it even turned into a sofa. and there was a big fat man eating potato chips and watching TV on the sofa. Nani? His heart shook and he rubbed his eyes, realizing that it was true. He was actually able to see into the next room going. That fat man happened to be his neighbor. I really have perspective? He was still a bit unconvinced, so he looked in the other direction. It was another neighbor, a girl in her 20s, who was currently undressing and preparing to take a shower. Sumu looked blankly, and just as the other party was about to take off the last layer, he immediately jerked his head back. It's actually true. No, I can't take advantage of others, he muttered. In the end, he couldn't help but take a look and immediately pulled his head back. I really didn't expect the Xiaoshu to have such a good figure. Why didn't I usually think so? He skimmed his lips. He then moved his consciousness and normalcy returned to his eyes. It seemed that he could control whether or not to see through his mind. I didn't think that by accumulating anger values, I could obtain such a heaven-defying skill. It seems like I need to accumulate a little more before I can do it. Sumu was a little excited. This system wasn't just as simple as giving him money. It also allowed him to have special abilities. If he utilized the system properly, he shall not be invincible in the future. Although now I have a group, a resort, and a luxury car, but I'm still short of some cash. I have to find a way to get some money tomorrow, Sumu muttered. He laid down on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. This sleep, unexpectedly slept until the next morning. He got up dizzily, looked at the time. Unexpectedly it was already past 9 o'clock. Damn it, it's late. He subconsciously ran downstairs and came to the garage. Only then did he remember that he already had a system and a luxury car. So what's the point of going to work? But no matter what, he is also a person of principle. Even if he doesn't go to work anymore, the normal resignation is still necessary. Although many colleagues in the company look at him in the wrong way, but there are still 2 or 3 colleagues and his relationship is quite good. This time in the past, it is always necessary to say goodbye. So he drove the Maserati toward the work of the company and go. This company is called Star Shadow Planning, mainly receiving some small advertisements, so it is only a small company. The total number of employees is only a few dozen. He parked the car in the underground parking lot and rode the elevator to the 10th floor, where their company was located. As soon as he entered the door, a young man rushed over in a hurry. Sumu recognized. The other party was called Zhouji, and his relationship was not bad. Sumu just wanted to ask him why he was in such a hurry. Zhouji looked around and carefully said, "Look what time it is now. You've been late for close to an hour. What are you up to?" Sumu knew that the other party was worried about himself. He said lightly, "It's nothing. Today I came over. It's 4. Before he finished his words, a woman came over next to him and interjected, "Isn't this Sumu? How come you're only here now? I remember you're never late. Today you're actually late. It's really unprecedented." Sumu slightly frowned, looked over. That woman called Lu Jing, more than 30 years old, was in charge of managing finances, usually not right with Sumu. "What's it to you if I'm late? Are you the leader? I can remember. You are late several times a month, right? You have the face to come and say me?" Sumu coldly snorted. If it was usual, he would have held back, but today he was coming to resign, so he was still afraid of what he directly disliked it, and said all the displeasure he had in his heart. Lu Jing looked stunned, feeling a bit unbelievable. The other party even spoke to herself with this kind of attitude? She immediately said angrily, "Good Sumu, you have hardened your wings, right? Dare to talk to me like this? I'm going to tell the boss right now. 1 hour late, half a month's salary will be deducted. When the boss finds out, I'll see how you can be pleased." Saying that, she headed for the boss's office. "Joe," she said anxiously from the side. "Sumu, you're crazy. It's not like you don't know what kind of relationship this woman has with the boss. There's definitely nothing good that can come from you pissing her off. I remember that you're usually quite stoic." Sumu lightly smiled. "Since I'm doing this, it proves that I don't want to do it anymore. The boss was targeting me so much before. I'm going to get involved with him today." Zhouji was a bit surprised, and immediately advised, "You don't want to get carried away. It's hard to find a job now. People need to eat after all. If the boss says something about you later, just bear with it. I'll put in a good word for you. After all, it's the first time you've been late. The boss shouldn't make things difficult for you." Saying that, the boss Wang Bin walked over, a slim middle-aged man. He looked at Sumu and frowned. "I heard Lu Jing say you were late, and more than an hour late?" "Yes, I'm late. Today I came over." Sumu's 2 words resignation hadn't even been uttered before Lu Jing snatched them away again. "Brother Bin, this guy is too arrogant. He was late for so long. I advised him a sentence or 2, told him not to be late in the future. As a result, he also denigrated me. Arrogant. I really have never seen such a person." Lu Jing said angrily. Wang Bin frowned and said angrily, "Sumu, you're still justified in being late for so long, aren't you? 1 hour late, deduct half a month's salary. Write me a review, at least 2,000 words. Give me a public review at that time. Lu Jing coldly smiled and made a victorious expression. Zhou Ji heard from the side and carefully advised, Mr. Wang, this is also the first time Sumu is late. He has already recognized his mistake. It's better not to punish him so heavily. Wang Bin frowned tightly as he looked over and said angrily, Zhou Ji, what's this place got to do with you? Get lost quickly, or I'll even punish you together. When Zhou Ji heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and didn't dare to say anything else. A ball of anger ignited in Sumu's heart, and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Wang, I've been working in the company for more than a year, and I've been diligent, and I've never been late, right? As far as I know, this Lu Jing is late 2 or 3 times every month. The same are all employees. Why is there nothing wrong with her and I have to be treated like this? Humph. Am I the boss or are you the boss? Do I still need you to be in charge of what I want to do? Wang Bin said in a deep voice. Sumu was very angry in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Wang Bin, don't think that I don't know about that bit of between you and Lu Jing. I guess you guys often screw around in the office. Just because of she can specialize, while employees like Zhou Ji and I, who have contributed to the company, are treated differently. No wonder the company's benefits have gotten worse over the past year, and the capital chain is on the verge of breaking. It's because of bosses like you. Hearing this, Wang Bin became enraged and pointed at the other's nose and cursed. Fine, you dare to lecture me now, don't you? You get out of here right now. I don't want to see you. Sumu laughed instead of being angry, and threw his pre-written resignation letter in the other party's face. To tell you the truth, a garbage company like yours? I didn't want to do it a long time ago. Wang Bin was furious, and at this time, a man hurriedly walked over, came to him and said, Mr. Wang, Mr. Yang of the Yujing Group came over and said that he wanted to talk about investment matters. When Wang Bin heard this, his complexion changed. Okay, you go over and entertain first, I'll come over right away. The man left. Wang Bin rubbed his hands together, but instead, he was a little nervous. Sumu was right. Star Shadow Planning's capital chain was about to break. It had come to the edge of bankruptcy. Wang Bin had managed to find a relationship to be able to cooperate with Maple Cloud Group, and today was the time to negotiate, so he couldn't forget about the business. He looked at Sumu with a gloomy face and said, You wait for me, I'll come back to clean you up later. Saying that, he hurriedly went towards the conference room. Lu Jing looked at Sumu and laughed. This is what happens when you mess with me. Now you even lost your job. Happy now? Sumu said without a care in the world. I'm telling you, if you laugh at me now, there will be a time for you to cry later. Believe it or not, I'll let the whole company play through. When Lu Jing heard this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sumu, what kind of thing are you? It's true that Star Shadow is not a big company, but you can decide with just one word? It's really funny. You haven't woken up from your dream last night. Zhou Ji also sighed continuously beside him. There was nothing he could do. Things had already reached this stage. He had no other way out. Very well, you wait for me. Sumu huffed and went straight to the conference room. Lu Jing looked over with some surprise, not knowing what the other party wanted to do, but fearing that the other party would make a mess. She still called the security over it the first time. Chapter 7, Living in an $80 million Villa. In the conference room, Wang Bin shook hands with General Manager Yang of Maple Cloud Group, acting very respectful and attentive. This Mr. Yang is called Yang Song, is the manager of Maple Cloud Group's investment department, mainly responsible for the investment aspect. Wang Bin dragged all kinds of relations and Yang Song contacted with great difficulty. Is the urgent need of Yujing Group of a sum of money? Then as long as their own and Yujing Group tied together, which there is no reason for bankruptcy, it is estimated that the future development will be smooth, the more do stronger. As soon as Wang Bin thought of his company's future appearance, he couldn't stop smiling. Mr. Yang, the matter of investment. Last time we have already talked about it specifically. Only need $50 million. I will be able to revitalize the company. At that time, Maple Cloud Group accounted for 49% of the shares. We have already reached an agreement, right? Yang Song nodded. Of course, bring out the contract. His secretary walked forward and placed the contract on the table in duplicate. Wang Bin took a copy, looked at it carefully. It was the same as what they had discussed before, and happily signed his name to it. Yang Song looked at the contract and just wanted to move his pen when the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Wait! Sumu rushed in and shouted. Everyone looked over, uncertain. As soon as Wang Bin saw that it was Sumu, his face changed, and he immediately shouted, Where's the security guard? Where did the security guard go? Quickly blow this guy of unknown origin out. When the security guards outside heard this, they hurriedly came over to pull Sumu. Sumu looked at Yang Song and said sternly, You're Yang Song, right? Open your eyes and see who I am. Yang Song was slightly stunned. Wait, he shouted, then walked over and saw Sumu's appearance clearly. His heart shook. Sudong? How could it be you? Yujing Group changed its chairman is a big thing. Yang Tsong as a department manager, naturally very concerned about these, especially Sumu's photo, that was looked at again and again, memorized in his heart. As soon as Wang Bin heard the other party called Sudong, he walked up, and was very puzzled in his heart. Mr. Yang, are you recognizing the wrong person? He is just a small employee of my company. Just now I have fired him. Not at all what Sudong. Yang Tsong turned his head and said sternly, do you mean to say that I am blind? He is Sudong. I am able to confirm 100%. What? Sudong? Wang Bin had a feeling of 5 thunderbolts. Wasn't the other party just a small employee of his company? When did he become Sudong? He couldn't even figure it out with his head wrapped around it. Sumu looked at Yang Tsong and coldly said, you want to invest in a trash company like Star Shadow Planning? Can you still be this investment department manager or not? When Yang Tsong heard this, he was in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head and nodded his head and said, Sudong, it's my problem. I'll go back and reflect on it. Wang Bin's heart was shocked. According to the other side of this meaning, the investment is not going to fizzle out? He quickly looked at Yang Tsong and said, Mr. Yang, didn't we talk about it before? This thing is not confirmed? Confirmed what confirmed? The contract hasn't been signed yet. The previous ones can all not count. Our Sudong said, you are a garbage company, not worthy of cooperating with our Maple Cloud Group. Don't even think about those investments you said before. Yang Tsong turned his head and immediately changed his complexion and said in a stern voice. Wang Bin only felt his head dizzy, almost sat on the ground with a butt. He realized what? Looked at Sumu with an attentive face and said, Sudong, it's all my fault. It's an I that doesn't recognize MT. Taishan, I don't know you. You just pretend that all the words I said before are farts. Don't bother with scum like me. Please give me another chance. A chance? I've been working for you for so long. Have you ever given me a chance? There's no need to talk about this matter. Do yourself a favor. Sumu coldly said. Wang Bin only felt weak and sat on his butt on the chair next to him, not able to come back to his senses for half a day. If this investment was missing, it would mean that Star Shadow Planning would go bankrupt, and his current rich life would become history, and in the future, he would be in debt, and would probably never be able to turn his life around. Sumu looked at Yang Tsong and said indifferently, you take your people back to reflect on this. I still have some things to deal with, so I won't go with you. Upon hearing this, Yang Tsong hurriedly responded, Sudong, I will definitely reflect properly and won't let you down. After saying that, he left with his own men. Outside Lu Jing, Zhou Ji and others still didn't know what had happened, and hurriedly walked up to check, and found Wang Bin sitting soulfully inside, while Sumu didn't have anything going on. Sumu, what exactly did you do to Mr. Wang? Tell me clearly. Lu Jing said angrily, I said that I would let you see this company play out. Now you should see it. A talentless trash like you, relying on that little bit of beauty to please others. In the future, you'd better go back to your rented house and eat bubble noodles. Sumu mocked. You. Lu Jing was furious, but she also realized a problem. Wang Bin's current state. It was very likely that the investment talks had collapsed. Once the investment collapsed, then needless to say, the entire Star Shadow Planning was basically finished. She was suddenly disappointed, and her mood became very lost. Sumu walked out, looked at Zhou Ji who was worried about him, and said indifferently, this company is going to be finished, and you won't be able to do it here in the future. At 7 o'clock this evening, you bring Lin Hui to gather at Wangjiang Park. At that time, I'll treat you to a meal, and don't worry about work, I won't see you then. This, Zhou Ji did not know what to say for a while. He wanted to comfort the other party, but once he thought about his own situation, and the other party, then how is it not the same? The company had no more investment. Everyone was unemployed for a while. Sumu patted his shoulder and laughed, it's a blessing in disguise. I won't see you tonight. He left the building, his heart extremely relieved. He had finally opened this broken company and didn't have to endure anymore. This was a good thing. He clicked on the system and checked the message on it. The system hadn't been refreshed yet, showing yesterday's content. Rolls-Royce Phantom, original price, 10 million, second price, 9. Lian Yungan Luxury Villa, original price, 98 million, spike price, 9. Sumu didn't hesitate, looked at the Lian Yungan Deluxe Villa, and directly clicked the spike. Nothing happened, but Sumu already knew that he already had a villa in Lian Yungang. Lian Yungang is the rich area of Tianhua City. There is a cluster of villas there. The cheapest are more than $20 million. It is the existence of countless hitmen looking up to. Sumu also did not think that he could one day have a villa there. It was really like a dream. He thought that there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so he drove the Maserati towards Lian Yungang. As soon as he came to Lianyungang, it really felt like entering a rich area. The surrounding environment was very good, and there was a very big lake. It was like a tourist attraction. Sumu drove to the entrance of the Lianyungang villa complex, and after giving the security guard a few words to prove that he had a property here, he drove his car in. Finding a parking space to stop, he walked down the path. There weren't many people on the road, and each villa came with a small courtyard, separated by a distance. All of them were detached villas, with such a good view. No wonder villas in Lianyungang were so expensive. I'm villa number 16. Sumu looked at the number above the villas and counted them one by one, and at this time, he saw an old man in plain clothes on the road, pruning flowers and plants, seemingly a flower farmer here. Seeing that the other party was pruning very carefully, Sumu couldn't help but be interested. He walked over and asked curiously, "Old uncle, are you playing with art, or are you working?" That old uncle turned his head and couldn't help but smile when he saw that a young man was actually interested in pruning flowers and plants. "Young man, you're still interested in this? Old uncle, I'm actually quite envious of you, being able to have so much free time to play around with flowers and plants, trimming such beautiful shapes. If only I had so much time." Sumu lamented. The old man smiled and said, "Young man, I've been pruning here for several years, and ordinary people won't look at me squarely. I can't imagine that you're actually interested in chatting with this bad old man of mine for a few moments." Sumu smiled. "Old uncle, you are joking. Trimming flowers and plants, you are the industry. Can have your such craftsmanship of people? There are not many. Right, every craftsman has been respected. Those what the dog fights for people's power of the guy, is what I despise." "Oh, right old uncle, I still have some things to do. I'll leave first. I'll see you later when I have the chance." He was just about to leave when the old uncle called him back. "Young man, I just brought a broom over from over there. Are you able to help me out and take it back and put it there?" The old uncle pointed in a direction and said. Sumu smiled. "Of course." Saying that, he picked up the broom next to the old uncle and placed it in the position pointed by the other party, and then smiled with a big grin as he said a greeting. "Old uncle, I'm leaving first. With that he continued walking along the path, getting further and further away. The old uncle smiled faintly, revealing a hint of appreciation, and at this time, a beautifully dressed, sweet-looking girl bounced over and came next to the old uncle. "Grandpa, why are you trimming flowers and plants by the roadside again? And you're wearing such plain clothes? People who don't know would think you're a flower farmer." The girl skimmed her lips and said. The old uncle smiled lightly. "What's wrong with being a flower farmer? I think it's quite good." "Alright grandpa, hurry back. Mom and dad are back, just waiting for you to eat." The girl pouted. "Fine, I'll go back now." The old uncle wore a face full of smiles. He clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Before he left he looked deeply in the direction Sumu left. Chapter 8. What are you? Sumu put away the broom, hummed a little song, and walked on the road in a pretty good mood. He realized that the further he went ahead, the more imposing the villas were, and the location was also a bit higher. It seems that the numbering of the villas here, and the price also have a relationship. Number 1 should be the worst location. The cheapest, the higher up the number, naturally the more expensive. Sumu didn't walk far, and came face to face with a middle-aged man who was smoking and a girl in her 20s who was dressed up in a flamboyant manner. "Little the villa here is not bad, right? You will live here from now on. When I have the need, I will come over to find you." The middle-aged man smiled as he smoked a cigarette. The woman called Xiaoyi nodded her head and said, "The environment here is indeed good, but the location of the villa you bought isn't too good, right? It's right at the entrance, and you can't even see the beautiful scenery below the mountain." The middle-aged man heard this, and said with some embarrassment, "Xiaoyi, the cheapest villa in Lianyungang is more than 20 million. If the location is good, it's hundreds of millions of dollars, basically bought by the powerful characters in Tianhua City. We can live in a neighborhood with the top people in Tianhua City. It's considered good. You can't be picky." Xiaoyi heard this, and felt that it also made some sense. No matter what, those who can live in this place are also considered to be the top people. Hey, husband, I'm just kidding you. Come and kiss one." Saying that, she kissed the middle-aged man deeply, and the middle-aged man was very flattered. The two of them continued to walk. The middle-aged man threw his cigarette on the ground smoothly. His mood was good. He walked 2 steps, suddenly thought of just entered the neighborhood. The security guard reminded him, let him not throw garbage. After all, here are all living in the dignified characters. If seen, probably will leave a bad impression on others. He was just about to turn back to pick it up when he saw Sumu walking over. "Young man, help me pick up the cigarette butts and throw them away." Sumu slightly froze and looked over. "You're talking to me? Who are you talking to if not you? Aren't you the one cleaning here? Just now I saw you holding a broom. Hurry up and pick it up for me. I'm the owner. Be careful, I'll file a complaint against you." the middle-aged man said condescendingly. Sumu laughed at this. Where did the other party get this superiority complex? First of all, I have to tell you, I'm not a sweeper. Even if I'm a sweeper, what right do I have to help you pick up cigarette butts? Don't you know how to pick it up yourself? When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but be a little angry. He had just thought of performing in front of his lover and showing his status, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by this young man in front of him. The other party didn't even care about his status at all, and spoke in such a way that didn't give him any face. Brat, aren't you just a smelly sweeper? I guess it's still a matter of getting connections to be able to come to work here, isn't it? Do you believe me or not that I'll immediately call the property and have them dismiss you? With an attitude like yours, you still want to work in a rich neighborhood? The middle-aged man said with a cold snort. When Sumu heard what the other party said, he said angrily, you said I'm a stinky sweeper. Then what are you? You yourself go back and look in the mirror and see what kind of you are. A thug is just a thug. You really think you can climb up the ladder by buying a villa here? You piss me off. The middle-aged man couldn't get angry and walked forward ready to give Sumu a punch. How could Sumu stand here and wait to be punched? With his right hand, he directly held the other person's wrist and twisted it with force, causing that middle-aged man to scream in pain. The young woman next to him, Xiao Yi, saw it and immediately said in surprise, you a stinky sweeper. Let go quickly. If you hurt my husband with the whole thing, I'll sue you for losing all your family's money. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes and looked over, coldly said, who in the world is causing trouble? Are your eyes blind? At this moment, the middle-aged man's brow was furrowed in pain. He gritted his teeth and threatened, dog thing, quickly release me. I tell you, you're in trouble. I'll immediately find a property to clean up after you. I'm not only going to make you lose your job, I'm also going to sue you, and have the police inspector arrest you. Just you wait. Fine. You call now. I want to see who can arrest me. Saying that, Sumu pushed with force. That middle-aged man fell to the ground unsteadily, tripping a dog. You wait. I'll call now. The middle-aged man was trembling with anger. He didn't think that he would encounter such a thing. Trembling, he made a call to the property. Not long after, two strong and sturdy security guards came over and asked what happened. As soon as the middle-aged man saw the security guards coming, he deliberately wailed and said that his arm was broken, pointing the finger at Sumu. He also went on to say, I really don't know what your property is up to. How can such a high-class villa complex hire a cleaner with such a lack of public morality? Reflect on yourselves. What's the point of keeping this kind of person? The two security guards also understood that those who were able to live here were all big shots, so they nodded their heads to the middle-aged man, fearing that they would provoke the other party. The lead security guard then looked at Sumu again, realizing that the other party was young, dressed in average clothes. His whole body together was estimated to be only a few $100s, and had never seen it before. He couldn't help but ask sternly, did you just come to work here today? Don't you know what happens when you get complained? Sumu said indifferently, I'm not a sweeper. I'm the owner. You as a security guard. Can't you figure this out, owner? When that security guard heard that, he couldn't help but laugh. You're teasing me, right? Just like you. You're still the owner? What are you pretending for? Sumu frowned. Even if the middle-aged man looked down on himself, but even the security guard in front of him looked down on himself. Really a dog's eye view, he said in a cold voice. I advise you to show some respect. If you piss me off, you'll have to get the hell out of here today too. Hearing this, the lead security guard couldn't help but laugh. Brat, I'm afraid you don't understand the situation, right? There are so many owners here. Who haven't I seen before? What are you pretending here? If you're really a homeowner, why don't you take me to your home for a stroll? Now that you've injured Mr. Chen, I'm telling you, when we report to the police inspector later on, there's something in store for you. Sumu coldly said, you guys can call the police inspector. I want to see whose problem it is, and the surveillance is clear. It's obvious who struck first. Also, bringing a dog-eyed guy like you to visit my house is not necessary. I'm afraid of dirtying the floor, but I can let you know if I'm the owner or not. The lead security guard came to be interested and mocked. Good, if you really are the owner, I'll lie on the ground and learn to bark. I just don't believe it. Guys like you can still afford a tens of millions of dollars of villas? That's what you said yourself, Sumu said, walking along Villa 15. The rest of the people followed behind, ready to watch him make a fool of himself, especially that Mr. Chen. His anger was still unresolved. If the other party made a fool of himself, he followed behind and mocked him, just to satisfy his minuscule ego. Sumu came to the door of the 15th villa. Only then did he realize that this villa was different from the villas he had seen earlier. The small garden outside this villa was extraordinarily open, and standing in the garden, he could almost see the whole of Tianhua City clearly. It could be said that throughout the entire Lianyungang villa cluster, This was considered one of the prime locations. No wonder some of the villas in front are only worth around $20 to $50 million, while this one is actually worth $100 million. It really does make sense, Sumu muttered. The security guard couldn't help but mockingly shake his head when he saw that the other party had actually come to the entrance of Villa number 15. This Villa number 15 is one of the best locations in the entire Lianyungang. It's worth almost $80 million alone. This brat pretending to be 13 has actually come here. It's really out of his depth. That Mr. Chen saw Sumu walking over and couldn't help but laugh as well. Those who can afford to live in this kind of villa are basically Tianhua City's legends. This brat really takes himself seriously. Sumu didn't mind what those guys behind him thought. He had already contacted the property manager when he just entered the neighborhood. The property manager had already investigated, identified Sumu's identity, and told Sumu the initial password of the villa's electronic lock. The initial password of every villa here was different. Only the real owner could know its password. There was no way for others to open it. Those two security guards, as well as Mr. Chan and his lover, Xiao Yi, stood by the side and watched, waiting for the moment when Sumu would be defeated. As long as the other party couldn't open the door, they could go up and fiercely taunt them, and then make a good reckoning of what had just happened. Sumu looked at the electronic lock on the door, smiled faintly, and directly entered the password. Not long after, with a pop sound, the door opened. Everything went very smoothly. Just now, the two security guards still had mocking expressions, but the moment the gate opened, their expressions froze like they had eaten. Mr. Chen's gaze, which was originally with a teasing expression, froze all of a sudden as well. His eyelids jumped, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Sumu coldly smiled, turned his head, faintly said, "Dog-eyed guy these you should believe, right? This villa is none other than your father's." The leading security guard's legs went limp, almost kneeling down. He was shocked, completely not expecting that this young man in front of him was actually the owner, and someone who could afford Villa number 15 was definitely either rich or noble. There was absolutely no comparison to a thug like Mr. Chun. He had actually messed with this kind of person. "I'm afraid it's game over." He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said shakily, "This gentleman, I didn't mean to question you just now. This is all a misunderstanding. I apologize." "To you," Sumu coldly smiled. "If apologizing is useful, what do you need rules for?" That Mr. Chen's face was now black and purple, and his heart was also bang jumping straight, itching to give himself a slap. Chapter 9, Big Mansion. Sumu looked at the group of people in front of him who were defeated, and smiled coldly. That's the security guard. Didn't you just want to kneel on the ground to learn how to bark at a dog? Kneel have the guts to say no guts to do it? That lead security guard suffocated his face, and hurriedly explained respectfully, "Sir, I really didn't do it on purpose. The first time you appeared here, I thought." "You thought? You really powerful you count that onion just you thought? And that thug, just now who actually made the first move?" Sumu looked at that Mr. Chan again. Mr. Chen's face was green and white for a while. For a while he didn't know how to talk, but it was that little E who said righteously, "This gentleman, didn't you just buy a more expensive villa? What are you so proud of you? Just now it's your problem. You're the one who injured my husband." When Mr. Chen heard this, he quickly turned his head away and said angrily, "What are you talking nonsense about? I really..." Xiaoi skimmed her mouth and said aggrievedly, "Mr. Chen Jun, I'm helping you speak. How dare you talk about me?" Sumu coldly snorted. "Since you guys think it's my problem, then I'll call the property manager over and adjust the surveillance to take a look." Saying that, he made a call to the property manager, and not long after, a middle-aged man ran over attentively. "Mr. Su, I don't know what you need?" the property manager asked with a faint smile. Sumu told what just happened, then said, "What do you think about this matter?" The property manager's face changed, looked at the two security guards and chided, "Mr. Su is our owner. You guys are treating the owner like this without knowing the other party's identity. Do you guys still want to do it?" Hearing the property manager's chiding, the two security guards' faces turned pale and hurriedly lowered their heads. Lianyungang Villa Group of security guards is a good job a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. The main thing is usually idle, but also be able to recognize some big names. Such a job who do not want. They don't want to lose their jobs because of this matter. The lead security guard quickly apologized. "Mr. Su, I am my problem. I am wrong. I am really wrong," he said almost cried out. Sumu coldly grunted. This kind of dog-eyed low guy, he does not want to let go, so he said to the property manager, "This kind of person, I see there is no need to continue to stay." The property manager quickly nodded and said, "Mr. Su is right. I will dismiss them." Those two security guards were powerless, their heads buzzing, and their hearts were dying with regret. Sumu then looked at that Chinjun. To said in a deep voice, Manager Zhou, go and adjust the surveillance. Let's see. Who just made a move? Chinjun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Knowing that the owner of Villa 15 was definitely in existence that he could not mess with, his intestines were now green with remorse. If it was because of the matter of a cigarette but that he couldn't mix in the entire Tianhua city, that would really be a joke. He hurriedly apologized. This gentleman, it's my fault. I was the one who moved first. It's me being cheap. Saying that he slapped himself a few times. His face was scarlet from the beating. It seemed like he really exerted himself. Sir, just think of me as a clown. Forgive me once. I'm really wrong. Said in the end, he even cried. Sumu shook his head. The other party is a cheap skin. He is also lazy and this kind of person too much. Anyway, he has no loss. So he said to the property manager, I'm a person who is also afraid of trouble. I don't want to pursue this matter any further. But this Chen Jun throws cigarettes indiscriminately. He always has to be punished in some way. The property manager understood, gently coughed and said, Lianyungang is a special place because of the people who live there. So the regulations are also relatively more strict. We have a fine of $500,000 for littering everywhere and refusing to admit it. At first every owner had signed an agreement and agreed. Mr. Chen, you see when to go and pay the fine. Chen Jun's heart trembled. A cigarette but $500,000? Mr. Chen, as I said, this is the rule of Lianyungang. Do you have any questions? The property manager asked seriously. No doubts. I pay. Chen Jun hurriedly smiled. Of course he knew that if he didn't pay this money today, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. Although $500,000 wasn't much for him, but to take so much money out because of a cigarette but still made his heart bleed. Since the matter has been settled, don't stand in front of my house. You all disperse. Su Mu said. Okay Mr. Su, if there's anything, just call me. I'm here at all times. You're here for the first time today. Take a good look at the house. The property manager compensated and smiled. He also knew that the person who could afford Villa 15 was not just about money. His status in Tianhua City was also absolutely extraordinary. Such a character could be higher than a thug like Chen Jun. That's why he treated Su Mu with respect, while he treated Chen Jun with cold eyes. A group of people dispersed, walking on the road. Xiaoyi was very dissatisfied, complaining to Chen Jun, are you a man or not? He didn't just spend tens of millions of dollars more to buy a villa? What's with the bull? You're even scared like that? You really let me down. Chen Jun's head was still sweating coldly at the moment. As he listened to Xiaoyi say such words, he quickly asked her to lower her voice. You're stupid. Aren't you clear about what kind of people live in Lianyungang? Do you really think this villa is something you can buy with money? Xiaoyi bristled, still unsatisfied. Then you mean his identity is still very unusual? Oh, look at the clothes he's wearing. Maybe he's a servant in the villa, just a dog fighting for power. I told you to lower your voice. Can't you hear me? You do not realize? No one has lived in that villa yet. And that man was the first one to live in it. The initial password, only the owner has the right to know. If he is an ordinary servant, how could he know the password? And do you know who lives in Villa 16? Chen Jun said in a godly manner. What person? Xiaoyi couldn't help but get curious. The person who lives in number 16 is the Tianhua Zhang family, the number one family in the entire Tianhua city. Even the mayor is a student who was once brought out by the old master of the Zhang family. Do you think anyone can be neighbors with the Zhang family? Chen Jun said in a solemn voice. What? Zhang family? It's the same Tianhua's number one family that is black and white? Xiaoyi was also shocked and pale at this moment. What do you say? Chen Jun said without any good humor. It seems that in the future, when we live here, we have to be more low-key. This place has crouching tigers and hidden dragons, so don't mess with people we shouldn't mess with. Xiaoyi also nodded vigorously, remembering what just happened. There was still a pang of fear. Sumu entered into the villa, and seeing the open space inside, the gorgeous Scandinavian decoration, he couldn't help but grin. Mansion in the past, but I often saw it in my dreams. Today I finally have it too. This villa had 3 floors, totaling nearly 800 square meters, not counting the garden outside, and the small garden outside, estimated to be 400 to 500 square meters, was planted with beautiful flowers and plants, as well as chic tables and chairs to drink tea and bask in the sun. Inside the small garden, the entire Tianhua city was in full view. Sumu strolled around. The first floor was not only the living room kitchen, outside there was a separate swimming pool. It simply made him happy. The second floor had 6 bedrooms. The master bedroom alone was nearly 30 square meters, facing south, with chic decoration and very good lighting. And the third floor is the multifunctional room. There is a gym, home theater, entertainment room and so on, simply all the organs. Sumu's heart was very emotional. Such a mansion actually turned into his own home. If before, there is no way to imagine. But now everything has become true. He returned to the master bedroom and fell onto the bed, closing his eyes to feel a moment of comfort. Su-mu, will never be a poor man again. I'm a rich man now. He laughed out loud twice and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He looked at the time and hurriedly got up. He still had a dinner date with Joji and the others in the evening, so he couldn't afford to delay it. He hurriedly drove his Maserati toward the agreed place. On the way he gave Tang Chen a phone call. Now that he didn't have much money on his card, as the owner of the resort himself, he naturally had to get some money out. Su-dong, may I ask what your orders are? Well, I don't have any money to use for the time being. Are you able to spend some of the resort's proceeds for me? Su-mu asked. Su-dong, you are the boss. Of course you can. How much do you want? I will immediately do the formalities to give it to you. Su-mu thought about it. Although the Dragon Palace Resort is a high-class resort, but after all, it can only be considered a tourist attraction, so it shouldn't make much money. Give me, 2 million, right? He said tentatively. 2 million? What's wrong? A little too much? Su-mu asked. No, Su-dong, it's not too much. I think it's a bit less. Su-mu's mouth skin jumped. A little less? Then how much did you say? Su-dong, our resort's gross profit in the first half of this year is about $100 million, leaving $50 million as a reserve. You still have $50 million at your disposal. $50 million? Su-mu took a deep breath. It was true that poverty had limited his imagination. That a resort could bring in such a high income really surprised him a bit. However, as a chairman of the board, he couldn't show it. He could only take a deep breath and said as calmly as possible. Then you, all transfer it to me. Okay, Su-dong, I will immediately help you operate. Tang Chen hung up the phone. Not long after, the cell phone text message appeared, arriving at $50 million. Su-mu looked at the string of zeros and was simply spent. Chapter 10 The Swan Chinese Restaurant. Su-mu drove his Maserati to Wanjian Park and looked at the time. It was now 6:50. He waited at the entrance of the park for a while, and Joji and a good-looking girl with round-framed glasses walked over. Looking around at the entrance, Joji, come over. Su-mu greeted. Joji looked over and was a little surprised in his heart, because he saw that Maserati President, a car worth more than $1 million. Su-mu, you, where did you borrow this car? More than $1 million. He walked around the car, his eyes full of envy. This is my car. Su-mu faintly said. Yours? Joji laughed. Su-mu, don't kid me. I don't know what your situation is. It's almost too poor to uncover. Where did you get the money to buy this car? Su-mu faintly smiled. To tell you the truth, you're not listening. Joshi continued to survey the car. How much do you rent this car for a day? I guess it's a couple thousand a day. Well, it's about the same. Su-mu casually said. Since the other party didn't believe that the car was bought by himself, he couldn't explain anything more. He looked towards Lin Hui and said hello. Lin Hui nodded and squeezed out a smile, but she didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Lin Hui and Joji were both co-workers that Su-mu knew from the company, and over the past year or so, if it wasn't for their help, Su-mu didn't know how much he would have been bullied by others. So when he resigned today, he specifically called them out and wanted to treat them to a meal. Let's go. Get in the car. We'll go eat first. Su-mu greeted. The three of them got into the car, and Su-mu brought them to the location of the Swan Chinese restaurant. This restaurant was the best Chinese restaurant in Tianhua City, and generally those who were able to come here to eat were either rich or noble. The cheapest table was 5,000 or 6,000 to start with, and the slightly more expensive ones were tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, so the average person simply couldn't afford to eat. When Joshi got off the car, he was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Su-mu would bring them to such a high-class restaurant. This was something they didn't dare to think about before. Su-mu, you wouldn't have parked on the wrong side, right? Come here to eat? What about a month's salary? Joji was surprised. There's no wrong stop. Today you guys lost your jobs. I always have to comfort you guys. And the culprit who made you guys lose your jobs is me. I always have to apologize to you guys or something. Su-mu said. Joji sighed and said, in fact, it's not your fault that you lost your job today. If I were you, I'm afraid I would have flipped out long ago. Right, Su-mu, this matter can't be blamed on you. In fact, according to the company's business situation, it's estimated that it won't be able to last for a few months, and you showing up today is just making the company go bankrupt early. Lin Hui also said on the side. Su-mu nodded. The two of them lost their jobs. In fact, it was more or less related to him. In such a situation, the other party didn't blame him, letting him have a touch in his heart. Although they started out as simple co-workers who helped each other, in the end, they also became friends who supported each other. This point Su-mu was still very pleased. Alright, if you have something to say, let's go inside the restaurant and talk slowly. Sumu smiled and led them inside. Arriving at the front desk, he spoke to the front desk lady, come to a private room, and ask for the best location. The receptionist lady sized Sumu up and found that the other party was dressed in ordinary clothes, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, so he couldn't help but remind. This sir, the best private room. The private room fee alone is 50,000. Are you sure you want it? Sumu slightly frowned. Of course I want it. Just go prepare it. That's good. I'll go prepare it for you. Although the receptionist lady looked down on the other party, she was not able to refuse the other party's request, so she brought Sumu's 3 people to the inside of a luxurious private room. From this location, one could see the night view of Tianhua City in a beautiful way. Sumu, I just heard him say that this private room costs $50,000? Joji said with some surprise. It's fine. Sit down. Don't care about money today. Have a good meal. Sumu smiled. This, Joji and Lin Hui looked at each other. There was a feeling of fidgeting. To eat a meal, just the private room fee is 50,000. They simply have no way to imagine. Sumu coughed. He knew that if he didn't want to come up with a countermeasure, this meal might not last today. However, he couldn't tell them that he had a system that forced him to kill tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars of things every day. He thought about it and said, I'll confess, I'm actually a rich second generation. I came to work in the company just to experience life, so you guys should be able to rest assured. Rich second generation? Joji froze. Sumu, are you kidding me? Emotionally, you're telling me that you've been pretending all this year? Of course I'm pretending. How can I call it experiencing life if I don't pretend to be more like it? Sumu snorted. No, in the past and you go out to dinner. You also let me introduce you to your girlfriend. And when you saw the luxury car that way, eyes flashing, this can pretend? Joshi said in disbelief. Sumu scratched his head, did not think that the other party actually observed so carefully, even his eyes lighter seen. Didn't I say, since I'm experiencing life, of course I have to integrate into your lives. Alright, let's not talk about this. What do you guys want to eat? Hurry up, there are still things for you to talk about later. Joshi nodded half-heartedly. He took the menu and was directly shocked by the price on it. Any random dish was 4 digits. There were even 5 digits. 3 digits were extremely rare. Simply exaggerated. It's also too expensive, right? Joji was too embarrassed to order for a while. A dish was a month's salary. Whoever ordered it had a heartache. Forget it, I'll order. Sumu took the menu over. A messy point. Although looking at the menu is a bit exaggerated, but the thought that he just got to $50 million. What is this? Today is to dash a meal. Soon the dishes came up. One by one the plating was very exquisite. Joji and Lin Hui looked at a table of dishes. Also couldn't care less. Ate up. And at this time, a young man wrapped his arms around a sexy and alluringly dressed woman came to the restaurant, followed by 2 bodyguards wearing suits with robust bodies. The young man dyed a head of white hair, probably in his 20s, with a hangdog look. He walked to the front desk and said in a cold voice, Waiter, open the best private room for me. Hurry up. I don't have that much patience. That front desk lady's face changed when she saw this young man. Long Shao, why did you come? How can I not come? Cut the crap. Take me to the private room. The white-haired man coldly snorted. This front desk lady didn't know what to do for a moment. This dragon young man is the regular customer of the Swan Chinese restaurant. Every time he comes, he has to sit in the best private room. After a long time, the time when this young dragon comes over, all have been regular. So when this young dragon was coming, they would leave the best private room empty. Just didn't expect that today the other party didn't follow the rules. So much so that the private room was given to someone else. What do you mean? What are you swallowing for? Hurry up and take me to the private room. Otherwise I'll complain to your boss. Long Shao said in a cold voice. Long Shao. No. Sorry, the private room has been given to someone else. The front desk lady lowered her head in for a moment. She didn't know what to do. What? To others? White-haired man grabbed the front desk lady's hair. Pulled over. You give me to say again. Who did you give? Long Shao. Don't blame me. Really have given it to someone else. It's 3 young people. I can't help it. The receptionist lady is going to cry. She is just a minion. How can she compare with this dragon young? But she had heard that this young dragon was the son of the #1 gray organization in the whole Tianhua city, Xiong Haizhang, Xiong Hualong, so no one of them dared to mess with it. Even if they were bullied, they could only hold their breath for fear of retaliation. Humph. I'd like to see which 3 young people are the ones who dare to rob my private room. Xiong Hualong snorted coldly and led his men and lover towards the best one private room. Sumu, Joji and the others were still eating when suddenly the door of the room was kicked open, startling them. It's you guys, isn't it? Get the hell out of here. This young master is going to eat now. Xiong Hualong looked at the few people in front of him and said icily. Sumu frowned. This is my private room. What makes me leave? Humph. Brat. Hurry up and get lost. Don't you even recognize young dragon? A security guard behind Xiong Hualong said condescendingly. Young dragon? Could it be Xiong Hualong? Zhouji's face turned white and was startled. Although he was just a small employee, he was still very interested in some of the rumors of the rivers and lakes in Tianhua City, and knew that there was a very powerful gray organization in Tianhua City that specialized in underground casinos and gray business chains. And this Xiong Hualong, due to promiscuous women, often mentioned in the news. Everyone knows that he is the son of Xiong Haizheng. Zhouji didn't think that he would personally see it, and it was still such a situation. Seeing that the other party was so arrogant and domineering, Sumu said somewhat angrily, I don't care who you are. You have no right to come in here like this when I eat here first. The one who should get out now is you. Xiong Hualong's mouth jumped when he heard the other party's words, thinking he was listening to some kind of joke. What were you just saying? Have the guts to say it again for me to hear? Saying that, he perked up his ears. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party's teasing eyes made him angry. I'll say it again. This is where I eat now. The one who should get lost is you. Good. Very good. In the entire Tianhua City, no one has dared to talk to me like this. Give me on. Get him killed. Xiong Hualong roared. The two bodyguards violently rushed up. They were built like Xiong Wei. Where was Sumu an opponent? Sumu was directly knocked out of the field by a punch, and a panda eye was added to his face. He only felt his head buzzing as his body leaned back. At this moment, his anger also burned to the extreme. He was having a good meal. A few guys rushed in and not only told him to get lost, but also started to fight without saying a word. How could this make him not angry? Just as he planted himself on the ground at once, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations, master. Anger value increased to 100. You can extract special items. Chapter 11, Flirting with a Beautiful Woman. The moment Sumu collapsed, the system beep sounded, and without saying anything, he directly clicked on extract. Congratulations, master. You have extracted advanced fighting skill. Is it activated now? Sumu was slightly stunned. Didn't he need this right now? He didn't hesitate and directly clicked activate. For a moment, he felt a warmth appear in his body, and his muscles seemed to be expanding. Not long after, he stood up and felt that his entire body was already different, glowing with vitality. Moreover, he could feel that there was a huge energy inside his body, and many fighting techniques appeared in his mind. The two bodyguards saw Sumu stand up, and other than his left eye being swollen, it was as if nothing had happened. So they looked at each other and rushed up again. The two men struck out together, closing in on Sumu. While Sumu looked at their movements, which seemed to be quite a bit slower than before, he quickly reacted and dodged left and right, surprisingly dodging the attacks of these two bodyguards. The two bodyguards were a bit surprised. They didn't think that the other party would be like a different person all of a sudden. His stance had transformed greatly. I'm going to you. Sumu had already realized that he was no longer his old self. His body violently dodged back, and pulled away from the two big men, and then lifted his leg and kicked twice, extremely fast. Before the two big men could react, they were kicked flying out, smashing the table to pieces. Sumu was a little surprised. He didn't think that his strength had become so great. He subconsciously looked at his arms. He had a feeling that his skinny body might have become very strong. It just couldn't be seen from the outside yet. Xiong Hualong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He did not expect the other party to be so capable of fighting. These two bodyguards of his own were first-class good fighters, but as a result, they were cleaned up so quickly. How dare you hit my men? You wait for me. I will immediately find someone to get you killed. Saying this, he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Sumu wasn't a little cutie. If the other party really called a group of people, what's going to happen? So he instantly rushed over and kicked the other party's cell phone to the ground. You! Xiong Hualong's anger was stuck in his neck. It was the first time he felt so stifled. Weren't you just a bull board? How do you shrug now? Have the guts to come and fight one-on-one? Sumu provoked. Xiong Hualong opened his teeth and pointed at the other party and said, I'm telling you, you're finished. Sooner or later I'm going to get you killed. You wait for me. Sumu heard angrily. He himself knocked down the other bodyguard. Did not think that this what a dragon is still so arrogant. So he rushed over and punched. Before Xiong Hualong could react, he was punched to the ground and screamed in pain. The flamboyant girl next to him was scared and backed straight up, then ran to the hall and shouted, Hit someone! Hit someone! You dare to hit me? Xiong Hualong still has no way to believe that the other party dared to direct his hands. He is the son of Xiong Haizheng. Has the other party not heard of Xiong Haizheng? Just allow you to command people to hit me, but not allow me to hit you? What kind of bull asterisk reasoning? Sumu coldly snorted. I am Xiong Hualong. Xiong Huadong angrily shouted. What kind of bull asterisk 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 bear? Trash dragon. A turtle is a turtle, and you still want to turn into a swan, Sumu said sarcastically. You. Xiong Hualong clenched his fists in anger and shivered. Zhou hurriedly ran up and whispered, Sumu, we'd better leave quickly. This Xiong Hualong we really can't afford to mess with. Sumu frowned slightly and turned his head. You recognize? He is the son of Tianhua City's #1 gray organization, Xiong Haizhang. Now the beam is a big knot. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes. He didn't think that this male had such a layer of identity. No wonder he was so arrogant. But he didn't want to compromise easily because of the other party's identity now. He used to be that kind of person. As a result, he was not happy at all to live by himself. Now he has a system. He can be called the chosen one. Right, if he is still living in such a lousy way, he would like to give himself 2 baz. Sumu, let's leave now. If we leave later, we might not be able to leave. Lin Hui also advised from the side. Just after she finished speaking, the restaurant manager of the Swan Chinese restaurant walked in, and when he saw Xiong Hualong sitting on the ground with his left face red and swollen, he was shocked and hurriedly ran over to help the other party up. Gu, young dragon, how did you become like this? What exactly happened? The hotel manager was bitter, knowing that there was big trouble. Get me someone, quick, I want to clean him up, Xiong Hualong shouted. The hotel manager looked at Sumu. What? Don't you listen to me? Xiong Hualong said angrily. No, young dragon, now so many people outside are watching. The restaurant owner was also very difficult to deal with. It turned out that the fight between them had already attracted people eating outside and were watching at the door. Xiong Hualong shouted angrily towards the door. What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Those people, seeing that it was actually Xiong Hualong, turned around and left without saying a word, afraid of causing trouble. And at this time, the sound of a police car rang out. I don't know who called the police. 2 police inspectors came inside the restaurant. Who called the police? Xiong Hualong looked at the hotel manager, thinking it was him. The hotel manager quickly waved and denied. Young dragon, it wasn't me. I just came over. Where did I have time to call the police? 2 police inspectors came to the private room. A man and a woman, with the woman walking in front. Sumu looked over, slightly stunned. The female police inspector who took the lead. Unexpectedly extraordinarily beautiful, with a concave and convex body, delicate and smooth skin, a pair of big eyes flashing. We received a report that there are people fighting and brawling in your place. Go back with us. The female police inspector took out her documents and gave them a glance, saying with a serious face. Xiong Hualong frowned slightly and quickly denied it. Inspector, I was wrongly accused. He was the one who beat me up. I'm just the victim. Sumu coldly smiled. Isn't there surveillance here? Who is the victim will know if you adjust the surveillance. I am only in self-defense. Cut the crap. Who's right and who's wrong? I know the investigation, the female officer said with a light snort. Xiong Hualong hurriedly said, Police inspector? You have to think clearly. My father is Xiong Haizhang. The male police inspector's body shook slightly when he heard this, and for a moment he hesitated and didn't dare to go forward to arrest him. The female police inspector frowned slightly and said, No matter whose son you are, everyone is equal before the law. Take him away from me. Sumu's expression was flat. Zhou and Lin Hui were very anxious beside him. You guys don't worry, I'll be out tomorrow. It's not like I moved first, right? Tomorrow you guys go directly to Maple Cloud Group to work. Just say it's what I said. If there's a problem, give me a call when the time comes. Sumu had just finished speaking when he was taken away by the female police inspector. Zhou and Lin Hui looked at each other, a little puzzled for a moment. Did he just say that he's going to work at Maple Cloud Group? It seems like he said that much. He wouldn't be drunk. Doesn't look like it to me. Then, Zhou hesitated. Go and try tomorrow? Lin Hui nodded. Too many weird things had already happened today, and Sumu had suddenly become so rich that he might actually be able to put them to work. Yujing Group, that was one of the top companies in Tianhua City. If they were able to get into such a company to work, it would simply be a big surprise. After Sumu was brought to the front desk to settle the bill, he was taken to the police car. They drove 2 police cars out, and Sumu and Xiong Hualong sat in one, and Sumu happened to sit next to the beautiful police inspector. He smelled a faint fragrance and felt relaxed. Beautiful police inspector, what's your name? Sumu turned his head and asked. Be honest with me. The female police inspector still had a cold face and said with a serious look. However, the other party had a baby face, sweet looks, delicate skin, and although she was serious, she looked very cute, making Sumu want to laugh a little. Later, he couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The female police inspector asked in dissatisfaction. You figure out your identity. You're a prisoner now. Yes. Beautiful woman. Oh no. Beautiful police inspector is right. I will definitely follow your request. Sumu stifled his laughter, and before long, he couldn't help but laugh out loud again. The female police inspector blushed and bristled. If you laugh again, you'll have your mouth glued shut. Sumu could only stifle his laughter. Not long after, he was brought to the detention center, and he was the only one inside. It didn't take long before he was taken out again by the female police inspector to the questioning room outside. Name? Sumu. Age? 24. Tell me, why did you fight? The female police inspector, with a notebook in front of her and a pen in her hand, asked with a serious expression. It was that guy who started it. I was eating in the private room, then he told me to get lost, and had someone hit me, so I naturally had to fight back. Sumu answered honestly. Is that all? The female police inspector asked in a cold voice. Of course this is all. If you don't believe me, there's surveillance inside the private room. You can go and call it out to take a look. Sumu said. The female police inspector saw that the other party didn't look like they were lying, and sat down on top of the notebook to make a statement. No matter what, hitting someone is wrong. If you are hit, you can call the police to deal with it. You can't do it. As long as you do it, you will definitely have a responsibility. The female police inspector said seriously. Sumu nodded. You are right. I will definitely correct myself in the future. Police Inspector Su. The female police inspector was slightly stunned. How did you know that my surname is Su? Doesn't the work tag you hang on your chest say that? Su Shinya. Sumu smiled faintly. The female police inspector lowered her head and looked at it before she reacted. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she gently coughed twice. Police Inspector Su. Normally you should be quite busy. Sumu asked. Su Shinya was slightly stunned, not understanding why the other party asked. Why are you asking this? I see that you're still wearing pajamas on the inside. I guess it's too late to change your clothes to go out today. Sumu faintly smiled. It was rare to meet such a beautiful female police inspector, and it looked like she had only joined the profession not long ago. He couldn't help but want to flirt with the other party for a couple of sentences. Chapter 12 Encounter College Beauty. Su Shinya was stunned again. She thought that it was her inner pajamas that were exposed, and hurriedly looked down. Clearly wrapped up tightly, there was no possibility of revealing them at all. Since there is no reveal, how did the other party see it? She frowned, coldly questioned, how do you know? Could it be that you are spying on me? My pajamas are clearly not exposed. Sumu put his head over and whispered, I'll tell you a secret. A big secret. You mustn't tell anyone else. Su Shinya saw that the other party was so serious, and thought to herself, could there be something big going on? So she also put her head over. What secret? My eyes can see through. So what you wear, I can see clearly. Sumu faintly laughed. When Su Shinya heard this, she frowned and softly drank. Do you know what this place is? How dare you fool me? Sumu grinned slightly. Inspector Su, what I said is true. I'm not fooling you. Humph, if you know perspective, do you know how many people are in the next room right now? Tell me right away. Su Shinya lightly hummed. Sumu looked towards the next room. That was the place where Xiong Hualong's men were locked up. They were also being questioned. There were 4 people inside that room, 2 police inspectors, and the 2 bodyguards protecting Xiong Hualong. 4 people. If you don't believe me, do you want to go over and take a look? Su Shinya was a bit surprised. Of course she knew that there were 4 people next door, but she didn't expect to be told by the other blind cat. What perspective? She naturally didn't believe it. 4 people. I guess it's also your guess. Don't pretend to me. Is it because you see that I'm young and think it's fun to play me? Sumu shook his head and laughed. Inspector Su, a great beauty like you, how can I bear to fool you? What I said is true. What do you have to do to believe what I said? Do I have to tell you what you are wearing inside your pajamas? You. Su Shinya blushed scarlet, didn't expect to be flirted with by the other party so much, really anxious and angry. Get it straight for me. You are now a prisoner. Your problem has not been solved. Please pay attention to your words and attitude. If you are still provocative like this, I don't mind locking you up for one more day. Sumu helplessly said. Inspector Su, what I said is true. Why don't you believe me? Do you want me to say something else? When Su Shinya heard this, she was stunned. She hurriedly hugged her chest and said angrily, Sumu, you are simply shameless. Inspector Su, I didn't do it on purpose. It's because you haven't believed me all along, so I was only able to say it. Sumu helplessly said, you shameless person, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will definitely apply to lock you up for one more day. Just you wait. Su Shinya couldn't stay here for a moment now. She turned around and left the place. Not long after, another male police inspector walked in, with a complicated expression, and took him to the detention center to be locked up. Sumu was locked up alone, with nothing to do, and tapped on the system, on which the items had been refreshed to be purchased. But after the refresh, it wasn't as lucky as yesterday. yesterday could directly spike a group with a market value of tens of billions of dollars, while this time it was nothing more than some cars and houses. Sumu took it as completing his mission, casually spiked 2 sets of properties worth $10 million, and then sat on the ground and slept. It wasn't until the next day that Tang Chen came here in a hurry and bailed him out. Su Dong, what is your situation? What happened last night? Why did you come to a place like this? Tang Chen asked with concern. There was a small incident. It didn't have any effect, Sumu said calmly. Tang Chen nodded and said, Su Dong, your Maserati, I've also had someone drive it over. It's right at the entrance. Sumu patted his shoulder and said, very good. I'll drive back to rest first. You go back too. Okay, Su Dong. Tang Chen then left. Sumu saw the Maserati parked at the door and shook his head with a bitter smile, not thinking that he had made such a mess last night. He was just about to get into the car when he realized that Xiong Hualong had also been bailed out and was standing not far from him. Sumu, right. I already know your name. Don't be complacent for too long. Wait for me. Xiong Hualong spoke harsh words. Good. I'll wait any time. Sumu wasn't willing to show weakness either. He himself was the chosen son. If he was compared to this kind of punk, that would be a real disgrace. Xiong Hualong left in his car with a gloomy face. Sumu also felt a little tired. After all, in the detention center, how could he really sleep? He drove his car towards the rental house. It seems that today he has to take the time to move. To live in a big house in Lianyungang is the right thing to do. Driving past the snack street next to Tianhua University, his stomach couldn't help but growl. He parked his car in the parking lot not far away, ready to buy some food here. Tianhua University is the best university in the entire Dongchuan province, and this snack street next to it is also very famous. A lot of people who come to Tianhua City to travel will come here to take pictures and hit the spot, so it's usually quite lively. Sumu used to bring Cheng Yinin here often, so he was also lightly familiar with the place. He came to a place selling burgers to queue up, and suddenly heard noisy voices not far away, and couldn't help but look over. Isn't this Yi Lingxiao? It's unbelievable. You even came here to buy a drink. A girl with heavy makeup and wearing an ultra-short skirt said without a good mood. Her name was Li Lan, a student of Tianhua University, and next to her, there were 2 other girls standing, one called Lu Yan and one called Xiao Chui. All of them were well dressed. They didn't look like students, more like socialites. Yi Lingxiao? Sumu slightly froze, feeling that this name was somewhat familiar. He looked over. At the entrance of the milk tea store next to him, a girl with a somewhat thin body was waiting in line. She was wearing a very ordinary outfit, a pair of jeans, white short sleeves, without any patterns. Although her hair covered half of her face, Sumu still instantly recognized that the other party was exactly the girl riding the battery bike that the Mercedes-Benz woman had bumped into the day before. Didn't expect such a coincidence. Sumu muttered. Yi Lingxiao, aren't you usually very economical? You can't even afford to buy a cup of soy milk in the morning. Why are you ready to drink milk tea now? It's really strange. Could it be that you're being looked at by some man? Next to her, Lu Yan followed and scoffed. Yi Lingxiao slightly raised her head to look at them, did not say anything, and slowly lowered her head again. Yi Lingxiao, are you deaf? We're talking to you. Will you respect people or not? Xiao Chui saw the other party ignoring the situation and roared with some anger. Yi Lingxiao said indifferently, what do you guys want me to say? Of course you'll say whatever we ask you. Li Lan said with a cold snort, a cup of milk tea, but it's more than $10. Where did you get the money? It just so happens that I lost $500 in the dormitory yesterday. It can't be you who stole it. Right, this little ninny can't wait to eat a steamed bun twice. How can she come here to buy milk tea? She must have stolen money from you. Sister Lan, Xiao Chui snorted coldly from the side. Yi Ling Shirao, you're quite worried. Sister Lan's money even dares to steal. You don't want to live, do you? Lu Yan laughed coldly, a bit of playfulness in her eyes. I didn't steal the money. You guys don't frame me. Yi Lingxiao frowned tightly, a little panic in her eyes. Didn't steal it? Then tell me, where did your money come from? Li Lan glared angrily at the other party. This is the money I earned from my own part-time job. What does it have to do with you guys? Yi Lingxiao argued. Ha ha, just like you. Who would want you for a part-time job? Look at this hair of yours? What the hell? Lu Yan grabbed the other party's hair with one hand and yanked it hard, not caring about the other party's feelings. Yi Lingxiao felt the pain. She wanted to struggle away, but she couldn't do anything about it. You guys let me go. Why are you doing this to me? You thing, why am I doing this to you? Aren't you clear? Lu Yan put her head over, her eyes full of contempt. Li Lan also didn't sympathize in the slightest. She walked over and said indifferently, Yi Lingxiao, I'm going to make you figure out your own position, and if you dare to talk to me like this in the future, it won't be the same as it is now. There were still many students lined up in the surroundings, but seeing this scene in front of them, no one was willing to say anything. nor was anyone willing to stand out and say a word. "Miss, your milk tea is ready," the boy selling milk tea said to Yi Lingxiao. Yi Lingxiao used her hand to try her best to break free from Lu Yan's hand that was tugging on her hair, walked forward, and picked up the milk tea. "And, you still want to drink milk tea with your poor appearance?" Xiao Chui walked forward and knocked over the milk tea that the other party was holding in her hands. Yi Lingxiao froze there, looking at the milk tea all over the ground. Her eyes reddened and her body started to tremble slightly. Sumu really couldn't watch anymore and walked out, coming in front of Yi Lingxiao. "Have you guys made enough of a scene? Is there such a thing as bullying people?" He looked at the three girls in front of him and coldly snorted. Li Lan and the others looked at each other in dismay. They did not think that a man would come out to back up Yi Lingxiao. They sized Sumu up properly, and found that the other party was dressed in average clothes. His whole body added up to less than a few $100, and he did not have any expensive hand jewelry, watches or anything like that, revealing a contemptuous expression. "No wonder Yi Lingxiao this stinky has money to buy milk tea. Really found a man. Only you found this man is not good as poor as you right. I guess to buy a cup of milk tea we'll have to consider for a few days before giving up. Ha ha ha." Lu Yan laughed out loud. "Yi Lingxiao, I thought you could really find a rich second generation. But what kind of thing did you find? But Sister Lan is right. Which second generation rich man is interested in you? It's good enough to have a man want you." Xiao Chui sneered. Yi Lingxiao slightly lowered her head, her eyes still resting on the cup of milk tea. Her eyes couldn't stop the tears, her body slightly trembling. Sumu frowned, looked at the three girls, and said sternly, "Now, immediately, apologize to her." Chapter 13, The Pessimistic Yi Lingxiao. Li Lan couldn't help but laugh when she heard Sumu's words, and Lu Yan and Xiao Chui naturally didn't take each other's words seriously. "Oh, you're here to give Yi Lingxiao a head start, right? How about you go back and look in the mirror to see what you are?" Li Lan said contemptuously. Sumu frowned. "I don't need you to care what I am. I'll remind you one more time. Right now, immediately apologize to Yi Lingxiao. If you don't do what I say, I don't mind letting you suffer a bit." Li Lan's expression solidified when she saw how serious the other party's expression was. "Want to make me suffer? No one in the entire Tianhua University dares to speak to me like this. Could it be that in public, you dare to hit me? If you dare to hit me, I dare to find someone to kill you." Sumu coldly laughed, stepped forward and slapped him. The sound was crisp and clear, and all the gazes around him looked over, feeling unbelievable. Li Lan was actually beaten? I go. Big news Even someone dared to hit Li Lan. Really don't want to live. Li Lan's boyfriend. But Chiu Kuei, if Chiu Kuei knew about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Lan covered her face, feeling her head buzzing. She also did not expect at all that the other party would dare to directly strike, not showing the slightest bit of mercy. Next to her, Lu Yan and Xiao Chui were also stunned. You dare to hit Sister Lan. You're dead, Lu Yan growled. And you're the one who just grabbed Yi Lingxiao's hair, right? Sumu took a step closer to the past. Lu Yan was shocked and backed up in fear. Yet how could Sumu continue to let her back down? Taking 2 consecutive steps, he came to the front and slapped her with a slap that could be described as his best effort. Lu Yan was almost sent flying by this slap. Her body violently tilted to the left, and it took half a day to stand still. She was shocked and afraid. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Although it's definitely not right to hit a woman, but dealing with women like you, I'm afraid it won't work without some violence, Sumu said in a cold voice. Li Lan came back to her senses and said with great fury, "You have the guts to say your name out. I remember you. I will definitely get you killed." Sumu coldly smiled. "My name is Sumu. If you want to retaliate against me, you are welcome at any time. But if you guys still dare to bully Yi Lingxiao, it won't be as simple as today. If I find out next time, I will play with you guys, and at that time, I will make you guys regret that you would do that." "Good. Very good. You wait for me." Li Lan finished speaking harsh words and left with her 2 sisters. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief and came to Yi Lingxiao's side, asking about her condition. "Are you alright?" Yi Lingxiao shook her head and cried out. Sumu frowned slightly. He walked to the milk tea store, ordered 2 more cups and came to the other party. "Don't be sad. I'll buy you a drink." He handed over the milk tea. Yi Lingxiao slowly raised her head and shook her head. "No need." Saying that, she turned away and walked towards the distance. Sumu vaguely sensed that something was wrong, and after the other party walked away, he followed, wanting to see what the other party wanted to do. After walking for about 10 minutes or so, Yi Lingxiao came to a lake with no one around. She didn't hesitate and gradually walked towards the lake until she submerged her head. Sumu was shocked in his heart, and rushed over, jumping headfirst into the lake and saving the other party. And at this moment, Yi Lingxiao had completely lost consciousness. Sumu hurriedly squeezed the other party's abdomen and did artificial respiration. Only after half a second did the other party spit out a large amount of water and came to her senses. Sumu's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He really didn't expect that such a thing would happen. The other party even wanted to commit suicide. In the end, what kind of thing would make the other party so desperate that he would generate the idea of suicide? Why did you save me? Yi Lingxiao asked with some despair. Life isn't yours alone. If you die, your relatives, friends, will be very sad. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about them. Sumu sighed and said. What Yi Lingxiao's eyes revealed was a deep despair. It could be seen that she didn't have much hope for life anymore. Sumu also didn't understand what exactly the other party had gone through to possess such eyes. You and I are different. You won't understand how I feel, Yi Lingxiao said indifferently. She struggled to stand up and wanted to leave, but her head was dizzy and she sat on the ground. Sumu sat next to her and said indifferently, your whole body is already wet. Go back and change your clothes. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold if you continue like this. I don't want to go back. Yi Lingxiao slightly lowered her head and said. Sumu looked over. His heart slightly trembled. He saw the other party's absolutely beautiful side face, sucking in his eyes, making him have no way to move away. Yi Lingxiao was indeed very beautiful, but her entire person was less sunny and lively than she should have at her age. Instead, she always kept her head down and had a dead look throughout the day, and the clothes she wore were also very ordinary and inconspicuous, so it was estimated that not many people had noticed her. Sumu was suddenly very curious, wanting to know what kind of story had happened to the other party. You don't want to go back, presumably because of those roommates of yours, that is, those 3 girls just now? He guessed. Yi Lingxiao hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. The bruises on your face, they hit you too? Sumu asked once again. Yi Lingxiao once again gently nodded. Sumu took a deep breath and said, this matter, why didn't you tell your counselor? Tell the school leaders? It's useless. Yi Lingxiao smiled bitterly. Li Lan and the girls are not ordinary students. Sumu frowned slightly. Now it seemed that the identity background of that leading Li Lan was not simple. Even the school leaders could not do anything about it. It was estimated that the background was very hard. Then what are you going to do? Yi Lingxiao was now a lot calmer. She faintly said, these days I rented a small house in the snack street at the back door of the school. Although the environment is not very good, but as long as I don't share a dorm room with them, I'm pretty good. Sumu nodded. Hearing the other party say this, it was a bit more reassuring. You shouldn't provoke Li Lan and the others because of me. After being silent for a while, Yi Lingxiao suddenly spoke. This will involve you. Sumu faintly smiled. It's fine. I'm a person who wants to take care of things I'm not used to seeing. My personality is just like this, and there's no way to change it. But Li Lan and the girls have a very powerful background? Yi Lingxiao nodded. Li Lan's boyfriend is called Qiukui. He is the son of the principal. No one dares to mess with him in school. Sumu suddenly realized. So there is such a layer of relationship. Qiukui knows a lot of gangsters outside the school, and he is also a bully in the school. Even the teachers in the school don't dare to control him. You hit Li Lan today. Qiukui will definitely not let you go. You'd better find a place to hide behind you, Yi Lingxiao advised. Sumu said without thinking. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yi Lingxiao said indifferently. Last time you helped me, I haven't had time to thank you properly. At that time, you were brought into the side alley by them, so I guess you were also scared. Sumu slightly froze. Afraid? Of course he was a little scared at that time. A dozen or so beaters it's not something to talk about. He gently coughed and said, no, those guys are all soft persimmons, just for show. I've long seen it. When Yi Lingxiao heard this, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, and she actually smiled. Sumu looked over, and his eyes were once again hooked like a soul. This was the first time he had seen the other party smile, that beautiful smile that made him fall deep into it, unable to pull himself out. You don't have to pretend. You must have been scared at that time. I saw it at a glance, Yi Lingxiao said. Sumu scratched his head and didn't deny it. Are you also a student of this school? Yi Lingxiao asked again. I used to be, but now I've graduated and I'm working, and I also fell out with my boss yesterday and resigned, Sumu said indifferently. Yi Lingxiao was slightly stunned. She didn't think that the other party had also encountered something unpleasant. She comforted. It's fine. If you resigned, you can still find another job. Sumu smiled. I see that you are not that pessimistic. Why do you want to commit suicide? Yi Lingxiao wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Sumu saw that the other party was still not willing to throw away his heart, and did not ask more questions. He simply changed the topic and said, Tianhua University is quite big. There's a place you definitely haven't been to. How about I take you there? What place? Yi Lingxiao was puzzled. Just come with me. Maybe it can make you relax and not be so bereft. Sumu smiled as he stood up and walked towards the distance. Yi Lingxiao hesitated for a moment and followed over. The two walked through the school's path, over the school's fence, and arrived at the school's back mountain. At the end of the main road in the back of the mountain, there was another path that could go directly to the top of the mountain. Sumu led her like this, to the highest position on the back mountain, where one could see the entire school clearly, as well as the skyscrapers in the distance, making one's mind happy. Yi Lingxiao looked at the scene in front of her and revealed a trace of a smile. She had once come to the back mountain, but she had never seen such a beautiful view. It's so beautiful, she murmured. Sumu turned his head, looked at the other party's face, and murmured, it is indeed beautiful. Yi Lingxiao closed her eyes, listening to the sound of birds chirping, and stretched out her hands, feeling a moment of tranquility. Sumu calmly said, in the past, when I was unhappy, I would come here and shout a few times, and my mood would be much better. So you try it too. Shout what? Yi Lingxiao asked with some confusion. Shout whatever you want, to give you a demonstration. Sumu looked at the skyscrapers and shouted, I want to be rich. I want to be the richest person. I want to become the most powerful person. Yi Lingxiao heard the other parties shouting and also felt it as she shouted towards the front. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to live. I want the future. Chapter 14, Rascal Father. Yi Lingxiao realized that after she shouted out, her mood really seemed to get better. She looked at Sumu and said sincerely, thank you for saving me. Thank you for being able to bring me to this place. Sumu smiled faintly. You should be better now, right? Won't want to commit suicide anymore? Yi Lingxiao shook her head. I don't commit suicide anymore. I should be strong and go on. Sumu nodded. His purpose was to make the other party love his life. It seemed that his purpose had been achieved. In the future, no matter what, you have to be strong. When you are unhappy, you can look for me to talk about your heart or something. Yi Lingxiao looked over and asked, so, if we're like this, are we considered friends? There was some uncertainty in her words. Ever since she came to this school, she had been targeted by Li Lan and the others, isolated by her classmates, so she didn't have a single friend. The word friend was a luxury for her. Of course we are friends. Sumu took out his cell phone and faintly smiled. Change your number. Yi Lingxiao nodded and also took out her own cell phone. Her cell phone screen was broken and very old, and it didn't occur to her that she was still using it. Sumu could tell that the other party's family situation shouldn't be very good. Maybe something had happened at home, plus the pressure from the school side, which caused her to have light thoughts. Sumu and her exchanged numbers, and the two left the back of the mountain together. They chatted for a few sentences on the way down the mountain, and then at the location of the school gate, they were ready to separate. After Sumu, if I have anything unhappy, can I find you to confide in? Yi Lingxiao asked carefully. Of course. Sumu smiled. Yi Lingxiao nodded, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then I'll go back first. Saying that, she turned around and left, and Sumu just watched her back as she walked further and further away. Only after Yi Lingxiao left did he return to the parking lot and drove his Maserati back to the inside of the rental house. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a middle-aged man, wearing tattered clothes, squatting at his door. Sumu frowned. Dad, why are you here? Why didn't you give me a word in advance? The middle-aged man was none other than Sumu's father, Su Kong, who had all but fallen asleep, and only woke up when he heard Sumu's shouts. Son, I've been waiting for an hour. You finally came back. I didn't answer even when I called you, so I could only wait. Su Kong laughed. Sumu then remembered that when he came out of the detention center, his cell phone was not turned on until later. Dad, did you come over to find me for something? He actually didn't have much affection for his father. Since he was a child, his father had been outside, and he lived with his mother. His father, on the other hand, hadn't shot any money back in all these years, and had always been indifferent to the family. Until a few years ago, his father because owed a butt of debt, there is really no way, which fled home to hide, did not go out again. But that group of people who wanted the debt still came looking for him, and from that time on, Sumu realized that his father was truly a human being. His mother grew up working while bringing him up, saving up money for his entire life, but all of it was given to his father to pay off his debts. But despite that, Su Kong still didn't know how to repent and still continued to gamble, and all the money Sumu had earned in the past year or so had basically paid off his debts for him as well. Sumu I really can't help it. Su Kong lowered his head, looking somewhat vicissitudes. Sumu frowned. He knew that his father liked to pretend to be pitiful, and when he really went to the casino, he completely changed his appearance again. He had been tricked before, and now he no longer ate this. Didn't I just call $80,000 over? What? You don't have any money again? He asked indifferently. Su Kong wanted to speak. I actually owe more than 80,000. I'm still short of some money. Sumu heard angrily. I said, I will only help you once in the end. In the future, if you owe money, earn it yourself and pay it back. I'm also just a part-time worker. There's no way to help you again. As he said that, he didn't want to pay too much attention to the other party anymore. He opened the door of the room and walked in, and then closed the door of the room again, shutting Su-kong out. Son. Su-kong knocked hard on the door of the room, but Sumu ignored it. He was also very annoyed in his heart, with an indescribable sadness, and was unwilling to go and open the room door despite the constant knocking outside. He simply turned a deaf ear, and after washing up, he prepared to go to bed. The knocking sound disappeared, and he didn't know whether Su-kong had left or not. Sumu didn't want to care about him, and without realizing it, he had already fallen asleep. This sleep, directly slept until the afternoon. He woke up violently, went out and opened the door to his room, but found Su-kong still squatting in that position. Sumu frowned and said helplessly, "Come in." Su-kong was delighted in his heart and walked in. "Do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten for most of the day. I'm a bit hungry." Sumu pointed to the refrigerator. "Go get it." Su-kong directly ran to the refrigerator, opened it and saw that there were some drinks, instant noodles and the like in there. He didn't mind. He directly took it out and soaked it. "How much money do you still owe? I want a word of truth." Sumu sat aside and asked in a cold voice. "Well, it's not much, about 100,000. Su-kong said with some embarrassment. "What?" Sumu stood up at once. 100,000? Do you know how big a number it is for our family? My salary for a year at work is only close to $50,000. As a result, you spent so much money in a few days. Do you still want me and mom to live or not?" He was really very angry now. Other people's fathers were the pillars, but his father, he was selfish to the extreme, not caring at all about his family's deaths, and every day he thought of dragging his family down. How could he not be angry? "Sumu, I promise you in the future, I will be down to earth and do things. No more gambling. This is the last time. It must be the last time." Su-kong gritted his teeth and said, "This is already the third time, right? I don't believe a single word you say now." Sumu coldly said, "Son, you're my son. Won't you save me? Do you know what that group of people did to me? They want to get me killed. If I can't pay back this money, my life will be in danger. Not only me, your mom's life will be in danger too." Su-kong said in a deep voice. Sumu's complexion changed. "Don't threaten me with my mother. Son, what I said is the truth. It's not a threat. For the sake of your mom, shouldn't you help me figure out how to solve this problem? I promise you that I will definitely not gamble again in the future." Su-kong pleaded. Sumu sighed. He hesitated, not because Su-kong was so pitiful, but because he was worried about his own mother. His mother Chiu Sufan was after all alone in her hometown. In case the real debtors rushed to his door and did something bad, he would regret it too much. It seems that one has to find a time to bring mom to the city to live, Sumu thought in his heart. After all, he was now rich and had a house that big. It was time to take his mother over to enjoy her happiness. "This money, I can give it to you." He looked towards Su-kong. Su-kong was happy in his heart and thought, "Sure enough, the rabbit brat still has money. However, let me tell you, this money, half of it is all borrowed by myself, and it's also the last money I can take out. If you gamble again later, I won't help you for a single cent, whether you die or live. It has nothing to do with me," Sumu said seriously. Sumu nodded repeatedly. "Good, don't worry, I will definitely not gamble again in the future." Sumu took out his cell phone and transferred $100,000 into the other party's bank card, and said in a low voice, "After you eat this bubble noodles, you can leave. Don't come to me in the future. I don't want to see you." Su-kong looked at the arrival information on his cell phone. His heart was happy. He picked up the instant noodles and wolfed it down, and finished it in a short while. "Okay, I'll leave now." He left with a smile on his face. Sumu sighed and closed the door of the room behind him before he breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, $100,000 wasn't a big amount of money for him. After all, he had $50 million in his bank card right now. But for someone like Su-kong, or such a father, he was so disgusted in his heart that he didn't want to take out a single penny to give to the other party. "This is the last time," he muttered, then took out his cell phone and made a call to his mother. What's the matter? Mom, tomorrow you come to the city to stay. I bought a house. You don't need to bring anything, all those things stay at home. Just come," Sumu said. "Buy a house? You're not kidding, right?" Chiu Sufan said in disbelief. "Mom, I'm not joking with you. I'm telling the truth. You worked so hard in the old home, now you should be allowed to enjoy your happiness. Take the car and come over tomorrow," Sumu said. Have you been drinking? Why are you saying some nonsense?" Chiu Sufan still didn't believe it. Sumu patted his head. It seems like his mother won't believe it no matter how he says it. "Mom, since you don't believe it, when I'm done with my work for the next 2 days, I'll come home to pick you up. Remember to call me the first time you have something. Don't hide it. Don't worry more. You live well over there. Eat more meals. Every time you come back you are so thin. Wear more clothes when it's cold, but don't catch a cold. Xiao Su Fan said word by word. Don't worry mom. I know. That's all for now. Hang up. Sumu said and hung up his cell phone. At this moment it was already late at night. Sumu was lying on his bed, thinking a lot. In the end, he clicked on the system and decided to carry out today's spike. Today's mission. It should also be completed. Sumu muttered. Chapter 15 Arrogant Second Line Star. As Sumu tapped on the system, a light screen popped up in front of him. It was today's seconds program. It had already been refreshed once in the middle of the day, and since he fell asleep, he didn't care. He was indeed too tired today. Tianhua University, 100% shares. Market value 800,000,000. Spike price, 9.9 South Africa Terra Big Diamond. Market value 30 million. Second price, 9.9 Sanya Sea Viewing Villa. Market value 110,000,000. Spike price, 9.9 Tianhua City Wunan Market. Market value 200 million. Spike price, 9.9 Sumu looked at the contents above and without hesitation, chose 3 items. The first item was naturally the shares of Tianhua University. This was his alma mater, and it felt a little strange to suddenly become the chairman of this school. Although Tianhua University was the #1 university in Tianhua City, it was nevertheless private, which was why there was this talk of shares. For the second item, he chose South African diamonds, a diamond worth $30 million. He wanted to see how big it was. What's Sanya Villa although worth more than 100 million, but he is not very interested. After all, Sanya distance from Tianhua City distance of 1 or 2,000 kilometers he is not necessarily going to go to that place, and now the second to come is not useful, so he directly chose the Wunan market. Although he doesn't understand what this market does, but the system pricing are very accurate. Worth so much money, there must be a reason. The spike mission was completed, and Sumu paid attention to the anger value again. After accumulating the full anger value twice, the anger value was now at 66.34 short of being able to do the lottery again. Sumu was now very interested in the lottery. After all, the last 2 times he had the skill, it had a great effect, and he began to look forward to what kind of things he would be able to draw later on. Is there any way to get angry and thus increase the anger value? He thought in his heart. But sometimes intentionally trying to get angry instead wouldn't make you angry, because there was no point in knowing that you were doing it on purpose. Looks like this is all going to go with the flow. Sumu laid down on the bed and fell asleep again in a short while. This sleep went straight to the next morning. He was woken up by the knock on the door. Who came to me early in the morning? A little puzzled, he went over and opened the door to his room. It was a delivery boy. Sir, your express delivery. Sumu took the box and scratched his head. He hadn't made any online purchases recently. He returned to his room and opened the house. Surprisingly, it was a diamond, shining in the sunlight. This is a diamond worth $30 million? Sumu picked it up and looked around. Such a big diamond. It's really quite beautiful. Isn't this just a stone? How did it get speculated to $30 million? He shook his head and turned the TV on. While a news was playing in front of the TV, just learned that the city's largest diamond, the South African Terra diamond, has been bought by a mysterious tycoon. I wonder which girl can obtain this piece of yearning that all women feel dreamy? Sumu was slightly stunned. He didn't think that a diamond could still be on the news of Tianhua City. He smiled and shook his head. Only now did he realize that nowadays, he was no longer that bumbling company clerk, but a character who could influence the entire Tianhua City with a wave of his hand, even to the extent of influencing the future of Huaxia, and even the world. He turned off the TV, changed into a suit that he had bought for work earlier, and prepared to go to Yujing Group to have a look. No matter what, the Maple Cloud Group was the first S-ranked item in his seconds, worth tens of billions of dollars. I'm afraid that such a large company was not something that could be encountered very often in the spike list, and he, as the boss, still needed to go and inspect the work. He drove his car and soon arrived at the Maple Cloud Group building. The building had a total of 16 floors. The building was very distinctive, and it was within the city center of Tianhua City. Sumu sighed in his heart. Big enterprises are different. If it was once, it was almost impossible to come here to work. It didn't occur to him that overnight, he became the boss here. It's really unexpected. He stepped inside the company building. Since it was work time, everyone was walking around quite busy, and not a single person cared about Sumu's appearance. Although the boss of the Maple Cloud Group had changed, more than 90% of the employees below did not know what the new boss looked like. After all, for them, that was too far away, and the chairman of Maple Cloud Group, they usually couldn't come into contact with at all. so there was no need to know who it was. Sumu walked to the front desk, where a nice front desk lady was standing. He asked, "Hello, may I ask? I heard earlier that Mr. Li Zhanghaoli was suspended. Who is presiding over the company now? You are?" The receptionist frowned slightly. The fact that the other party asked this kind of question as soon as he arrived made the other party a little defensive. "I'm a new employee, wanting to know something about the situation above." Sumu smiled. "So it's like this, Mr. Li is now temporarily suspended. It's Vice President Liang who is presiding over the work," the receptionist said. Sumu nodded. "Then do you have Vice President Liang's phone number?" "I do, but why would I give it to you? You're a newcomer. It's still most important to work well. Don't always think about how to flatter the leaders," the receptionist lady said with some unhappiness. Sumu scratched his head. He didn't think that he had been misunderstood as flattering the leader. He stretched his head over and said seriously, "Forget it, I'm not going to pretend with you. I'm the chairman of the company. I'm here to inspect the work. Give me the number." The receptionist couldn't help but laugh when she saw the other party's serious look. "Chairman? I say little brother, you're a few years younger than me, right? If you're the chairman, I'm the mayor of Tianhua City. Don't brag." Sumu's forehead sprouted black lines. How come no one believed him when he told the truth? "Forget it, I'm not going to ask you. I'll go find it myself." He reckoned that the other party wouldn't believe anything he said, so he simply didn't ask here and prepared to go upstairs to take a look. As a result, he had just turned around and walked 2 steps when a woman rushed over and bumped into him, knocking him back 2 steps. "Who are you, walking without eyes?" The woman growled loudly, looking very disgruntled. Sumu slightly frowned. It was clearly the other party who rushed over and bumped into him, but instead, he was given a backhand by the other party, making him a little angry. "This young lady, the one without long eyes, I'm afraid it's you, right? What did you say?" The woman looked Sumu up and down, seeing that the other party was dressed in ordinary clothes, young in age, and presumably not a leader of any company, just an ordinary working person. She spoke even more arrogantly. "What kind of thing are you? Even if it's your leader, you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this." The surrounding people naturally noticed the movement in this direction, and couldn't help but look lively and talk. "Isn't this that actress Liali?" "Yeah, the company has recently been preparing for a TV series, and it seems that they intend to let her be the lead actress for this, and she happens to be auditioning today. So it's like this. This small staff seems to be miserable. Although this Lioli is a bit out of fashion, but no matter how to say that there was once a period of time, even if it can't be ranked in the first line, it's still at least a second line of stars. This small staff encountered her, will definitely suffer a big loss. Yeah, I wonder how the situation will develop." Sumu naturally also heard everyone's discussion. He didn't think that this woman in front of him was actually a star. No wonder it was a bit familiar. It was probably because he had seen it in a TV series before. But so what if it's a female star? Actresses should also be reasonable, right? Obviously the other party ran over in a hurry and bumped into him. This is a fact. He will not make amends and apologize because the other party is a star. "I said, you bumped into me. To apologize is also you." When Lioli heard this, she was furious and happy. "I, Lioli, have acted in so many plays that anyone who sees me will call me a teacher. What are you? Still want me to apologize to you? You first recognize your own identity. A poor man. Really take yourself seriously?" Sumu was enraged when he heard this. What he hated most was this kind of condescending attitude from the other party, always thinking that he was a human being, and liked to use some mean words to demean others and appear noble. "You say I am something. You first look at yourself, but only a passing star. Still really think you are a big star, right? Even if a big star stood in front of me, I would still have this attitude. What's wrong with a star? How much has he contributed to the country? Is he a scientist? Is he a politician? But it's just theater. Still really think it counts for something? You." Lioli was trembling with anger. She completely did not expect that the other party would not buy her face and say such words. So she shouted, "Security! Where did the security go? Someone here even insulted me in public. Doesn't anyone care?" Not long after, a few security guards walked over. The one in the lead was the head of security, called Deng Zhou. As soon as he saw that it was Lioli, he immediately became attentive. He but knew that the other party and the company's Vice President Liang had a leg up. Offending this woman meant offending Vice President Liang. He naturally had to be respectful. "Ms. Li, what happened? You tell me. I'll definitely help you out." Liali pointed at Sumu and said, "This guy just insulted me in public. Blow me out. I never want to see him again." Deng Zhou carefully sized up Sumu and found that the other party was very young and he had never seen him before. He couldn't help but say in a cold voice, "This gentleman, you're not an employee here, are you? How dare you insult Miss Li? I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of here right now." Chapter 16 Cultivating a First-Line Superstar. As soon as Sumu heard what they said, he was instantly enraged. This security guard didn't even ask about the situation and was indiscriminately ready to drive himself away. What kind of thing is this? Is this how security guards work? Very good, very good. I want to see who dares to drive me away. Sumu looked at the other party with cold eyes, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. The security chief snorted coldly. What a toast. He was just about to lead his men to make a move when a woman next to him stood out. Wait a minute. Sumu glanced over and was slightly stunned. That woman gave some beauty and stunning feeling. Her age was estimated to be in her early 20s, wearing a purple dress, just like a fairy. Most importantly, this woman Sumu was also somewhat familiar. The other party seemed to be a star as well, only that he wasn't very concerned about any of these stars, so he couldn't remember the exact name. Isn't this Chu Chin? Surprisingly, it's her. Someone murmured from the side. Yes, it's her. I really didn't expect the real person to be so pretty. It's also the first time I've seen her. A few years ago, Chu Chin was quite hot, but she seemed to have encountered something and disappeared for 2 years, and now she's probably planning to make a comeback. It's just a pity she missed her golden period now she can only fall into the second line. Some lamented. Right, this time the company is preparing to shoot the TV series. I heard that Chu Chin is also a strong contender, but you guys also know that Li Oli and Vice President Liang's relationship, I guess. Li Oli frowned. Did not think that the other party actually stood out? The heart is a little upset. Chu Chin, what's it to you? What are you standing out for? Sister Li, just now when you walked over, I clearly saw that it was you who bumped into this gentleman. Since I saw all this, I definitely have to come out and say a fair word, Chu Chin said seriously. Upon hearing this, Li Ali laughed. Chu Chin, for the sake of a female lead position, you want to go toe-to-toe with me, don't you? To come and have a go at me over everything. You think it's funny? I'm just being realistic. After all, this gentleman was wrongly accused. It's not his problem at all. There's no need for you to continue messing around. Chu Chin frowned slightly and said, Dang Zhou knew that Li Oli and Vice President Liang's relationship was not normal, but he also heard that Vice President Xue had recently been pursuing Chu Chin. He was now in a dilemma left and right. He simply stood there awkwardly and did not say anything. Li Oli coldly snorted and said, Do you really think you can compete with me for this female lead? You watch me, with me around. There's no way this leading lady will fall on your head. I admit that I need this chance, but I will get it with my strength, not by relying on any connections, Chu Chin faintly said. Humph, you wait and see. Li Ali glared viciously at Sumu and turned around to leave. Seeing that Li Ali had left, Dang Zhou gave Chu Chin a greeting and also turned to leave. Sumu was able to solve it himself, but after all, this Chu Chin's actress helped him. He still expressed his gratitude to the other party. Thank you for speaking up for me. If it wasn't for you, I guess it would have been another troublesome matter. Chu Chin smiled. It's fine. I have seen it all. I can't just stand by and watch, is it? Sumu found that the other party was quite good at talking, and also did not have the stance of a star. In his heart he immediately had some good feelings. You came over this time, is it for the female lead of the TV series? Chu Chin nodded and said, This time the TV series is a big production. The male lead is Liang Dijian. If you've seen my place you know that I haven't had a chance to act for 2 years. This time the opportunity is important for me. No matter what I have to give it a try. Sumu faintly said, I've chased your dramas before. They were wonderful. And you're very pretty. I believe you'll succeed today. Borrow your good advice. Chu Chin smiled. He looked at the time and hurriedly said, Time is almost up. I have to go. Bye. Saying that, she hurriedly walked towards the upper floors. Sumu saw the other party leave, and he had things to do. He just wanted to go upstairs, but he found a middle-aged man in a suit walking in, with an extraordinary aura. When the people around him saw him, they all respectfully shouted Mr. Xue. Sumu estimated that this should be the general manager Xue that the people around him had just talked about. He walked over, stopped in front of the other party, and faintly said, Mr. Xue, this is the first time we've met. How are you? Mr. Xue's full name is Xue Huaixing. He saw a young man stopping in front of him, just wanted to get angry, but after seeing the person coming, his heart shook, and he hurriedly said respectfully, Su Dong, it's actually you. I'm really, what? Am I surprised to come over? Sumu faintly asked. No, Su Dong coming to inspect the work is completely appropriate. Xue Huaixing laughed. The receptionist lady not far away heard Xue Huaixing shout. Her expression changed, and her head buzzed. He's really the chairman? She only felt her head go blank, and she couldn't react for a moment. By the time she reacted, Sumu was already riding the elevator upstairs with Xue Huaixing. Coming inside the vice president's office, Sumu looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. For a vice president's office to be this big, it really surprised him a bit. he directly went to the chair and sat down, feeling the comfort brought by the expensive chair. Xue Huaixing, on the other hand, stood next to him respectfully, waiting for his orders. Just now, I've heard downstairs that our group is preparing a TV series, right? Su Mu remembered something and asked. Right, Su Dong. Our group's entertainment company is preparing a TV series? This time the investment is $500 million. It's a big production. The male lead has already been decided. It's the movie star Lian Dijian. The supporting cast are also some big names. As for the female lead has not yet been decided. It just so happens to be in the interview today. Xue Huaixing replied. Since it's auditioning, can I go and take a look? Su Mu asked. Of course. Xue Huaixing nodded. Then take me there. But it's best not to reveal my identity. I'll just take a look from the shadows. Su Mu said indifferently. No problem. Su Dong, please follow me. Xue Huaixing walked ahead with a faint smile. Su Mu followed behind him and arrived in a large room. Not far ahead, there were 3 interviewers sitting, while in front of the 3 interviewers, there was a young and beautiful woman standing, singing and dancing. Su Mu and Xue Huaixing were sitting farther away and in a darker place. Neither the interviewers nor the interviewer had a way to see them. Dong Su, this female lead casting is still quite important for our group's Sky Entertainment Company. You should also know that our group has a wide range of businesses. Real estate, the entertainment industry, and the electronics industry are all involved, and all of them are doing quite well. Tian Entertainment, this time, has created a star-making program, and the female lead of this drama is the focus of the star-making program. So instead of looking for those big-name stars, we want to create a big star belonging to our company, and we decided to look for them from some newcomer actors, or from some second-tier stars. Of course, the most competitive ones, there are 2 of them. One is Liali and the other is Chu Qin. These 2 are both sweet-looking. In showbiz terms, they have the face of a heroine and can carry a movie. Another reason is that they used to have a fan base themselves, so it would be easier to bring them up again. Su Mu nodded, understanding what the other party had said. Then let's see whether this Liali's business level is better, or Chu Qin is better. Of course, but Vice President Liang, Xue Huaixing wanted to say something. What's wrong with him? Su Mu turned his head and asked. Nothing. Su Dong, we'd better take a look first. Xue Huaixing smiled. The first few women interviewed in front of him were not bad looking, and their face value was quite passable. The position that Su Mu and Xue Huaixing were in was just enough to see the interviewers clearly, but because they were in the dark, they wouldn't be noticed. Soon, it was Liali's turn to come in for the interview. The other party was wearing tight clothes. Her figure was good. She came in front of the interviewer, and her speech was very sweet, but it was completely different from the other party that Su Mu had just seen downstairs. The interviewer asked some questions and tested the dancing skills. Although Lioli's performance was okay, but it wasn't outstanding at all. Even compared to the girls just now, it was still far worse. Su Mu slightly frowned and said, Is this what you call highly competitive? How do I feel it's not good? This, Xue Huaixing could only compensate for his smile and didn't know what to say. Soon, it was Chu Qin's turn. The other party was wearing an ancient costume, with an excellent figure and a very sweet appearance, making people very stunning. Xue Huaixing's eyes went straight as he watched from the side. Su Mu naturally discovered Xue Huaixing's blazing gaze. Before, when he was downstairs, he heard the people around him say that this Vice President Xue had been pursuing Chu Qin, only that the other party didn't agree. Soon, it was Chu Qin's turn to dance. She danced classical dance. At a glance has a solid dance background, jumping up beautifully, let people marvel. The interviewers' random questions in the back, as well as the acting test, all performed very well. The level of business was not known to be much higher than those women before. I see. This interview is completely unnecessary. Right, Chu Qin is too good in all aspects. If properly packaged, it can definitely be cultivated into a first-line superstar. Su Mu said. Xue Huaixing nodded and said, Su Dong, this Miss Chu Qin is indeed extremely strong in all aspects. Only what? What are you swallowing for? There are things to say. Su Mu slightly frowned. He couldn't stand to see this appearance of the other party. Hey, Su Dong, I'm afraid you don't know. This interview is actually all a formality. In fact, the female lead has already been finalized. Xue Huaixing sighed and said, Settled? Su Mu was slightly stunned. Who was finalized? Of course it's that Lioli. Chapter 17 Resignation General Manager. Su Mu frowned, very puzzled. That Liali is not outstanding at all. Why would it be her? Su Dong, this matter, I'm afraid you have to ask Vice President Liang. Since Mr. Li's suspension, he is the one who is presiding over the work. Xue Huaixing said. Su Mu slightly narrowed his eyes. You mean to say that he used his power for personal gain? This, Su Dong, I wouldn't dare to say this. Xue Huaixing quickly waved his hand. At this moment, the interview has been completed. and all the interviewers have gone out. A few interviewers discussed, and then called all the interviewers in and directly announced the interview. One of the interviewers opened his mouth and said, "After the interview situation just now, we have selected Li Oli as the object of cultivation. The rest of the people with better performance can also participate in some supporting roles of the TV series. Lu Qing, Zhou Xiaohua, and O Qian can stay, and the rest of you, sorry, you didn't pass the interview." With this announcement, there was a lot of talk below. Chu Qin lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. This was her last chance. As a result, she did not think that even a supporting role was not selected. Li Oli seemed to have already known this result. She sneered and glanced at Chu Qin, her eyes full of disdain. "You may leave," the interviewer said. The people below dispersed. A few interviewers packed up their things and prepared to leave as well. Sumu didn't avoid it at this moment, and directly walked up and asked the three interviewers about their situation. "Based on the interview just now, you guys settled so quickly?" The three interviewers looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing who the other party was. After Xue Huixing rushed up to introduce himself, those three interviewers then respectfully shouted out Su Dong. One of the interviewers said, "Su Dong, we have decided that Ms. Li Oli is the most suitable." Sumu's eyes stared. "Why did you choose her?" "Su Dong, according to the interview we just had, Miss Li Oli's performance in all aspects is very excellent." "So, pure nonsense," Sumu directly said angrily. "Do you think I didn't watch the interview? I've been sitting right at the back and all have been seen. The situation just now, it's clear that Chu Qin performed the best, better than everyone. So why was it that in the end, even a supporting role wasn't chosen?" That interviewer's expression changed, and he and the other two interviewers exchanged glances, appearing anxious. "What exactly is the situation? Give me a clear explanation. If I know that the few of you are using your power for personal gain, all of you should stop working. Get out of here," Sumu said in a deep voice. He didn't expect that he had only come to the company for the first day of inspection, and he had encountered this kind of situation. This company was his money tree in the future. If he didn't straighten it out properly, how would he make money for himself in the future? Those three interviewers heard, immediately lowered their heads in fear. One of them trembled and said, Su Dong, this has nothing to do with us. It is all Vice President Liang's idea. He told us to do this." "Vice President Liang?" Sumu frowned. "What is the relationship between Vice President Liang and Li Oli? Why did he do this?" Next to Xue Huixing sighed and said, "Su Dong, as far as I know, Li Oli and Vice General Manager Liang's relationship is extraordinary. It seems like a lover's relationship." "Humph, another guy who uses his power for personal gain," Sumu coldly said. In fact, he had only wanted to come and take a look before, and then confirming the general manager's candidate was the right thing to do. After all, Li Zhenghao had done that kind of thing before. It was impossible to let him be the general manager. It had to be someone else. As a result, he didn't expect to encounter that kind of bad thing when he was just in the hall on the first floor, which is why he put his heart into the matter of choosing the female lead for the drama. "Then where is Vice President Liang? I might have to have a chat with him." Xue Huixing stepped forward and said, "Su Dong, Vice President Liang should be in his office right now. I'll take you there." "Good." Saying that, Xue Huixing led the way in front. Sumu followed behind, and those three interviewers looked at each other in dismay, knowing that Vice President Liang was afraid that he would fall head over heels this time. Under Xue Huixing's lead, Sumu arrived at Vice President Liang Jun's office. He didn't knock on the door and directly walked in. Who knew that Liang Jun was making out with his secretary? The moment the room door opened, Liang Jun immediately brushed his secretary aside, and he shouted angrily towards the door. "What the hell? Come in without knocking." "Right." Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes and looked over. Looking at this, Liang Jun is very horny. Not only does he have an affair with Li Oli, there seems to be a special relationship between him and his secretary. "Vice President Liang, first time meeting, don't come back." Liang Jun still wanted to be angry. When he carefully saw Sumu's appearance, his heart was shocked, and he hurriedly came over and said attentively, "So it's Su Dong. I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was you." "It doesn't matter if you don't know it's me, because you'll remember it very clearly right away." Sumu sat down on the sofa next to him and said in a cold voice, "Are you the one presiding over the company now?" "Yes." Liang Jun compensated with a smile. "This time I came over. I want to elect a general manager out. You notify me. I'm going to call a meeting and have all the company's top management come over." Sumu seriously said, "Okay, I'll go arrange it right away." Liang Jun had a hidden bad feeling in his heart again, but he didn't know what exactly went wrong. Soon, a large conference room emptied out, and all the company's top executives gathered in the conference room. More than 20 people. Sumu sat at the front, looking at so many people below. His heart was even a little nervous, but that's right. Like these people in front of him. He used to be an existence that he needed to look up to, but now it's different. He's the chairman of Maple Cloud Group. Everyone has to listen to him. Today I asked everyone to come here. It's the matter of deciding to re-recognize the general manager. Vice President Liang is quite capable, and I also appreciate it very much. Sumu said here and paused for a moment. Liang Jun's heart was happy. If he became the general manager, his salary and treatment would go up another notch. This was something he could only dream of. But, Sumu suddenly turned his words around. His voice became serious. Today's matter about the selection of the female lead for the TV series of its Sky Entertainment Company made me very angry. Vice President Liang, shouldn't you explain why a second-tier female star with mediocre business would be chosen as the female lead, while someone who is very good in all aspects of business and looks can't even be a supporting actor? Liang Jun's complexion changed. He completely did not expect that Sumu would suddenly ask him this question, making him not know how to open his mouth to answer. Then let me analyze it. Is that Li Ali having a thing with you? And she especially hates Chu Qin, letting you intervene from it to cause this result. Isn't that so? Sumu did not give the other party time to react, coldly questioning. Su Dong, I don't have. Liang Jun was in a cold sweat at the moment. Everyone was looking at him. He didn't know how to open his mouth for a moment. Sumu said in a cold voice, Liang Jun, this company is my company, not yours. You're being so hypocritical. Do you think I'll be able to tolerate you? When Liang Jun heard this, his face suddenly paled. He had worked so hard for so many years and managed to get to his current position. If it was cut short because of a woman, it would be more than worth it. He hurriedly apologized. Su Dong, it's my fault. I was unintelligent and did such a thing. I will definitely correct myself in the future, and will never make such a mistake. Sumu was silent for a moment and faintly said, seeing that you have dedicated so many years to the company, I can spare you this time, but you must also get some punishment. Vice President you should not be. Go be a department manager. As for what department, this matter will be arranged by Xue Huixing. As for the position of general manager, it will be Xue Huixing who will take up the position, with an inspection period of half a year. If he has any problems within half a year, you can all report them to me. Hearing this, Xue Huixing was overjoyed, although he was also a vice president, but after all, he had only come up not long ago, and compared to Liang Jun, he was only a latecomer. Never thought that he would become a general manager just like this. It feels like a dream. Don't worry Su Dong, I will definitely work well and definitely not let you down, he immediately guaranteed. Sumu nodded. Today's meeting ends here. Xue Huixing, you come with me. The surrounding people dispersed. Sumu and Xue Huixing went to the inside of the office, where only the two of them were left. Regarding Li Ali's matter, you should know how to solve it. This leading role position should be Chu Qin's, so you should inform her later. Sumu said. Xue Huixing nodded. Don't worry, Su Dong, I'll do a good job with this matter and won't let you down. Sumu nodded. I won't have much time to manage the company in the future, but I'll still come and walk around as soon as I have time. The burden of the company is in your hands. Do it well and don't let me down. He pretended to be old-fashioned and said, although he felt a little strange, but this feeling of commanding others, it's really good. Don't worry Su Dong, I will definitely do a good job. Xue Huixing firmly said. Good then, I have something to do so I'll leave first. I'll see you off. Xue Huixing had an attentive face. No need, I'm used to being alone. After saying that, Sumu left the place and arrived at the parking lot. So the feeling of being a boss commanding people is so cool. He couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 18 Gambling Stone Scam. In a square outside the Maple Cloud Group building, Chu Qin squatted on the street side, wiping her tears. She had been preparing for this role for months, even though she had heard beforehand that the audition was inside her, and that Li Ali and Mr. Liang had an unusual relationship. However, she still didn't believe in evil and wanted to take a gamble because it was her last hope, and as a result, she didn't expect that hope to break. Chu Qin, you have to be strong. Throw away this chance. There are other chances. You are able to succeed. She consoled herself in her heart, stood up, and was just about to leave when Li Ali walked over from the side. Yo, isn't this the great beauty Chu? Why are you crying here? It can't be because the role wasn't chosen. You're crying and sniveling. Li Ali scoffed. Chu Qin frowned slightly and looked over, coldly saying, how I am, is none of your business. She turned around and prepared to leave. Li Ali sneered and mocked. Chu Qin, see for yourself what you are. Want to fight me? You're still a bit young. Chu Qin's expression moved slightly. She rubbed her eyes, stopped her tears, turned her head and said, Li Oli, how the hell did you get this opportunity? We know it in our hearts, so there's no need to say more. I'll also tell you one thing. You can't be that lucky forever. I will definitely get all this with my strength. And even if you get it now, you might lose it the next second. When Li Ali heard that, she laughed. Then we'll see. I want to see what kind of luck you have. Shu Qin had just walked out a few steps when her cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was Xue Huixing calling. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Recently, Xue Huixing had been pursuing her, pushing too hard, but instead, it made her a little resentful. She originally wanted to hang up, but in the end, after thinking about it, she still connected it. Mr. Xue, may I ask what's up? She asked very politely. Shu Qin, to tell you a good news. It will definitely make you very happy. Xue Huixing laughed. What is it that Mr. Xue has? Shu Qin asked with some curiosity. Actually, I've already seen the situation of your interview just now. Undoubtedly, you're the best performer. It would be too much of a pity if you weren't selected, Xue Huixing said. Shu Qin slightly frowned and said, Mr. Xue, if you just want to comfort me, it's not necessary. My mental capacity is not that bad. No, I'm not comforting you. That good news I mentioned, I haven't told you yet. The board of directors was held today, and I was promoted to the position of general manager. So I immediately overturned the just set female lead and decided to let you be that female lead. Xue Huixing laughed. Me? Shu Qin was slightly stunned, not reacting for a moment. Of course, your business is so good and your person is so beautiful. This female lead should have belonged to you. You didn't lie to me, right? Shu Qin was still a little unconvinced, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly. Xue Huixing laughed. Of course I didn't lie to you. You've already been selected as the female lead. Go back and rest well. I guess there's something to be busy about next. But shouldn't you treat me to dinner? This time you were able to be selected. I also wasted a lot of effort. If I didn't save the day, I'm afraid this opportunity, you're going to lose. Shu Qin's heart was overjoyed. The haze that had just lifted had finally ushered in the sunrise. However, regarding the matter of inviting to dinner, she originally did not want to agree, but thought that the other party had helped herself so much, if she just refused, it would be too cruel, so she agreed. Seeing that the other party agreed, Xue Huixing's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly agreed on a time and place, and hung up the phone. Li Oli turned to leave, and before she took a few steps, her cell phone also rang. She looked at the phone. It was Liang Jun who called. She smiled faintly and answered the phone, just ready to be pampered, but she didn't expect that what she got in return was a scolding from the other party. Li Ali, I've been victimized by you. Do you know how much I've lost for you? What drama heroine? You don't want to be one, and we shouldn't contact each other anymore in the future. The relationship between us, it's here. Li Ali was dumbfounded by what was said, and just when she wanted to reply, the other party's phone had already hung up. She hurriedly called, but found that it had already been blacked out and couldn't be reached at all. Liang Jun, you scum, what you promised me even went back on your word. Pissed me off. She was going crazy. The duck that came to her hand just flew away. How could she not go crazy? Shu Qin turned her head back and saw Li Ali's frantic appearance not far away. Her heart had already guessed what was going on. She grinned. There is truth in the saying that a blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise. Sumu returned home. It was already close to the afternoon. Today he could finally move all the things to the villa in Lianyungang. Finally, I'm going to start my life as a tycoon. Ha ha. He laughed to himself and found a moving company that quickly transported all his stuff. In fact, he didn't have much stuff. Normally, he would have moved it over by himself with a cab, but it was different now. He had so much money. What would he do if he didn't use it to splurge? He had already made up his mind that from now on, he would change his once frugal attitude and become a reckless spender, so that he could afford the wealth that the system had brought him. He was alone in the villa, organizing things, and since there weren't many things, it was quickly taken care of. But looking at the time now, it was also late afternoon, and it would soon be evening. He was struggling with what to eat, when suddenly the phone rang, and he was slightly stunned that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? It's me, Su Xinya. A crisp woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Xinya? Sumu didn't react at once, but he quickly thought of a beautiful woman in a police uniform and recalled the night he stayed in the detention center. So it's Inspector Su. It's so late. What is it that you're looking for me for? Sumu felt a little strange. What was the other party? A police inspector. Looking for him for? Could it be that he wanted to arrest him again? Su Xinya gently coughed and said, there is something that I need your help. What is it? Inspector Su. I'm not capable of anything. Sumu was afraid of trouble and tried to block the other party in 2 sentences. No matter what, you have to help me with this favor. Didn't you say you have perspective eyes? The time to prove your chance has come, Su Xinya said. Once Sumu heard the other party's words, he guessed that there was nothing good about it. He helplessly asked, then Inspector Su, tell me, this matter can't be said clearly over the phone. Let's meet and talk. How about a location? That's fine. I happen to have not eaten. Let's go to the pea noodle house near Tianhua University, Sumu said. It's fine. I'm not far from there. I'll go over right away, said Su Shinya and hung up the phone. Sumu also drove the Maserati, left the villa, came to the vicinity of Tianhua University, parked the car in the only parking lot nearby, and came to the noodle shop. This noodle shop was one that he often came to eat when he was studying, and after eating for 4 years, he almost had feelings for it, so even now that he was working, he would sometimes come here to eat a bowl. Yo, isn't this little Sue? You're free to come over for noodles today. A middle-aged man with an apron walked over and greeted with a smile. He was none other than the owner of this noodle shop, called Tan Xianwei. Uncle Tan, we haven't seen each other for more than a month, right? Give me a big bowl of pea noodles. Sumu laughed. Alright, wait a moment. Tan Xianwei hurriedly went to cook the noodles. Not long after, a woman wearing tight jeans walked in. As soon as she came in, she instantly became the center of attention of the whole scene, because she was too beautiful. Her face had fair and translucent skin without blemishes, a pair of long legs appeared straight under the wrapping of the jeans, and at a glance, it was simply the perfect body, so that the youths in the noodle shop couldn't take their eyes off of it. Sumu was also stunned. He did not think that Su Shinya could be so beautiful even after taking off her police uniform. Su Shinya saw Sumu and sat down opposite him, which drew the jealous gazes of countless boys around. Sumu gently coughed twice to hide his embarrassment as he asked, "Eating noodles?" Su Shinya shook her head. "No need. I've already eaten dinner. This time I'm looking for you to come over. I just want you to help do something. Doing something, small things to not matter. Big things even if I'm now tens of millions of dollars an hour into the account. I don't have that much time." Sumu said slowly. "Will you die if you don't brag? Didn't you know perspective last time? Now the chance to prove you has come." "Prove? What proof do I need? Is there any reward for proving it?" "Inspector Sua, I'm not a criminal. You can't force me to do things," Sumu said with an innocent face. Su Shinya frowned slightly. The other party was right. Sumu wasn't a prisoner. She really didn't have the means to stipulate the other party to do something. "Sumu, this matter is very important. There are already a lot of people who have been deceived. I don't want more people to be deceived. Even if it's for the sake of the people of Tianhua City, for the sake of everyone, shouldn't you also help me?" She softened. If she made the other party unhappy, it would not be good. Sumu saw that the other party's attitude was a little better, and nodded. "Alright then, tell me what's going on." "Recently, a group of gambling stone dealers have appeared in the south of Tianhua City. You also know that this thing called gambling is almost the same as gambling, and those who don't know how to do it can easily be cheated. And recently, I have received reports from many people that there is a gambling stone dealer that has been using fake stones to fill up their numbers, using some pebbles or processed stones to practice fraud. Don't you know perspective? I just want you to go with me to see if those stones are problematic or not, and if they are a scam or not," Su Shinya said seriously. Chapter 19 Gambling Stone Master Xia. Sumu nodded, probably understanding what the other party meant. "You're willing to help me?" Su Shinya's heart was delighted. "No, who said willing to help you? I haven't taken any advantage at all, so why should I do this favor?" Sumu asked rhetorically. At this time, the boss came out with the noodles. He noticed Su Shinya and gave Sumu a weird smile and a thumbs up. Sumu's forehead sprouted black lines, presumably misunderstood by the other party again. "Then you tell me, how about it before you are willing to help me? Do you want money or what?" Su Shinya asked with a serious face. Sumu smiled faintly. "Money?" The other party, a police inspector, had a salary of that much, so he probably couldn't take out much money. As for the other things, he really didn't have much interest in them either. Thinking about it, he faintly said, "How about this? You just owe me a favor. How about helping me when I need your help in the future?" The other party was a police inspector anyways, so maybe it would work later. Su Shinya frowned slightly. "It doesn't matter if I help you do something, but I must not be able to break the law and discipline. This is of course, I, Sumu, am the most law-abiding. How could I possibly let you do that kind of thing?" Sumu smiled. "Since you've already agreed, tell me, how do you want me to help you?" Su Shinya said seriously. "It's very simple. Later on, you and I will sneak into that stone gambling store. Don't you know perspective? Help me take a closer look at those stones. I want to find the evidence to catch them." "That's good. This is simple. Wait for me to finish my noodles and then set off." In a few minutes' time, Sumu ate a bowl of noodles and gave a thumbs up to the owner. "Tan Xianwei, let's go now," Su Shinya said with some urgency. "As for being in such a hurry, the store has always been there. It's not like it's going to run away." Sumu was speechless in his heart. Su Shinya didn't pay any attention to him and directly went out to bring the car over. An ordinary Volkswagen. Sumu got into the car and headed towards the southern district of Tianhua City. which was where the gambling stones were. The southern district was part of the old city, so there was a lot of old culture still being passed down. Just like the narrow streets, the old grandpas and old ladies coming and going, and the many vendors who set up stalls right on the side of the road. All of them were Tianhua City's former past. Come with me, that store is deep within this street, Su Xinya said. Sumu nodded and followed. Walking to the end of the street, he really saw a gambling store, and this store was quite big, sitting in a hall of more than 300 square meters. There were still a lot of people inside gambling on stones. At the entrance stood 2 bodyguards in black, with sunglasses, tall and quite bluffing. Sumu vaguely felt that this store was not simple, but he did not say much. Walking inside the hall, from time to time, you can see the boss wearing a gold necklace, followed by 2 bodyguards. There are also some older, 50 or 60 years old, but those who dare to come to gamble on the stone, their families have more or less some money. I want this one. An old man selected a stone. The price tag on it was $500,000. The price was not cheap. Really rich, Sumu muttered. Next to the person who was specialized in cutting the stone, Sumu also came to be interested, so he watched from the side to see if this stone, in the end, could see green. For a while, this place attracted everyone's attention. Not long after, the stone was cut, but there was nothing inside. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment, and that by stone old man bag headache crying. A look is deep in this gambling stone inside, cannot extricate themselves. A lot of people here for the sake of gambling stones, not hesitate to leave their wives and children, sell their houses, borrow money to gamble, and as a result lose nothing. Su Xinya sighed and said. Sumu smiled faintly. Some people are like that. When they fall in love with gambling, they don't care about anything. Saying this, he thought of his own father. The other party was also because of gambling, and made a good family into that kind of a mess. Did you find anything after looking at these stones? Su Xinya asked. Sumu said indifferently. Of course there is. What? Su Xinya's heart was delighted and she quickly asked. It's that stone. There's a big chunk of emerald green jade inside. Do you want to buy it and try it out? Sumu blinked. He didn't know much about jade, but there was that big piece of jade inside. It was estimated to be worth quite a lot of money. Su Xinya was slightly stunned and looked towards that piece of stone. That stone wasn't big. It was estimated to be only the size of a fist, and it was in an inconspicuous location with a price tag of 50,000. Not like it would be a raw stone that would produce a large piece of jade. You mean it's not all fake stones here? Su Xinya asked half-heartedly, not quite believing what the other party said. Sumu smiled faintly. If it's really all fake stones mixed in, then who would still come over to play? Su Xinya nodded, understanding. Sumu had just finished pointing when a middle-aged man walked over and picked up the stone. I want this piece, he shouted. Sumu was a little surprised, not thinking that he had only spotted a piece of stone and it was snatched over by the other party. That's him. This guy has cut 3 pieces all day today, and spent $200,000 to earn $1 million. Really? So powerful? Yeah, this guy must have some origin. Very thorough research on gambling stones. A master. Later I'll go and ask him for advice. The surrounding people were talking, and these were naturally heard by Sumu and Su Xinya. Is this guy really that good? Su Xinya asked. It's probably a trust. Sumu replied indifferently. 2. There are hundreds of stones placed here. Most of them are raw stones processed with pebbles and granite, which is commonly known as fake stones. Only a very small portion of them are mined raw stones. But this mined stone either has only a very small amount of jade in it or none at all, and the ones that really have jade are just 3 or 4. The next person said that he has cut out 3 pieces? This kind of person either really is a master, or is a professional trust. But by the looks of it, the possibility of the TO is a bit more likely. Sumu said. Then if he's a TO, how does he know that there's jade inside those stones? Su Xinya was puzzled. You're really stupid. How did you become a police inspector? Sumu was speechless in his heart. Su Xinya wanted to defend a couple of sentences, but realized she didn't know what to say. This store and all the fake stones, mix a few pieces of real raw stone. Of course, they are not clear that this raw stone in the end there is no jade, but the store must have found someone to identify. There is the possibility of jade is very large. They told the trustees where the most likely jade stones were placed, and the trustees only needed to buy these stones. Even if there is no jade, there is no effect. If there is, what will the people who gamble around see it think? If they do, what will the people around them think when they see it? It will arouse their passion to gamble even more. And this trust, in turn, will give the cut jade to the shopkeeper? This shopkeeper will just give this trust a little bit of hard work fee. I see. Su Xinya came to a realization. In that case, this boss not only cheated the people who gambled on the stones out of a large sum of money, but also didn't lose the real jade, so he's really insatiable. There are hundreds of stones here. One day down the line, It is estimated that no one has chosen a raw stone that really has jade, but today when he meets me, he won't be so lucky. The corner of Sumu's mouth rose slightly. Since everything had been recognized by him, he was going to let this boss feel the feeling of blood dripping from his heart today. That middle-aged man looked like he was determined to win, and was still showing off with the people next to him. Even if it is a master, there are times when you look at it wrong. The moment you cut the stone, anyone will be nervous, but this guy is not only not nervous, but also talking and laughing with the people next to him. Sumu has become more certain that the other party is a trust. The stone was cut. Inside really is a large piece of jade. The surrounding people were surprised, did not think that this middle-aged man's eyesight is so good, which in turn provoked the enthusiasm of everyone gambling. Sumu walked over, looked at the middle-aged man, politely asked, "This master, I have been observing you for a long time. You are really too powerful. Let me very worship." Do not know the name of the master. That middle-aged man was very flattered and smug when he heard that. He opened his mouth and said, "My surname is Xia. You can just call me Master Xia." "Master Xia, I heard that you've already cut out 3 pieces today. Are you going to continue cutting in the back?" "Of course I will. That's what I specialize in," Grandmaster Xia said in a pretentious manner. "Grandmaster Xia, I've also cut out several pieces today. $1 million are gone. Can Grandmaster Xia give me some guidance? Let me also win a piece to make up for a little loss." Sumu said bitterly. "Of course you can, but the reward, well." Master Xia gave a "you understand" look. Sumu smiled. "Master, you say, how much do you want?" "I don't want much. 100,000 will do. Under my guidance, package you collected jade worth 500,000 back. What do you think?" Sumu coldly smiled in his heart. 100,000? The other party is really a lion's mouth. Estimated that the other party received the money, and then casually point to a stone. When the time to cut nothing, he then used the master also has the reason to look away as an excuse. The responsibility will be pushed out, and make money and no loss. One shot, 2 birds with 1 stone. Sumu sighed and said, "Grandmaster, I just gambled on the stone money is going to spend all the money, where there is still 100,000. When Master Xia heard this, he hesitated and asked, "Then how much money do you have? Do you think 1,000 is okay?" Sumu asked, 1,000. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Master Xia said with dissatisfaction. "Then it can't be helped. I really don't have any money. It seems that I can't ask Master Xia." Sumu made a gesture to leave. Grandmaster Xia panicked at the sight. It would be a real fool not to earn the money at hand. He quickly stopped the other party. 1,000 on 1,000. You give me, I package cut jade out. That's good. Deal. Cell phone out. I'll transfer it to you. Sumu laughed. Master Xia didn't hesitate, and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, and Sumu transferred the money. Su Shinya, who was not far from the side, saw that Sumu actually transferred money to the other party, frowned slightly and came over to whisper to him, "Why are you giving him money back?" Sumu laughed. "Don't worry, he'll spit out all the extra later." Chapter 20 All of them. Although Su Shinya didn't know what exactly was in the other party's mind, she didn't ask much. "Master, I've transferred all my money to you. Now it's time to tell me which stone can produce jade," Sumu asked. The surrounding people also heard the conversation they just had at this moment, and gathered around, wanting to see if the master's search was accurate or not. If it was really accurate, they wouldn't mind spending a little more money to let the master help look at it. "That one." Grandmaster Xia pointed to a direction and said confidently. Sumu looked over. The other party was pointing at a small stone worth $30,000. He had already used his perspective to see it. There was nothing inside. The other party really wanted to trap him. However, next to that small stone, there is $100,000 worth of raw stone. There is indeed a piece of fist-sized emerald green jade, although Sumu cannot see the color, but also know, the more green, the more translucent nature the better. This piece of raw stone, by over to cut absolutely will not lose, maybe will also make a fortune. He faintly smiled and said, "Master Xia, I know which piece you're talking about. I'll go cut it right away." Sumu hurriedly walked over and picked up the $100,000 stone. "I want this one, now cut it for me right away." He directly threw the stone to the person cutting it. Master Xia was shocked when he took a look. He quickly said, "You took the wrong piece. It's not that one, it's the other one." Of course he knew that the piece the other party took was the real original stone. If he really cut something out, wouldn't he be done for? Sumu pretended not to hear, and directly said to the person cutting the stone, "This is what Master Xia chose for me. Quickly cut the block to cut. Don't dawdle. Don't. Master Xia still wanted to stop, but it was too late. The person who cut the stone went down the knife, peeled off the outer skin, surprisingly really sea green, and by the looks of it, the jade inside was quite large. This, Master Xia is really a god man. Man, you guys look at the luster of that jade. the lines, it's simply superb. Master Xia's mouth jumped as he watched. He didn't expect that something was really cut out by the other party, and it looked like that jade was worth a lot more than $100,000. I really, he wanted to cry. Everyone around him knew that Sumu was able to select that stone. It was all because he pointed it out. Although his intention was not that piece, who knew that by the other blind cat touched the dead rat? Really selected it? This piece of jade is not bad. The valuation should be around $700,000. The stonecutter said. Sumu faintly smiled, looked at Master Xia and excitedly said, "Thank you, Master. Without you, how could I possibly cut out such a good piece of jade? I'm really thankful." Master Xia's mouth was wildly throbbing, but he could only compensate for the smile. The people around him looked at him with golden eyes. All of them were dumbfounded, wanting the other party to step in and help them choose a stone. Grandmaster Xia swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not knowing what to do for a moment. He looked towards the second floor, where a middle-aged man stood, looking at him with a serious face. The other party was none other than the owner of this gambling store, Yang Quan. Grandmaster Xia knew that the boss had already noticed him, and his heart began to feel uneasy. He really didn't know how to explain when the time came. Sumu naturally saw the other party's complicated expression. He smiled faintly, then walked to a corner again, picked up a piece of stone worth $200,000, and threw it to the stonecutter. "And this piece, just now Master Xia whispered to me, also help me cut it." Master Xia was shocked. When did he tell him? The stonecutter carefully peeled off the outside stone. Inside was clearly another piece of jade as big as the palm of a foot. The surrounding people watching burst into an uproar. Master Xia is too bull-wrenching. One word at a time. I go. Master Xia's eyes are simply fiery eyes. No, I must find him to help me open one. Good guy. I direct good guy. This Master Xia is simply my idol. A group of people look at Master Xia's gaze, all with stars, while he himself is crying without tears. Hastily defended, this is not me to him. Is his own search? Really, and I have nothing to do. Master Xia, this is too modest. Without Master Xia, I'm going to lose $1 million today, and now I've earned it back with interest. Ha ha ha, Sumu said loudly, afraid that others don't know that this stone was selected for him by Master Xia. The surrounding people immediately gathered around. Have let Master Xia help them open the stone. And Young Han, the owner of the gambling store on the second floor who was watching all this, frowned tightly and his fists couldn't help but clench. Xia Tao, this dog thing, eat and eat. I gave him quite a lot of money, but even now he wants to team up with people outside to fix me. He snorted coldly. An invisible aura was diffusing outwards. Next to him stood a burly man named Li Hu, his fighter. Brother Han, do you want me to go down now and bring him over for questioning? No need. I want to see what other tricks he wants to pull. Yang Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he smoked a cigarette and continued to look down below. At this moment, Xia Tao was really crying without tears. He couldn't make sense out of it. So many people had come to ask him about the stone cutting, and he had no time to pay attention to it. Master Xia, did you just give me that piece back? Sumu pointed in a direction. That was another real piece of raw stone, and he had already seen it clearly. The jade portion inside was definitely quite a lot and worth that price. Xia Tao saw that the other party actually selected again, and quickly opened his voice to stop it. No, that piece didn't. Don't pick it. Sumu faintly smiled, pretending not to hear clearly. What did you say, Master? Is it this piece? Good, then I'll open this piece. Without hesitation, he picked up the piece of stone and took it to the stonecutter. Xia Tao was in tears. He wanted to run to stop it, but he was surrounded by people and couldn't take a step at all. Sumu naturally cut out another jade stone, and the color and other aspects of this jade stone were even better than the previous two. In just 10 minutes, Sumu used more than $200,000 to earn $2 million back, causing the surrounding people who gambled on the stone, their eyes went straight. Master Xia, you must help me today, as long as you let me cut out my capital. In the future, I won't offer incense to my ancestors. I will only offer incense to you alone. Master Xia, you are my god. Give me a chance. Yan Han, who was standing on the second floor, was already furious at the moment. Sumu was able to pick the original stone so accurately. It was definitely because Xia Tao said something behind his back. Otherwise, even if a real master came over and wanted to pick such a perfect jade out of hundreds of stones, it would still be something basically impossible. Brother Han, this matter, what do you say? Do you need me to step in? Beside him, Li Hu asked seriously. Go, arrest Xia Tao and the young man just now. I'm going to ask why I'm being punked today. Young Han coldly snorted. Yes, Li Hu brought 4 of his men and came to the first floor, while Sumu, too, had long since discovered these few unusual people of theirs. A good show is coming. You have to be careful yourself later. Sumu said to Su Xinya next to him. I'm a police inspector. I don't need you to remind me. Su Xinya bristled and said. Li Hu came downstairs and gave a wink to the surrounding thugs. Those people understood and gathered together. Everyone, there's a problem in the store today. We're going to end business early. Everyone please come back tomorrow, Li Hu said loudly. What the hell? Why did the store close so early today? Yeah, I didn't get it either. Never seen it this early. Everyone complained, but they also knew that the owner of this store was not ordinary, so they had to leave in a grayish manner. Sumu was just about to leave with Su Shinya, but he was stopped by a few black-clothed men, which was something they expected. You, stay for now, Li Hu said in a solemn voice, his eyes heavy, staring tightly at Sumu. Xia Tao saw this battle. Already scared silly, he trembled and said, Brother Li, it's not my problem I didn't tell him, it's his own. This kind of words, you'd better tell Brother Han yourself, Li Hu said in a cold voice. The crowd made way for a path, and Yang Han walked out from it to Xia Tao. Remember what I said when I asked you to be a trustee? Xia Tao was stunned, trembling and kneeling down, fearfully said, Brother Han, it really isn't me. I don't know him at all. I just want to make a little money and pit him. How could I do that kind of stupid thing? Humph, you take me as a little cutie. Yang Han shouted angrily. Xia Tao lowered his head in fear, and for a moment did not know how to explain. After all, this was all too coincidental. Even he himself didn't quite believe that it was just a coincidence. Sumu looked at Yang Han and said indifferently, It's true that I don't know this Master Xia, and it's also true that it wasn't him who said which stone to choose. Yang Han narrowed his eyes slightly. You think I believe you when you say such words? Whether you believe it or not, I'm just telling the truth, Sumu said calmly. Li Hu snorted coldly. Brat, in Tianhua City, no one dares to talk to Brother Han like that. Sumu laughed at that. How do I speak? I still need you, a stinky part-time worker, to say? You, Li Hu clenched his fists, but Yang Han didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to make a move. Next to Su Shinya frowned slightly. With the current situation, they definitely couldn't beat such a large group of people. So she directly took out her police inspector card and said, I'm a police inspector. If any of you dare to mess around, don't blame me for not being polite. Police inspector? Yang Han frowned, and for a moment it was as if he understood something. Sumu slapped his head, turned his head and said, showing your bottom so quickly, do you think they will really let you go? Then, what should I do? Su Shinya bristled. It was obvious that she had never experienced this kind of scene before. Forget it, don't say anything, just leave it to me. One of your favors, it's not easy to earn. Sumu was speechless in his heart. If it was before, he probably panicked a lot in his heart. A gambling store. Who knew that there were so many gray forces? But now it was different. He had learned fighting techniques. Even if he couldn't fight, escaping was still no problem. Very good. Very interesting. Since you guys already know my secret, you won't be able to leave here today. Arrest them for me. Yang Han lightly drank. Li Hu led the way, taking the lead to surround them. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chapter 21, Beat Up the Store Owner. Li Hu led the people to surround the past. More than 10-20 people. If really fight, really do not know who the deer died. Su Shinya frowned tightly. Did not think that they light up the identity of the other party dared to rival. Simply do not put the police inspector in the eyes. Li Hu led the charge up. His figure was like a tiger. His strength was extraordinary. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes. Quickly and the other party exchanged hands. A fight down. Li Hu was not an opponent. Was a punch blasted out. The rest of the people looked at each other and felt shocked. Li Hu's physical quality and also his ability was recognized. Otherwise it would not be possible to become Yang Han's beloved. But now it was so easy to be knocked out, making them feel very surprised. Go, all of them. Yang Han shouted. A group of people surrounded up. Su Shinya had some skill and knocked down two of them, but she was a girl after all, and was quickly surrounded. Sumu rushed over, waving his fists, one punch at a time. A group of people were ruffled. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment they didn't know whether to go on or not. After all, the strength displayed by the other party was too strong, making them feel a hint of fear. Get on, get on. Yang Han was a bit flustered in his heart. He didn't expect that so many fighters on his side couldn't defeat a young lad. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. He didn't know what the young man in front of him was in the end. He would be so powerful. It was astonishing. Sumu looked at a few people who hadn't been knocked down yet, grinned, took the initiative to rush up and knock down all the remaining people. Only Yang Han was left standing alone, and Xia Tao ran to a corner squatting and holding his head, afraid of being implicated. Do you know whose people I am? How dare you treat me like this? Yang Han knew that he was not an opponent, and could only bring out the ruthless person behind the curtain. Then tell me, who is behind you? Sumu asked calmly. Behind me is Brother Xiong. If you dare to do anything to me, Tianhua City will have no place for you to stay. Yang Han growled, giving himself courage. Xiong Haizhang? It's him? Su Xinya frowned. I should have thought it was him. Otherwise this gambling store wouldn't be so blatantly cheating people. It's a little too arrogant. Xiong Haizhang? Sumu was slightly stunned, not thinking that he had just offended the other party's son, Xiong Hualong, and now he had come to offend his own father. However, Sumu didn't mind this, since he had already pissed off Xiong Hualong and made a grudge. He didn't mind pissing off a few more people. Inspector Su, I've already helped you out, so the rest of the matter needs to be resolved by you, right? As for the evidence of selling fake stones, you don't need to worry about it. Take these stones to the appraisal section for appraisal, and you'll naturally know if they're fake or not, Sumu said indifferently. Su Xinya's gaze towards Sumu changed a bit. She had only guessed that this store was selling fake stones before, so she had let Sumu take a look, and now not only did she determine that there was a problem with this store, but she also set the problem right. This Sumu was definitely not ordinary. You really know perspective? She still somewhat did not believe what the other party said. In this world, is there really such a person with supernormal capabilities? And the other party's fights were surprisingly so powerful. One person could take out a dozen people. This is even those powerful police inspectors, relying on their bare hands. I'm afraid it's also difficult to do. Sumu faintly smiled, did not think that the other party's heart has been entangled as actually this. Of course I have perspective, and I also have many other skills. What else? Su Xinya asked curiously. Why would I tell you? The corner of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, selling the other party an ambush. Su Xinya was a little dissatisfied in her heart. The other party was deliberately whetting her appetite, but she didn't ask more questions, feeling that the other party must be hiding many unknown secrets. At this moment, Sumu became tall and mysterious in her eyes. She made a call to the bureau, and not long afterward, police cars came over and arrested Yang Han and his men back. When Yang Han got into the car, he even recited Xiong Haizhang under his breath, as if he was afraid that the other party didn't know this character. Is this Xiong Haizhang really that powerful? Sumu looked at Su Xinya and asked. Of course, he can be said to be a character that is known to both black and white in Tianhua City. This matter is basically known to everyone, Su Xinya said. Sumu was puzzled. Since you all know, why don't you arrest him? Su Xinya sighed and said, if you want to arrest someone, you need to pay attention to the evidence. Xiong Haizhang, this person, hides very deep. On the surface is an ordinary businessman, behind the scenes doing a lot of lawlessness. The most critical thing is that for so many years, the police also did not find the evidence of this guy's lawlessness, so up to now all are still getting away with it. Sumu slightly frowned, hearing the other party say this. He had messed with Xiong Haizhang. Not a good thing. Then there's no one in the entire Tianhua City to rule that guy? Sumu asked. Of course there is. It's just that it's not something we can reach at this level, Su Xinya said. Sumu nodded and probably understood. Thanks to you today, if I had come alone, I definitely wouldn't have been able to discover so many details, and would probably have suffered a big loss. Su Xinya changed the topic and thanked. It's okay, I've earned millions of dollars. It's not a loss to come out for a trip. Sumu smiled and looked at the bag in his hand. Those were all the jade that had been cut before. As long as he found a place to get out, $2 million of income came into his hand, which wasn't a small amount. Su Xinya nodded. I'll send you back. No, you send me to the pea noodle house behind Tianhua University. My car is still parked there. Sumu said. Also good, the other party answered. The two of them got into the car and retraced their steps back to the pea noodle house's location. Su Xinya thanked her and left. At this moment, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and many stores were already preparing to close for the night, but the pea noodle house was still open. Sumu also felt a little hungry and was ready to go eat a bowl of noodles. Boss, come with a medium portion of pea noodles. Add more chili, he shouted. Okay, right away, the boss answered in the inner room. Not long after, Tan Xianwei walked out with noodles, saw Sumu, patted his shoulder and laughed. I thought your kid is going to spend the night with his girlfriend tonight. Why did you run to eat noodles again? And still alone? Sumu laughed. Uncle Tan, you misunderstood. Where do I have any girlfriend? The one just now is a police inspector, asking me to help with something only. Oh, so that's what happened. What did you encounter that you need your help? Tan Xianwei became curious. Sumu shook his head and said, a gambling store selling fake stones, and that gambling store's background doesn't seem to be simple. I heard that behind it is Xiong Haizhang. Xiong Haiyang? Tan Xianwei was slightly startled. His complexion suddenly became unnatural. What's wrong? Sumu realized that the other party's reaction was a bit abnormal, and asked in confusion. Nothing, I just heard of this person. Tan Xianwei reacted. Sumu, let me remind you, this person Xiong Haizhang has extremely vicious methods. It's better to provoke less. You might encounter some bad things. Sumu was slightly stunned, not understanding why the other party was talking about this. Uncle Tan, how do you know Xiong Haizhang so well? Could it be that you used to hang out with him? Tan Xianwei smiled coldly. What is he? However, he quickly reacted, realizing that he had just lost his temper a bit, and immediately changed his words. Anyway, Uncle Tan is kindly reminding you that there is no bad thing for you. You'd better eat your noodles. After saying that, he turned around and left. Sumu frowned slightly. He could feel that this Uncle Tan seemed to have some extraordinary past. He opened a noodle shop here. It seems like he's been open for more than 4 years, Sumu recalled, and finally shook his head, not bothering to think too much about it. After finishing his noodles, he said hello and left. At this moment, around 10 o'clock, there were already very few people outside, and as Sumu walked on the road, he unintentionally saw a familiar figure from the inside of another restaurant. It's Yi Lingxiao? Sumu was slightly stunned, not thinking that the other party was still doing a part-time job this late in the evening, sweeping the floor and carrying plates. He wanted to go and say hello, but was afraid of disturbing the other party, and was just about to leave, when he heard the sound of chiding from inside the restaurant. What are you doing? Cleaning so slowly? If you're lazy again, you'll have to cut your pay. A big, thick, middle-aged man came out from the inside of the kitchen. He should be the store owner. Boss, I'll do it as soon as possible, Yi Lingxiao said weakly, sweeping the floor a little faster. The store owner called Bo took out a cigarette and gulped it down. He glanced at Yi Lingxiao, who was working with her head down, and laughed. I say, little girl, a student of Tianhua University, just for the sake of $50 a day's salary, to come to my place to wash dishes and sweep the floor. Is it worth it? And I see that you look good. Why don't you even dress up and clean up a bit? Yi Lingxiao quietly listened, but did not reply. The store owner frowned slightly and continued. With your appearance, dressing up and cleaning up a bit, it's more than enough to find those rich second generation. Can tie on the rich second generation? Still poor do part-time this dozens of dollars? At that time, the pocket money given to you in a month is higher than the income of this store of mine. What do you think you are working so hard for? Yi Lingxiao's movement stopped, turned her head, and said seriously, Boss, I hope you can show a little respect. Not every girl is the way you say she is. When the store owner heard this, he was happy, stood up and walked over. What? You're still not happy after saying a sentence or two about you? Do you think I don't know what you young girls think about every day? Who does not want to tie a rich man? I really do not believe that you do not want. It's probably because you haven't gotten it yet. That's right. Who cares about you with your outfit? Only I see you kinda Otherwise, hey, accompany your brother me to play a game. I immediately pay you a month of labor. How? Yi Lingxiao looked at the store owner's evil eyes and panicked a little, dropping the broom and backing up 2 steps. What do you want to do? What can I do? I'm a good law-abiding citizen. I just want to have a little deal with you. The store owner smiled coldly, his words full of flirtation and contempt. Yi Lingxiao's eyes reddened slightly, and she said in a deep voice, I'm humble, I'm poor, but I also have dignity. Why are you humiliating me like this? Dignity is nothing in front of money. Do you do it or not? If you don't do it now, get out of here, the store owner shouted angrily, scaring the other party. Yi Lingxiao wiped her tears and was about to leave when Sumu walked up and, without saying anything, directly gave the store owner a punch. The other party was caught off guard and was dry-humped with one punch, unable to get up for half a day. I think you're tired of living, he said in a deep voice. Chapter 22, Tiny Rental Room. You, how dare you hit me? The store owner was buzzed by the punch and half-heartedly reacted. It's you I'm hitting, Sumu said in a cold voice. What the other party had just said, the words that humiliated Yi Lingxiao, he had heard all of them. Yi Lingxiao could endure, but he couldn't. The store owner stood up. His stature was considerably taller than Sumu. He clenched his fists and rushed up. Yi Lingxiao was startled at the sight and called out to be careful. However, Sumu didn't care, although the other party was big. But how could he be his opponent? The shopkeeper also punched over. Sumu slightly sidestepped, and then kicked out, kicking the opponent's knee. The shopkeeper fell to the ground, screaming in pain as he couldn't catch his guard. Sumu walked over, kicked him in the chest and said, Now, immediately apologize to Yi Lingxiao, and her wages for today. Do you hear me? Apologize? How can I possibly apologize? He just said angrily, and Sumu's foot stepped a little heavier, giving him a feeling of chest tightness and shortness of breath. Hit someone. Knowing that there was nothing else he could do, he could only yell loudly, trying to draw the attention of the people around him. But naturally, it was already very late and there weren't many people on the streets in the first place, so basically no one paid attention. Sumu said in a cold voice, if you don't do what I say, I can beat you up again. Do you want to try? Hearing this, the store owner could only compromise. He looked at Yi Lingxiao and said, Little girl, I apologize to you. It's all my problem. It's my mouth. Saying that, he took out $50 from his clothes pocket. This is your pay for today's labor. Take it. Yi Lingxiao walked over and took the money. Sumu loosened the store owner, and the other party breathed a sigh of relief. I'll spare you once today. If I see you in the future, I'll get you the same. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left with Yi Lingxiao. The store owner was so angry in his heart that he hurriedly ran to call the police. But after the police inspector came, the other party had already disappeared, not knowing where he had gone. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed today. Yi Lingxiao thanked. It's okay. I also happened to pass by and saw you being bullied. Aren't we friends? It's only right to help you. Sumu laughed. Yi Lingxiao nodded inside. It's all my fault. I caused you trouble again. It's not your problem. If you want to blame that boss for being too bad. You don't need to blame yourself. Sumu comforted. Is your home nearby? Yi Lingxiao asked. Well, sort of. My rental house is not far away. Sumu smiled. He didn't tell the other party that he would be moving soon. If you don't mind, go sit at my place. I'll pour you a cup of water to drink. Yi Lingxiao said. Sumu was slightly stunned, thinking that he didn't have much to do anyway, so he nodded his head and agreed. He was led by the other party to a very dilapidated old house, walked to the third floor. At the end there was a very small room, estimated to be just a dozen square meters. The house had a desk, a closet, and a 1.5 bed, all of which looked quite outdated, but Yi Lingxiao cleaned it very well. Take a seat in front of the desk. I'll go get you a glass of water to drink. Saying that, Yi Lingxiao went to the water boiling room not far from the side and fetched a cup of plain water over. Do you usually live here? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. This place was indeed a little too shabby, just like a dangerous house. Yeah, the rent here is very cheap, and it's enough for me to live alone. It's just a pity that I won't be able to live here for much longer. The house is going to be demolished soon, and I won't be able to renew the rent behind me, so I guess I won't be able to rent such a cheap house anymore in the future. Yi Lingxiao somewhat sighed. Sumu nodded. It was obvious that Yi Lingxiao was also living in great distress right now. Actually, you can study well in college now, and when you come out later, you can think about making money. I can't. My family's condition is not good. I need to earn more money before I can do that. Yi Lingxiao said. Sumu sighed. He wanted to help the other party, but the other party was a person with strong self-esteem. His own unfounded help for her would probably cause resentment instead. Have you found a job? Seeing that the other party was a bit silent, Yi Lingxiao couldn't help but ask. Well, not yet. Sumu scratched his head. He really hadn't found a job yet, and with his current status, he didn't need any job. You shouldn't be discouraged. Slowly looking will always find one. Right, I have delicious food here. Wait a moment. Saying that, Yi Lingxiao ran to the kitchen, and after a while, brought out a few steaming chicken legs on a plate. You're hungry too. Eat quickly. She laughed. Sumu was a little surprised. This chicken leg of yours, when did you buy it? Yesterday I was working in a store. The boss was very nice and gave it to me when I was leaving. Yi Lingxiao smiled. The corner of Sumu's mouth rose slightly. He saw the other party's innocent eyes, and his heart was somewhat touched. You couldn't even be bothered to eat it for me? Aren't you my friend? I see that you are probably hungry too. Just now you even helped me. You should. Yi Lingxiao said. Sumu nodded. That's good. In that case, let's eat together. The two of them used restaurant paper, and one of them took a chicken leg and ate it. The flavor is good, isn't it? Yi Lingxiao raised her head and asked. Not bad. Sumu nodded. The two of them happily ate. Sumu recalled the college days he once had. Although there were also a lot of bad memories, there were also a lot of happy moments, among which was the time he spent with his little friends. Only those little friends had all gone to different places, thousands of miles apart, and now in Tianhua City, he no longer had any friends. Do you have any hobbies? Yi Lingxiao suddenly raised her head and asked. Hobbies? Sumu was slightly stunned. Of course I have. Playing basketball, singing, and so on, quite a lot. Right, there's also photography. In the past, I saved up a sum of money, bought a several $100 camera, and even earned a sum of money by relying on that camera. Now the camera is still in my rental house. I'll give you a shot sometime? Yi Lingxiao quickly waved her hand. Forget it, I'm not suitable. Sumu's head came over and said, Ling Shirao, you're actually very pretty. You should be more confident. Really? You wouldn't be specifically coaxing me? Yi Lingxiao asked without confidence. I'm telling the truth. Sumu hurriedly said. Yi Lingxiao smiled faintly, as if she was quite happy to hear the other party say such words. I'm from the countryside, a very remote small mountain village. Both my parents work at home as farmers, and my family fought as hard as they could to allow me to have schooling. In fact, I don't care if I dress well or not. I just want to earn more money to ease the burden on my family and not let my parents down. Only, as soon as she said this, her eyes suddenly reddened. Sumu was a bit puzzled and asked, "Did something happen at home? I just learned a few days ago that my mom got sick, a serious illness that requires very expensive medical expenses. Our family has no money left, and we can't even afford to pay the medical bills now. If 3 days can only not be able to pay the medical bills owed to the hospital, they will stop the treatment." A single tear rolled down from Yi Lingxiao's eyes. Sumu looked heartbroken and spoke, "Why don't I lend you the money?" Yi Lingxiao wiped her tears and shook her head. "You don't even have a job right now. There's no need to lend me money. I just want to confide in you. There's no other meaning." Sumu frowned slightly and said, "Just because of this matter, so you wanted to commit suicide that day?" Yi Lingxiao nodded slightly. "I was often bullied by a few of my roommates, and coupled with the bad news of my mom's illness, I didn't have the means to accept it for a while, and thought about ending my life. So I wanted to go and drink a cup of milk tea that I hadn't been able to part with, and then leave this world. But it was only after you saved me that I felt very regretful. What should my mom do if I just left like that? I was too selfish." Sumu sighed and said, "You shouldn't be too pessimistic. There can definitely be a way. So I will earn money well, no matter what. I will definitely save my mother." Yi Lingxiao gritted her teeth and said. Sumu looked at the other party's resolute face, and was a little touched again. It was the first time he had seen such a girl, and it gave him an urge to understand the other party. "Don't worry, I will find a way to help you," he said lightly. "No need, you'd better mind your own business." Yi Lingxiao bristled. It was the first time she displayed such a playful look. After finishing her food, she stood up and went to wash the dishes. Sumu looked around. There weren't many things placed in the other party's room, and there were only a few pieces of clothes in the closet. The other party was so frugal that the entire room didn't look like a girl's because she simply didn't have the extra money to dress up the room. "In the future, when I'm free, I'll also take you to a place." Yi Lingxiao washed the dishes and walked in with a smile, but because of the water on the floor, she accidentally planted herself down. Sumu was startled, and hurriedly got up, holding the other party in his arms. The soft touch that slipped through his hands made his heart tremble, and it was only then that he reacted to the fact that he had accidentally touched the other party's butt. For such a long time, it was the first time he had ever gotten this close to a girl. His ex-girlfriend, Chang Yin, wouldn't even let him touch her hand, let alone anything else. So fragrant. Sumu took a deep breath, and Yi Lingxiao's body carried a faint trace of fragrance. Yi Lingxiao reacted and hurriedly stood up. Her face was red, revealing a trace of a shy appearance. You took advantage of me," she lightly hummed. Sumu said with some embarrassment. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's so late. You should also leave. I'm going to rest." Yi Lingxiao slightly lowered her head and said. It seemed that she was embarrassed because of what just happened. "That's also right, then you rest early. Bye." Sumu smiled, then left the room. Yi Lingxiao closed the room door behind her, leaned her back against the door, and slowly revealed a sweet smile. Chapter 23 Primary Ancient Martial Arts. Sumu returned to the rental house. It was already almost close to 12 o'clock. He clicked on the system and looked at the page. The anger value has unexpectedly accumulated full again. Let's see what we can get again. He looked at the anger value and got excited. It seemed that the anger value had accumulated because he had just humiliated Yi Lingxiao's store owner, making him feel angry. Earlier, at Yi Lingxiao's house, he was so concerned with chatting with the other party that he didn't immediately start the lottery. With the passage of time, he had also gradually familiarized himself with the system and was not as eager as before. Drawl. Sumu's mind moved. The big screen started scrolling, and finally stopped on a name called Elementary Ancient Martial Arts. Congratulations, Master, obtaining an upgradable skill. Currently, your ancient martial arts level is primary, and you can utilize your anger value to upgrade your skills to achieve better results. Sumu frowned slightly. Elementary Ancient Martial Arts? What the heck is this? And what does upgrading mean? He was a bit confused, but if the system gave something, there shouldn't be anything bad. He didn't hesitate and clicked activate. This was not to be missed. He felt his body begin to ache violently. Extremely unbearable. Sumu let out a heartbreaking scream. His face turned pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He hurriedly bit down on the quilt with a single bite in order to keep his tongue from being bitten. This was a kind of heartbreaking pain that came from the depths of the bone marrow. And this pain lasted for 10 minutes, as if several months had passed so long. Sumu almost fainted from the pain, but he finally persisted. After persevering, he felt relaxed all over, as if every pore was breathing, making one feel relaxed. He stood up and came in front of the mirror, only to realize that he had actually discharged a lot of black stains all over his body, which also emitted a foul smell. I'll go. Didn't I take a shower every day? What the hell is this? With a wave of nausea, he hurriedly ran to take a shower. After washing, he came and stood in front of the mirror. realizing that his muscles all over his body, though not big, had brighter lines and seemed to be full of strength. He was a bit surprised, not expecting his body to change so much. Ancient martial arts? This name is often seen in novels. Could it be that I can be an ancient martial? Sumu only felt an invisible energy appear inside his body, like the so-called internal force, but he couldn't confirm it, so he swung his two fists, and surprisingly the sound of tearing the air appeared, and the speed was more than twice as fast as usual, making him very surprised. This is really an ancient martial art? He took a deep breath and quickly realized this fact. Now it's only a beginner's ancient martial art. Is there an intermediate, advanced level behind it? How much anger value is needed to be able to upgrade? Sumu was a bit puzzled, and could only try again later. It seems that in the future, one needs to contact more villains to be able to do so. It's best to have more of this anger value. He bristled. Shouldn't this system be called the exploding with anger system? He laid down on his bed and looked at the spike items, realizing that there was nothing special, just houses and cars. He bought 3 things and went to sleep. He himself was so casual a little, but his wealth was growing at a crazy speed. He himself was afraid that he didn't even know that his assets had reached a horrible realm. By the next morning, he slept and woke up, looking at the sun outside. He would smile. Walking out of the villa, the air outside was fresh, and the small garden outside the villa, also under the sun's rays, exuded vitality. Sumu stretched a lazy waist and sat on a park chair, feeling a moment of tranquility. At this time, he heard a sound from the villa next door, and curiously stood up, came to the edge of the yard, and looked at the scene across the street. A very pretty-looking girl with long hair was holding a long sword in her hand, waving it around. The sword strokes were graceful, as if it was dancing on the grass, and one couldn't help but look in. What era is this? But there are still people practicing sword? Sumu muttered, and as he uttered this, it happened to be heard by the other party. Who is peeping at me? That girl lightly grunted, took a few steps and stabbed the ground. Sumu was slightly shocked, did not think that the other party said to make a move, although there was a fence between them, but the long sword did not care about those, so he snapped his body to the side and dodged. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of hurting someone? His brows furrowed, and he was a little angry in his heart. The other party indiscriminately stabbed over. This was completely not taking his life seriously. How could he not be angry? Who told you to peek at my sword practice? No outsiders are allowed to watch when this young lady is practicing her sword, the woman said with a light snort. When Sumu saw that the other party didn't even have a word of apology, his heart became even more angry. He leapt up and came to the other party's courtyard. Frowning slightly, he said, "Since you almost made me injured, an apology should always be there. Obviously you peeped at me first. Why should I apologize to you? And you've even tumbled into my family's yard now. What do you want to do?" The girl took 2 steps back and asked vigilantly, "Since you don't apologize, then I'll teach you today what it means to respect people." Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had only learned ancient martial arts beginner last night. He wanted to see what point he had already reached. Looking at the opposite side of this girl, it was estimated that she had a bit of kung fu, so it was just the right time to find the other party to practice their hands. "Humph, don't think I'm scared. Take it." That girl lightly grunted, and her figure ran straight over. Sumu instantly exchanged hands with the other party. This exchange of hands, he realized that this girl was indeed extraordinary. The long sword just now wasn't a random dance. There were some doorways hidden in it. If it was an ordinary person, surely none of them would be his opponent. And at this moment in the room on the first floor, an old man, stroking his beard, is watching all this. He was, precisely, the same old man who had trimmed the flowers and plants earlier. "I was a bit unable to see through this young man before, so today I can take a look," he muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly as he kept an eye on the situation on the field. That girl waved her longsword, originally full of confidence, thinking that she could easily defeat her opponent. But the more she fought to the back, the more she felt that something was wrong. She was slowly not her opponent, making her feel a bit overwhelmed. How is it possible? How could he be so powerful? The girl was a bit flustered. While she was panicking, Sumu suddenly probed his hand and snatched the opponent's longsword in an instant. Looking at the opponent triumphantly, "You lost. Shouldn't you apologize now? You cheated," the girl said with a disgruntled mouth. "Just now it was you who went off on your own. How can you say that I'm cheating?" Sumu was speechless in his heart. The old man hiding behind the window looked at Sumu's relaxed and self-conscious appearance and couldn't help but be a little surprised. No matter what, that girl was his granddaughter, brought out by his hand. What he didn't expect was that this young man had defeated her easily, and it looked like he hadn't even exerted his full strength, and that the other party was hiding a much more powerful strength. He really didn't think that the entire Tianhua city was hiding such a person, and he was living right next door to himself. "Looks like I'll have to meet this little friend for a while," he thought in his heart and then walked out. When Sumu saw a person walk out of the villa, He looked over and was slightly stunned. Aren't you the old man who repaired the flowers that day? Why are you in the villa? Could it be that you are not cultivating flowers at all? That old man smiled and spoke. Little friend, I didn't expect to meet again so soon, and still in this situation. It seems that we still have some destiny. Sumu smiled. Indeed there is fate. I didn't think that the identity is quite extraordinary. It's me who underestimated you. My name is Zheng Tianming. This is my granddaughter, called Zheng Shuer. If she has messed with you, let me apologize to you on her behalf. The old man looked at the woman with a hint of love in his eyes. Sumu saw that the other party had said so, and beckoned. Forget it, everything is a misunderstanding, but you should still manage this granddaughter of yours properly in the future, so that she doesn't mess around anymore. After all, swords don't have eyes. What if she injures someone else? Definitely. Zheng Tianming nodded. Grandpa. Zheng Shuer's mouth turned away, expressing her dissatisfaction. I'm not at fault. It's all his fault for peeking at me from the side. Alright, don't play with your temper. No matter if there is no one peeking, don't be so reckless in the future. What if you hurt someone else? Zheng Tianming said. Zheng Shuer saw that her grandfather had said so. She couldn't refute, glanced at Sumu and immediately turned her eyes elsewhere again. Since it's fine, I'll go back first. Sumu turned to leave. Little brother, what's your name? You haven't told me yet. Zheng Tianming hurriedly asked. My name is Sumu. Why don't little brother stay for a casual meal? Zheng Tianming said in a hurry. No need. I'm not too familiar with all of you. I don't like to eat with people I don't know well. Let's go first. Sumu didn't stay and left the place. Returning to the side of his own courtyard, Zheng Shuer skimmed her lips and said, What an idiot. There are so many people in Tianhua City begging and kneeling down wanting to have dinner with you, Grandpa, but as a result, this guy still dislikes it. Zheng Tianming stroked his beard and said, This young man is not simple. His stance, even I am a bit elusive. Even you, Grandpa, don't know? How is that possible? Zheng Shuer felt a bit unbelievable. In the future, you'd better not provoke others, or you'll suffer, Zheng Tianming said. Got it, Grandpa. Zheng Shuer nodded. She looked towards the next yard and got curious, not understanding what that young man, who was similar to her own age, was capable of, to be able to make her grandfather praise her so much. Chapter 24, Hanbo's Revenge. Sumu returned home, changed his clothes, looked at the large room, and muttered, Looks like it's time to hire a nanny to take care of it. He went to the garage and drove away in the Maserati. There happened to be nothing going on today, so he planned to make a trip back to his hometown to pick up his mother. His hometown, in Runtown, Shooting County. It took about 3 hours to drive back, not very far. Greeting the bright sunshine, driving a Maserati. This feeling, don't mention how good it is. But what he didn't know was that he had just been noticed as soon as he left the neighborhood. It was a man in black, who had been squatting at the entrance, and had already discovered Sumu's license plate number yesterday, and hadn't gone back all night. Boss, the guy we're looking for, drove out of the neighborhood. He hurriedly made a call and said, on the other end, a man with a long beard was sitting on the sofa, hugging left and right with a colorful smile on his face. And he was none other than the boss of Tianhua City's Eastern District Grey Organization, the Axe Society, Du Hai. The one sitting opposite him was clearly the general manager, Han Bo, who had previously been driven away by Sumu at the Dragon Palace Resort. After helping you look for several days, I finally found it, and the remaining $500,000. It's time to give it to me, Du Hai said as he sipped his wine. Han Bo smiled attentively. Brother Hai, money is not a problem. $500,000 has been prepared for you. It's in cash. It won't show any cracks. Saying that, he took out a box from the side, which was full of stacks of banknotes. Du Hai probably looked at it and nodded. I believe in your character, so I don't need to count it. Brother Hai, you know my request. You just need to help me break his leg, and I want to see it with my own eyes, so as to relieve my hatred. Han Bo said in a cold voice. As soon as he thought of Sumu's previous attitude towards him, he was extremely angry in his heart. In all these years, no one had dared to treat him like that. Let alone the other party was a young man in his early 20s. He didn't know how much younger than him in age. No problem. It's just a leg. It's nothing. I'll help you realize it today. He looked at the henchman called Zhou Biao next to him and said, have them follow that guy in a car and report the location at any time. We'll go block him. Yes. Zhou Biao answered and turned around to leave. Brother Hai, it's a good thing I have you to make some connections. Otherwise I would probably not be able to get out of the police station if I was caught. Han Bo laughed. It turned out that he had been investigated and locked up before because of the issue of embezzling money from the Dragon Palace Group's communal account. Later on, it was Du Hai who made connections and fished him out. There's no relationship. As long as you have money to give me, I can do things for you. We are mutually beneficial. Du Hai smiled faintly. Well, Don't you want to see that guy with a broken leg? Let's go see it now. Hanbo hastily nodded. He couldn't even wait a bit. Brat, just because of you, the position I've been mixing for more than 10 years was just handed over to me. Today I'll utilize my own connections just to teach you a lesson, so you'll understand that there are some people who can't be messed with just like that. He coldly snorted. Sumu drove his car and just left the city. When he came to a small road outside, he noticed that something was wrong. There was a Volkswagen broken Santera that kept following him, and it looked like it had a purpose. He slightly frowned. This small road around almost no home. There is no surveillance probe. He heard vaguely have a bad premonition. Sure enough, not long after just guessing this way, that Santera accelerated violently and crashed into his Maserati. Sumu turned around to look. That car pulled away from him and crashed again. I knew it was no good. He hurriedly turned the steering wheel to accelerate. However, running out only 100 meters or so, two more used Santeras drove up on his face and crashed into him defiantly. Sumu's Santera was directly smashed to pieces. Even the gas tank was broken. Gasoline all leaked out. The car stopped in place. He was very angry in his heart and got out of the car. And the three Santera above the people also got out of the car. A dozen or so. Everyone is wearing sunglasses, wearing a gray jacket, are all high and mighty look. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw an acquaintance, standing not far ahead. That was Hanbo. It's you? It's me. Hanbo stood out and laughed coldly. Brat, I was originally living a dashing life in Dragon Palace Resort. If it wasn't for your sudden acquisition, how could I have become what I am now? Even if I don't acquire Dragon Palace Resort, those rotten things of yours, the previous boss will soon know about it, and you will still end up like this. Sumu said indifferently. Even if he was surrounded by so many people, he didn't feel afraid. Nowadays with his stature, dealing with these guys was a piece of cake. Hanbo laughed when he heard this. I don't know what the previous boss would do to me. I only know that it was you who drove me away. Although you were greedy for some money from the company, but I've been doing this for more than 10 years. There's no credit, but there's also hard work, right? But what did I get in return? Today, I have to avenge my anger here. No matter how much you beg me, it's useless. Beg you? Sumu shook his head. Do you think you're qualified to make me beg? Still talking tough at the end of your life. You wait for me, Hanbo said, looked at Du Hai next to him and said, Brother Hai, that's him, follow my previous request, give me a hard beating on him. Du Hai smiled coldly. Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely follow your request. He stepped out and looked at Sumu and said coldly, little brother, don't blame me. Someone paid for a leg of yours. We are also receiving money from others and eliminating disasters for others. All of you, give it to me. As he said that, all the people around him rushed over. Sumu slightly frowned. Looking at so many people rushing over, he instantly struck out. In his eyes, the speed of these people was like the speed of a tortoise. Because he had studied ancient martial arts, his five senses had long been extraordinary, so everyone had a break in his eyes. Sumu kicked and punched. His speed was extremely fast. Each move hit the opponent's vitals. Soon, 3 or 4 people flew out and fell to the ground unable to get up for half a day. Du Hai's complexion changed slightly as he looked at Hanbo and asked, how is he so good with his hands? You didn't say that. Hanbo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother Hai, I didn't think about it. When the time comes, my brother's medical expenses, you can be responsible for it. Du Hai coldly snorted. Don't worry Brother Hai, I'm sure I'll manage, Hanbo said through gritted teeth. Before they finished chatting, a few more people flew out and smashed heavily into the car. In less than a minute, a dozen people, surprisingly, got down, half of them. Du Hai looked at the eyes are straight. His first time to encounter so many situations. He brought a dozen brothers, but cannot help a skinny-looking young man. It is unimaginable. What kind of people did you mess with in the end? How so powerful? He looked at Hanbo and asked. I don't know. Hanbo could not cry. He also did not think that this young man that he had always belittled was so powerful. Roll. Sumu swept his leg, and all of the remaining people were kicked away, all of them lying on the ground wailing. Hanbo looked at this and directly pissed himself in fear. Du Hai was also pale at this moment. He had done so many things. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. Want to clean me up? Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes and walked over. As he took a step, Du Hai and Hanbo took a step back. Their legs were slightly trembling. Brother, I think this is a misunderstanding. Du Hai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, misunderstanding? Messing up my car like this, you say it's a misunderstanding? Sumu's eyes went cold and he clenched his fists. And you, Hanbo, harboring a grudge because of what happened last time. Right, today I'll let you understand that scum like you are nothing in my eyes. Sumu walked over and directly kicked. Hanbo was kicked in the abdomen. He wailed in pain and planted himself on the ground. Brother, I am wrong. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai. Brother, spare me. Du Hai was stunned. How can the other party fight so well? Then you tell me, what about my car? Sumu asked. I accompany. Brother. Du Hai wanted to cry. Okay, 3 million, transfer it to me now. I'll forget about this matter. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Sumu waved his fist and threatened the other party. 3 million? Du Hai was shocked in his heart. What? Can't take it out? Sumu coldly snorted. Brother, I am just a punk. How can I possibly take out that much money? Aren't you asking for my life? Du Hai was unable to do so. If you don't give it, I'll take your life right now, believe it or not. Sumu's face sank and his fists clenched. Du Hai was shocked in his heart and quickly said, I'll turn. He took out his cell phone. Sumu also took out his cell phone, and soon $3 million arrived. Very well, this matter is settled. Get lost. Alright brother, I'll leave now. Leave now. Du Hai was just about to leave. Sumu lightly grunted. Wait. Du Hai's heart trembled, stopped, turned his head, smiled and said, Brother, there, what else? Leave me a car key for Santara. Good. Du Hai hurriedly pulled out a key and handed it over, then wearing his own men, drove the other 2 cars and left. Han Bo slowly climbed up and also wanted to slip away, but was seen by Sumu with a glance. What? Want to run? Sumu coldly smiled, walked over, and kicked over. The other party was in a hurry and once again fell to the ground. What do you want to do? Han Bo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Scared? Shouldn't you be squatting on the inside of a prison right now? What's going on? Surprisingly came out? Sumu asked. Han Bo didn't know how to answer for a moment. I saw that you didn't mix well when you came out, or else, I'll send you in again. Sumu faintly said. Brother, I'm wrong, I'll give you all my money, you spare my life. Han Bo directly cried. Sumu froze, not thinking that the other party, a big Han, actually had such a side. Do you think I'll take money from anyone who sends it to me? He smiled coldly. Chapter 25, Double Your Money Back. Sumu reported to the police station, and not long after, the police inspector came here, and Han Bo was once again arrested. Why are you here? This time, the one who went out to the police was Su Shinya. She didn't expect to see an acquaintance once she came out. Sumu laughed. Policewoman Su, it's a bit of a coincidence that I ran into you again. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into again? Su Shinya looked at the surrounding mess and couldn't help but frown. Sumu talked about the general matter. Of course, the matter that he had asked for $3 million. He naturally ignored it. If it's really what you said, this Han Bo, I will naturally investigate properly, but you need to go back to the police station with me to make a statement. Su Shinya said. No problem. Sumu glanced at the scrapped Maserati and shook his head. A car of more than $1 million. It didn't occur to him that he hadn't driven it for a few days before it was gone. This one of mine is also a little too extravagant. Sumu smiled to himself. He glanced at the Santara next to him and got into the car. The back door of Tianhua University. Yi Lingxiao was walking home with a bag of vegetables. She took out her cell phone and glanced at it, and on it was Sumu's cell phone number. She looked at the vegetables in her hand and wanted to give the other party a call, but ultimately hesitated. She sighed and had just gone up to the 3rd floor when she realized that there were several silhouettes standing in front of her house. She was slightly stunned, and when she saw those people at the door clearly, her face changed, and the dishes in her hand couldn't help but fall to the ground. Yi Lingxiao, after waiting for you for so long, you're finally back. The girl standing at the front was none other than Li Lan. She smiled coldly, and in her eyes, she carried a flame of anger. Besides her, naturally, there was Xiao Chui, Lu Yen. Of course, the most important thing was that she also brought 3 men. The one standing at the front, tall and dressed like a man. He was none other than Li Lan's boyfriend, Xiao Kuei, that is, the son of that principal. You are Yi Lingxiao? Xiao Kuei's voice was icy cold. Yi Lingxiao's face turned pale. She turned around and was ready to escape from here, but unexpectedly a man behind her also walked up. Without saying anything, he directly grabbed her hair. What? In front of Sister Lan? Still want to escape? That man laughed contemptuously, directly dragging Yi Lingxiao to Li Lan's face. Let go. You let go. Yi Lingxiao felt a burst of heartbreaking pain, tears falling down, but with her strength, there was no way to break free. Say, where is that little boyfriend of yours? Xiao Kuei's face turned cold, directly stuck out her neck and lifted her up. Li Lan was beside her with her hands on her chest, watching the show. Xiao Chui and Lu Yan were still laughing, their eyes full of contempt. I don't have a boyfriend. Yi Lingxiao cried. Her strength was not able to break free at all, and her heart felt very desperate. No boyfriend? Stinky, who was the one who hit me last time? Li Lan walked out, looked straight at Li Lan and asked angrily. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know him. Yi Lingxiao gritted her teeth and didn't tell Sumu out. She knew that Xiao Kuei's forces were very powerful. If she knew it was Sumu, the other party would definitely go looking for trouble. And she didn't want Sumu to be implicated because of herself. Don't know him? Ha ha, you're really toast. Li Lan slapped over with both slaps, using all her strength, and Yi Lingxiao's face instantly turned red. I advise you to speak up and suffer less, otherwise I have ways to get you. Xiao Kuei snorted coldly and threatened. I really don't know. Yi Lingxiao felt a hot pain on her face, but she still wasn't willing to tell Sumu out. Stinking, if you don't tell me, I'll make you suffer more. Li Lan once again slapped twice, and this time, Yi Lingxiao was directly hit and spat out blood. The surrounding people watched, not thinking in the slightest, even with a smile. Say it, if you don't say it again, I'll let my brothers treat you well. Xiao Kuei revealed a lustful expression. I see that you still have some poise. I reckon my brother will be very interested in you. Yi Lingxiao's tears fell drop by drop, but she still clenched her teeth and didn't say a word. Bitch, my boyfriend is asking you. Li Lan kicked over. Yi Lingxiao's center of gravity was unsteady and she fell to the ground, her cell phone falling down. Lu Yan walked over to pick up the phone and laughed loudly. Isn't this a cell phone from 3 or 4 years ago? This kind of trash phone. I wouldn't even want it if it was given to me for free. And you're still using it? Ha ha, stinky. The clothes you wear are all picked up from the garbage, right? Do you go to the trash can to rummage through it for your meals? It's disgusting. Xiao Chui laughed from the side. Lu Yan drummed her cell phone and pressed the screen to light up. And on it, still stuck on the phone page, there was a big name on it. Sumu. Sumu? She hurriedly handed the phone to Li Lan. Sister Lan, that guy you're looking for, could it be him? Li Lan took the phone and looked at it. Isn't it? Just make a call. Yi Lingxiao looked at the cell phone in the other party's hand. Her heart was anxious. She didn't think that because of a moment of hesitation, she didn't exit that interface, bringing disaster to Sumu. No, don't call, she pleaded. But the more she was like this, the more Leland found it interesting. Looks like it's really this guy. She smiled coldly and made the call. At this moment, Sumu had just come out of the police station, and he was just about to drive away in that worn-out Santara when the call came. Ha, it's Yi Lingxiao? Sumu smiled faintly and put the call through. Lingxiao, is something wrong? Sumu right. Your little girlfriend is in my hands. Come, listen to her voice. Then, the phone came next to Yi Lingxiao. Sumu, don't come over, don't ever come over. Then, Li Lan took the phone over again and laughed out loud. Sumu, your little girlfriend. She's covered in blood right now. I'll give you 20 minutes to come here to her rental house. If you don't come over, don't blame me for being merciless. Are you, Li Lan? Sumu frowned and his heart tightened. He hadn't thought that the other party had arrested Yi Lingxiao, and listening to Yi Lingxiao's cries on the phone, the other party must have suffered abuse. Sumu couldn't help but clench his fists, anger surging in his heart. He once thought that by giving Li Lan's 3 people a little lesson, the other party wouldn't dare to bully Yi Lingxiao, and at most, they would only target him alone. But he hadn't thought that those guys from Li Lan didn't take his lessons seriously at all, and even intensified it, so how could he not be angry? What do you guys want to do? He asked in a deep voice. I have to avenge the beating you gave me last time. As I said, I'll give you 20 minutes. If you don't come over, I'll get her killed. Li Lan said fiercely. Li Lan, I'm telling you, if anything happens to Ling Shirao, I'll make you pay back double. You wait for me. Sumu hung up the phone, his eyes carrying a hint of blood. Without saying a word, he drove that Santara and headed towards Tianhua University. Halfway through, he thought about it and called his contact at Wunan Market. He had some understanding of the Wunan Market before, although it was a market specializing in selling cell phones, but most of the people selling cell phones in it once had backgrounds, only to go to the good side later. Though they are now good, they still act according to their rules of the Jianghu, which is also regarded as righteousness. One of the people in charge of the market was called Gu Jia, which was their so-called boss, so as long as Sumu found this Gu Jia, he would be able to utilize all the people in this market. Don't you guys like to bully people? Wait for me. I'll let you guys know what it means to truly bully people. Sumu called the number, and the person who answered the phone was a woman. Are you the person in charge? Who are you? I'm Sumu. Sumu? The woman was shocked in her heart. The Wunan market had recently encountered a financial crisis due to cash flow problems, and a man called Sumu suddenly donated $500 million to them. It was such a large amount of wealth that prevented the Wunan market from being disbanded, and everyone remembered this name. Everyone understood that it was equivalent to someone spending a large amount of money to revitalize the entire Wunan market. Over the past few days, they hadn't been able to get in touch with the new boss, but they hadn't expected that a call would come in today. You are, Boss Su? The woman asked tentatively. It's me, Boss Su, my name is Gu Jiejia. I'm the current person in charge of the Wunan market. Thank you. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Mu. There's no need to say polite words. I'm calling because there's a very important matter. You immediately bring everyone to the backstreet of Tianhua University. Remember, all of them. I'll send you the address right away. All the people? Gu Jiejia froze, thinking could something big be about to happen? I don't have time to explain to you. Leave now. After saying that, Su Mu hung up the phone, his eyes full of hostility. Didn't Li Lan's people like to bully the few with the many? Su Mu wanted to let them try it today. The taste of bullying the few with the many. Soon, Su Mu arrived at the backstreet. He had been to Yi Lingxiao's rental house last time, so he lightly ran up. Sure enough, it's you. Li Lan looked at Su Mu and smiled coldly. Yi Lingxiao's mouth spilled blood and her face was red. She sat on the ground trembling, slowly turned back, saw Su Mu, and said in horror, Su Mu, don't come over, quickly leave here. Su Mu's heart burst with pain. He hadn't thought that Yi Lingxiao had been bullied by these guys to this extent. That simple, cute, beautiful girl was destroyed alive by these demons in front of him. Just thinking about this, Su Mu burned with monstrous rage. He slowly walked over, his eyes cold, and said in a deep voice, I said that if anything happens to Yi Lingxiao, I will definitely make you guys pay back double. I'm true to my word. Chapter 26 Plastic Sisters. When Xiao Kuei heard this, he laughed. Garbage stuff. You're having trouble protecting yourself, don't you know? How dare you still talk big? The surrounding people all burst out laughing. They didn't believe that Su Mu had any energy to deal with them. After all, from the other party's dress, one could tell that the other party was definitely not a rich person, just a poorer than that. Su Mu walked over, helped Yi Lingxiao to the side, and comforted. Lingxiao, don't worry, I will definitely help you take revenge. These guys, I will definitely not let them go. Yi Lingxiao shook her head, tears falling down. Su Mu, go away. It's none of your business. It's all because of me they are like this. I don't want to drag you into this. Su Mu's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't thought that the other party was already like this, but he was still always thinking about himself. He gave the other party a firm look. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. Yi Lingxiao nodded and curled up by the corner of the wall. How touching. Xiao Kuei smiled contemptuously. Later on, if your little girlfriend sees the scene of you being beaten up and crying out, I wonder what kind of expression she will have. I'm afraid you'll be the one crying out at that time. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, the whole person rushed over. A fist blasted out. The speed was very fast. Xiao Kuei hadn't reacted yet. He was hit with a nosebleed. The whole person flew out 2 or 3 meters away. You dare to hit me? On, give me on. Xiao Kuei slowly climbed to his feet and said with great fury. Several men around him rushed up. Su Mu's eyes were cold. Just these few guys, how could they be his opponent? He took care of them all in 3 strokes. All of them were lying on the ground. Only the 3 girls were left. Xiao Kuei was a little shocked. Didn't think that the other party could fight so well. Made him feel unbelievable. You just bring this much people and still want to deal with me? How ridiculous. Su Mu looked towards Li Lan with an icy cold expression and walked over. What do you want to do? Li Lan was shocked and backed up. Su Mu walked over, and with a slap, he slapped over, directly hitting Li Lan's head with a buzzing sound, and his ears felt like he had gone deaf. It doesn't feel good to be slapped by someone else, right? How dare you slap me? Li Lan felt unbelievable. For so many years, even her parents had never slapped her. Now that she was actually hit by an outsider, how could she not be angry? I think you are usually pampered. You don't even know what it feels like to be slapped. Today I will let you taste it more. How about letting you remember it for the rest of your life? Saying that, Su Mu slapped 2 more times. Li Lan was hit and spat out blood, and in her eyes, there was a gaze of resentment. As for Lu Yan and Xiao Chui, they stood by the side, not daring to say anything. Xiao Kuei, are you just going to watch me get beaten? Li Lan turned her gaze for help to Xiao Kuei, who had fallen to the ground. Xiao Kuei gritted his teeth as he tremblingly pulled out his cell phone and said, Su Mu, you wait for me. My brother will be here soon. I'll get you killed then. With that, he made a call. Good, I'll wait here. I want to see who you can find to get me killed. Su Mu said with a cold snort. Not more than a few minutes passed. More than 30 plainclothes men rushed up the corridor and surrounded Su Mu. Xiao Kuei stood up and said in a cold voice, My brothers are all here. You're just waiting to die. Only these few? Su Mu asked in disbelief. What big words are you talking about? It's more than enough to gather you alone. Xiao Kuei coldly snorted. Then why don't you come and take a look? How about my brothers? You look downstairs. Su Mu said in a deep voice. Humph, so what if I look? Xiao Kuei looked down with a glance, but he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Downstairs, there were surprisingly hundreds of men dressed differently standing, and they were looking up here. the scene was a little weird, and at this time, the sound of fighting came from the hallway. It turned out to be a woman. With her men, rushed up, Chiu Kuei called, "Is a group of punks, a sea opposite such a big battle, has long been scared out of their wits, which still have the mood to fight." The woman wearing leather jacket, 3 times on the fight up, more than 30 punks are all subdued, the entire corridor, standing all her people. You, Chiu Kuei face pale, he is usually in the school side of the show of force, however seen such a scene, in his heart, he was naturally scared. Lilan was also scared. She did not expect the other party to have such a powerful energy, and quickly hid behind Chiu Kuei. "Boss Su, the woman who came over was none other than Gu Jia, and as soon as she saw Su Mu, who was exactly the same as the one they had seen in the photo earlier, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, Su Mu gave her a silencing gesture, telling her to stop talking. Gu Jia nodded, understanding. "Chiu Kuei, aren't you very capable? Why aren't you screaming now?" Su Mu looked over with a gloomy face. Chiu Kuei knew that the big deal was not good. The other party was able to find so many people, such a huge force, how could it be possible for him to fight against it? He wanted to cry, and angrily glanced at Lilan, cursing, "Bitch, it's all your fault. You're the one who caused things to happen. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this." Lilan's face was shocked. She hadn't thought that usually the other party was all gracious and loving to her, and had never spoken loudly, but now he was directly scolding her, and his voice was full of malice. "Chiu Kuei, you even said that? So what if I said you, other than causing trouble every day and letting me wipe your ass, what else can you do? Now it's good. We're all played out," Chiu Kuei said and slapped his face. Lilan covered her face and felt a fiery pain. After Chiu Kuei finished, he looked at Su Mu and instantly knelt down. "Big brother, I was wrong. This is all this stinking S idea. It has nothing to do with me. If you want to clean up, just clean up her." Xiao Chui also immediately stood out, wanting to clear the air with Lilan. "Brother, I was also forced by Lilan. I didn't do it on purpose." Lu Yan also followed out. And I, we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to bully Yi Lingxiao at all. It was Lilan who forced us to ostracize her. We had no choice." Sumu's face turned cold. Plastic flower sisters, plus plastic boyfriend and girlfriend? Very interesting. Afterward, he looked at Gu Jia and said, "These guys, I'll leave it to you to clean up. Just don't get them killed." "Yes." Gu Jia nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a group of people surrounded them. "Big brother, I'm wrong. Chiu Kuei's face was pale, and he kept pleading. Xiao Chui and Lu Yan next to him were also scared silly, and hurriedly cried and begged. All of this fell on Sumu's deaf ears. Gu Jia's people gathered around and started punching and kicking, and a wailing sound appeared. Sumu didn't bother to look at it, and came to Yi Lingxiao's side, helped her up, and said gently, "I'll take you to live outside for the time being." Yi Lingxiao looked at the place surrounded by that group of people with some worry. They won't be killed, right? "Don't worry, it won't, they know the difference," Sumu said. Yi Lingxiao nodded. Tears also fell down. She defiantly hugged the other party tightly and cried, "Sumu, thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I don't know." Sumu gently patted her back and comforted. "No, this is all my fault. If it wasn't for the fact that I struck Li Lan last time, she wouldn't have been harboring a grudge and specifically run to target you. Don't worry, with all this, I definitely won't give them the chance to bully you again. Sumu, it's not your fault. I'm so scared. I'm scared that I'm going to die today. I'm scared that they're going to trick you into coming over here and make you get hurt." Wei Yi Lingxiao cried loudly, venting the fear in her heart. Sumu didn't know what to say, and could only gently pat her back to comfort her. After half a ring, the other party's cries were smaller, and only then did Sumu release her. "It's okay, everything will be fine in the future. I'll take you to see a doctor first." Yi Lingxiao nodded obediently. Sumu brought her and arrived at the nearby medical center. The redness, swelling, and bruises on her face were fortunately all superficial injuries, not very serious, and she was prescribed some medicine to apply and eat. Afterwards, Sumu opened a relatively cheap guest house in the neighborhood and let her stay in it. After all, it was close to the school and suitable for her to go to and from school. "Sumu, this guest house is a bit expensive, isn't it? I'd better go back and stay," Yi Lingxiao said with some concern. She had never stayed in a hotel before, even if she spent the night outside. At most she would go to an internet cafe to make do with a night's sleep. After all, it was much cheaper. "It's not expensive here. You first stay at ease for 2 days. Don't worry about the money. When this matter calms down, you can go back," Sumu said. Yi Lingxiao sighed and said, "I'm sorry, let you break the bank. I still have this amount of money." Sumu smiled. "Sumu, how were you able to call in so many people just now?" Yi Lingxiao asked in confusion. She originally thought that the other party was the same type of person as herself, so the two of them were getting closer and closer. But after what just happened, she gradually realized that the other party didn't seem to be as simple as she had imagined, which made her feel some sense of discrepancy in her heart. Sumu scratched his head and said, "Well, I have a better brother who knows that something happened to me here and brought over people. They are all more righteous, so they came to help." He didn't know how to say this. He could only talk nonsense. It was impossible to tell the other party that he had spent a lot of money and bought the fighters, right? If the other party knew all this, he might pull away from him. Yi Lingxiao nodded and chose to believe. "Sumu, I'm a little tired and want to rest." "Okay, you sleep. I'll go out and see if there's anything good to eat, and I'll buy it back for you later," Sumu said. Yi Lingxiao closed her eyes, and in a short while, she fell asleep. Sumu came outside. At this moment a lot of police inspectors had appeared on the street, definitely investigating what just happened. After all, it was impossible for so many people to fight and brawl without being noticed. Sumu met with Gu Jiejia at the side of a small alley. "Boss Su, I've already done the things you explained. Those guys have already been beaten to death, and are probably being sent to the hospital now," Gu Jiejia said. Sumu nodded. This matter was done well. "Boss Su, all of us in the Wunan market are very grateful to you. If it wasn't for that huge sum of money from you, I'm afraid that our market would have already been torn apart," Gu Jiejia said gratefully. Huge sum of money? Sumu was slightly stunned, not understanding what it meant. Chapter 27, Going Back Home. "Yes, 2 days ago, there was an extra $500 million in our Wunan markets account, and the person who gave us this money was none other than you. Boss Su, don't you remember?" Gu Jiejia asked with some doubt. "Yes, it's me. There were too many things, I forgot." Sumu smiled. He knew that the money was definitely not from himself, but the system. When he had purchased the Wunan market, the system had expended a sum of money to the market, making the market as well as the people in the market dead to himself, and everything had become reasonably compliant without any problems. The system is just bull, Sumu lamented. "Boss Su, what should we do now?" Gu Jiejia asked. "Now that the police inspector has come over, you guys can just disperse and move away. Don't worry about me. Also, don't call me Boss Su. It sounds awkward. Just call me Mr. Su," Sumu said. "Okay, Mr. Su, I'll leave first." After Gu Jiejia finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Sumu wandered around outside, bought some food, and returned to the hotel. At this time, Yi Lingxiao had already woken up. She had a nightmare. In the dream, she was still being beaten, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat from the fright. "Ling Shirao, I bought some food back for you." Sumu placed the packed food next to her. "Sumu, thank you for taking such good care of me." Yi Lingxiao was very touched. Since childhood, other than her parents, no one had ever treated him so well. "We are good friends. It's only right to help you. Moreover, this time when something happened to you, there is also a reason for me. You are also hungry. Eat something." Sumu put the rice he bought and handed it over. "I spent a lot of money on you today. Right, when I have money behind me, I will definitely pay you back." Yi Lingxiao took the lunchbox in her hand and said with some guilt, "Not much, just a few dozen dollars." Sumu smiled. After eating, Sumu planned to leave. Yi Lingxiao, however, was a little reluctant. She pulled on the other party's corner and murmured, "I am a little scared." Sumu turned his head and comforted. "That's good. I won't leave. I'll sleep on the sofa next to me. You rest well." Yi Lingxiao heard this, and then her heart was a little more at ease. She was afraid that she didn't even know that she was becoming more and more dependent on the other party. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly. There were no clouds. Sumu looked out the window. His mood was good. He looked up and realized that Yi Lingxiao was unexpectedly not on the bed. He didn't know where she had gone. He frowned slightly and was just about to go out to look for it when the other party walked in with 2 bags. "Sumu, you're hungry, right? I just went back and specially made breakfast to bring over, wanting you to sleep a little longer." Yi Lingxiao wore a sweet smile, as if yesterday's events had all been forgotten. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. "Actually, you don't need to get up so early to make breakfast. It's fine to go out to eat. It's too expensive outside. Not to mention I have food at home. I can't afford to waste it." Yi Lingxiao put the lunchbox down. "Right, you go and return the room. Today I can move back home. Those things, I have forgotten." Sumu knew that the other party said this because he wanted to help himself save money. Something so big happened yesterday. Not leaving a shadow in his heart was already not easy. How could he say forget it? He thought for a moment and spoke. "Otherwise, if you don't go to class for the next 2 days, how about I take you to a place to relax?" "What place?" Yi Lingxiao was slightly stunned. "My old home." Sumu smiled. "That's a place with beautiful mountains and water. There's no haze at all. It's definitely able to put you in a good mood. It just so happens that I'm going back for a trip. Do you want to go and have some fun with me? When Yiling Xiao heard this, her face couldn't help but redden. You brought me home. So, this isn't too good, right? When Sumu saw the other party's shy appearance, he couldn't help but be happy. It's not like there's any other meaning. It's just as if my friend is a guest in my home. It's just as if you can relax a little bit. What do you think? If you don't want to go, I won't force you. Then I'll accompany you back. Yiling Xiao said in a hurry, as if she was afraid that the other party would change his mind. That's good. Let's eat breakfast and do one more thing. Then we'll go. Sumu said. What thing to do? Yiling Xiao asked curiously. You'll know later. Don't ask so much now. Sumu smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. After breakfast, he took Yiling Xiao back to the rental house, took his clothes on and then went to the parking lot and found the broken Santera. Although he had another car, which he had killed in the past 2 days in the spike system, it was too late to go back and drive it now, so he simply drove this one. Sumu, you still have a car. I've never seen you drive one before. Yiling Xiao laughed. Sumu scratched his head. It's just a broken Santera, and it's not mine. Well, a friend borrowed it from me. It was true that this car wasn't his. He had asked for it from Du Hai yesterday, but he couldn't say that he had robbed it, right? Yiling Xiao nodded and got into the passenger side. Sumu drove the car and didn't head towards his old home first, but went to a shopping mall. Yiling Xiao was a little surprised, not knowing what the other party was doing by bringing himself here. Let me buy you a few new sets of clothes. Sumu laughed. Ah, Yiling Xiao didn't think that the other party brought herself here to buy clothes, making her a little surprised. She quickly waved her hand and said, no need Sumu. I have a lot of clothes. I don't need to buy them. It's okay, I'll give them to you. And the clothes here aren't expensive. Let's go. Sumu held her hand and walked inside. Really don't need. Yiling Xiao wanted to refuse, but nay, the other party's strength was so strong, she had no choice but to follow. Although Sumu had money now, he didn't take the other party to any high-end shopping malls. Too upscale would make the other party uncomfortable, and just buying things in this small mall was quite good. He brought Yiling Xiao into a women's clothing store, surrounded by a wide array of clothes of all styles. This gentleman, may I ask if there's anything I need? The service lady asked politely. Sumu looked at Yiling Xiao. What kind of clothes do you want? See for yourself? Yiling Xiao hurriedly waved her hand and said, no need Sumu. I really have a lot of clothes. I don't need to buy them. Since you're not choosing, then I'll help you choose. Sumu smiled and looked at the clothes, although Yiling Xiao wanted to refuse, but the other party insisted on choosing. She really had no choice but to follow. This one, and this one. Sumu directly took down the ones he saw he liked, and the waitress lady followed beside and took the clothes. Ling Shirao, go try on these clothes and see if they fit. Yiling Xiao frowned slightly, wanting to refuse, but seeing the other party's eager gaze, she couldn't open her mouth, and could only nod her head. Sumu waited outside, and not long after, the other party timidly walked out from the fitting room wearing a floral dress. Sumu looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. Yiling Xiao, who had changed her clothes, was like a different person, looking very beautiful and making people move their eyes. As the saying goes that people rely on their clothes is the truth. Yiling Xiao has actually always been very beautiful, but usually always kept her head down, her hair covering her face, plus the outdated clothes she wore. No one took her seriously, but when she really wore beautiful clothes, everyone would understand that a swan was always a swan, and wouldn't become an ugly duckling just because she fell into the mortal world. This one, does it look good? Yiling Xiao asked tentatively. It's beautiful. Sumu faintly smiled. Yiling Xiao's face blushed, but in her heart, she was happy. She then changed a few more pieces, becoming more and more relaxed. Her figure was very good, at 1.6 meters. Whatever she wore looked good. Sumu decided to buy all these pieces, letting the other party directly wear a new dress, while he himself took the rest of the clothes and went to the checkout. Sir, a total of 3,500 yuan, the waitress lady said. Yiling Xiao listened from the side and grew her mouth in shock. So expensive? Sumu, I think it's better to forget about it. It's fine, I still have this amount of money. I'll buy it all. Sumu directly swiped his card to pay. Walking outside, Yiling Xiao was really embarrassed, feeling that she used the other party's money. Her heart was a little uncomfortable. Right, still need to buy shoes for you. Follow me. Sumu laughed. Forget it Sumu, I really don't need it. Yiling Xiao quickly refused, but the other party had already made up her mind, so she really couldn't argue. So Sumu spent a few $100s to buy her another pair of shoes, and after some matching, the other party had already been refreshed, and had long since not been the unconfident Yiling Xiao from before. Look how beautiful you look like this now. In the future, be more confident, live your own life, no matter what you encounter, keep smiling, Sumu said. Yi Lingxiao nodded. I spent so much money on you today. I will definitely earn money to pay you back in the future. No need. This amount of money is nothing. Sumu smiled and didn't say anything more. However, Yi Lingxia had already secretly memorized it in her heart. Afterward, Sumu and Yi Lingxia drove the car, preparing to go home. On the way, he called his mother Qiu Sufan, saying that he was coming back and had brought a friend. Qiu Sufan was very happy and rushed off to town to buy meat. My old home should be the most scenic place in the entire neighborhood of Tianhua City. There is a scenic area there, built right by my old home. It's just a pity that it didn't occupy my old home's land in the first place, and my family didn't get a bit of benefit. But I heard that the scenic area is going to be expanded recently, so it might occupy a piece of land. Sumu said with a smile. When you say that, I want to see what your old home looks like. I wonder how it compares to my home. Yi Lingxiao looked at the sun outside and said with a smile, as if the bad things that happened yesterday had become a passing cloud. Just take a look and you'll know. Sumu said. The car drove for 3 hours and finally arrived at Ren Town. People came and went in the town, but most of them were elderly people. Nowadays, in this kind of town, basically the elderly are the majority, and the young people work outside and don't come back more than a few times a year. However, this kind of town was full of fireworks, making people feel that time was slow, and it was more pleasant than living in the city. When Yi Lingxiao saw such a place, she immediately felt a sense of kinship. Perhaps the look of her old home was similar to this place. Leaving the town and walking to the countryside. From afar, Sumu saw smoke drifting from the house in front of him. He pointed in that direction and said, "That's my old home." Yi Lingxiao smiled and nodded. The two of them went up the path. Qiu Sufan was already waiting halfway up the mountain. Moo-er. She saw Sumu and happily shouted, "Mom, didn't I tell you not to come pick me up? I know to come back." Sumu laughed. His heart was very happy to see his mother. It had been half a year since he had returned home, and his home gave off a very intimate feeling, making him drop all his guards and feel it all. As soon as I heard that you were coming back, I was happy, so I couldn't wait to be here. Qiu Sufan laughed as she looked at Yi Lingxiao. And this is my friend, called Yi Lingxiao. Sumu introduced. Yi Lingxiao was a little shy and gave a gentle greeting. Good day, Auntie. Chapter 28, Shameless Sister-in-Law. What a beautiful girl. Qiu Sufan smiled and complimented. You're all hungry. Quickly go back inside. I'll fix you something delicious. Good. Sumu smiled and nodded. The three of them walked up the path and saw a tiled house. This house had been built more than 30 years ago and looked old, but it had all of Sumu's fond childhood memories. Yi Lingxiao looked around curiously, taking in the surroundings. Sumu smiled and asked, "How is my old home?" "Of course it's great." Yi Lingxiao laughed. "Yeah, this is the place I feel is the most beautiful. Tomorrow I'll take you out for a walk so you can see the most beautiful scenery." Sumu laughed. They came to sit down in front of the dining table, and Qiu Sufan brought over 7 or 8 dishes. Sumu asked in confusion, "Mom, is Dad at home too? Why are you preparing so many dishes today?" "Your dad, said that he went outside to look for a job, and lived outside for several days, and hasn't come back yet. Today it's your sister-in-law and their family who are coming back," Qiu Sufan said with a smile. "Little aunt?" Sumu frowned slightly. "Yes, your cousin Hobin also came back yesterday. It just so happened that their family was there, and today they heard that you came back, so they wanted to come over to take a look and get together," Qiu Sufan said. Sumu coldly smiled and said, "I'm afraid that when they come over, it's not as simple as getting together." All along, his sister-in-law Cho Ching liked to climb. Every time he went home, the other party would come over to ask him about his work, his life and whatnot, and then take it out to talk nonsense. Especially in these 2 years, he wasn't mixing very well and bumping into walls everywhere. And after Cho Ching found out about it, she almost spread the word about him in the village, said he as a college student read out is not much use. Look at her family's Ho Bin, graduated from high school, in Tianhua City as a small company's general manager, a year income of several $100,000. The other party likes to compare and contrast, Sumu lazy tube, but Cho Ching, this person, not just like to compare so simple. When Sumu's grandfather left, he left a sum of money, probably more than $100,000, and his grandfather need only 2 daughters, and no son. According to reason should be divided equally by the 2 daughters of this money. The results of Qiu Ching a person all ate, but also lied that there is no such money. Because of this matter, Qiu Qing's husband Ho Wei also came to the door to threaten Qiu Sufan, told her not to talk nonsense. At that time, Sumu's dad Su Kong addicted to gambling. A day outside, Sumu himself age is also small. This matter Qiu Sufan can only tolerate anger. A person in the night tears, and all of this, Sumu all saw in the eyes, so he to his sister-in-law that family, not like, can even be said to hate. This time when the other party heard that he had returned, They probably wanted to come over and climb over again to satisfy their humble vanity. Seeing Sumu's face look a bit off from the side, Yi Lingxiao seemed to understand something in her heart and didn't say much. Not long after, 3 people walked in. It was none other than Qiu Qing's family of 3. Sister, to prepare so many dishes, it's really broke the bank. Qiu Qing laughed. There, you guys sit down first, I'll be right over. Qiu Sufan said and went towards the kitchen. Qiu Qing's family of 3 sat down, and only then did she greet Sumu. What a coincidence. I heard that you came back today, and rushed over to be a guest. It just so happens that your cousin is also at home, so let's all get together. Qiu Qing laughed. Yes, Sumu. Although the 2 of us work in the same city, I guess we haven't seen each other for a few years. Hobin also opened his mouth, and just after he finished speaking, he saw Yi Lingxiao next to him, and his whole person was instantly trapped. I'm Sumu's friend, Yi Lingxiao. Yi Lingxiao smiled faintly. Friend? Hobin hastily reacted and extended his hand. Nice to meet you. Yi Lingxiao glanced at Sumu, then shook the other party's hand. Sumu, this can't be your girlfriend, right? So pretty. Qiu Qing asked tentatively. No, just a good friend, Sumu said indifferently. Qiu Qing nodded. Not long after, Qiu Sufan walked over with the last plate of dishes, and the table was already complete. Everyone, eat quickly, the dishes are getting cold. She laughed. Come on, start. I'm starving too, Ho Wei also said nonchalantly. As they ate, Qiu Qing opened her mouth and asked, Sumu, have you been working well lately? This year? It's still especially hard to find a job. Sumu smiled faintly. He knew that the other party would definitely want to ask this. I resigned, he honestly said. Resigned? Qiu Qing said in mock surprise. It's not easy to find a job this year. How can you resign? Yeah, the company I'm at is laying off employees, basically not accepting anymore, Hobin said. Had a fight with the boss, couldn't do it anymore, so I resigned, Sumu said lightly. He now had the system. The money was like a freebie. What was the point of not resigning and doing that Thai job? Sumu, you are still too young. How can you fight with the boss? People, we have to be down to earth dry. Learn your cousin Hobin. Work hard. When the general manager, this year also raised a more than 500,000 BMW to our village to compete for glory. How good. You are the only college student in the village. You can't bring shame to our village, Qiu Qing said in a serious tone. The corner of Sumu's mouth slightly skimmed. When the other party said all this, wasn't she trying to show off that her son had bought a new BMW? Yeah, Sumu, listen to your sister-in-law well, Ho Wei said helpfully from the side. Qiu Sufan was a little embarrassed to hear this and didn't say anything more. Qiu Qing saw that the other party was defeated, and continued. Your cousin, this year he bought another house in Tianhua City. 1 million, this is the second one. Learn more from your cousin, and in the future, strive to also mortgage a suite in the city. Qiu Sufan laughed. Sister, don't make fun of Moore. Nowadays Tianhua City house is so expensive. How can he afford it? You also know the situation of our family, and there is no way to help him. Dreams still need to be had. Qiu Qing laughed. Hobin had been staring at Yi Lingxiao at the moment. The other party was too beautiful and had completely attracted him. He didn't care about Sumu and directly opened his mouth and asked, Miss Yi Lingxiao, I wonder how old you are this year. Are you still going to school? Yi Lingxiao nodded. I'm 22, and I'm studying at Tianhua University. Tianhua University? That's the best school in our province. You're pretty and you're a school bully. There must be a lot of people pursuing you. Hobin laughed. Enough cousin. Ling Xiao is my friend, so don't ask too many personal matters, Sumu said in a deep voice. Cousin, you are joking. I just want to get acquainted with Miss Ling Xiao. After all, they are both in Tianhua City. In the future, one more friend is one more way. I believe Miss Ling Xiao will not refuse, right? Hobin laughed. He fell in love with Yi Lingxia at the first sight, and after learning that the other party was a college student, his self-confidence grew a bit more. After all, he had always felt that he was handsome and golden, and such a man was the standard for many girls to choose a spouse. A little girl like Yi Lingxiao only needed to be contacted twice more, and he believed that he would soon be able to take it. Just thinking of the other party lying in bed with himself, he had a feeling of impatience. Yi Lingxiao felt a little embarrassed and didn't chime in. Sumu said seriously, Cousin, I said, Lingxiao is a friend I brought here. You have too many questions. It's better to eat more food. At this time, Qiu Qing spoke up, of course helping her son. More didn't you say that mess? Yi is just your friend? Since she's just a friend, what's wrong with letting your cousin get to know her? Not to mention that Miss Yi is such a beautiful and educated girl. She's still a good match for your cousin. Sumu's eyes turned cold. The meaning of the other party's words was obvious. Yi Lingxiao and Hobin were a good match, and he was nothing more than a toad trying to eat swan meat. The scene was a bit gloomy for a while. Xiao Sufan gently coughed to ease the embarrassment. Everyone eat more food. Don't just talk. These are my specialty dishes. Try them all. But although Xiao Sufan intended to diffuse this embarrassment, Hobin didn't buy this. He directly said, Su Mu, aren't you without a job right now? Why don't you just come to my company to work? I'll give you 5,000 a month, and 1 day off a week. How about it? Are you interested? When Xiao Qing heard this, she hurriedly said, Su Mu why don't you quickly thank your cousin? $5,000 salary. I guess you didn't even have that much in your previous job. Su Mu coldly smiled. How could the other party have such good intentions? Sure enough, Hobin spoke again. Cousin, I've provided you with such a good job opportunity. Introduce Miss Yi to me to get to know her. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to be friends in the future? Miss Yi, don't you think so? Yi Lingxiao didn't know how to strike up a conversation. She looked at Su Mu, wanting to see what the other party meant. Su Mu's face turned cold and said, Hobin, since you want to know Lingxiao so much, you should personally ask her if she agrees. If she doesn't refuse, I have nothing to say. Hobin looked at Yi Lingxiao expectantly. Yi Lingxiao was a little short of breath when she saw everyone looking at her. Su Mu comforted. There's no need to consider my feelings. Just do what you want. Yi Lingxiao shook her head and said, Mr. Ho, I'm sorry, although you are Su Mu's cousin, I'm not interested in you and have no intention of becoming friends. Hobin's face changed when he heard this. It was the first time he had been defeated in such a long time. He didn't think that the other party would give him so little face. But compared to him, Xiao Qing's reaction was even greater. Her son, who she had always been proud of, had been rejected just like this. How could she possibly endure it? So she directly opened her mouth and said, Little girl, why are you so ungrateful? Our Hobin is handsome and rich. Which bit is not good enough for you? You're a little bit good looking, but there are a lot of good looking women out there. Do you think you're worthy of our Hobin? That's right. What are you? Don't go look in the mirror. Really? Howei snorted coldly and spoke even harder. Su Mu's face turned cold as he spoke. Ling Shirao is just a normal rejection. Is it necessary for you guys to attack in life like this? Humph. Su Mu, what qualifications do you have to speak? There's no job and you're still pretending here. Is this fun? Hobin said in a cold voice. It was obvious that Yi Lingxiao had rejected him, making his heart very unhappy. Hobin, watch what you say. Don't blame me for being rude. Su Mu was a bit angry. Xiao Sufan saw the scene saber rattling and quickly stood up to regulate. Alright, everyone stop talking. Give me a face. How about this matter ends here? Humph, what are you eating? Don't eat. Go Hobin. There's nothing to say to this kind of people who have no ambition. Xiao Qing snorted coldly and threw her chopsticks on the table and stood up. That's it. Don't eat. A poor college student really thinks he's superior. Howei also stood up and walked towards the door. Hobin looked deeply at Yi Lingxiao. His heart was a bit unwilling, but seeing that his parents had left, he had no choice but to follow. Su Mu's clenched fist slowly loosened. He was already very atmospheric. He was close to making a move. If it wasn't for the fact that his own mother was here, he probably would have already carried the soup on the table and covered their heads. AI. More. Your sister-in-law is such a person. Don't bother with her. Xiao Sufan sighed and said, Mom, I'm not at home. Their family probably didn't bully you much. Su Mu asked. It's fine. Your sister-in-law just loves to take advantage. Just let her be. Xiao Sufan gave a far-fetched smile. Chapter 29, Hobin eats defeat. Su Mu understood in his heart that his mother had suffered a lot alone at home, and in the end, she could only swallow it herself and not say anything. Mom, this time I came back. It's to pick you up to live in Tianhua City. In the future we'll be together. No one can bully you anymore. Su Mu said seriously. Xiao Sufan heard a faint smile, not thinking, you've only graduated for 2 years, and because of your father's matter in these 2 years, you don't have any savings at all. I can only burden you in the past. It's better to forget about it. Mom, I have money now. I can support you. You don't have to worry about money in the future. Su Mu said in a hurry. More, I know you mean well. Well, no more. Eat, we'll talk about these things later. Xiao Sufan laughed. Su Mu knew that his mother still didn't believe what he said. He sighed, thinking that there was still time later. He could slowly explain. That guy Su Mu didn't earn any money. He really thinks he's something. Isn't he just a broken college student? The result of reading out nothing useful. Not even half as much as our Xiaobin. Xiao Qing walked on the road, still cursing. Hobin was walking behind, with a soulful look on his face. Xiao Qing looked over and shook her hand in front of him. Xiaobin, what's wrong with you? Like you've lost your soul. Don't scare Mom. Hobin came back to his senses and shook his head. Mom, I feel that I have fallen in love with that girl. Xiao Qing slightly stunned, some surprised asked, Xiaobin, you are so good conditions. What girl cannot find? How is interested in that girl? Hobin said. When I was working, I also met a lot of excellent girls, but I never had that feeling just now. I think I fell in love at first sight. Xiao Bin, you are. Xiao Qing was a little embarrassed. Ho Wei interjected. If you like it, go after it. I can see. That girl is just pretending to be reserved today. She is, after all, brought back by Sumu. If you say yes to Sumu in front of him, wouldn't it be stroking someone else's face? You find an opportunity to meet that woman privately for a while. Maybe this will come true. Hobin smiled and nodded. Dad, you're right. She should be at Sumu's house for the next few days. I'll find a chance to meet her alone once more. Leave the contact information. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's not talk about this first. Today I came over for dinner. Originally I wanted to discuss the matter of selling the land with my sister. I just got angry and even when mistaken. Look at my brain. Xiao Qing patted her head and said, Humph, what is there to discuss? That land is passed down by your parents. Even if it is sold, there must be a share of us. If she does not agree, I will threaten her like last time. She still can only concede? Ho Wei coldly snorted. This time that Sumu was at home. You still dare to threaten? Xiao Qing asked. That's just a little kid. Do you see me putting him in my eyes? Ho Wei gave a contemptuous smile. Dad is right. What the hell is that Sumu? And I know the boss who acquired that land. When the time comes, I'll ask him to operate, and I'll make sure that Xiao Sufan won't get a single penny. Hobin sneered. Ha ha ha, with you guys around, I don't have to worry. Xiao Qing burst into laughter. After Sumu's trio finished dinner, Xiao Sufan then opened her mouth and said, More, there's something that I didn't tell you before, but I should give it to you now. What is it? Sumu asked. Do you still remember that piece of land we have under Luohan Mountain? At first, we even built a house there in order to raise pigs. Of course I remember. What happened to that piece of land? Sumu was a bit puzzled. Not long ago the nearby tourist attraction contacted me, saying that they wanted to expropriate that piece of land, and the compensation was $500,000. Xiao Su Fan laughed. $500,000? Sumu was a little surprised. In the past when the tourist attraction was built, their family's land didn't take up a single point. He still felt that his family was unlucky. He didn't think that now his mother would tell him such a news. If it was before, he would have been happy as hell. But now he didn't feel anything anymore. After all, people who had villas of $80 million, $500,000 was really just a drop in the bucket. Right, Mauer? I've already decided. I'll give you all of this $500,000 by then. No matter if you decide to buy a house or do anything, I'll support you. Xiao Su Fan said. Sumu's heart warmed. After so many years, it was still his mother who cared for him the most. He lightly smiled and said, Mom, let's talk about this matter later. And it's not a foregone conclusion until the money arrives. You're right. I'm too happy too soon. No more. You and Ling Xiao chat. I'll go clean up the pots and pans. Xiao Su Fan laughed. Auntie, let me do it. Yi Ling Xiao stood up. No need. You guys watch TV. I'll do it. Xiao Sufan cleaned up the dishes and didn't give the other party a chance to clean up. The old home was still that kind of old-fashioned TV series. The picture was a bit blurry and the sound was not clear. But this TV set, accompanied Sumu for more than 10 years. Full of memories. Did you hear that, Ling Shirao? I'll be rich soon. Sumu joked. Yi Lingsha smiled faintly. Then a trace of bitterness appeared on her face. Sumu naturally saw it and quickly asked, What's wrong? Sumu, am I your good friend? Yi Lingxiao asked seriously. Of course I am. Why do you ask? Sumu felt a little strange. I'm afraid that if you're really rich in the future, we'll become people from two worlds and never cross paths again. Yi Lingxiao said worriedly. When Sumu heard this, he smiled. How could that be? No matter what, you are my good friend. Always have been. Yi Lingxia heard the other party say this, smiled faintly and nodded her head vigorously. Waking up early the next morning, Sumu felt the fresh air of the countryside and felt very pleasant. This day, he brought Yi Lingxia to walk in the countryside, feeling the beautiful nature and seeing many beautiful views. Yi Lingxia was very happy, and seemed to have really forgotten about that day completely. It was only when it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon that they returned home and sat together in the small courtyard in front of their house. Sumu, sometimes I wonder how good it would be if I always lived in such a mountainous and beautiful place, just with the person I like. Yi Lingxiao said softly. Yeah, I also long for a life like that. Sumu laughed. Yi Lingxiao stole a glance at Sumu. Under the sunlight, the other party seemed to be radiating light all over her body, causing ripples in her heart. She knew that she had unconsciously started to like the other party. This was the feeling of a heartbeat. You take a rest here. I'm going to use the restroom. Sumu said. Good. Yi Lingxiao nodded, took a stool, and sat in the small courtyard outside the house. At this time, Hobin unexpectedly came over, and when he saw Yi Lingxiao alone there, his heart was delighted, thinking that this was God giving him a chance. Miss Yi, you are sitting there alone with sunscreen? Hobin laughed. Yi Lingxiao frowned slightly, not expecting the other party to come here alone. Mr. Ho, what brings you here? This is my great aunt. I came to walk around. Scurrying can't be done. Yi Lingxiao nodded, feeling that the other party had a point, and did not ask any more questions. Miss Yi, actually we are both in Tianhua City. It's quite good to get to know each other. Hobin walked over and said as he sat down on the stool next to him. Mr. Ho, don't we already know each other? Yi Lingxiao was a bit defensive, seemingly sensing the other party's ulterior motives. Ms. Yi, what I mean is, how about we exchange contact information with each other? I have acquaintances in many places in Tianhua City, so we can play together when we are free. After all, it's always good to know more friends. Hobin laughed. Yi Lingxiao shook her head and said, Mr. Ho, contact information or forget it. I'm currently studying, my studies are important, and I don't have time to play. Hobin's lips jumped, not expecting the other party to be so insensitive to his face. He said directly, Miss Yi, you may not know much about me, so there is hostility. I'll be honest with you, I'm now in a company as a general manager. The salary is not too high, right? A year to the hands of 5 or 600,000 like, not long ago raised a BMW 5 Series. Tianhua City also has 2 sets of houses. Full payment. I think my status like this, and you contact, is not considered to be a high climber, right? Hobin wore a confident smile. He believed that with conditions and looks like his, there shouldn't be any girl who wouldn't be moved, even if the other party pretends to be reserved, not tempted by money, but to ask for a contact information. It should still be easy, with contact information, and then slowly conquer each other later. However, Yi Lingxiao didn't eat his words at all, and even after the other party said those words, she instead felt even more bored with the other party. Mr. Ho, you are too good, it's me who can't climb up. The contact information is really not necessary. You, Hobin heart some angry, but also not good to attack up. He really can't figure out how the other party is not attracted at all. They even want a contact information cannot. Could it be that the other side really likes Sumu not? In this world, it is really not for the love of money? Chapter 30, Money from Selling Land. Ms. Yi, would you reconsider? I don't mean anything else. I just want to make a friend. Hobin said again. He didn't believe in evil. He had begged the other party so much, even if he was just giving face, he should have given a WeChat or something. However, Yi Lingxiao still shook her head and said, Mr. Ho, it's really not necessary. Yi Lingxiao, are you not giving me face? Hobin's face sank. With his position, he was considered somewhat prestigious in Tianhua City, but he hadn't expected that he would be so bad in the other party's eyes, and he wasn't even willing to give a contact information, so how could he not be angry? Just when he was about to have a fit, Sumu walked over from the side. Cousin, no one else is willing to give you contact information, why keep pushing? Hobin turned his head and frowned. Sumu, I want contact information. There's nothing wrong with you, right? Of course there is something about me. Ling Shirao is a friend I brought back. I naturally have to take care of her feelings. Now Ling Shirao is a little upset. After you, Sumu said icily. Hobin snorted coldly, turned around and walked away. Halfway there, the more he thought about it, the more angry he felt that he had been insulted. Just be complacent. When I eat all the money from your family's land, you'll have to cry at that time. Sumu saw Hobin walk away, and only then did he come to Yi Lingxiao's side and asked, he didn't do anything to you just now, did he? No. Yi Lingxiao shook her head. Sumu said, that's good. Xiao Su Fan had already laid out the room, and everyone went to their respective rooms to rest after dinner. Sumu lay on the bed and happened to drum up the system. As usual, no S-rank spike items appeared. Still houses, cars, small companies and the like. Following the previous practice, he casually bought 3 items. What made him look forward to it was still the rage value. Without realizing it, his rage value was full again, and he could continue to draw. However, he was now caught in a dilemma. One was to use the rage value to upgrade the ancient martial arts he had learned, and his fighting ability was further improved, and the other was to draw a lottery to obtain some other skills. After Sumu thought about it, he still decided to draw a lottery. Currently, the ancient martial arts ability is enough. Fighting is not a problem. If I can get some other skills, maybe it can be of great use at critical moments. After Sumu decided, he clicked to draw. The large screen began to scroll and then stopped at an interface. Congratulations master, obtaining S-class skill, myriad hands. Sumu was slightly stunned. What the heck was wonderful hands? Could it be a medical skill? S-rank skill. This is the first time it has appeared. Even in ancient martial arts, it seems that it's not an S-rank skill. Sumu began to look forward to it and directly activated it. The moment he activated it, he felt many fragments of knowledge emerge in his mind, reorganizing and forming in his mind, making him feel as if he knew a lot of things in a flash. He looked at his hands, extremely surprised. It was because at that moment, he understood that his medical skills had reached a terrifying level. In his mind, he even had a method of utilizing herbal medicine to treat cancer. No wonder it's an S-rank skill. It's too unbelievable. Sumu was still in shock, and it took him half a day to come back to his senses. He thought of Yi Lingxiao's mother. Now that his own medical skills were amazing, he might be able to cure her mother's illness. Thinking about it, he fell asleep, and the next morning, when he woke up to wash, he found that Yi Lingxiao had already gotten up early and was helping to sweep the floor. Xiao Sufan came next to him and laughed. This friend of yours is really polite. Early in the morning insisted that she wanted to help sweep the floor and so on. She couldn't even be stopped. Sumu smiled faintly. Mom, since she wants to sweep the floor, let her sweep it. She might be in a better mood if she does something. Xiao Sufan nodded. What a good child. Pretty and understanding. How nice it would be if she were my daughter-in-law. Black lines appeared on Sumu's forehead, and he quickly said, Mom, it's better for you not to say this kind of words in front of Ling Shurao, so as not to make others misunderstand. The fact that you brought her home proves that this friend of hers must be quite extraordinary. Right, you can fight for it. I can see that this girl is interested in you. Xiao Sufan winked and said. Sumu was a little embarrassed, and quickly digressed and said, Mom, I know. Later I will take Ling Shurao to the town for a stroll. I won't be back for lunch. We'll be back in the afternoon. Xiao Sufan saw the other party sidetracking the topic, so she didn't say much more. She just smiled. After breakfast, Sumu and Yi Lingxiao went to town. Xiao Sufan tidied up the house, but she saw a middle-aged woman running over in a hurry. She was the next door's Mrs. Wang. Sufan still busy. Sister-in-law Wang laughed. Busy? I see you in a hurry. What's the matter? Xiao Sufan asked. I just came to ask you about the land sale. The matter of selling land? What's going on? Haven't you received any money recently? Sister-in-law Wang saw the other party's puzzled look and asked with some confusion. No, has the money come down already? Xiao Sufan asked in puzzlement. I heard yesterday that the money came down for several families next door, and my family's $300,000 also arrived, so I came to ask. Sister-in-law Wang said. I just didn't expect that your money hasn't arrived yet. It's really strange. Maybe, mine is going to be a bit slower. Xiao Sufan smiled, but in her heart, she was a little worried. Not true. Sister-in-law Wang shook her head. Some people are fast. They already arrived the day before yesterday. Yesterday was already the last batch. If the money hasn't arrived, I'm afraid something is wrong. You'd better go to that tourist attraction and take a look. Xiao Sufan nodded. After sister-in-law Wang left, her heart became more and more uneasy. No, I have to go and ask. She changed her clothes, closed the door to her room and headed towards the tourist attraction. After walking for a small half hour, she arrived at the office building outside the attraction and knocked on the door. After half a ring, a middle-aged man came out, sized up Xiao Sufan, and asked in an unimpressed manner, What's the matter, big brother? I'm looking for Manager Qin. Is he in his office? Xiao Sufan asked. He's in. What are you looking for him for? The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked disdainfully. I want to find Manager Qin to ask about the land sale payment. I heard that other people's money has arrived, but mine hasn't arrived yet, so I wanted to come and ask for clarification. Xiao Sufan said with a smile. The middle-aged man's complexion changed, and he said in a cold voice, There's no need to ask. The money has all been paid out, and if it's not yours, then it really isn't. Xiao Sufan's face changed when she heard this. She quickly asked, This big brother, what do you mean? The land under our family's Luohan mountain was indeed occupied. How could there be no money? At first, we did sign a contract. Since we signed the contract, it proves that the money has arrived. Go back and check all the bank cards yourself, the middle-aged man said. Xiao Sufan shook her head and said, Big brother, I only have one card. It's impossible to make a mistake. Let me meet Manager Qin. I want to ask in person. Something must have gone wrong here. I said, no need to ask. Money transferred is money transferred. Go 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 go. The middle-aged man was a bit impatient. No, that's our family's land. Can't just be occupied somehow without getting any money. I must ask clearly. Xiao Sufan unwillingly wanted to walk towards the office. The middle-aged man was annoyed, pushed over. Xiao Sufan how can be as strong as the other party? She was directly pushed and sat on the ground. This is our office place, not something you can just enter. Get lost, don't make me call security. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and closed the door to the room. Xiao Sufan stood up, her eyes slightly red. She had been counting on this money to allow Sumu to buy a house and get a daughter-in-law. If it was gone like this, what could she do? She knew there was no way to get into the office, so she simply waited under the big tree not far away. Manager Chin will always come out at some point, and then she will stop up and ask about it. A dark cloud drifted over, and suddenly it started pouring rain. Xiao Su Fan stood in the rain, was drenched to the skin, but she was not willing to leave like this, but wanted to ask clearly, so even though her body was cold and pale, she still did not want to go. After waiting for several hours, she stood there, shivering with cold, and when she saw that she was about to pass out, she finally saw Manager Chin driving a car away from the office. Xiao Sufan gritted her teeth and hurriedly ran over and stopped the car. Manager Chin braked sharply, annoyed beyond belief, sticking his head out and cursing, "You're a psychopath. Do you want to die?" Xiao Sufan desperately squeezed out a hint of a smile and walked over to ask in a friendly manner, "Manager Chin, I'm Xiao Sufan. Ah, you're the one who bought my land before. I just want to ask about it. About my money payment." "Xiao Sufan? Oh, what's wrong with the money? Speak up if you have something to say. I have business to attend to," Manager Chin asked. "Manager Chin, I just realized today that everyone else's money has already arrived, but mine seems to have some kind of problem and has never arrived. So I want to ask about this matter," Xiao Sufan said in a hurry. Manager Chin's eyes turned and said, "Let me put it to you this way. Your money, I was sent down. There is no problem. But I didn't receive it at all," Xiao Sufan said with some anxiety. "Whether you received it or not is none of my business. Anyway, I have sent the money down." Manager Chin finished driving and prepared to leave. Xiao Sufan stopped in front and was unforgiving. "What the hell do you want to do?" Manager Chin was enraged. "Manager Chin, this matter, you must help me solve it. That's the only money I have left. If I don't have this money, I really don't know what to do," Xiao Sufan cried, looking very helpless. "Like I said, if it's paid, it's paid. Why are you such an unreasonable person? Let's put it this way. I'll put it bluntly for you. Go ask your relatives to see if it was sent to their cards. That's it. Get out of the way." Manager Chin coldly grunted. "Relatives?" Xiao Sufan froze there, taking this gap. Manager Chin drove off. "Relatives? Is it Xiao Qing and the others?" Xiao Sufan muttered. She suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed on the ground at once. Chapter 31 Asking for Money. Sumu brought Yi Lingxiao around the town and bought a lot of delicious food, and just as he came back, he saw sister-in-law Wang next door running over in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. "Sister-in-law Wang, what's wrong with you?" Sumu asked curiously. "Xiao Mu, it's not good. Your mom fainted. She's in the town's hospital now. You quickly go and take a look." Sister-in-law Wang gasped and said. Sumu was shocked in his heart. "Sister-in-law Wang, what exactly happened? How did my mom faint?" "Hey, it's still because of the matter of the land sale money. This morning I went to tell her that the money from the other families had already arrived, but your family hadn't arrived yet." She then went to the scenic spot to find that Manager Chin to ask about the situation. "As a result, later I heard that your mom fainted, and it was the kind people in the village who sent your mom to the hospital." Sister-in-law Wang said. "Got it. I'll go to the hospital now." Sumu was not in the mood to think about anything else at the moment, and rushed out with food in his hand. Yi Lingxiao was also more anxious at this moment, and followed towards the town. Arriving at the hospital ward, Xiao Su Fan has woken up at this moment, but her face is still pale, and she still has a high fever, but she has been changed into a hospital gown by the nurse, and her soaked clothes are placed next to her. "Mom, how is your condition now? Is it okay?" Sumu came to the window and asked worriedly. "More, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with me. I just have a fever." Xiao Sufan desperately squeezed out a trace of a smile, but it could be seen that she was still very weak. "Mom, what exactly happened today? Why are your clothes soaking wet?" Sumu asked gruffly. "More, it's nothing big. You don't have to worry." Xiao Sufan intended to keep these things to herself. "Mom, tell me if there's anything. Don't hide it in the side of your heart. I'm already grown up and can be on my own. If someone dares to bully you, I'll definitely go to his trouble," Sumu coldly said. When Xiao Sufan heard the other party's such understanding words, tears couldn't help but flow down her face. "More, it's Mom who doesn't have the ability. That $500,000 may not be able to get it." Sumu frowned and exuded a hostile aura. "It was really that land sale money thing." "Mom, don't get excited. What happened? You give me a good explanation." "More, that Chin manager of the scenic area said that he had already sent the money, but there is nothing at all on my account. I suspect that the money went to your sister-in-law's hands," Xiao Sufan said sadly. "In the hands of the sister-in-law?" Sumu was a little surprised, not knowing how this matter got involved with his sister-in-law. "Mom, this matter? What exactly does it have to do with my sister-in-law? Our money, how did it go to her hands?" "Hey, when your grandmother passed away, the family's land was divided among us. At that time, because the Luohan mountain piece of land was more remote, your sister-in-law didn't want it. That's why it was eventually divided among me. A month ago. I don't know who told your sister-in-law that she knew about the land under Luohan Mountain to be occupied, so she found me and wanted me to give her half of the land under Luohan Mountain. For this matter, of course, I do not agree. The result is that your sister-in-law deadbeat ran to meet the person in charge of the scenic spot, said that the Luohan Mountain land is hers. When your grandmother divided the land, there was no proof. I also have a hard time arguing, but thinking of having signed the contract. Left is my bank card account. Think there should be no problem, but who knows today? Xiao Su Fan shook his head, heart unusually sad. That was $500,000. This money was her only hope, but now there was nothing. Sumu frowned, his fists clenched. It's Cho Cheng again. Mom, don't worry. I'll go over later to ask about the situation properly. If the money is really in her hands, I will definitely ask for it back. You don't have to worry. More, if you go over, you must be polite. Don't get angry or make a move. Ho Bin, he knows some friends in Tianhua City. There are some people under his hand. You can't fight him. If you really can't get it back, then forget it. You must protect yourself. Xiao Su Fan advised. Mom, don't worry. I have a measure and know what to do. Sumu stood up and prepared to leave. Yi Ling Xiao said with some concern. I'll accompany you. Sumu shook his head and softly said. Ling Shirao, you stay here and help me take care of my mom. I'll go and return. Don't worry. Yi Lingsha nodded. Since the other party had said so, she had no choice but to wait here. Sumu left the hospital and walked towards Qiu Qing's home. Qiu Qing's house was very well built. It was a two-story villa with a large yard outside. It was the best condition in the entire village. Sumu came to the front door and knocked on the door, and it was only after half a ring that someone came over and opened the door to the room. Yo, it's Cousin Ah, what's the matter? Hobin saw the other party and smiled disdainfully. His words all revealed his contempt for the other party. This is my sister-in-law's house. Can't I come over and sit? Sumu asked. Of course you can. Come in. Hobin lightly grunted, and made way for the other party to enter. Sumu looked around. It seemed that Qiu Qing was right. Hobin did make money in these few years, although the land in this old home was not worth much, but if he wanted to build the villa up, he couldn't get it done without a few $100,000. What's more, he stood in the doorway, and already saw that the inside was decorated very well, and the money for this decoration was estimated to be at least several $100,000, totaling quite a lot of money. Xiao Mu, why did you want to come up and see my home today? Qiu Cheng saw the other party and gave a greeting. Sumu entered the house, looked around, and said, Auntie, your home couldn't have imagined that it was built so well, that's for sure. You probably haven't seen such a high-grade villa, Qiu Cheng said arrogantly. Sumu smiled and didn't say anything. He came to sit on the sofa and faintly said, Auntie, today I came over. I just want to ask one thing. What is it? Qiu Qing frowned slightly. She always felt that there was nothing good about the other party coming here. Auntie, my mom's $500,000. Has it reached your account yet? Sumu asked directly. When Qiu Qing heard this, her face instantly changed. She stood up from the sofa and said angrily, Sumu, what do you mean by this? How could $500,000 from your family come to me? What are you talking nonsense about? Sumu said indifferently. Auntie, I'm just asking, why are you reacting so loudly? It's not possible that that money really came to you, right? Qiu Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva, obviously a little flustered, until she saw Hobin walk in. Then her heart was a little more at ease. Yes, the money just came to us. What's the problem? Hobin said with a big swagger, not caring what the other party thought. Sumu frowned. Sure enough, that $500,000, it really came to the other party's account. Auntie, that money is ours. You guys just swallowed it privately. I'm afraid it's not too good. When Qiu Qing heard this, she coldly grunted. Sumu, I'll be straight with you. That piece of land, it's my parents', your grandparents'. Since it's their land, it's only right that I get this money. Humph, rightfully so? Auntie, if I remember well, when the land was divided, that piece of land under Luohan Mountain, but it was divided to me, this money, no matter what, is also my mom's, right? Sumu said in a deep voice. Cousin Ah, you say it's your family, is your family Ah? There's no proof when you say it. I can still say that when the land was first divided, it was distributed to my mom. Hobin coldly snorted. Sumu slightly frowned and said, Hobin, I'm still able to speak well here because you guys are my relatives. If it was someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be so good at speaking now. Hobin was happy to hear this and walked over and said, Sumu, what the hell do you really think you are? What, do you still want to make a move? Sumu stood up and slowly approached over and said in a cold voice, Hobin, do you think I really don't dare to hit you? You try? If you dare to make a move, believe it or not, I will find someone to get you killed. Hobin sneered and threatened. However, just as he finished speaking, Sumu slapped him. A crisp ringing sound resounded in the room, and Hobin's entire head was knocked askew and buzzed. Sumu, how dare you make a move? Qiuqing was stunned. She didn't expect the other party to make a move when they said they would. She immediately shouted, Dong Jia, quickly come out. Someone is hitting our son. Who dares to hit my son? Wei came down from upstairs with an iron bar. As soon as he saw Sumu, he angrily said, Brat, dare to touch my son? I'll beat you to death. Saying that, he struck over with a stick. Sumu's head was slightly tilted to the side, and he stretched out his hand, directly catching that iron rod, and with a jerk, the iron rod came into his hand. Want to hit me? He coldly snorted, and with a backhand, he struck the rod over, knocking on Wei's shoulder. Wei only felt his shoulder sink and instantly knelt down. The intense pain made him wail out, Sumu, how dare you make a move? I'll fight you. Hobin shouted angrily and punched over. Sumu coldly smiled. The opponent's fist, in his eyes, was as slow as the speed of a tortoise. It was simply not enough to fear. The moment the opponent's fist came over, he slightly sidestepped, and backhanded a punch, hitting the opponent's stomach. How could Hobin react? The pain covered his stomach and wowed. He couldn't get up straight. Qiuqing was pale at the side. She didn't expect the other party's hands to be so powerful. 3 times 2 men in the family were beaten without the power to fight back, and now she is the only woman left in the family. Sumu coldly looked at her and said, I'll give you a chance. Transfer the money that arrived to my mom's account right now, or else I'll even beat you together. Sumu, do you know that this is illegal? Believe it or not, I'll sue you. Qiuqing threatened. I'll sue you all you want, but I'll also tell you, if you don't immediately transfer the money to my mom's account right now, I won't know if your son is missing an arm or a leg or something. Sumu threatened. Saying that, he picked up the iron bar next to him and placed it on the thigh of Hobin, who was lying on the ground. Hobin wanted to struggle to get up at this moment, and Sumu stepped on his chest, causing his chest to be stuffy and short of breath, and there was no way for him to resist by half. Sumu, you. Qiuqing revealed a fearful gaze. It was the first time she saw the other party so fierce. Chapter 32, Second Sacred City Corporation. Like I said, transfer the money to my mom's account right now, or don't blame me for disowning her, Sumu said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll transfer it right now. You mustn't do anything. Qiuqing also understood that there was no way out now, only being able to transfer the money, and then later call the police inspector to arrest the other party. This was the only option. I've already transferred it. You quickly release my son. Qiuqing flashed her cell phone out and said loudly. Sumu saw the transfer information on the other party's cell phone and said in a cold voice, if you had done this earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Goodbye. He threw the iron bar on the ground, looked at Hobin and left Qiuqing's house. Hobin slowly climbed up, his angry eyes covered in blood. He said in a deep voice, Mom, hurry up and call the police. $500,000 can't just be taken away by him for no reason. Good. Qiuqing was also furious at this moment, and hurriedly called the police. Wait for me to find all the people and then come to the door to clean him up. Just wait for me. Wei was also furious at this moment. Sumu returned to the hospital, came to Qiusufan's ward and said in a pretense of relaxation, Mom, I've asked for that money back. You've already received the text message, right? Qiusufan nodded. She did just receive the text message and still felt very surprised. More? How on earth did you get the money back? When did your sister-in-law become so nice? Sumu smiled. With me here, asking for money isn't easy? Just rest assured. Qiusufan nodded. Since the money was asked for back, she could also breathe a sigh of relief. Because she was too tired, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Yi Lingxiao asked with some concern, Sumu, will anything really go wrong? That Hobin doesn't seem to be in existence to be messed with. Don't worry, there's no problem. Even if there's a problem, I'll solve it quickly. Don't worry, Sumu said. I hope so. Yi Lingxiao also relaxed a bit. Lingxiao, I brought you here to relax this time, and I didn't expect to encounter this kind of trouble. Sorry, Sumu said with some embarrassment. It's fine. These 2 days Auntie was very good and made so many delicious food. It's only right for me to do something to help Auntie, Yi Lingxiao said with a smile. Sumu nodded. Taking advantage of this gap, he clicked on the system and checked the situation, but found a scenic spot near his old home in the second system. Sacred City Limited. Market capitalization, 2.8 billion. Spike price, 99. 9-inch. Sumu remembered. Luohan Mountain Scenic Spot. Is this Sacred City Limited company developed? Did not think that today happened to brush this article. It seems that he can again the whole company to acquire. He did not hesitate. Directly point acquisition. What he didn't know is that this simple point of his, in the Holy City Limited company has caused a big rattling. Everyone is inquiring about who the new boss is. Not long after, Qiuqing's family of 3, brought the police inspector to the ward where Chiu Sufan was. As soon as they saw Sumu, they hurriedly pointed at him and said, "Comrade police inspector, he's the one who just struck out and beat us, and he also blackmailed $500,000 from me. You guys have to do right by me." Yi Lingshin's brows furrowed at the scene in front of her, knowing that something bad was about to happen, and was vaguely worried for Sumu. However, Sumu acted as if nothing had happened, acting very calmly. At this moment, Chiu Sufan was also awakened. She saw the scene in front of her and was already sleepless, not knowing what had happened. The police inspector who took the lead was surnamed Een. He was an old police inspector in this part of Ren town. He looked at Sumu and asked seriously, "Someone accused you of beating and extorting. How do you explain that?" Sumu stood up and said indifferently, "Inspector, beating and blackmailing also requires evidence, right? Without evidence how can you say I hit someone? Your bull ******** ting." Hoban angrily stood out and growled. He pointed at his face, and then pointed at his abdomen and said, "You just slapped me and almost gave me a concussion, and also gave me a punch to my abdomen. I even threw up my dinner, and you're saying you didn't hit me?" Sumu faintly smiled. "Cousin, it's meaningless for me to hear you say that. You said that I hit you so hard. How come I didn't see a single trace?" Hoban was slightly stunned. He touched his face, and now it all still has this raw pain. He turned his head and asked Xiuqing, "Mom, there must be a mark on me, right? It still hurts like hell." Xiuqing took a closer look, but realized that there were no marks at all. Inspector Een also looked over and frowned slightly. "There's no redness or swelling at all on your face. There's not a trace of being beaten. How can that be?" Hoban found it unbelievable. He hurriedly pulled his clothes away and said, "There are marks on my stomach. Just now his punch was so heavy. I definitely have bruises here." However, as he exposed his stomach, there were no marks at all. It looked very normal, so normal that people found it unbelievable. Inspector Een said in a cold voice, "I now seriously doubt the veracity of your words." Hoban's eyes widened, really unable to figure out how this could be the case. She was still feeling the pain now. How could there be no trace at all? This simply didn't make the slightest bit of sense. "Inspector, that kid gave my shoulder a stick. I definitely have marks here." Holway stood out and exposed his shoulder. However, a glance over and it was the same as his son's situation. There were no traces whatsoever. How is it possible? What the hell is this situation? Xiuqing muttered. She had seen Sumu move his hand. How could this be possible? Inspector Yin's face became increasingly ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "You're abusing the society's resources. This is legally responsible." "Inspector Een, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you. Also, this guy blackmailed my family for $500,000. You'll know if you go check the account. This I definitely didn't lie to you," Hoban said in a serious manner. Yeah. Xiuqing had been nodding on the side. Sumu said unhurriedly, "Inspector, let me put it to you this way. The scenic spot development occupied our family's land and was prepared to give us $500,000. However, this money didn't go to my mother's account. It went to my sister-in-law's account. I went to my sister-in-law's house tonight for this matter, and after my sister-in-law found out about it, she transferred the money to my mother's account, and no dispute arose in the middle of the process, and I don't know what my sister-in-law's alarm is all about. Moreover, I was at their home, but their family of 3 are all there. How can I fight 1-3, and blackmail them for money? This is simply nonsense." Inspector Een did feel that it made sense when he heard it. The key was that Xiuqing's family didn't have any evidence at all, and their words were completely unreliable, so it was hard for him to believe it. "This matter belongs to your family's conflict. You can discuss the issue of where the money belongs to yourselves. Don't use social resources indiscriminately, and if you report a false police report again, you will be severely punished." Inspector Een reminded seriously and then left with his men. Xiuqing still wanted to say something. However, Inspector Een didn't intend to listen at all, so she was only able to swallow the words that came to her mouth. After the police inspectors left, Sumu coldly looked at them and said, "What? Haven't you guys gotten enough beatings?" Xiuqing's trio took a step back in fear. Hoban angrily threatened, "Sumu, we'll see. I'll have to clean you up sooner or later. Just wait for me." Sumu coldly said, "Let me also remind you guys, if you cause any more trouble, it won't be as simple as today." The 3 of them left the place. Only then did Chiu Sufan ask worriedly, "More, did you fight with them? You didn't get hurt, did you?" Sumu lightly smiled and said, "Mom, I'm not hurt at all. Don't worry. In fact, this time, he hit the other party but didn't leave a trace because of the ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts can store internal force, and ordinary kung fu are not the same. He borrowed internal force to hit people. The damages the other party more deep times the flesh and blood. From the outside cannot be seen at all. That's why they feel the pain. However, they do not know what exactly is the reason." After Chiu Sufan finished her fluids, her fever also subsided, and Sumu and Yi Lingxiao brought her back home to rest. Yi Lingxiao was also extraordinarily diligent and cleaned up the house. Sumu followed to help, but in terms of handling the household chores, she really wasn't as sharp as the other party. Lingxia, you rest at home, I'm going out to do something, Sumu said. What's so important? Yi Lingxia frowned slightly. There won't be any problems, I'll be back soon. Sumu smiled. Yi Lingxia nodded. Since the other party had said so, she couldn't say anything. Sumu left the house and walked towards the scenic area's office. $500,000 had been paid into Chiu Qing's account, and the person in charge of the scenic spot definitely couldn't escape responsibility, because at first Chiu Su Fan clearly left her own account. How could it suddenly be changed to Chiu Qing's? There must be something fishy in this. Sumu decided to go and ask clearly. Once he arrived at the office, he didn't hesitate and directly pushed the door in. The middle-aged man who was working at the door and had pushed Chiu Su Fan earlier saw a stranger rushing in and rushed to stop him. What are you doing? Is this a place where you can just come in? The middle-aged man loudly scolded. Sumu lowered his head and glanced at this middle-aged man's work license. The other party was called Jiang Sven, but looking at his imposing appearance, he was not Sven at all. Are you the person in charge of this scenic spot? He asked. Our person in charge is Manager Qin. What are you looking for him for? Jiang Sven frowned slightly and said, where is he now? Sumu asked seriously. I'm asking you what you're looking for our Manager Qin for? Can't you hear me clearly? Jiang Sven yelled. Sumu frowned slightly and ignored him. Since the other party didn't tell him, he would find him himself. He walked towards the room inside. Jiang Sven was shocked and hurriedly ran up to block it. Brat, you're coming over to cause trouble, aren't you? This is our office place. Is it something you can just enter? Jiang Sven hurriedly went to pull Sumu. However, with a light wave of the other party's hand, he felt a huge force and was directly pushed out, backing up several meters away. Just as he was stunned, Sumu had already walked along the stairs, toward the upper floors. Chapter 33, Dealing with Manager Qin. Sumu came upstairs, looked at the name outside the room, found the manager's room, and directly pushed the door in. That Manager Qin was in the middle of a love affair with his secretary. As soon as he saw someone suddenly come in, he quickly raised his head and looked over. Who is it that doesn't knock at the door? How many times have I said that? Sumu ignored him and closed the door before unlocking it, walked up to him and asked in a deep voice. My mom was drenched in the rain for so long yesterday. It was because of you, wasn't it? Your mom? Manager Qin frowned slightly as he thought of something and asked, you're that Chiu Su Fan's son? Yes, I am. Manager Qin hurriedly picked up the landline and wanted to call security. How could Sumu give him a chance? He directly ripped the phone line off. What do you want to do? He said angrily. Sumu took a nearby chair over and sat right in front of him. Right now, you'll give me a good explanation of how my mom's $500,000, in the end, ran into Chiu Qing's account? If you can't tell me clearly today, you, the manager, get lost, Sumu said in a deep voice. Manager Qin laughed at this. What are you? I'll get lost if you tell me to get lost? Nuts! When Sumu saw the other party's contemptuous eyes, his expression turned cold and he directly stretched out his right hand and pinched it. Manager Qin only felt his neck tighten as he was lifted up by the other party's stranglehold, a sense of suffocation suddenly surging in. His secretary was frightened and screamed, huddling into a corner, but because the room was relatively soundproof, their voices didn't travel out. I asked you to give me a clear explanation instead of listening to your nonsense. Do you think I don't dare to move you? Sumu said in a cold voice. Manager Qin was scared silly. He slapped Sumu's hand hard and nodded repeatedly. Only then did Sumu put him down. He was scared silly. The first time he encountered such a strong person, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't know what to do. Big brother, I don't want you to do it. I'll tell you everything. He thought of the expedient. First rely on the other side, behind if he has the opportunity to go out. Then think of other ways. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Tell me, what have you done? Sumu asked. Manager Qin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Big brother, in fact I don't want to be like this. This $500,000 is not sent to whoever's hand is not sent. It doesn't have any effect on me. However, a few days ago that Hobin came to find me, said to make a point of giving me $100,000. Let me just need to change the bank account number. I just started to be reluctant. In order to $100,000. If the company checks down, they must be a problem. However, he later told me that, in the end, who belongs to that piece of land? There is a dispute. Even if I call the money to her mom, even if the legal pursuit down is not a problem at all, do not need me to be responsible for. I thought to myself that changing the account number would be $100,000. So Sumu's face was cold. It was really that Hobin, that guy in Tianhua City as a small company's general manager. Crooked things learned quite a lot, and now even hit the idea to the head. This matter absolutely could not be let go. Sumu wanted to let him understand what was called regret. For $100,000, betraying your conscience, very good. Sumu stood up, took out his cell phone, and made a call. Luohan Mountain scenic spot. This Chin manager let him get lost. My company doesn't need this kind of person. Manager Chin was listening to the clouds beside him, not knowing what was going on. Not long after, his cell phone rang. It was the company-level general manager calling him. He was a little unsure and picked the phone up. What the hell is wrong with you? On the phone, the general manager chopped his head off and scolded him. Manager Chin was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even dare to answer the call. General Manager Lee, am I doing something wrong? Don't you know that you have gotten into big trouble? Have you messed with Sudong? Just now I received a call from Sudong, saying that he told you to get lost. You'd better pack up and go. Mr. Lee on the other end of the phone side. What? Manager Chin was shocked. Sudong? He raised his head and glanced at Sumu, filled with shock. And at this moment, Sumu didn't pay any attention to him at all, opening the door of the room and leaving the place. Manager Chin was like a deflated balloon, sitting paralyzed there, repenting to death in his heart. When Sumu left the office, he happened to hear Jiang Sven at the door on the phone. You're not unaware that yesterday that was unforgiving. I drove her away. She was still out there betting on Manager Chin. It was really deserved that she fainted in the back. I just watched her like that for an hour there in the rain. What a stinking. The guy who just rushed into Manager Chin's office must be that son. You quickly let the security guards all come over. Don't let him run away. Sumu's brows stared and looked over, and it was conceivable that the other party was talking about, precisely, his own mother. A wave of anger rushed to his head. He walked over, grabbed his hair and pressed it into the ground. Before Jiang Sven could even react, he felt a huge pain in his scalp and fell heavily to the ground. Who is it? I'm going to, he screamed in pain. Sumu punched over a few times, hitting the other party with a long nosebleed and dizziness. Who were you cursing just now? You dare to hit me. Security will come right away. I want to call the police inspector. Jiang Sven roared. He was outside to call the security chief of the scenic area, and was going to call all the security over, but he didn't expect the other party to move so fast that he heard the content of his phone call. Garbage. What do you think you are? Sumu spat towards his face. Although he was angry, he also knew the importance of lightness and didn't lay his hands on him, but it wasn't easy for the other party to be in this state right now. You wait, you'll have a good time later. Ouch. Jiang Sven screamed in pain, but still didn't forget to threaten the other party. Sumu moved a chair beside him and said faintly, that's good. Later we will see who is more unbearable. Not long after, a large team of security guards ran over and surrounded Sumu. Sumu wasn't nervous in the slightest and said indifferently, which one of you is the head of security? A middle-aged man stood out. He was none other than the security chief Zhang Wei. What do you want to do? This is a scenic spot. How can you hit people? Sumu said. Who is the one in charge of you? Call him here. Humph, brat. Is the leader something you can call just because you want to? Everyone on, tie him up for me and hand him over to the police inspector later, the security chief said angrily. A group of people gathered around. Sumu slightly frowned, really looking for death. He quickly struck out. His movements were opportune. The dozen or so security guards hadn't even seen the speed of the other party's punches before they were sent flying out and fell to the ground. The security team leader was surprised. He did not expect the other party's hands to be so powerful. More than a dozen security guards, but they are not the opponent of the other party alone? This is still a human being? Sumu coldly glanced at him and said, you can call the police now, Inspector. I don't care, but I advise you to give your supervisor a word. The security chief tremblingly took out his cell phone, made a call to his supervisor manager, and then called the police. Not long after, that supervising manager came rushing over. His name was Zhou, and he was the chief manager, or general manager, of this scenic spot. When he came here and saw Sumu, his heart shook. Wasn't the other party their new boss? He had also only just been notified that the entire Holy City Group, overnight, had been fully acquired by an unknown person, and the sky had changed for a while. In order to understand the situation, he inquired about the information of this person Sumu and got a photo. He didn't think that he would see it today. Su Dong, why did you come here? Didn't even inform me in advance. It's really not well prepared, Zhou Shen said respectfully. No, you prepared well, gave me a big meal. Look at the security guards on the ground, but they are all your people, Sumu said in a cold voice. Zhou Shen looked around. His complexion changed, realized something, looked at the security chief and said angrily, are you trying to rebel? This is our Su Dong. What are you doing calling in so many security guards? The security team leader all of a sudden, his face also paled. He never thought that the young man in front of him was the chairman of the company. If he had known that, he could not have let the security guards to do it. This is over. This security team leader. I'm afraid when the end. Jiang Sven, insulting my mom. Manager Zhou, do you know what to do? Sumu asked in a deep voice. Zhou Shen's forehead was sweating coldly. He nodded. He looked at Jiang Sven and said angrily, I've long seen that you're not used to it. A day of not doing the right thing. Just know how to flatter and flatter. People like you should have gotten out of the company a long time ago. Today I'm going to represent Sudong. To kick you out. Jiang Swan heard the face white. He was not easy to mix to a director's position. And every day from 9 to 5. A good salary. The whole family is relying on his salary. Now if he was fired, he really do not know what to do. Just 10,000 a month of the mortgage cannot be eaten. Sudong, I am wrong. It is me who deserves to die. It is me who deserves to die. He regretted slapping himself. His face slapped scarlet, and even kneeled down. However, Sumu did not think. Just said to him in a cold voice, if you knew this, why did you bother? At this time, 2 police inspectors arrived. Seeing the messy situation at the scene, the police inspector in the lead frowned slightly and said, which one of you just called the police? And what's the situation at the scene? I heard that there was a fight? The head of security hurriedly stepped forward and said, I was the one who called the police. What's the situation? Tell me, the police inspector asked. The security captain glanced at Sumu and smiled. Inspector, everything is a misunderstanding. We're putting on a show. Nothing happened. Nothing happened? The police inspector frowned slightly and looked towards several security guards who were still holding their abdomens and asked, what the hell is going on? Police inspector? We really were acting. Nothing happened. The several security guards looked at each other and said with a smile as well. The police inspector was half convinced. He looked towards Jiang Sven who was sitting on the ground and still bleeding from his nose and asked, and what's the situation with you? Why are you bleeding from your nose? Inspector I. Jiang Sven was ready to tell what just happened, but seeing a group of security guards staring him down viciously, he could only gulp and change his words. Inspector sir, I was going down the stairs when I accidentally fell and knocked my nose. Really? The police inspector was half convinced. Really? I didn't lie to you. Jiang Sven laughed. The police inspector nodded, made a brief statement and left. The matter here, Manager Zhou should know what to do, right? Don't worry Sudong. I know how to do everything here. I don't need you to worry about it. Zhou Shen respectfully said. Sumu got up and left. He re-entered the house. Yi Lingxiao didn't know when. Sitting on the side of Qiu Sufan's bed and fell asleep. Chapter 34 Xiong Haizheng's Revenge. Sumu looked at Yi Lingxiao and felt some heartache for the other party. Because of his own mother's matter. The other party had also followed him around today. So naturally he was also tired. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Lingxiao's hair. At this moment, he had a heartfelt feeling. Yi Lingxiao suddenly woke up with a start, and Sumu also immediately withdrew his hand. Sumu, you're back. She rubbed her eyes and said, I'm back. There's nothing else. Go back to your room and rest. I'm here. Sumu smiled. Nothing. It's what I should do. Then I'll go back to my room first. Yi Lingxiao was a little tired, stood up and left. Sumu looked at the sleeping Qiu Sufan and sat next to her for another night. The next day, Qiu Sufan's fever completely receded. Although her body was still a little weak, there was no longer any major problem. You guarded me all night. It was really too hard. Qiu Sufan said with some heartache. It's okay mom, when I was sick as a child in the past, didn't you also keep watch all night? Sumu smiled. He had already made breakfast. After eating breakfast together, Sumu brought up the matter of letting the other party follow along into the city. You don't have a job right now. I can only be a burden to you in the past. I'd better just stay at home. Qiu Sufan said. Mom, actually I already have my own house in Tianhua City, and I'm not unemployed anymore. I've already found a new job. I've come back specifically to pick you up this time. I just want you to go to the city with me to enjoy your happiness. Sumu said. Is this, what you said true? What job gave you so much money that you were able to afford a house so quickly? Qiu Sufan still felt some disbelief. A set of house in Tianhua City was millions of dollars. Even if you gave a down payment, it was $300,000 to $400,000. Sumu had only been working for 2 years now, and didn't have any savings at all. How did the other party get this amount of money to buy a house? Mom, your son, I'm a key university graduate. Many companies grabbed me. There is a company that said to give me 300,000 settlement fee. I signed a contract with him. I also have not told you. Did not intend to come back recently to tell you? Sumu laughed. For the time being, he didn't intend to tell the other party that he was worth tens of billions of dollars and was living in an $80 million villa. If the other party really knew, they might scare themselves out of a heart attack. It wasn't a good thing. It needed to be gradual. Really? Qiu Sufan was delighted in her heart, not thinking that her son would be so capable. Of course it's all true. Mom, what would I lie to you for? Sumu smiled. Then it's really great. Our family more has gotten ahead, and will definitely get better and better in the future. But more, your work has just taken off. I'd better not go, and I'm already used to living in this countryside. If I go to the city and don't have any friends, I'm really not used to it, Xiao Su Fan said. Sumu raised his head and looked at the old house at home. He finally understood that the other party did not want to leave here. It was to read this home. He smiled and said, Mom, since you've said so, then I promise you'll stay at home, don't do any more farm work, and have a good rest. Xiao Su Fan nodded. She took out a bank card and said, More, there's $500,000 in this card, take it and use it however you want. How could Sumu follow this card? He refused it repeatedly, and after the two said a lot of things, Xiao Su Fan then took the money back. Mom, since that's the case, I'll leave with Ling Shirao first. I'll come back to see you often in the future. Sumu said, Auntie goodbye. Yi Lingsha also greeted more busily. After parting, Sumu drove his car and made a phone call to Joshin in the scenic area, specifically instructing him to take care of his mother and never be able to make any forks. He was most worried about his sister-in-law's family retaliating, especially Ho Wei and Ho Bin. The two masters liked to threaten others with force. Joshin also gave Sumu a guarantee that nothing would go wrong, letting him rest assured. Back in Tianhua City, Sumu sent Yi Lingxiao to the entrance of Tianhua University. You really don't want to visit my home? He asked. Yi Lingxiao shook her head. Sumu, I'll go later when I'm free. From today onwards I'm going to study hard and earn more money, for the sake of my mom, and also so that I can find a good job in the future. This time I'm very thankful to you. It made me feel much more cheerful. In the future I will live well, and I will definitely not let you down. Sumu smiled, intimately scratched her nose and said, I believe in you. Yi Lingxiao did not expect the other party to make such an intimate move. Her face blushed, opened the car door and left. Sumu smiled slightly, not expecting the other party to be so thin-skinned. He drove his car and prepared to go back to the villa, but at this time, he received a call. It was an unfamiliar caller, and there was no record in his cell phone. Hello? Sumu connected and asked, You are Sumu, right? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. I am, and who are you? Sumu frowned slightly, listening to the other party's voice. It seemed like nothing good was going on. I'm Xiong Haizhang, you beat up my son. Don't you know me anymore? The opposite party said seriously. Sumu slightly frowned and said, What Xiong Haizhang? Fish Haizhang? I don't know. He just wanted to hang up the phone. The caller suddenly said, I've been observing you for a long time. Don't you want that little girlfriend of yours to live? Sumu was furious in his heart and picked up the phone and asked, You're stalking me? What is my Xiong Haizhang's position in the entire Tianhua city? You don't go and inquire yourself. You hit my son and you want to let it go like this? Xiong Haizhang coldly snorted. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party's threats, but if he brought bad consequences to Yi Lingxiao because of himself, he would definitely regret it to death. He asked in a deep voice, Then what do you want to do? Tonight at 8 o'clock, Dragon Palace Resort KTV, room 802. You have to be here by then, or else I'll do what I just said. The opposite party hung up the phone after saying cruel words. Sumu frowned tightly. It seems that today he must go to meet the other party. He wanted to know what the other party wanted to do. However, he didn't think that the Dragon Palace Resort that the other party chose was his own territory. Talking about things on his turf, Xiong Haizhang was afraid that he himself hadn't thought about it. Sumu coldly smiled. It seemed that he was quite good at being this invisible boss. At least no one knew of his existence. By 8 o'clock in the evening, he drove that broken Santara, according to the agreed time, came to the entrance of the resort, just intending to go in, but saw an acquaintance. Or rather it couldn't be considered an acquaintance. It could only be considered a one-sided acquaintance. Chu Qin? Sumu shouted. The other party turned his head, saw Sumu, and smiled faintly. It's you? Did you also come to play today? Of course, I didn't think that you, a big star, would still be willing to talk to me. Sumu laughed. Hey, what big star? Last time you helped me. We are considered half friends. How can I ignore you? Chu Qin laughed. Sumu nodded. Although the other party was a star and was very pretty, but without arrogance, he hadn't looked at the wrong person. This kind of person the company could indeed focus on building. After all, in his opinion, sometimes character was more important than business, let alone someone like Chu Qin whose character and business were not bad. Let's not talk about it. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have the chance. I have a more important thing to talk about. It's about my new movie. Bye, Chu Qin said, hurriedly walked towards the resort. It seems to be a little late. In a hurry, Sumu did not say much. Chu Qin this period of time, and Xue Huaishan walked quite close. In fact, she does not want to, but after all, They are in the company, so big an opportunity is the other side to provide. The other side about her to go out to eat and watch movies and so on. She is not good to refuse, so has been to a few times about. Today this time, she originally did not want to come, but listen to Shui Weisheng said. This time in the KTV are some of the company's important people, the future of her career to help. She was forced by the human world, can only come to see. As soon as she entered the KTV, the people around her were already full. Shui Weisheng saw Chu Qin come in and quickly waved to her. Come quickly, this way. Chu Qin nodded and sat down next to him. Why did you only come now? Something on the way went wrong? Shui Weisheng asked. There was a bit of traffic jam, so I'm late. Sorry, Chu Qin said with an apology. It's okay, later you will accompany everyone to drink more wine. Sing 2 more songs on the line. You sing is not quite good? Shui Weisheng laughed. Chu Qin slightly frowned. She was still quite resistant to the matter of drinking, but the other party had said so. She couldn't refuse, and was only able to nod her head stiffly. Sumu also walked into the inside of the KTV, and according to Xiong Haizheng's words, came to room 802. As soon as he just pushed the door in, he found a dozen or so men in suits sitting there, and everyone's eyes looked at him in unison, and the middle-aged man sitting in the middle, about 50 years old, looked strong and sturdy, and sitting next to him happened to be Xiong Hualong, whom he had seen before, so it seemed that this middle-aged man should be Xiong Haizheng himself. You are Sumu? Xiong Haizheng asked. It's me, Sumu replied. Dad, it's this guy. Last time in the restaurant, he beat me up. Today you must help me out. Xiong Hualong coldly snorted. Sumu found an empty seat and sat down. He didn't say any nonsense. After all, in front of this group of hooligans, explaining anything was useless. If the other party wanted to make a move, he didn't mind stepping in to give this group of people a little lesson. Chapter 35, The Misunderstanding of Going Home. Sumu, you're really a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. Do you know that in the entire Tianhua city, is there anyone who dares to mess with me? Xiong Haizheng? You are still the first, Xiong Haizheng said in a deep voice. Sumu faintly smiled. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who dares to mess with you guys. It's just that some people hate trouble. Stinky thing, what are you still arrogant about? This is my territory. If you don't speak properly, be careful, I'll break your legs. Xiong Hualong angrily said from the side. Sumu lightly glanced at him, unimpressed, then looked at Xiong Haizheng again and said, I'm a person who hates it when people threaten me. If you dare to do something to Yi Lingxiao, or my loved ones, I'll for you will make you regret it. Hearing that, Xiong Haizheng laughed out loud. Sumu, I admit, you are able to eat at the Swan Sichuan restaurant, so your family is probably not too short of money. Today, I will tell you, my son's injury fee, $10 million, and the matter of the gambling stone store in the south of the city. Because of you, the store was forced to close. You will accompany me at least $100 million, a total of $110 million. If you don't take it out, don't blame me for being impolite. $110 million? Sumu was slightly stunned. The other party was obviously asking for a lot of money. No wonder why he had called himself here to talk. If he didn't give this money out, the other party had more than a dozen people that would surround him and beat him up. This is simply blackmail extortion. Moreover, he remembered that at that time, he had struck very lightly, and would not cause any harm to that Xiong Hualong at all. The other party now came to make such a scene, obviously because of the money issue, just wanting to blackmail him. Xiong Haizheng, a slap of $10 million. This money is really good. Sumu mocked. Xiong Haizheng snorted coldly and said, you don't think about it, whose son is Xiong Hualong in the end? In the entire Tianhua city, no one dares to mess with me yet. You even dared to slap my son, and even brought the police inspector to shut down my store. If it was someone else, I would have gotten him killed long ago. I'm looking at you as rich, and want to settle it with money, so that everyone will be better off. If you don't want to do it, I don't mind chopping off one of your hands right now. Surrounded by a dozen black-clothed people eyeing intently, if Sumu said an unwillingness, he did not doubt that the guy would rush up together. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have gasped in fear by now. After all, they were facing the #1 gray organization in Tianhua City. But for Sumu, he didn't think it was a problem in the slightest. After all, with his hands, it was enough to deal with these dozen of guys. But he was unwilling to personally take action. He wanted to make these guys in front of him understand whose venue this was and who exactly they should listen to. Xiong Haizheng, to be honest, as powerful as you make yourself out to be, in my eyes, you're just a piece of. Do you really think that the words you just said can threaten me? Let me tell you, even if you blow yourself up, in my eyes nothing counts, Sumu said with a cold snort. Xiong Haizheng's eyelids jumped. He really didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. Between words, he was degraded to the extreme. For so long, No one had humiliated him like this. In his heart, he was already furious. Give me on, get him killed. A dozen black-clothed men rushed up. Sumu's face stared and snapped his fingers. A group of people in overalls rushed in outside the KTV, more than 30 of them, surrounding these dozen black-clothed men, and the one leading the group was none other than Tang Chen. It turned out that Sumu had informed Tang Chen and the others just before he came in. His people, who had long been ambushed outside the room, would rush in as soon as they heard a ringing finger. Xiong Haizheng's brows were furrowed as he looked at Tang Chen and said angrily, Mr. Tang, I'm an old friend of yours, and I often come to the Dragon Palace Resort to spend money. Do you want to make an enemy of me? Tang Chen looked at him and said coldly, Xiong Haizheng, you are the #1 gang of gray organizations in Tianhua City. I can't fight you in Tianhua City, but don't forget, this is our Dragon Palace Resort, our own territory, and this one in front of you is the boss of our Dragon Palace Resort, Su Dong. If you mess with him, you are messing with me. You asked me what I mean. Now do you understand? Su Dong? Xiong Haizheng's brows were furrowed. He did not expect that the place he chose was actually the other party's territory. The skin of his mouth jumped as he said angrily, Tang Chen, do you really think that if you bring 30 or so people in, I, Xiong Haizheng, am afraid of you? You're just a small resort. In front of me, you're nothing. Brothers, draw your guns. With this roar from him, a dozen black-clothed men pulled out a pistol from their waist. Tang Chen and the others were greatly shocked, and Sumu also frowned. None of them had thought that Xiong Haizheng had let his men bring guns, and with a dozen of them, this was contraband, and it was shocking to see it just placed on their bodies like this. The 30 staff members of the Dragon Palace Resort were hearing that their boss was going to be beaten up, and that's why they angrily ran over to help. Who knew that there were actually guns here? Each of them took a step back, and were instantly abashed. Work is important, but a small life is also important. You guys are violating the law by using firearms. If the police inspector knows about this, all of you will go to jail and squat, Sumu said in a deep voice. He only realized a problem now. The so-called Grey organization that was able to stand for so long in Tianhua City without collapsing. There was a reason. Although he now knew ancient martial arts and was considered very good at fighting, could he dodge bullets? He had no confidence at all right now. At least with his current ancient martial arts tier, there was no way to do so. So when Xiong Haizheng's group of people took out their guns, he was also vain. But he was the boss. No matter how vain he was, his temperament had to be there. Otherwise he would be looked down upon by his own men. When Xiong Haizheng heard the other party's words, he laughed out loud and said, Sumu, do you think I, Xiong Haizheng, am scared? I have reigned over Tianhua City for more than 10 years. No one has ever scared me. You milquetoast brat. Do you really think you are my opponent? Su Dong, us this. Tang Chen was sweating coldly at this moment, and noticed his gaze on Sumu's body. Sumu's face sank as he coldly hummed, Xiong Haizheng, don't forget that this is my territory. So what if you have a gun? There are thousands of staff members at the Dragon Palace Resort, and there are many people who come here to play. If you really dare to shoot, who can be responsible for the consequences that will be caused at that time? Once it's on the news, I'm afraid that the mayor of Tianhua City won't be able to tolerate you, and neither will those high-ranking leaders of the Chinese nation. You dare to threaten me? Xiong Haizheng pointed his gun at the other party and shouted, believe it or not, I'll kill you with one shot? Dad, shoot him to death. Take it out on me. Xiong Hualong shouted excitedly from the side. Su Mu's complexion was grave, although the side of his heart was dying of emptiness, but he still maintained his composure. You can kill me, but if you dare to do it, the 30 brethren behind me will definitely not be able to stand by and watch. If you have the guts, you can just shoot all of them to death. At that time, we'll all play through together. You, Xiong Haizheng was trembling with anger, but he still had some sense. The other party is right. If he shoots now, at that time no one understands what kind of consequences will happen. He has to consider for the future of the whole Black Mountain gang. He can't be reckless. Su Mu, you have enough balls. Wait for me. I will get you killed sooner or later. Xiong Haizheng put his gun away, glared viciously at the other party, and turned to leave. As for his men, they followed him and left the place with great vigor. No one dared to stop them. Tang Chen saw everyone leave. Then he breathed heavily. Just now a dozen guns pointed at them. That kind of fear and pressure, only they understood in their own hearts. Su Dong, you are too good. You are able to stay calm in the face of this group of villains. You deserve to be the boss. He complimented. Sumu drew a tissue and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was also relieved in his heart. It seems like it's time to quickly upgrade the ancient martial arts ability. He muttered. Previously, he felt that the ancient martial was enough and didn't utilize his rage value to raise it, but now he realized that his previous thoughts were very wrong. As his financial power increased, he would inevitably offend more and more people in the future. And those people, they might all have guns. or even more powerful weapons, and if he couldn't keep up with his strength, he would only be able to become a lamb to the slaughter, which was a very unpleasant feeling. Enhancing the power of the ancient martial arts was the only way for him to protect himself at the moment. After this incident, that Xiong Haizhang knows that Dragon Palace Resort is my territory, so he probably won't come here in the future. Tang Chen, you're the person in charge of Dragon Palace Resort, and you've just come forward to speak, so you should be more careful in general to avoid Xiong Haizhang's retaliation. Su Mu reminded. Dong Su, I know, you should also pay attention to safety. I heard that Xiong Haizhang's background is not simple. Tang Chen reminded. Su Mu nodded. Xiong Haizhang was able to be so arrogant in Tianhua City, the power behind him was definitely not simple. At least he currently had no way to reach it. The brothers who came over today, each person rewarded 50,000 yuan. Later Tang Chen sent it out. After all, everyone also suffered a shock and almost met a life-threatening situation. In the future, everyone is still working diligently. I'm a person who hates seniority. As long as you have the ability, I will reward. Su Mu said. When the crowd heard this, they happily applauded. Just now it did scare them lightly. Now they were able to take so much money. There was a comfort, and the side of their hearts balanced out quite a bit. They were all very grateful to Su Mu. Alright, everyone disperse, go to work, Su Mu said. The crowd left, and Tang Chen also all returned to his post. Su Mu was still a little bit scared even now. He adjusted his emotions and planned to leave. Just as he exited the room, he saw that in the corner of the corridor, there was a woman squatting on the ground and puking. Looking at the back was very familiar. Is it Chu Qin? He frowned slightly. The other party seemed to have drunk too much and was not in a good state. Su Mu walked over and asked about her condition. Are you alright? Chu Qin raised her head, her face with a blush. Is it you? Su Mu slightly frowned. The other party's appearance? I don't know how much he drank to drink like this. He helped Chu Qin up and said, You've drunk like this, what else to drink? Go back earlier. Chapter 36, Ancient Martial Arts Elevation, Second Order. Who knew that when Su Mu said this, Chu Qin directly cried out loud, tears falling down one by one, drunkenly almost falling on the ground. Su Mu frowned slightly. For a moment he didn't understand what was going on. Why did the other party cry all of a sudden? Could it be that he caused it? You, what happened to you? I didn't do anything to you. Keep your voice down. Others who don't know still think that I'm bullying you. Su Mu hurriedly persuaded. Who knows that when he persuaded this, the other party not only didn't stop crying, but also cried louder and louder. Su Mu looked at her like this, and estimated that there was no way for her to go home alone. So he helped her, came to the parking lot, and put her in his car. Where is your home? I'll send you back. Don't worry, I don't have any thoughts about you, Su Mu said. Chu Qin's cries were a little smaller, but she vomited again, vomiting all over the car. Su Mu felt a wave of nausea. Fortunately this car was the broken Santera from before. He was going to throw it away. If it was a new car, he estimated that he would have thrown the other person down. Thank you for being willing to send me back, Chu Qin said in a daze. Su Mu originally wanted to be angry, but looking at the other party's quite pitiful appearance, he could only hold it back. What the hell are you crying about? Chu Qin smiled to himself and said to himself, Chu Qin, the most outstanding student of Tianhua Art Academy's 15th grade, the professional course, is the first in everything? The teachers have praised me as someone who will have great success in the future. But do you know? What have I been going through all these years? I was snowed in for 2 years just because I didn't agree to the leader's subterfuge. This time, I finally made a comeback. Thought I could rely on my own strength, mixed with some fame, but did not think, and 2 years ago look. Su Mu slightly frowned. What just happened to you in KTV? Is it subterfuge again? Chu Qin didn't seem to hear the other party's question and said to herself, Chu Qin, am I the kind of girl who just goes along with it? What do they take me for? I'm an actress. I'm an entertainer. I'm not an escort. Nor am I one to be trifled with. Why are they all doing this to me? Why are they? They're all too bad, Chu Qin said and fell asleep in a daze. Su Mu frowned slightly. It looked like the other party had just had a very unpleasant incident at the KTV. That's why they were like this. Shui Huaishan, you've just become the general manager. If you dare to make a mess for me, I won't be polite just the same. He snorted coldly and looked at the bag next to Chu Qin, which revealed a document with her address on it. After Su Mu knew where the other party lived, he drove away. He sent Chu Qin to the door of the other party's neighborhood and pushed her, wanting her to go back on her own. But Chu Qin slept like a dead pig, not responding at all. Su Mu could only sigh helplessly, picked her up, and according to the address, came outside the apartment she lived in. Su Mu rummaged through her bag and found the key. carried her inside and put her on the bed. The apartment that Chu Qin lived in wasn't big. It was estimated that it was only more than 40 square meters, but the decoration was quite stylish. The whole became pink, and the home was cleaned quite well. Sumu did not think. Once was also considered a hot star. Now can only live in this kind of room. The heart cannot help but some sighs. He was just about to leave. Suddenly felt a little thirsty. Just saw that there was a water dispenser and paper cups next to him. So he picked up a cup of water and sat next to it for a while. With the help of this gap, he looked at the system. The anger value unexpectedly has already reached 100 again. Sumu muttered. According to the system's hints, he could either perform an ancient martial arts upgrade or conduct a lottery. Based on what happened today, he naturally placed the lottery at the back, and upgrading the ancient martial arts was the top priority. It was believed that when the ancient martial arts reached the back, it would definitely have an even more terrifying performance, and by then it might not be impossible to dodge bullets. If he really reached that kind of realm, what gray organization he is not false. The one he drew earlier was the beginner's ancient martial arts. Sumu was a little fuzzy on this concept, not knowing what it meant. Above primary, could it be intermediate? Upgrade. He didn't hesitate and tapped upgrade. With this point, his body began to ache all over, and it was accompanied by a sense of dryness and heat. It's over. How did I forget about this thing? Sumu then remembered that the last time he activated his ancient martial arts, his body ached all over, and it took him half a day to react. This time when he upgraded, he didn't expect that painful feeling to still be there, and it was even more exaggerated than last time. He was unsteady on his feet and fell to the east, accidentally overturning the tables and stools around him. It's so hot. His consciousness had become blurred, heavy phantoms appeared in front of his eyes, and under the extreme pain, he collapsed into something and passed out. Early the next morning, he woke up in a daze, and a ray of sunlight shone on his face. He froze slightly, not understanding what was going on for a moment. He looked to his left and was shocked that Chu Qin was sleeping right next to him and was not fully clothed. What's going on? He glanced down at himself and was startled. He was surprisingly only wearing a pair of pants and nothing else. Holy, something bad isn't going to happen, is it? He hurriedly got up to put on his clothes, yet at this moment, Chu Qin also slowly opened his eyes and came to his senses. What place am I? In front of her was the ceiling, and her head was in a huge pain. This was the aftermath of being drunk. She rubbed her temples and just sat up, but she found Sumu who was putting on his pants, and screamed in fear, and her whine woke up. You, why are you here? I was just kind enough to send you back last night. Sumu really had a hard time speaking. Chu Qin looked down at his own disheveled appearance, and then looked at Sumu's appearance that he was putting on his pants, and then let out another yelp, and hurriedly turned his back. You, what the hell did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Don't misunderstand. You drank too much yesterday. It just so happened to be encountered by me. I saw the way you vomited all over the place, so I sent you back. Sumu hurriedly explained. If you just sent me back, why did you spend the night here? What are you wearing clothes for? You rascal, you must have done something to me. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Chu Qin was anxious and angry, took out her cell phone and was about to make a call. Sumu froze, rushed over, snatched the other party's cell phone, accidentally pressed on the other party again. You quickly get up, Chu Qin shouted. Sumu reacted and hurriedly got up. I've already told you, I didn't do anything. He didn't know how to explain for a moment. It was impossible to give the other party that he had fainted here because he had upgraded his ancient martial arts, right? This kind of bull ***** normal people who would believe. What the hell are you doing? Chu Qin sat on the bed, hugged her legs, and cried again. She didn't expect that she would be bullied like this the first time she got drunk, and it was naturally very hard on the side of her heart. Sumu saw the other party crying, sighed and said, Don't cry, I really didn't do anything. You don't believe me, you can go and do a checkup. If you check out any problems, I'll be responsible for it, okay? Chu Qin heard him say such words and cried even louder. Sumu was really speechless, unable to understand how the other party liked to cry so much. Tell me, what do you want me to do? What I just said is true. Last night I was going to leave, because of special reasons, fainted here. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Sumu's mouth was dry from explaining. If this matter couldn't be clarified, I don't know how much misunderstanding would be caused. Chu Qin saw his desperate defense, wiped her tears, no longer crying, and she was able to feel that there was nothing strange down there. The other party should be saying the truth. Then tell me, why did you faint? And why did you take off your clothes? Sumu thought about it and found a random reason and said, I'm a person who has a disease called paranoia. When I sent you back last night, I committed an illness. So this situation occurred. Chu Qin thought about it and nodded. Then fine, I'll believe you for once. Sumu saw the other party return to normal and let out a sigh of relief. Give me the cell phone, Chu Qin said. You won't call the police, right? Sumu asked tentatively. It won't. Chu Qin shook his head. When Sumu heard the other party's words, he was relieved and handed over his cell phone. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He was just about to leave when Chu Qin called him back. You sent me back last night. I didn't say any nonsense, did I? She asked. Sumu turned his head and said, last night, you cried and threw up all over my car. What do you think? When Chu Qin heard this, her face couldn't help but redden. Then what did I then say? You said that you want to do things with your own ability and business, but as a result, others simply can't see this about you and only know about subterfuge. Then you also cried. Sumu truthfully said. Chu Qin heard, frowned and said, although I'm not a very red star, but last night's things? You must not talk nonsense. If it is known by Mr. Shui, I'm afraid that this time I have a chance. Again, Sumu smiled and said, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense about this matter. But what did they do to you last night? Why are you so uncomfortable? It won't be any subterfuge again. Chu Qin shook his head and said, that Shui Huaixing guy is a decent person on the surface, but behind his back he is a colored demon. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. You're just a small staff in the company. Just go to work properly. It's not good for you to know too much. Sumu nodded, seeing that the other party did not want to say more, also stopped asking. However, listening to the other party's meaning, the reason why it was so difficult was precisely because of Shui Huaixing. I don't know what that guy is doing behind his back. It seems that he has to pay attention to it a little bit. Before he left, he thought of a sentence, turned his head and said, you don't need to be discouraged. The time behind. You will prove yourself with your own ability. I believe. Chu Qin heard the other party's words, smiled faintly, nodded and said, thank you. Sumu left and returned to his broken Santara. He drove the car and directly threw it to the used car dealer. This junk car, he was not willing to drive it anymore. Chapter 37, Administering the Needle. Sumu returned to the inside of the villa, took a shower, came in front of the mirror, and checked his body. He realized that his body was more muscular and his lines had become more pronounced. Of course the muscles weren't big, and were in proportion to his body, possessing a sense of beauty. I didn't think that after learning ancient martial arts, my body would change so much. He muttered and checked the system's content again, only to realize that the original beginner's ancient martial arts had turned into beginner's ancient martial arts second stage. It meant that one's level had been upgraded. I thought it would be directly upgraded to intermediate ancient martial arts. How did it run out to a second order? Sumu shook his head. It seemed that the promotion of an ancient martial art was not as easy as he thought. However, he now clearly felt that his body was even stronger and more powerful. Compared to just before when he was a beginner ancient martial artist, his strength had been greatly improved again, although it was only an improvement of 1 rank, but the real strength, not a star, but a qualitative improvement. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll talk about it after a good night's sleep. Sumu comfortably lay on top of his big bedroom. His heart was very cozy. This sleep went straight to the afternoon before he woke up in a muddle. Coming downstairs to the garage, without realizing it, there were already 3 luxury cars parked. This garage of his was quite large. Parking 10 cars was not a problem. And these 3 luxury cars, all of which Sumu recently killed in the system in seconds. Someone specifically drove them over to him and put them here, which made it a lot easier for him. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Porsche's SUV, Mercedes Maybach, Snort, these luxury cars, I didn't even think about them before, but now I actually have several of them. Sumu shook his head. All of this felt like a dream to him. However, he understood that it was all true. His own life had undergone a sea change. Which one to drive today? Sumu thought about it, and it seemed that the Porsche car was instead the most low profile, so he drove the Porsche out of the house. When he just came outside, he saw Zhang Shuer and Zheng Tianming. However, seeing Zheng Tianming's face wasn't very good. It was very pale. Zhang Shuer was holding him at the side. Her eyes were red. Sumu frowned slightly. It was obvious that something had gone wrong here. He hurriedly parked the car to the side, got out and asked, "What's the situation here? My grandfather is sick. Quickly help me." Zhang Shuer said eagerly. Sumu nodded. Although he didn't have a very good feeling about this Zhang Shuer, but this Zheng Tianming still gave him a good feeling, and everyone is a neighbor. When encountering this special situation, it's better to help if you can. He hurriedly helped Zheng Tianming, returned to the other party's home and placed him on the bed. What's going on with him? Why is his face pale and his head sweating? Sumu looked at Zhang Shuer and asked seriously. The other party's current state. His body was accompanied by convulsions, his consciousness was blurred, and he was looking to be in great danger. This is my grandfather's old disease. He once suffered a physical injury. Until now he has not recovered. Every time after a period of time there will be such a symptom. Today there is a sudden relapse. Eating the previous medicine has no effect. I'm afraid of. Zhang Shuer was so worried that she was about to cry. She still encountered this situation for the first time. Anxious hands and feet. Do not know what to do. Sumu frowned. He's in this condition. If he's not resuscitated immediately, I'm afraid that his life is in danger. I must give him acupuncture immediately. Are there any silver needles in the house? Zhang Shuer was stunned in her heart. The other party actually knew medical skills. This made her feel unbelievable. Silver needles, there seems to be. Last time when Dr. Zhang left, he accidentally left a pair, and said that the next time he came over to return it to him. But, you really know medical arts? She asked half-heartedly. Of course I will, otherwise why would I do such thankless things? You move fast. If you are any later, your grandfather's life is not guaranteed, Sumu said in a deep voice. Good, good. Zhang Shuer had completely lost her mind at this moment. Since the other party said that she would be able to heal, she could only be sick and anxious, and hurriedly ran upstairs to get the silver needle. And Sumu began to take Jing Tianming's pulse at this time. The feeling of taking his pulse was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Familiar because it was his first time. He had never had this experience before. Familiar because after he finished learning the skills drawn from the system, he felt very comfortable with these things, even if he hadn't done it before. In his heart, he already knew it by heart. As he took his pulse, he frowned. The other party's body, it was even worse than he had imagined. He didn't expect that the other party looked normal on the outside, but the real physical condition was already very weak, and there was a great deal of damage to all 5 organs and 6 bowels. Not long after, Zhang Shuer brought the silver needle over. What are you going to do? You show me the medicine your grandfather usually eats, Sumu said in a solemn voice. Oh, good. Zhang Shuer panicked for a moment. Her reaction became much slower, and it was only after half a second that she took the pills out. Sumu took the pill, looked at it, smelled it, and frowned slightly. This medicinal pill is mixed with more than 10 kinds of rare medicinal herbs. Although it can temporarily control your grandfather's pain, but it has no repairing effect on the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. By relying on this kind of medicine, with the passage of time, it can only reduce the pain, and it can't have any therapeutic effect at all. How is that possible? This is the medicine prescribed by Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang is the most famous Chinese medicine practitioner in the whole of China. We have spent a lot of effort trying to invite him. How could it be as bad as you say? Zhang Shuer snorted lightly, obviously not believing it. The other party was just a young man in his 20s, about the same age as herself, so how could he possibly reach Dr. Zhang's realm? She couldn't help but feel that the other party was pretending to be 13, and in her heart, she was even more contemptuous of Sumu. Sumu shook his head and said, you won't understand. It seems that this Dr. Zhang is just a false name. Forget it. I'll help your grandpa with acupuncture first to relieve the symptoms. As for your grandpa's injuries, they are all old injuries, so many years without effective treatment. Whether I can cure them or not, is also unknown. You really want acupuncture? Zhang Shuer couldn't help but feel nervous when she heard the other party's words. No matter what, the one lying there was her grandfather. Letting a young man who was not familiar at all and loved to talk big about acupuncture. She always felt uneasy in her heart and was afraid that something would go wrong. Sumu faintly said, the so-called Dr. Zhang that you called rush is over. About how long will it take? Half an hour. Zhang Shuer said after thinking for a while. Half an hour. By the time he comes over, your grandfather is estimated to be dead through and through. Whether you need me to save your grandfather or not, you decide for yourself. If you don't think it's necessary, I won't force it, Sumu said. Ah, Zhang Shuer was anxious. She clenched her teeth and said in a deep voice, then you quickly cure my grandfather. If you cure it, I will give you as much money as you want. If you don't cure it, I will definitely not let you go. Sumu shook his head. I don't dare to guarantee 100% control. I can only say that I'll try my best. If I didn't think that this old man was quite nice, I wouldn't have come to get into this mess. As he said that, he picked up the silver needle, burned it with a lighter, and started to apply the needle according to the experience in his memory. Zhang Shuer watched nervously from the side. Her breathing became rapid because one bad move and her grandfather would probably leave her today, which was something she had no way to accept. Zheng Tianming's face was pale at the moment, and his body was trembling slightly, but as Sumu applied the needle, his expression gradually eased, and his body slowly regained its calmness, as if he was sleeping peacefully. Zhang Shuer nervously asked, my grandfather, what happened to him? Why is he not moving? Sumu's forehead was covered in cold sweat at this moment. He had just cast more than 50 silver needles to stimulate the vitality of the other party's body, and because casting needles was very difficult, it required great concentration and extremely consumed one's mind. It was also the first time that Sumu had this experience. His body felt extremely labored, and his mind was consumed tremendously. It seems that in the future, one should not be able to casually give acupuncture to others, he lamented in his heart. Seeing that Sumu didn't reply, Zhang Shuer immediately lightly drank. This young lady is talking to you, didn't you hear me? I'm asking you, how exactly is my grandfather's situation right now? Sumu slightly frowned, raised his head and said, if you make a fuss again, I don't care. By the time anything goes wrong with your grandfather, you'll be responsible for it yourself. You, Zhang Shuer gritted her teeth, but once she thought of her grandfather's situation, she was only able to swallow her anger and stood quietly by the side. Sumu continued to apply needles. Soon half an hour passed, he finally finished applying, and his face paled quite a bit, because he was really too tired. Finished? Zhang Shuer asked. Right. Sumu drew 2 paper towels from the side and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Your grandfather is not in any serious trouble for the time being, but this is also a stopgap measure for me. I'm afraid it's not that simple if I want to completely cure your grandfather's disease. Zhang Shuer's heart was slightly relieved after hearing the other party's words. My grandfather's injury. It's been more than 10 years, and it hasn't been cured for so many years, just because it's too tricky. Sumu looked at Zheng Tianming, who was lying on the bed, and his heart was also a little puzzled. How about a person who looks like nothing is wrong on the outside, but his internal organs have rotted like that? Either he had been taking chronic poisons for years, or he had been shocked by the ancient martial arts internal force. Just at this moment, there was a sound at the entrance of the villa, and it seemed that someone was rushing over. Zhang Shuer hurriedly walked out of the room to check the situation, and when she saw the person coming, her heart was excited, and she shouted in a loud voice, Mom, Dad, Uncle, you guys finally came back. Just now Grandpa almost. Zhang Shuer's father is called Zhang Xinchang, her mother is called He Min, and her eldest uncle is called Zhang Qi. Seeing his daughter's saddened appearance, Zhang Xinchang comforted, don't worry, with Mom and Dad, there must be no problem. He then nervously looked at a middle-aged man behind himself and said in a deep voice, Dr. Zhang, please, quickly go and see what's going on with my father right now. That Dr. Zhang was none other than the one Zhang Shuer had mentioned before, named Zhang Hao. He nodded and walked into the inside of the room, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but stare. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Xinchang and the others came in and froze when they saw the scene as well. Chapter 38, The Consequences of Pulling Out the Needle. Who are you, Shuer? What's going on here? When Zhang Xinchang saw Sumu, he frowned, feeling that something was wrong, and hurriedly looked at Zhang Shuer. Zhang Shuer whispered, Dad, this is our neighbor. Today Grandpa was sick. He happened to pass by, so he helped me help Grandpa back to the villa, and also helped Grandpa with acupuncture. If it wasn't for him, Grandpa might have been dead by now. Acupuncture? Zhang Hao frowned and hurriedly ran over to check the situation, then yelled towards Sumu, who let you have acupuncture? Brat, you're trying to kill Elder Zhang. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party yelling at him as soon as he came over made him very unhappy in his heart. This old man's internal organs are going bad. He just committed a disease. Apart from acupuncture, there is no remaining way to save him. I am saving his life. What do you mean by saying such words? Zhang Hao snorted coldly. Brat, Zhang Lao's injuries are more than 10 years old. Just with your medical skills, even if you see something, will you be able to save Zhang Lao? What you're doing is just adding fuel to the fire and disrupting the rhythm of my treatment. Sumu's face sank as he said, if it wasn't for me being here, I'm afraid this old man would have already died. Beside him, Zhang Shuer's eldest uncle, Zhang Qi, stood out and said, Dr. Zhang is right. What does a little kid like you know about medicine? Quickly get out of the way and let Dr. Zhang check the situation. If it's because you aggravated your father's condition, I definitely won't let you go. Zhang Shuer saw her eldest uncle being so fierce. She quickly defended herself. Uncle, he's here to help us. Not. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Xinchang also spoke up. Shuer, there's no need for you to talk about what's going on here. Dr. Zhang is a famous Chinese medicine practitioner in the whole of China, and since he said what he said, it proves that there is something wrong with this young man's treatment. I still ask for Mr. Zhang's help in checking the situation, so that we can't let something happen to my father. Zhang Hao nodded and said, don't worry, I'll take Zhang Lao's pulse right now and check it out, and I'll definitely save Zhang Lao from danger. He took a chair from the side and sat down to help take his pulse. After half a second, his heart shook slightly. Zheng Tianming's injuries were actually really under control, although his internal organs were still old and unwell, and could go wrong at any time. The hidden dangers within the other party's body that could erupt at any time were suppressed by the silver needles. That is to say, without these silver needles to renew his life, Zheng Tianming would most likely have died half an hour ago, which would still be able to live until now. How is it possible? Zhang Hao felt more and more shocked in his heart. Such needle application skills, even if he was gifted and had practiced for decades, he had never reached such a level. But the other party only looked like a small child in his 20s. How could he already possess such a powerful ability? This was too terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he felt, the more his heart felt bad. So he hid Zhang Tianming's situation and stood up. At this moment, Elder Zhang is in critical condition. Although there is still a breath left in his body, no one knows if he will be able to wake up or not. Saying that, he looked at Sumu and said in a cold voice, "It's because you blindly administered the needle that made Elder Zhang turn into this field." "What?" Zhang Qi fiercely stood out and said angrily, "Brat, what exactly did you do to my father? You even dared to touch the Zhang family. Do you not want to live?" Zhang Xianshang also stood out and said in a deep voice, "Young man, let me tell you, if anything happens to my father, I will definitely not let you off." Seeing their faces, Sumu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Zhang Hao and said, "There's no way you can't see what's going on with Elder Zhang's body. If you're talking nonsense with your eyes open, could it be that you're afraid that I'll steal your job? Let me tell you, the reason why this old man has become like this is because he has been taking these pills for more than a decade. And although these pills can ease the pain, they do not have any restorative effect on the 5 or 6 internal organs at all, which is why his condition is getting more and more aggravated. This is what you call the most famous Chinese medicine practitioner in the whole of China. And I guess, it's nothing more than that." Zhang Hao was anxious when he heard the other party say this. "What are you talking nonsense about, brat? You don't know Chinese medicine at all. My reputation, is it not something you can just tarnish?" Zhang Qi also grunted coldly. "Just you, a nameless and faceless person. How dare you slander Dr. Zhang? Dr. Zhang's medical skills are at the top of the heap in the whole of China. It is because of Dr. Zhang's presence that my father has been able to live well these past 10 years or so. How can such a huge feat be erased by just a word or two from you?" Zhang Xianshang was naturally more on Dr. Zhang's side. After all, it was the first time that Su Mu and the rest of them had met, or such an occasion. Moreover, the other party was too young. Was there such a young famous doctor in the whole of China? How could he possibly compare to Dr. Zhang? At this moment, Zhang Shuer was also a little hesitant. She didn't know who was right and who was wrong. She could only stand there silently and see how Sumu would argue. "Well then, if you guys think he's good at medicine, then let him do it. I just feel that I see this old man as more agreeable, and when it's a matter of life and death, I want to save his life. Since you guys are so repulsed, then it's fine if you don't save him. But let me remind you, these more than 100 silver needles, they must be inserted for at least 2 hours to stabilize his life. If any of them are withdrawn, it may cause great danger." Sumu's expression was calm, but in his heart, he was extremely angry. He had spent so much effort and concentration, which only stabilized this old man for a breath, but as a result, this group of people on the other side still denigrated him so much. He didn't bother and directly left the room. Zhang Qi coldly snorted, "Eldest, go send someone to keep that fellow under surveillance. If anything really happens to father, we'll settle the score with him then." Zhang Xianshang frowned slightly and nodded, picking up his cell phone to make a call. Zhang Shuer looked at Zhang Hao with some anxiety and asked, "Dr. Zhang, my grandfather is all still in a coma right now. What exactly should be the best treatment?" Zhang Hao frowned slightly and said, "Elder Zhang's life is in danger now, so I must be allowed to re-acupuncture him before I can find a way to save him. After I pull out these silver needles." "Pull out?" Zhang Shuer was shocked in her heart. She thought of Su Mu's words just now and asked, "Didn't that guy just say that he must wait for 2 hours before pulling them out?" "Dr. Zhang, would it be dangerous for you to do that?" Zhang Hao frowned and said, "Ms. Zhang, with my medical skills, isn't it worth your trust? If we really wait for 2 hours, I'm afraid that Elder Zhang is really hopeless. That kid is here to harm Elder Zhang. Can't you see?" Zhang Qi also said beside him, "Shuer, if Dr. Zhang says there's no problem, then there's definitely no problem. That kid was just playing a trick. Don't take it seriously." Zhang Shuer gently nodded when she heard them say that. Although she was still a bit worried in her heart, she still felt that they had a point. Zhang Hao had actually checked Zhang Tianming's condition. The dead qi in his body had already been suppressed. Even if he pulled out the needle now, there would be no problem. The other party saying 2 hours was nothing more than scaring him. He looked at a silver needle near Zhang Tianming's heart, stretched out his hand and slowly pulled it out. After pulling it out, Zhang Tianming didn't have any special reaction, and everyone was a little more at ease. "I told you, that kid saying 2 hours is nothing more than scaring us. It's not true." Zhang Hao laughed. Zhang Qi and Zhang Xianshang also nodded, trusting this Dr. Zhang more and more in their hearts. Zhang Hao smiled faintly, lowered his head, and was about to pull out the second silver needle when Zhang Tianming suddenly convulsed, and his face became even paler. "What's going on? How did this happen?" Zhang Hao was shocked in his heart. He had clearly probed when he just took his pulse. The dead qi had been completely suppressed, and it wouldn't rebound at all for a while. So why did it rebound all of a sudden? Not only him, the people around him also froze, not knowing what was going on. Dr. Zhang, what's wrong with my father? Hurry up and save him. If this keeps up, I'm afraid my father will really be in trouble. Zhang Xiansheng shouted anxiously. I know. I'll save him right now. Zhang Hao's forehead began to break out in a cold sweat. He really didn't expect this to happen. It was unexpected and there was nothing he could do in his heart for a while. He took his pulse once more, and this time, his heart was shocked. The dead qi inside Zhang Lao's body was surging crazily. If this continued, not half an hour the other party would be dead through and through. How can it be like this? So afraid of the dead qi. There is no cure at all. His mouth muttered. Zhang Shuer anxiously shouted from the side. Dr. Zhang, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you say that nothing happened after the silver needle was pulled out? Why is this happening? Why don't you say something? Yes, Dr. Zhang, if this continues, my father is really in danger. He Min, who hadn't said anything all this time, also said anxiously, I will immediately. Zhang Hao was completely out of options in his heart at the moment. He gritted his teeth and wondered if the silver needle could be inserted back in to suppress the dead qi once again, so he inserted it back in according to the original position. However, this insertion did not have the slightest effect. Zheng Tianming's face became more and more pale. Convulsions became more and more powerful. The corners of his mouth began to flood with white foam, and it looked like he was about to die. Zhang Xiansheng seemed to see what was going on and sternly questioned. Zhang Hao, what the hell are you doing? Can you treat my father or not? Dr. Zhang, I told you not to pull out the silver needle, but you just didn't stop. If something happens to my grandfather, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Zhang Shuer's eyes reddened again, venting all the grievances in her heart on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's forehead was in a cold sweat, but he knew the power of the Zhang family in the entire Tianhua city. If he really made any mistakes today, he would only be able to go far away from home in the future, and would never be able to stay in Tianhua city again. But he was really clueless right now. He was so anxious in his heart that he could only push the problem onto Sumu. Mr. Zhang, it's really not my fault. It's that guy just now. That guy was so sick and desperate that he made Mr. Zhang's illness become serious. If it wasn't for him, I would definitely have a way to treat Mr. Su right now. Zheng Xiansheng's face changed when he heard him say that. You mean, you're clueless even now? Mr. Zhang, hey, the death qi in Zhang Lao's body has already flooded all of his organs and bowels. I really have no way. Zheng Xiansheng said with a difficult face. When the several members of the Zhang family heard this, they looked at each other with great anxiety in their hearts. I knew it. That guy doesn't have good intentions. It must be him who wants to harm father. Zhang Qi said angrily. Chapter 39, Something Wrong. Zhang Xiansheng was also frowning. If something went wrong with Zheng Tianming, the turmoil that would be caused could not be suppressed with just a word or two. Dr. Zhang, isn't there any other way? Our Zhang family has plenty of money. As long as you save my father's life, no amount of money is a problem, he said in a deep voice. Zhang Hao's expression was very difficult. Who wouldn't want to earn money? It was just that right now. He really had no other method. Even if he inserted the silver needle he just had back in, it would still be useless. What could he do? Dad, why don't I go get that boy back? Maybe he has a way. Zheng Shuer gritted her teeth and said, Humph, what can he do? Even Dr. Zhang is hopeless. That guy coming here won't help. Zheng Qi coldly snorted. Zheng Xiansheng frowned slightly and said, Big brother, this matter cannot be said that way. After all, the silver needle was administered by him. At least when the silver needle was not moved, father was in a good state and nothing went wrong. Do you believe that a little brat could save our father? I don't think it's realistic. Zheng Qi said, now that we have reached this juncture, we should try anyway, in case it works. Zheng Xiansheng said. Zheng Qi frowned slightly, and after struggling for a while, he nodded and said, alright then, let's call that guy over to give it a try. Then I'll go over and call him. Zhang Shuer saw that both elders had agreed, and hurriedly ran out. She came to the door of Sumu's villa and kept pressing the doorbell, and it was only after half a ring that the other party came out and opened the door. What's the matter? You're affecting my dinner, Sumu said with some irritation. My grandfather is critically ill right now. You quickly go over and help take a look. Zhang Shuer anxiously said. Critically ill? That guy pulled out the silver needle I inserted? Sumu asked. Zhang Shuer hesitated and nodded. Sumu laughed. Didn't I say when I left that I couldn't pull it out? This is good. There's nothing I can do. You guys go prepare for the aftermath, he said as he prepared to close the door of the room. Zhang Shuer panicked and hurriedly pressed the room door against it. Those silver needles were inserted by you. You must have a way. Sumu frowned slightly and said, Just now, Yujing family members counted me out so much, even if I have a method. So what? I don't want to cure it, and there's no reason to cure it. I don't want to make a fool of myself. You go back, Zhang Shuer anxiously said. I know my eldest uncle and my father spoke a bit harshly. I'm here to apologize to you on their behalf. Please save my grandfather. I told you, I'm not interested. I have nothing to gain by saving him, and if I don't, your family will probably flay me alive, right? Why should I make such a fool of myself? Sumu said in a cold voice. The attitude of the two people, Zhang Qi and Zhang Xinchang, just now really made him feel angry. He was a person who acted casually, so since the other party had made him very upset, why should he go himself? Zhang Shuer still wanted to persuade, but Sumu found the right opportunity and closed the door in one go, not giving the other party a chance to react. What should we do now? Zhang Shuer's heart was burning with anxiety. She gritted her teeth and ran back, telling her father about this matter. That guy is just a late bloomer. To be so arrogant and rude to us, it's really hateful. Zhang Qi said angrily. The Zhang family was a pyramid-like existence in the entire Tianhua city. Even the mayor had to say good words when he met them. The other party was just a young brat in his 20s. To be so arrogant, how could he not be angry in his heart? Zhang Xincheng's brows were furrowed, but he didn't say anything. Zhang Shuer anxiously asked, Dad, what should we do now? How about you go over and apologize to him? Zhang Xincheng was a bit embarrassed to hear this. In all his years, he had never apologized before. Shuer, we are the Zhang family. How can we possibly let your father apologize to a brat? This matter is absolutely impossible. It's not negotiable. Zhang Qi coldly snorted. Zhang Hao also helped out next to him. Yes, Miss Zhang, even if he is invited here, there is absolutely nothing that can be done. Zhang Lao's current situation is really hopeless. I forbid you to talk about my grandfather. Zhang Shuer angrily said. It's because of you that my grandpa has become like this. Just because you pulled out the needle. Otherwise my grandpa would still be fine right now. If my grandpa died, it would be all your fault. Zhang Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Ms. Zhang, you can't say that. You can only blame that brat. If he hadn't given me the needle, I might still be able to find another way to save him. If it wasn't for him administering the needles, I'm afraid that Grandpa would have long gone by the time you came. Without him, it's impossible for Grandpa to still be alive right now. Zhang Shuer said angrily. Alright, that's enough. Zhang Xinchang gently shouted and everyone quieted down. I'll go invite him over. You guys wait here, don't make any mistakes. Brother, what are you trying to do? You represent the face of the Zhang family. How can you be allowed to stoop to apologize to a small child? Zhang Qi exclaimed. Zhang Xinchang frowned slightly. At a time like this, there is no other way. As long as my father still has hope of living, I'm going to give it a try. Brother, no. How important is the face of the Zhang family? If this matter spreads, it will be a great harm to our Zhang family. Zhang Qi stopped it. Zhang Xinchang's brows furrowed even tighter as he said in a deep voice. Big brother, I don't care what kind of idea you have in your head. In this situation right now, I must save my father. Therefore, you don't have to stop me. You. Zhang Qi was a little angry, but the other party was insistent on this, so he had no way to stop him, and could only stop. Zhang Xinchang came to the door of Sumu's villa and pressed the doorbell. Only after half a ring did Sumu come over and open the door to the room. It's you? What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Go away. Go away, he said as he prepared to slam the room door shut. Zhang Xinchang hurriedly pressed the room door against him and said, Little brother, I did have a somewhat bad attitude in my speech just now, and I specifically ran over to apologize to you. Now at a time like this when people's lives are at stake, I beg you to save my father. As long as you are able to cure him, it's fine for me to kneel down and admit my mistakes to you. Sumu was slightly stunned. He did not think that the other party, who was so arrogant, still had such a side, making him feel a little surprised. Isn't that brother of yours also quite impetuous? Why didn't he come? Zhang Xincheng frowned and said, My big brother's temper is just like that. Little brother, I will apologize to you on his behalf. You must not be general with him. Sumu thought about it and nodded. Then fine, I can do this favor. The reason I'm helping is because of that old man's face. He's quite compatible with me. As for you and your brother, I have no intention of forgiving you yet. When Zhang Xincheng heard this, he rejoiced and said, Little brother, no matter what, I will definitely apologize at the door later. Now you just be a big man and save my father. The Zhang family can't live without him. Sumu could hear the other party's anxious tone, nodded and re-entered the inside of the Zhang family villa with him. When Zhang Qi saw Sumu, he frowned and just wanted to rebuke. Zhang Xincheng hurriedly went up and stopped it. Sumu looked at this. Zhang Qi's heart was very unpleasant, but since he had already promised Zhang Xincheng, then he definitely had to show Zhang Tianming. At this moment, Zhang Tianming was already completely unconscious. convulsing intermittently, and was about to die. Sumu frowned. The other party had already reached a life-threatening moment. If he came one step later, he would also be helpless. Told you not to draw the silver needle. But you don't listen. Do you want to kill this old man? He looked at Zhang Hao and questioned in a cold voice. You brat. What are you? Dare to question me? Zhang Hao said angrily. Sumu ignored him, snatched the silver needle from his hand and inserted it according to the original chest position. Not long after, Zheng Tianming also stopped convulsing and regained his composure once again. The crowd glanced at each other, feeling a bit surprised. Just now, Zhang Hao had clearly inserted the silver needle back in again, but it hadn't worked at all. And this young man in front of him had seen results as soon as he inserted it? Zhang Shui's eyebrows loosened beside her, and her heart grew more and more curious about this young man. How is it possible? Zhang Hao's brows were furrowed, and in his heart, he couldn't understand what he hadn't done right. Sumu looked at his puzzled face and laughed coldly. Do you think acupuncture is just a simple point? The force, depth, and positional deviation of the acupuncture stab down can even be accurate to under a millimeter. If there is a slight deviation in this, the desired effect will not be achieved. Do you think it's something that can be useful if you just stick it in? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded by the other party's words and didn't know how to defend himself. However, although he was angry in his heart, he was also very shocked. Acupuncture and moxibustion was a craft that had been passed down for thousands of years in China, and not many people were able to truly grasp the essence of it. Most of them only knew the role of a fixed point. The other party's acupuncture technique could be considered a master level in the whole of China. Usually such a master would not be young in age. How could the other party have such an achievement when he was in his early 20s? When Zhang Xiancheng saw that the other party had an effect with a single needle, his heart was overjoyed and he no longer dared to neglect the other party. On the contrary, Zheng Qi's brows were furrowed as if he had something on his mind. Acupuncture is only temporarily slowing down the dead qi in his body. After that just now, I'm afraid that the old man's coma will be delayed for another day or two, Sumu said in a deep voice. He really couldn't figure out why the other party's injuries were so severe like this. Even though he had the skill of myriad hands, he hadn't thought that his first patient would have such a big problem, making him feel speechless. Little brother, how exactly will my father he be able to return to normal? Zheng Xiancheng hurriedly asked. In his state, it's very difficult to return to normal, Sumu said. Very difficult? Then there is a way, right? Of course I have a way, Sumu faintly said. Zhang Shuai, Zhang Xiancheng, and He Min were all overjoyed when they heard this, but it was Zheng Qi who hadn't said much on the side all this time. However, the first thing is that he can wake up. If after 3 days have passed and he is still sleeping like this, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to wake up. But if he wakes up after 3 days, in my hands he only needs to be conditioned for half a year, and he will be able to return to being like a normal person, Sumu said. Zhang Hao listened from the side and laughed. Half a year to be able to let Elder Zhang recover? What kind of big talk are you talking about? Even if the most famous saint in the whole of China was invited over, it would definitely not be possible. You're a little kid. What else is there besides bragging? Sumu coldly smiled, slightly narrowing his eyes as he looked over. I don't know if others can do it. Since I said it, I naturally do what I say. On the contrary, it's you, quack doctor. The medicine given to the old man all these years has absolutely no therapeutic effect. It's nothing more than paralyzing the nerves. Not to mention the famous doctors, even ordinary doctors, they all know to prescribe some medicine to warm the internal organs. Right, even if it does not play a big role, at least the situation will not be worse than now. This pill you've been prescribing all these years, isn't it even if you intend to let this old man die a chronic death? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiancheng's heart shook as he looked towards Zhang Hao and asked in a deep voice, Dr. Zhang, is what this little brother said true? Zhang Hao's face turned white. He completely did not expect that the other party had seen the fishy nature of his pill, and his heart suddenly panicked. Chapter 40, Suppressing the Deadly Qi. Zheng Xiancheng naturally saw something fishy. His eyes narrowed slightly and a hostile aura emanated from his body. Zhang Hao, for so many years, our Zhang family has always trusted you, but what have you done? Speak clearly, who instructed you? He said angrily. Zhang Hao's face was pale, his forehead was sweating coldly. He pointed at Sumu and shouted, I didn't. It's this guy who's talking nonsense. How could I possibly harm Elder Zhang? Right, he didn't harm him, he just let it go and let him destroy himself, Sumu said indifferently. You fart. Zhang Hao was anxious. I only did this to make Elder Zhang suffer less. What do you know? When Zhang Xiancheng saw how flustered the other party looked, his brows stared and he said in a deep voice, if you don't have a problem, why are you panicking like this? Zhang Hao, today you must make it clear who exactly instructed you. If you can't, you won't be able to walk out of this villa today. Zhang Hao was completely flustered. He did have some fame in the medical world, But how could a doctor like him fight against the Zhang family? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi frowned and suddenly pulled out a pistol and shot Zhang Hao in the forehead. The sound of the gunshot shook the ears, and everyone was startled. Sumu's expression changed. He didn't expect that guy to carry a gun with him, and just in this kind of indiscriminate situation, he suddenly shot, catching people off guard. A bloody hole appeared on Zhang Hao's forehead and he fell down. Zhang Xiancheng frowned. Big brother, what are you doing? This kind of scum, to think that he would hit our father with his ideas. It's better to settle this early. Zhang Qi coldly snorted. Big brother, you are too reckless, Zhang Xiancheng said in a deep voice, and he and He Min looked at each other. Both of their expressions were grave. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. Fortunately, when he argued with Zhang Qi before, the other party didn't touch his gun out and give him a shot. Otherwise the one who fell down would be him. This Zhang Qi was also really too ruthless, killing a person so easily without blinking. It was really shocking. But the other party is so eager to kill. It seems that there is some kind of ulterior secret. Uncle, the mastermind behind the scenes has not even been asked out yet. How do you? Zheng Shuer asked in her heart in disbelief. She was also shocked just now, and had never seen such a bloody side of her uncle. I see nothing at all behind the scenes. Zhang Hao so many years from our family took how much money away? He is nothing more than trying to rely on his father's illness to make us send him money for a long time. This kind of person deserves to die. Zheng Qi coldly snorted. Zheng Shuer was rendered speechless and could only choose to remain silent. Zhang Xiancheng also knew that there was no use for him to say anything now. Zhang Hao was already dead. He looked at Sumu and said, Little brother, my father's illness. I will only be able to rely on you to save him. Sumu said in a deep voice. If this guy didn't pull out this needle before, if you want the old man to be awake, it would only take one night. But now that the death chi has permeated the other person's entire body, I'm afraid it's not that easy to make him awake. During these 3 days, I'll come and give him acupuncture once a day, and whether or not he can wake up by then will depend on his physical condition. Young man, give me a number. Can you bring my father back to life or not? Don't you give me such words that fool me. Zheng Qi coldly snorted. Sumu slightly frowned. The other party's words were too impulsive, making him feel a little upset in his heart. But once he thought that the other party had a gun on him, he could only swallow this breath. Moreover, he was able to clearly feel that the other party did not want to let himself save this old man at all. He even suspected that there was some sort of connection between Zhang Hao and this Zhang Qi, and perhaps the reason why Zhang Hao prescribed the medicine that way was the other party's instructions. I've already said what I need to say. I don't dare to give you a guarantee for something like saving a person, he said indifferently. Brat, you. Zhang Qi was still about to say something when Zhang Xiancheng hurriedly stopped it. Big brother, let's stop here today. You're also tired. Go rest. Zhang Qi frowned slightly. It was obvious that he was a bit wary of this younger brother of his. Well then, since you said so, I'll go rest first. As for father's matter, you take care of it more. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Only after the other party walked away did Sumu let out a sigh of relief. For this Zhang Qi, he couldn't see through it. Such a person, he didn't want to get in too much contact, and after saving this old man in the future, he didn't want to get involved in the Zhang family's matters anymore. Mr. Su, just now Shuer has already told me your name. My father's matter, I will only be able to rely on you. Zheng Xian admittedly said truly. Sumu nodded. Compared to that Zhang Qi, he was a bit more favorable towards the Zhang Xiancheng in front of him. Since I have promised, I will naturally do it, but I can only say that I will try my best. Zhang Xiancheng nodded and said, Mr. Su, what I said before was a bit serious. Here I solemnly apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. If I minded, I wouldn't have come here. Sumu indifferently said. 2 hours quickly passed, and Sumu began to collect the needles. Collecting the needles was just as elaborate as applying them, and it took Sumu about half an hour to pull out more than 100 needles, and his forehead was once again covered in sweat. He took Zheng Tianming's pulse and found that the death chi in the other party's body had been temporarily suppressed and was not life-threatening. Speaking of which, this Zheng Tianming's physical quality was indeed quite good. Looking like an old man in his 70s, his physical quality was still only about 40 years old. Moreover, there was a special kind of internal force hidden inside his body, somewhat similar to the inside of his own body, only because his body was too weak. This internal force was almost hidden, and Sumu didn't realize it until now. The other party is also an ancient martial artist? He frowned slightly. Now it looked like this Zheng family was very uncomplicated. From the chat between them just now he actually heard it. Mr. Su, how is my father's current situation? Zhang Xiancheng hurriedly asked. The state is still okay. His physical quality is relatively good. The chances of waking up are much higher. Take good care of it. I'll come back tomorrow, Sumu said, getting up and preparing to leave. That's great. Zhang Xianshang revealed a hint of a smile, and his heart relaxed a bit. Mr. Su, why don't you take a rest before you leave? No need. I live next door and the road isn't far, Sumu said, and prepared to leave. Zhang Xianshang looked at Zheng Shuai and said, go see Mr. Su off. Zheng Shuai nodded and followed out. Just after walking out of the villa, Sumu looked at the other party following him and hurriedly said, no need to send me off. Don't you just live next door? Zheng Shuai bristled and said, I came out because I wanted to thank you. No need. Sumu waved and left without saying much. He was really a bit tired and wanted to go back to have a good rest. Zheng Shuai skimmed her lips, looking at the other party's back. Unconsciously, she became more and more curious about the other party. Chapter 41, My Family's Cheapest Car. Sumu really can't figure it out. Don't you just want to go out for a drive? As a result, when he encountered this kind of thing, not only did he not get a ride, but he also got so tired and sweaty. He took a shower, slept for a while, and when he got up, it was already afternoon. He got up and came to the balcony. At the moment it was already sunset. Standing in this position, he was just able to see the entire Tianhua city clearly. He thought of Zhang Qi, and was vaguely afraid in his heart. He vaguely felt that that guy was definitely not in existence to be messed with, and he had a feeling that the other party had already treated him as an enemy. As for what else would happen later, it was unknown. It seems that raising one's strength as soon as possible is the top priority. If this continues, who knows what will happen. Sumu had a sense of crisis. He shook his head, drove his car, came to the back door of Tianhua University, and made a call to Yi Lingxiao, originally wanting to invite her for food, but the other party didn't answer, so he didn't continue to call, probably busy. He mumbled and arrived at the pea noodle house. Boss, serve me as before. Sumu sat down on the inside of the noodle shop and directly shouted, good, right away. Boss Tan Xianwei laughed. Not long after, a big bowl of pea noodles came. Sumu looked at the noodles, came to appetite, took a big bite. Tan Xianwei had nothing to do, so he sat across from him and watched him eat the noodles. Sumu was looked at a little uncomfortable. He raised his head and said, boss, although we're old friends, but you're not staring at me like this, looking at my hair standing on end. Tan Xianwei smiled and said, isn't it the weekend and business isn't too good? Anyway, no one is eating noodles right now. Why don't you just have a drink with me and count this bowl of noodles as my treat? As soon as Sumu heard that there was free noodles to eat, he immediately answered, then good, I'll drink with you but you have to buy the wine as well. Tan Xianwei pointed at the other party and laughed. Brat, have graduated and made money, still so deductive. Well, I'll buy it if I please, a little bit of wine is still no problem. Saying that, he took out a bottle of white wine and 2 cups from the side of the house and filled them up for Sumu. Brother Tan, why did you remember to drink with me today? Could it be that there's something sad? Or else say it out to make me happy. Sumu joked. There's nothing sad, it's just that I'm used to being alone and don't have many friends. It's still good to have someone to drink with me, Tan Xianwei said. Sumu curiously asked, Brother Tan, speaking of which, I've never seen my sister-in-law. You wouldn't be single now, right? When Tan Xianwei heard the other party's words, he smiled bitterly, as if he had something hard to say. I once had a wife and a daughter, only, they died in a car accident. When Sumu heard this, his happy look dimmed. He really didn't think that the other party would have such a tragic past. He apologized. Brother Tan, I'm sorry to bring up your sadness. It's fine, that was all 7 or 8 years ago. It's been a long time in the past, Tan Xianwei said and drank a glass of wine. Although he said this with his mouth, it was evident that he had not put it down in his heart. Sumu understood that the other party must have deeply loved his loved ones, but he hadn't thought that such a natural and man-made disaster would occur. Brother Tan, no matter what, life has to go on. We are also considered friends. In the future, give me a word if you are not happy. I will definitely accompany you to have a good drink. Sumu raised his glass and said, ha ha, with your words, I will definitely look for you to drink often. Don't excuse yourself at that time. Tan Xianwei laughed. I've been patronizing your business for 4 or 5 years now, and I've graduated for so long and still come specifically to eat your noodles. I still dare to say this. Of course, if Brother Tan often treats me to noodles, that would certainly be the best. The corner of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, raising his eyebrows. Ha ha, it's not just noodles. You come over here and give you a full meal, Tan Xianwei said and drank another cup. Just when the two people were drinking happily, Sumu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Sumu slightly frowned. Although he didn't know who it was, he still connected it. Your name is Sumu, right? Your father is in my hands. Now immediately take $2 million in exchange. Otherwise don't blame us for being merciless, the person on the other end of the phone said in a cold voice. Sumu froze. Brother, your scam call is 2 level less, right? Who else scams like this? Can't you think of a more advanced way to say it? At your level, you will definitely be eliminated from the industry in the future. When he said this, he confused the person on the other side. The other side was silent for a moment, before he said viciously again, "Brat, don't give me this bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Listen to whose voice this is." A murmur came from the other side of the phone, followed by the sound of another person speaking. "Son, come and save me. If you don't come, I'm going to die." Sumu frowned. The voice was none other than his father. "What's going on? Tell me clearly?" There was a hostile aura in his words. "Son, I lost again." Su Kong cried. Sumu suddenly burned with a wave of anger in his heart. Listening to the other party speak this meaning, it was obvious that he had gambled again, and this time the bet was quite big. That side opened its mouth to ask for $5 million. It is estimated that his father lost a lot. "I said, if you still gamble in the future, don't call me, live on your own. Don't look for me." Sumu said just wanted to hang up the phone, but the result was that the opposite side eagerly said, "Son, don't hang up. If you don't care about me, no one will care about me. At that time they will go to your mom. What will you let your mom do?" Su Kong shouted in a hurry. Sumu clenched his fists, anger burning. "Are you threatening me? Let me tell you, Su Kong, I have never treated you as a father from the beginning. For so many years, you have brought nothing but disaster to your family. $5 million? I'm asking you, who in our family can afford this amount? Even if you dumped all your family's money, you wouldn't be able to take out a tenth of it. Did you think about this when you gambled? Son, I don't owe so much." Su Kong hadn't finished speaking when the phone was taken away. 2 hours later, come to the 81st Hudong in the city center village. There is a garbage can on the mouth. You throw the money in. By then I will release your father. Otherwise, he didn't wait for Su Mu to reply. He hung up the phone. Su Mu's face was grave. Tan Xianwei looked in his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Your father was arrested?" "He's not my father." Su Mu lightly hummed. "I don't want to care about this matter. Whether he's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. But, have you thought about your mother?" Tan Xianwei opened his mouth. Sumu was slightly stunned. He shook his head. "Nothing will happen to my mom. Tomorrow I will bring her up from the countryside. The problem is, if your mom knows that your dad was killed and you stood by and didn't care, what would she think?" "My mom would understand. She wouldn't blame me. She might understand, but there will be this stigma in her heart more or less." Sumu frowned. "You mean to say, let me use $5 million and save that? Do you really think I have that much money?" Tan Xianwei smiled and said, "Sumu, do you know that you've changed recently?" "Changed?" Sumu was a little puzzled. Even if he had changed, but how did the other party see it? "I'm a person who can read people very accurately. You've changed. You've become unfathomable. You're not that hairy kid from before. Perhaps $5 million is no longer a problem for you. The question is whether you want to save this person." Sumu shook his head. "I naturally don't want to, but," he thought of his mother. Tan Xianwei was right. If he didn't go to save, if his own mother found out, there might be a stigma between the two of them. "But you're also afraid that your mother will be upset, right? If you want to go to save, I can take you there. That part of the city center village. I'm still more familiar with it, and the location of that underground casino. I'm also probably clear," Tan Xianwei said in a deep voice. Sumu was a little surprised. "How do you know all this? Aren't you just a noodle shop owner?" Tan Xianwei smiled and said, "I used to love playing, so I know some of it. You don't need to ask too much. I can take you to the underground casino to go to the right. Of course, at critical moments, I'm also able to help you as a fighter." "Who asked you to call me a brother?" Sumu faintly smiled. He knew that the other party's identity was not ordinary. In the past, there might have been some special experience, only that the back was incognito. "Came to this small street, opened a noodle shop. Brother Tan, are you really willing to help me?" "Of course." Tan Xianwei nodded. "Then, since you've said so, we'll go and make a break for it." Sumu stood up and said, "All right then, wait for me. I'll close the noodle shop first." Tan Xianwei took the apron off his body and went to close the noodle shop. Sumu went to the parking lot outside and drove his Porsche over. Tan Xianwei looked at the car, his eyes glowing. "I knew it. Your kid is different now, driving a few $1 million worth of cars." Sumu smiled. "Brother Tan, I'll show you the bottom. This is the cheapest car in my family. Do you believe me?" Tan Xianwei was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that the other party's current level of development was probably even more exaggerated than he had imagined. Chapter 42 Underground Casino. The two of them got into the car and headed in the direction of the city center village. It didn't take long before they arrived at the location of the urban village. Sumu found a parking lot and parked the car, and came in front of the 81st Hudong. "This is the location that was mentioned on the phone," he said. Afterward, he looked at the entrance of the Hudong. There was indeed a large trash can there. The other party was trying to get himself to put the money in the trash can. And on the casino's side, they must have already sent someone to monitor the place. As long as he put the money down and left, not long after, someone would take the money away. Do you know why they asked you to throw the money in the trash can? Tan Xianwei asked. Sumu slightly froze and looked over. Why? Because they are also afraid. The casino at the bottom is originally an illegal offense. If they directly blackmail you, what if you call the police? So thought of this method. Tan Xianwei said. Sumu nodded. It looks like you know a lot about it. As if you once hung out in a grey organization. Tan Xianwei just smiled and didn't say anything. Sumu took out a large black pocket from the car and stuffed it with paper. I'll just throw this into the trash can. I want to see when those guys come out. You stand guard here. I'll go around and observe. The underground casinos in the city center village will often change their location. Maybe I'll be able to find them. Tan Xianwei said. Good. You go and watch. Sumu nodded. The two separated. Sumu carried the black pocket, came to the location of the trash can, looked around for a moment, and then threw the pocket in. After throwing it in, he turned around and left. Of course, he didn't really leave, but instead, he hid in the building next to him and utilized his perspective. Observing the situation, there are two sneaky guys. They should be the casino's people. He looked towards the people on the other building and muttered. Sure enough, not long after, those two sneaky guys came down from the upper floor, carefully came to the front of the trash can, and after observing that the surroundings were safe, took out the black pockets. Sumu knew that he had to start moving as well. He went downstairs and slowly approached the past, and at this moment, those two black-clothed men happened to open the black pocket. I'll go. We've been tricked. It's all paper here. It's not money at all. A black-clothed man yelled. Quickly go back and tell the boss. The two men were just about to leave, when Sumu violently rushed out, and one of them punched and directly knocked out. At this time, Tan Xianwei also came out from the side. The underground casino place was found, but it needs an access card. Access card? Sumu lowered his head, looked at the two black-clothed men lying below, and faintly smiled. The two of them came to the entrance of the underground casino. There was an iron gate here. It wasn't big, hidden behind an old neighborhood, very hidden. Even if it was discovered by people outside, there wasn't a trace of light inside, so it wouldn't let people notice that there was something inside. There was an access control device above the iron door, and only those with an access card were able to open the door to the room. With the access card, Sumu and Tan Xianwei entered the inside. Passing through a narrow tunnel, they arrived at the basement, where it had long been in full swing. I really didn't think that Tianhua City would have such a casino. I never realized it before. Sumu lamented. There are many more things that you haven't thought of. Tan Xianwei said. This casino wasn't that big, probably just over 200 square meters, but the gambling tables were very dense, with at least 200 to 300 people gathered here to gamble. Sumu looked around and realized that this underground casino also had a second floor, and there were 4 black-clothed men guarding the stairs going up. Not only at the stairs, but the rest of the several directions, there were black-clothed men guarding them, as far as the naked eye could reach. It was estimated that there were more than a dozen of them, and they should all be the casino owner's men. I see my dad. Sumu looked towards the second floor, and through his perspective, he had already seen the people inside. Tan Xianwei was slightly stunned, not understanding how the other party saw it. However, he didn't ask too many questions and spoke. Since that's the case, then let's just fight our way up and not be done with it. Sumu was a little surprised. Brother Tan, your old arms and legs, can you do it? Of course I can. Tan Xianwei smiled. Don't look down on me. Sumu nodded. Well then, since you said so, let's fight up together. But what we need to pay attention to is that the guy in the second floor room with the back head has a gun. Be careful of getting shot. Since he ate the last loss, he paid special attention to the guns. After all, with his current ability, there is no way to dodge bullets, so he can only be a little more vigilant, just in case. He does not want to die so young. Tan Xianwei was a bit surprised. He didn't understand why the other party knew so clearly, but it most likely involved the other party's secret. He didn't ask more questions. In that case, charge. Tan Xianwei took the lead and walked up. 2 men in black stopped him. You can't go up to the second floor. Get out. One of the men in black said in a cold voice. Let me roll? Scram. Without saying a word, Tan Xianwei's 2 hands snapped out, grabbing a head with one hand and slamming them together. Before the 2 black-clothed men could react, they were controlled by a huge force and slammed together, passing out. Sumu was a little surprised at the side. He really didn't expect that the other party's strength was so great. Was the other party really as simple as a noodle shop owner? With Tan Xianwei making such a move, the rest of the people in the casino reacted and quickly surrounded here. Sumu watched those people pass in front of him and also quickly struck out. Soon 3 or 4 black-clothed people were knocked to the ground by him, unable to get up for half a day. Go up, he said with a cold snort. Thus, the 2 people fought their way up like this, and a dozen or so people were unable to move. Sumu was surprised by Tan Xianwei's skill, and likewise, Tan Xianwei was surprised by his. In the midst of their surprise, they had already arrived on the 2nd floor. Who are you guys? The casino boss was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, with a big back hair. He looked obviously a bit flustered. After all, it was the first time he encountered this situation. 2 guys could actually beat up a dozen of his men. This was not a normal body. You are not letting me take $5 million to ransom people? How? So quickly already forgotten? Sumu said indifferently. The casino boss frowned. He looked at Su Kong who was tied up next to him, and smiled coldly. So you're his son. Very interesting, to be able to find the casino and come here. It seems that I have underestimated your strength. Sumu looked at Su Kong who was tied up next to him. The other party didn't look like he had any problems. There were no injuries on his body, only his face was a bit pale. Presumably he was scared. Release him? I'll let this matter go. The casino boss snorted coldly. Do you think I have to listen to you because you are very capable of fighting? As powerful as you are you as powerful as a gun? Saying that, he pulled out a pistol and directly pointed it at Su Kang's head. If you don't pay, believe it or not, I'll shoot him in front of you? Sumu slightly frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would pull out a gun when he said he would, without the slightest hesitation. However, his frown soon soothed, moved a bench to sit next to him, and said easily, shoot him. I don't really care if he dies or not. If he really dies, I'll have to take it easy and save a lot of things. Su Kong heard, scared and pleaded. Son, you cannot be so abandon me. I am your father. No matter what I do wrong, I am your father. You have the nerve to say you are my dad? For so many years, what are some of the things you've done? Sumu coldly snorted, not caring what the other party said, but continued to look at the casino boss and said, cut the crap, quickly shoot him, I'm looking upset. The casino boss swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This scene is a bit wrong. Shouldn't the other party be crying and pleading for mercy? How did it become like this now? He now hesitated instead, not knowing whether he should be shot or not, but he quickly reacted. He is to ask for money, but not to ask for this old man's life. He angrily shouted, brat, you're acting with me, aren't you? I won't shoot him anymore, I'll shoot you. Saying that, he pointed his gun at Sumu. Hurry up and hand over the money to me. If you don't, I'll shoot you to death. Sumu smiled lightly, not nervous in the slightest. If you kill me, how am I going to give you the money? The casino boss thought about it and felt right. He immediately pointed his gun at Tan Xianwei. Quickly give me the money, or I'll beat your brother to death. Now, transfer the money to me immediately. The casino owner coldly grunted. What makes you think I have $5 million? Ask the old man you tied up yourself if I can come up with that much money. I'm just an ordinary countryside lad. $500,000 is troublesome, let alone 5 million. Sumu spread his hands and said helplessly, brat, don't pretend to me. Even if you borrow, steal, or take a loan, you have to give me this money. Otherwise I'll beat your friend to death right now, believe it or not. The casino boss was also pushed, especially the other party's leisurely appearance, making him a little flustered instead. Sumu thought for a moment and said, otherwise, how about this? Can I go and get the money together right now? If you leave me here, there's no way for me to get the money. The casino boss thought about it. It was indeed this reasoning. He nodded and said, that's good. I'll give you half an hour. Get me the money. Your friend stays. Say yes. It's only half an hour. If you don't come back, your friend will die. Alright then, it's a deal. Sumu looked at Tan Xianwei, patted his shoulder and said, brother, hard work for you. Wait for me to come back. Are you really able to get the money together? Tan Xianwei asked. Of course I can. Wait a little. Sumu said, glanced at the casino boss and turned around. The casino boss saw the other party turn around and relaxed a bit. However, at this time, Sumu suddenly turned back once again, and in his hand, he didn't know when there was an extra stone, which instantly popped out and hit the casino boss's hand. The casino boss felt a pain in his hand, and his gun fell to the ground. He was shocked in his heart, and was about to get down to pick it up, when Sumu's figure instantly flashed over and kicked out, and the casino boss was sent flying a few meters away with a kick. The surrounding black-clothed people were shocked in their hearts and gathered around. Tan Xianwei also started to do it at this moment. 3 times all the people were cleaned up, starting decisively. Really didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Tan Xianwei looked at Sumu and lamented. He hadn't thought that the ordinary student who often ate noodles on the side of his noodle shop would have such powerful hands. Likewise to each other. I also thought that you were just an ordinary noodle shop owner. but I didn't think that you had such great hands. Sumu responded. Seeing that everyone had been knocked down, Su Kang's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Son, quickly untie me." Sumu frowned slightly, walked over, and untied the rope. "You go, don't look for me again in the future. From now on, I'll sever the father-son relationship with you. You're no longer my father, and I'm not your son," he said indifferently. Su Kang's heart shook and he said angrily, "I am your father, how dare you talk to me like this?" Sumu coldly snorted, "Have you ever taken on the responsibilities of a father in all these years? Get lost, I don't want to see you again, and in the future, never want to see you again." Su Kang gritted his teeth in anger, but he also saw Sumu's methods and didn't dare to say anything more. Limping away, Sumu looked at the casino owner and walked over, scaring the other party into shrinking a meter. "What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this casino is Boss Xiong's. If you mess with me, you should know the consequences," the casino boss threatened. "Boss Xiong?" Sumu was slightly stunned. "You mean Xiong Haizhang? Humph, you still know our boss's name. Do you know the consequences of messing with Boss Xiong? You won't even know how to die when the time comes," the casino boss said angrily. Although he was afraid of the other party's hands, having Boss Xiong behind him made him feel a bit better in his heart. Sumu shook his head. He really couldn't figure out how this Xiong Haizhang's strength was so strong. So many gray organizations were his people. Xiong Haizhang was not simple. "There's no need to threaten me with your bull ******* Boss Xiong. I already offended him a long time ago. It doesn't matter if I offend him some more." Sumu picked up the rope from the side and tied up the other party. "Underground casinos are an illegal offense. You'll just wait here for the police inspector to arrest you," Sumu said, and called the police inspector, and not long after, the sound of sirens rang out. "Looks like we should leave too," Sumu said. He also didn't want to come into contact with the police inspector too much. Every time he came into contact on this kind of occasion, it would inevitably cause suspicion, and he also planned to leave. "Also good. It's not suitable for me to show my face," Tan Xianwei said. The two left like this, and not long after, a large team of police inspectors came here and blocked the entire underground casino. Chapter 43, Bad Choice. Damn it! Inside an upscale villa, Xiong Haizhan lifted the table in front of him off the ground, and the few men around him hurriedly lowered their heads without saying a word. "Dad, what happened? Why are you so angry?" Xiong Hualong had never seen his father so angry before and couldn't help but ask. "It's that brat again. It didn't occur to me that I hadn't even looked for trouble from him, and now it's found its way to my head. I must kill him." Xiong Haizhan clenched his fists and said, "Dad, are you talking about Sumu?" Xiong Hualong snorted coldly. "That brat. I'll have to get him killed sooner or later. For so many years, no one has dared to treat me like this. This time, I will definitely find the right opportunity to preemptively kill him. I want everyone to understand what happens when you offend me." Xiong Haizhang coldly snorted. As he said that, his cell phone beeped and he picked it up to see that it was a photo. Although the casino was blocked, someone still escaped, and when that person was leaving, he hurriedly took a photo, and that photo happened to have both Sumu and Tan Xianwei. "This is..." Xiong Haizhang's pupils contracted for a moment. His complexion changed drastically, as if he had discovered something unimaginable. "Dad, what's wrong?" Xiong Hualong noticed that the other party's face changed dramatically. It seemed like something big had happened, and he asked in a hurry, "Saw an acquaintance." Xiong Haizhang's eyes were firmly fixed on Tan Xianwei, his brows furrowed. Sumu drove the car, hitched a ride on Tan Xianwei, and drove in the direction of the noodle shop. "Would it not be good for you to treat your father that way?" Tan Xianwei faintly asked. "You may not be too clear about my family affairs. If your father treated you that way, maybe you wouldn't have recognized it a long time ago," Sumu responded. Tan Xianwei nodded and didn't ask more questions. He changed the topic and said, "That underground casino today, it's also Xiong Haizhang's. Last time when you knocked down his gambling stone store, it didn't have a big impact on him yet, but this time when you terminated his casino, I'm afraid that it has already hurt his foundation. If I'm not wrong, he will act soon. You have to be more careful." Sumu slightly frowned and looked over. "You seem to know a lot about Xiong Haizhang?" "Of course I understand. I've known him for more than 10 years, Tan Xianwei faintly said. Sumu was somewhat surprised, not thinking that the two still had this kind of relationship. What once happened, has already passed. No need to say more. Xiong Haizhang, this person, narrow-minded, flawed. He usually does not strike easily, but once he strikes, he will put people to death. And in the entire Tianhua city, there is no one who can fight against him. Even those people in the Wunan market combined are not half as good as him." Sumu's brows were furrowed. He hadn't thought that Xiong Haizhang's power was so powerful. It was much more exaggerated than he had imagined. It seemed that he had already been subjected to a great deal of trouble. As for how to solve it later, It was a tricky issue. Thanks for the warning. You'd better be careful. Sumu also reminded. I've been incognito for so many years. I guess I've already been faded into oblivion. Don't worry. The fact that I was able to open a noodle shop in Tianhua City for so many years proves that no one knows where I live. And at least for now it's still very safe, Tan Xianwei said. Sumu nodded. He also didn't want to drag the other party down because of his own matters. Soon, he sent Tan Xianwei back to the noodle shop. Then, he himself went back to the villa and had a good sleep. Finally, I can rest. He lay on the bed and checked the system contents. The anger value was once again full, and without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his ancient martial arts. Again, there was a strong sense of pain, and a long time passed before it disappeared. The system prompted that he was now at the third stage of the primary level, and the internal force in his body had become a little thicker. His strength, once again, had risen greatly, and he was a little more confident in facing Xiong Haizhang. No matter what, let's talk about the later things later. Soldier to soldier. I just don't believe it. A gray organization can really me, the chosen son. Over. Sumu soon entered dreamland. Early the next morning, the doorbell outside the villa rang non-stop. Sumu sat up from his bed with a frown on his face. He came outside and opened the door to his room. It was Zhang Shuer. Sumu, can you give my grandfather acupuncture now? He hasn't awakened and his face is getting paler and paler. I'm afraid that something will happen to him. Zhang Shuer worriedly said. Sumu frowned slightly. He was already tired enough last night. He didn't think that the other party would come to disturb him early in the morning, making him feel a little upset. However, he was a man of his word. Since he promised, there was no reason to back out. So he answered, I'll go change some clothes. I'll come over later. He returned to the villa, did some washing, changed his clothes and came outside the villa, where Zhang Shuer was still waiting anxiously. Sumu was able to tell that the other party's worry was real, and compared to Zhang Qi's fake worry, it was obviously different. Let's go. I'll go see what's going on. The two of them arrived at the Zheng family's villa. Sumu came to Zhang Tianning's room. The other party was still lying flat like that, but his face was indeed a bit paler than yesterday. He helped the other party to take his pulse and frowned slightly. The dead qi inside the other party's body was showing signs of revival. Bring the silver needles over. I'm going to continue the acupuncture, he said. Zhang Shuer hurriedly nodded and rushed upstairs. Not long after, she fetched the silver needles over and placed them next to Sumu. Sumu followed the previous process, and it took about half an hour or so to complete the acupuncture. But today, compared to yesterday, it was a lot easier, and the most important reason was still because the internal energy inside his body had become even more energized. Remove the needles after 2 hours, and acupuncture again tomorrow. The dead qi should be able to be suppressed for a period of time, and if he is able to wake up, he needs to be toned up with Chinese herbs, properly recuperate for half a year. Even if it won't be 100% recovery, recovering a 70 to 80% is still not a problem, he said lightly. Zhang Shuer said happily next to him. Thank you, Sumu. You're tired. I've prepared tea and fruits for you. You can take a rest. Sumu looked at the food on the table next to him and was a little surprised, not thinking that Zhang Shuer's attitude, who had previously disliked him, had undergone such a big change. Drinking tea is even better. I'm going to pick up some Chinese medicine for your grandfather. Tomorrow if he can wake up, he can start taking it, he said. He was just about to leave when Zhang Shuer stopped up and said, the matter of picking up the medicine shouldn't be difficult. Right, give it to the doctor and he'll know to pick it up. Just let the family nanny go. There's no need for you to make a trip yourself. Sumu shook his head and said, no, your grandfather's injury is special. The medicine I wrote is also special. Although some of the big herbal pharmacies have them, they can't guarantee the medicinal properties of the herbs, so I have to personally go and take a look before I can do so. Zhang Shuer was slightly stunned. She didn't think that picking up medicines was still so complicated. No wonder Chinese medicine was so profound. The details that needed to be cared about were just too many. It was impossible for the average person to learn in without decades of experience. In that case, I'll go with you. She blinked her big eyes and said, what are you going to do by accompanying me? It's not like it can play any role. Sumu was speechless in his heart. Zhang Shuer bristled and said, I also want to help my grandpa do something. Running errands is also good. It's decided. I'll go drive, and later I'll be your driver, and you'll be able to take a break in the car. Sumu saw that the other party insisted on this, so he didn't say much. The other party was also right. He was quite tired these days. Being able to take a rest was certainly the best. Not long after, Zhang Shuer drove a Maserati out and greeted Sumu on the car. The two of them left the Lianyungang Villa complex and began to look for medicinal herbs in Tianhua City's major herbal pharmacies. The opening few. Sumu felt that the medicinal properties were not enough and dismissed them. After searching for a morning, only half of the herbs were found, and the rest were unqualified. Nowadays, In Chinese herbal pharmacies, so many herbs have already lost their medicinal properties, and as a result, they are all still being sold. No wonder so many people don't believe in Chinese medicine. It's all because of this group of businessmen. Su Mu lamented in his heart. Zhang Shuer also didn't think that finding a medicinal herb would be so complicated, that she would run all over half of Tianhua City, but in order to cure her grandfather, she didn't care about this hard work. At this point, Su Mu was still a little surprised. He did not think that the other party is actually so able to suffer. Running a morning, normal men are afraid that have been a little tired, but she is still 100 times more energetic. By the time the sun set in the afternoon, the herbs were finally bought. The two of them passed by a restaurant, and Zhang Shuer opened her mouth. Or how about we go and eat our dinner? Su Mu thought about it. After a busy day, he was also really hungry, and it was time to eat. He nodded and said, "Eat, but it has to be your treat." Zhang Shuer skimmed her mouth and muttered, "Not a bit of gentlemanly manners." "What did you say?" Su Mu asked as if he didn't hear it. "No, nothing. I'm saying I'll treat you if I treat you. Eating and drinking is most important." Zhang Shuer suddenly laughed. This restaurant is not very expensive. A meal down a few hundred only. For Zhang Shuer this kind of 1,000 gold miss has been considered very cheap. The two sat down and had just ordered their food when a man walked in, followed by two suited bodyguards. The man was about 30 years old, imposing, over 1.85 meters in height, and looked handsome. When Zhang Shuer saw him, she greeted him with a surprised face. "Brother Ting, I didn't expect to be able to see you here." That young man was called Zhang Ting, a member of the Zhang family in Tianhua City, who had a good relationship with Zhang Shuer since childhood. When Zhang Ting saw the other party, his face revealed a hint of a smile as he walked over to greet him and said, "Shuer, I didn't expect to see you here either." He saw Su Mu and froze slightly. This is Su Mu. Dr. Su, my grandpa is sick. I accompanied Dr. Su out to grab medicine today, and I've been busy until now. Zhang Shuer explained. Su Mu could see that this Zhang Shuer was in love with this Zhang Ting, so she eagerly wanted to clear her relationship with herself, fearing that the other party would misunderstand. Zhang Ting smiled and extended his hand towards Su Mu. "Hello Mr. Su, to be able to treat Elder Zhang, I think Mr. Su's medical skills must be very high. Possessing such a high level of medical skills at such a young age, Mr. Su must be extraordinary. I'm just a mongrel, there's no need to praise me like that." Su Mu extended his hand and shook the other party's. The other party was so polite, so he himself couldn't refute the other party's face. "Brother Ting, why don't you sit down and eat together?" Zhang Shuer said with a smile. "No, I have some things to do today. There are still my guests in that private room. You guys eat. I'll treat you next time I have the chance." Zhang Ting said with a faint smile. Zhang Shuer nodded with some regret. Since Brother Ting has something to do, then go and get busy. Zhang Ting left the place and walked to a nearby private room, closing the door behind him. Su Mu curiously looked over, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. It seems like this Zhang Shuer's vision isn't very good either, he thought in his heart. Chapter 44, Difficult Su Kong. Su Mu saw the situation inside the private room through the wall. As soon as Zhang Ting walked inside the private room, he changed his face in an instant. Sitting inside the private room waiting for him was a very beautiful-looking woman, probably in her 20s, wearing a very sexy dress. Zhang Ting's bodyguard stood outside the door, while he walked in and unlocked the door to the room, sat down next to the beautiful woman, with a colorful expression on his face, and directly went up and down and touched her. Su Mu turned his head around. "Not going to continue to look. What will happen behind? Think with your toes no." This Zhang Ting looked refined and elegant, but in private, he also wanted to play some exciting things. But thinking about it, it was right. The person who could be recognized by Zhang Shuer and affectionately called out to his brother, was probably also the son of some big family. How would a normal big family come to such an ordinary hotel to eat? The fact that the other party came here in itself meant that they were hiding from something. "You're familiar with that Ting brother of yours?" Su Mu asked intentionally as he ate his food. "Of course I'm familiar. I've been playing together since I was little, only when I was in my teens. He left the country, and when I saw him later, it was half a year ago. I also didn't expect that Brother Ting became even more handsome after he returned home. He. Zhang Shuer spoke like a nymphomaniac. "You wouldn't have fallen in love with him, right?" Su Mu asked tentatively. "Of course I like him. Who wouldn't like a boy that outstanding?" Zhang Shuer skimmed her lips and said, "Well, maybe people change. You'd better be careful in the future." Su Mu casually spoke. Zhang Shuer frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "Brother Zhang Ting is a very good person. Even if he went abroad for a few years, how could he change? You can't be liking me and wanting to sow discord." Su Mu was speechless when he heard it. He only kindly reminded a sentence. The other party turned out to think that way. He quickly waved his hand and said, Just now that sentence as if we didn't speak. You don't think too much. What you and that Jiang Ting have, it has nothing to do with me at all. I'm only responsible for treating your grandpa. When your grandpa recovers, then there's nothing to do with me. Zhang Shuer lightly grunted. If she wasn't counting on the other party to cure her grandfather, she wouldn't bother. After eating, the two returned to the villa. Sumu handed over the herbs to her and taught the nanny how to cook the medicine before leaving. What am I charging for a day? He shook his head, feeling very speechless, and had just returned to the villa when he saw a familiar figure and couldn't help but frown. Why is it you? He couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw this familiar person in front of him, and sitting at the entrance of the villa waiting was none other than Su Kong. Sumu really couldn't figure out how the other party had found his way here. Son, I've been searching for you for a day and finally found you. Su Kong saw the other party and shouted with an excited face. How did you find this place? Sumu asked in a deep voice. I went to the apartment you lived in before, and the property said you left. Then I asked the people in the neighborhood and said that you've always been running towards Lianyungang recently, so I figured that you found a job here. So I came here to ask around, but the security guards you have here are really nice. I told them that you are my son, and they treated me courteously, and even received me here, and told me to wait for you to come back. Su Kong laughed. Sumu frowned. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had, but he saw the other party again. I said, I've severed my father-son relationship with you. I don't know you. Get lost. He opened the door to his room, wanting to go in and shut the other party out. No matter what, he could not be soft this time, or else the other party would definitely intensify his efforts. Son, even if you disown me, it's me and your mom who gave birth to you and raised you. How can you do this to me? Su Kong sighed with a sigh. Did I give you a chance last time when I got you the money? Do you just take my words as farts? Don't look for me anymore. I don't have a father like you. Sumu just wanted to close the door, but Su Kong fiercely pulled out his cell phone, on which he was making a WeChat call to Chiu Sufan. What do you want to do? Sumu was shocked in his heart and wanted to snatch the phone over and hang it up. However, Su Kong violently retracted it, and at this moment, the call had already gotten through. Honey, look who it is. He turned the direction of the screen towards Sumu. Moore, why are you guys together? Chiu Sufan asked with some surprise on the other end. My son is living in a big house right now. The light is a bit dim right now. There's no way to see clearly. I'll take a picture for you tomorrow. Su Kong laughed. Big house? Chiu Sufan was a bit puzzled. He knew that his son had bought a house, but as for how big and what it looked like, he didn't even know. Sumu's face was gloomy. He knew that the other party wanted to move his mother out again and threaten him. Chiu Sufan has always been his soft underbelly. If it wasn't for the fear of his own mother being worried and upset, Su Kang's death or life, he didn't want to care at all. Mom, take an early rest, Sumu said to Chiu Sufan on the phone. Moore, I'm so happy to be able to see you and your dad together. Your dad hasn't been gambling lately, right? Is he working properly? Chiu Sufan asked nervously. Su Kong hurriedly came over and said, Wife, don't worry, I won't gamble anymore. I've already found a job today. I'm working at a construction site. I'll be able to mail money back later. I promise you, I will definitely work well in the future. Absolutely no more gambling. If I gamble again, I will not be allowed to die. Chiu Sufan nodded. It's best if you can return to the right path. Take good care of our son over there. Don't let him suffer. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of our son. Nothing will go wrong. Su Kong laughed. After some small talk, WeChat hung up. Sumu still wanted to close the door once more. Su Kong hurriedly stopped it. Son, what I just said to your mom is true. I will absolutely not gamble again in the future. I am a grandson if I gamble again. Sumu said with a gloomy face. I've heard this sentence of yours countless times. You don't have to say it again. I don't want to hear it. Saying that, he was just about to close the door to the room. Su Kong was still blocking the doorway. Sumu got a little angry. If you don't leave, I'll throw you out from here. Su Kang's face was a little fearful. He had seen the other party show off his skills in the casino, although he didn't know when the other party had become so powerful, but if he really fought, he would definitely not be an opponent. Son, you can't do this to me. No matter what, I am your father, and I really know I'm wrong this time. I've already found a job outside. The labor contract is all here. Look, he said and handed over the contract in his hand. Sumu slightly frowned and looked down. That was indeed the contract in the construction site. Son, I know I didn't treat you well when you were little, but I still remember even now. When you were 5 or 6 years old, you pulled me in the back and called me dad. When you were small, I also took care of you. I was a bastard, did a lot of wrong things, and now when I think about it, I am also very regretful. It's me who is sorry for you and your mother, so I've made up my mind that for the rest of my life, I must work hard to earn money, never gamble again, and I must take good care of you and Su Fun. Please, give me another chance, Su Kong said with incomparable sincerity. In his eyes, there were hidden tears flashing. Sumu was silent. He also recalled the bits and pieces of his past, and his heart trembled a little. How much he wished that his family could be happy together, just like any other family. I'll trust you one last time. Remember what you said tonight. If you go against it again, I'll never trust you again, Sumu said gruffly to him. Su Kong was delighted and nodded his head. Son, don't worry. I will do what I say and won't let you and your mother down again. Come in. Sumu sighed. The two of them walked into the middle of the villa. He turned the lights on, and the extravagance of the villa surprised Su Kong. Son, how did you live in such a luxurious villa? This is my friend's house. He's abroad now, and there's no one at home, so he's letting me live there temporarily without paying rent, Sumu said indifferently. He was still defensive about Su Kong, and was unwilling to tell the truth, fearing that the other party had some bad intentions. Su Kong sighed. The places where rich people live are really different. Your friend must be a very rich person. Right, how did you meet your friend? This villa is so big, he is able to earn a lot of money even if he rents it out. How come he is willing to give you a place to live? A very good friend from college. He is not bad at money, so that bit of rent is not in his eyes. There are several rooms upstairs. You can just pick one to sleep in. I'm also tired. I'll rest first. Sumu didn't want to say anything more. For this father of his, the stigma within him still existed, and this stigma wanted to be eliminated. I'm afraid it would still take some time. It would need to see if the other party had that sincerity. Su Kong naturally understood in his heart. He didn't say anything more, silently mentioned his suitcase to the second floor and found a room. After Sumu went back to his room and washed up, as usual, he went into the system to choose something and then checked his anger value. Today's anger value was only more than 10 points. It didn't rise, and the main reason was that it didn't produce any big anger. How can I make myself more angry? He thought in his heart. What he wanted the most right now was to quickly raise his anger value. Only then would he be able to become stronger, and a lot of dangers would be less scary. But now it seemed that it wasn't that simple. As he lay on the bed, he suddenly thought of Yi Lingxiao. Speaking of which, the two hadn't contacted each other again for several days, and he suddenly felt a sense of missing in his heart, wondering what the other party was doing. It's so late. It's not possible to call over. Let's talk about it tomorrow, Sumu thought in his heart. Early the next morning, Zheng Shuer came to the door in a hurry as usual. This time it was Su Kong who went to open the door. You are? He was a little surprised to see that it was a pretty young girl at the door, thinking that it couldn't be that college friend of Su Mu's who had returned. And it's still such a pretty girl. Could it be? You are? Zheng Shuer saw the other party for the first time and asked in confusion. I'm Su Mu's father. Are you his classmate? Su Kong asked. Zheng Shuer shook her head. So it's uncle. You just came over yesterday, right? I'm his neighbor. I'm looking for Su Mu for something. At this time, Su Mu walked out, saw Zhang Shuer and spoke. Let's go. Last day today. Good. Zhang Shuer nodded repeatedly. Su Mu followed her out, and Su Kong looked confused, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that my son has staked out a rich second-generation girlfriend? He had a burst of joy in his heart. Chapter 45. Yi Lingxiao was expelled. Sumu came to the Zhang family and helped Zheng Tianming with the last acupuncture, and the dead qi in the other party's body was finally suppressed. Luckily, he has a good physical quality, or else he really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Su Mu lamented in his heart. Su Mu, my grandfather, is he alright? Zheng Shuer asked worriedly from the side. Zhang Xin Chang, Zheng Qi also came here to check the situation. Su Mu nodded. There's nothing wrong, he'll be able to wake up in the next 2 days. At that time, according to the medicine I've grabbed, let him drink well for half a year. After half a year, he will be able to recover 70 to 80%. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shuer let out a sigh of relief and revealed a happy expression. That's great. Zheng Xinchang also revealed a long-lost smile, but Zheng Qi looked a bit gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. Mr. Su, you saved my father. You are the benefactor of our Zhang family. If you have any needs, just mention them. I will definitely try my best to take care of them for you. Sumu shook his head and said, it's still unknown when the old man will wake up. Don't thank me so early. In case he really can't wake up, won't you guys kill me then? Ah, is there still a danger of my grandfather not waking up all the time? Zheng Tianming suddenly became nervous. Who can fully say what's going on in medicine? But this possibility is relatively small. Take good care of him. I'm also tired. I'll leave first, Sumu said and walked towards the outside of the room. Zheng Shuer hurriedly went to see her off. Sumu returned to his villa. Su Kong had already disappeared, not knowing where he had gone. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and called Yi Lingxiao. It had been a few days since he had seen her, and he didn't know what the other party was doing all this time. The phone number you dialed is down. Sumu was slightly stunned. Out of service? The other party's phone was actually out of money? He thought about it, and hurriedly rushed $200 over the phone. Not long after, he called again. This time it finally went through, but no one answered. He frowned slightly, foreseeing something bad, so he drove his car to the back street of Tianhua University, parked the car, and then walked towards the inside of the school. He knew that Yi Lingxiao was from the art department. As for what major was not clear. He could only find the office of the art department to ask the teacher about the situation. Tianhua University was really too big, and although Sumu was already studying here as well, he searched for half an hour before finding the office. He knocked on the door, then walked in and came to a teacher and asked, "This teacher, I would like to ask, which major and which class is Yi Lingxiao in? I'm her cousin from out of town, and she can't be reached on her cell phone, so I can only come to the school to ask." That female teacher was slightly stunned. "You're looking for Yi Lingxiao?" "Yes, do you recognize her?" Seeing the other party's expression, Sumu thought that she should recognize her, and continued to ask after her. "She has been expelled and is not in the school anymore," that teacher said coldly. Sumu was shocked. "What? What has happened? How did this happen? She has been absent from school for a long time, and 2 days ago, she even did something in school that corrupted her reputation. The principal has decided to expel her from school." Sumu's heart shook. He didn't think that so many things had happened in the past 2 days. Yi Lingxiao had been expelled, and also did some bad things. He didn't know what exactly the other party had done, but listening to this teacher, corrupting the reputation, it was probably related to things between men and women. But how could Yi Lingxiao do something like that? Sumu was absolutely convinced of the other party's character. "Teacher, then are you able to contact her? Do you know where she has gone now?" Sumu hurriedly asked. That teacher shook her head and said, "I don't know, although I have taught her. I don't know her well. You should go and find her specialized class teacher. Mr. Chui. Mr. Chui is right in front." She pointed to the location in front. Sumu nodded. "Thank you." Saying that, he arrived in front of teacher Chui. This was also a female teacher. After all, in the art major, there were more female teachers. This teacher Chui was called Chuili. Although she was already close to 40 years old, her figure was well maintained. "Hello teacher Chui. I want to ask about Yi Lingxiao's matter. Do you know about it?" Sumu was a bit anxious and walked over to ask directly. Chuili sighed and said, "Come out with me. I'll tell you about it." Good. The two of them came to a corner of the corridor where there was no one, and only then did Chuili ask, "You are Yi Lingxiao's relative? How come I've never heard her talk about it?" Sumu said, "I'm his cousin. I played quite well as a child, and I've had very little contact in the past few years, so it's normal that he hasn't mentioned it. He was also making things up. If he said that he and the other party were just ordinary friends, Mr. Chui wouldn't necessarily give him the information." Chui Li nodded, also believing it. This child, Ling Xiao, has a very bitter life. This time he was expelled. He was obviously wrongly accused. Sumu frowned and asked, "Ms. Chui, are you aware of something? Give me a word." Chui Li sighed and said, "Ling Xiao's major classes have always been very good, and she's basically at the top in the department. But a few days ago, I heard that because of the campus violence, she was hurt and took a few days off later." Sumu nodded. "This I know. She took a leave of absence just to go to her hometown with me for a break. This matter of taking leave is all nothing. The main thing is that after Ling Xiao came back, her whole person changed a lot. She gradually began to learn to dress herself up, and also had a lot of new clothes, and a lot of people's gazes slowly noticed her body. I didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be so beautiful when she dressed up. For her to be able to have this kind of change, I was naturally very happy in my heart. Only I didn't think that this would turn out to be a bad thing," Chuili said with a tight frown. Sumu's expression was grave as he opened his mouth and asked, "Teacher Chui, what exactly happened back there? Why did that teacher just now say that Ling Xiao was expelled because of her reputation? Actually, this matter is strange to say the least. Ling Xiao is a good student, and normally wouldn't come into contact with unsavory people. As a result, the night before yesterday, the school side of a rich second generation and her in the playground next to the Grove private meeting. The results do not know what happened. That rich second generation below, well, actually suffered serious injuries, was sent to the hospital overnight, so this matter was spread." Li said. "Below?" Sumu frowned. "Ling Xiao absolutely can't have a private meeting with some rich second generation in the Grove. There must be something hidden here. I'm a teacher. I shouldn't have said this to you, and I don't believe that Ling Xiao is that kind of person. After all, she's the student I brought out. But the school has already spread the word that Ling Xiao and that rich second generation were having a private meeting in the Grove for money, and as a result, when the money wasn't negotiated, Ling Xiao struck out too hard and killed the other party. Chui Li was helpless in her heart. I also wanted to help her, but the principal quickly made the decision to expel her. and also didn't let Ling Shurao explain her situation. After Ling Shurao knew she was expelled, she quickly moved away. I heard from others that her mother was seriously ill and had come to Tianhua City People's Hospital. As for the rest, I don't know. Sumu's brows furrowed. His fists couldn't help but clench up. What kind of bull principle? The cause of the matter hasn't even been investigated clearly, and then he expelled the person. I heard that the reason why the principal was in such a hurry to expel was because Ling Xiao had offended him. The principal's son, Xiao Kuei, went to jail because of the other party, and I heard that he'll be locked up for a year and a half. Chui Li whispered, afraid that the people around him would hear. Sumu frowned. In that case, that principal did have the suspicion of false publicity. You are Ling Shirao's relative. That's why I'm giving you this. You must not say outside that it's me who said this. If the principal knows about it, I guess I won't be able to do my job anymore. The reason I risked giving you this is because I think Ling Shirao is a poor child. It's too difficult. Obviously she's very good, but she's always affected by some other things. If you find her, you must persuade her, Chui Li said. Sumu nodded and said, Teacher Chui, don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you said today. You are a good teacher. Chui Li revealed a faint smile. Sumu left the place. His face became gloomy. He had to find Ling Shirao as soon as possible. The other party had light thoughts before. These last 2 days suddenly encountered so many things. In case she couldn't think again for a while and did something stupid, it wouldn't be good. Just now Chui Li revealed some information. Ling Shirao's mother is seriously ill. Went to the Tianhua City First People's Hospital. So it seems that he went to the hospital to look for, should be able to find the other party is right. This bull principal will find his trouble when I come back. Finding Ling Shirao first is important, Sumu muttered. He drove his car and soon arrived at the People's Hospital. Arriving at the inpatient department, after some searching, he didn't see Ling Shirao's figure. Sumu went to the front desk to inquire again. Yet even the nurses didn't know of such a person. How could this be? He frowned tightly. If it was Yi Lingsha's mother who was hospitalized, the name left behind should be her mother's. And since Sumu didn't know the other party's mother's name, if he wanted to find the person in such a big hospital, I'm afraid it would take some effort. He sighed and sat at the bottom of the stairs below the hospitalization department, and after waiting for a long time, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, and jerked his head up. Yi Lingsha was carrying a hot water kettle, walking in his direction. Sumu was slightly stunned, and gently shouted, Ling Shirao. Yi Lingsha raised her head, saw Sumu, and was a little surprised in her heart. Chapter 46 Yi Lingshao's Sadness. Yi Lingsha did not expect that she would see Sumu here. The other party was sitting quietly on the stairs like that, also looking straight at her. Her eyes instantly reddened, but she lowered her head and didn't take the initiative to greet the other party, instead wanting to turn around and leave. Sumu frowned slightly, not knowing why the other party would pretend not to recognize him, and hurriedly walked over and stopped the other party. Ling Shirao, what's wrong with you? Why are you avoiding me? He asked in disbelief. Yi Lingsha's eyes had tears welling up in them as she shook her head and said, Sumu, it's better if we don't meet in the future. Sumu didn't move aside and said softly, Ling Shirao, I already know everything that happened in the school. What exactly happened? You tell me. I will definitely help you. Yi Lingsha shook her head, tears falling down one by one. Sumu, this matter, I'm afraid that there is no way for you to help me. Moreover, I've already brought you too much trouble. I don't want to drag you down again. Just pretend that you never knew me as a friend. You live your own life. I don't want you to get caught up in it as well because of what happened to me. Sumu frowned and said in a deep voice, Ling Shirao, I said that I can help you out with whatever trouble you have. So trust me, I will definitely be able to help you. When Yi Lingsha heard the other party's comforting words, her inner strong defense finally broke down, and she bawled, releasing all the pain that had been inside her during this period of time. Sumu reached out his hand and held the other party in his arms, patting her back and comforting her. Ling Shirao, no matter what, I will accompany you. In the future, let me protect you. Yi Lingsha didn't reply, she just cried, and it was only after half a minute that she wiped away her tears and squeezed out a small smile. Thank you. Sumu didn't get an affirmative reply from the other party. His heart was a little lost, but he didn't express it. Let me go and take a look at Auntie. Maybe I'll be able to help her. Yi Lingsha nodded, and she brought the other party to a ward, where her mother lived, sharing a room with another patient. Mom, I'm back. She wiped away her tears before entering the room, wearing a small smile, not wanting her mother to see her crying. Sitting on the bed was a middle-aged woman. She was none other than Yi Lingzhao's mother, Zhou Ping. At this moment, Zhou Ping's face was pale and covered in wrinkles, but it was obvious that when she was young, she should have been beautiful. Only because of the vicissitudes of the years, she had left behind too many traces. That's why she was like this. Ling Xiao, You've been tired all day, take a good rest, Zhou Ping said lovingly. Yi Lingxiao poured a cup of beaten hot water and placed it on the small table next to her, then took some food out. Before she looked at Su Mu and introduced herself. Mom, this is a good friend of mine. His name is Su Mu. He heard about you, and specially came over to see you today. Zhou Ping raised her head, looked at Su Mu and smiled. What a handsome young man. Thank you for coming to see me. Auntie, I'm really sorry. I didn't even bring you anything when I came over today. Su Mu scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. It's good that you have this heart, Zhou Ping said. Su Mu nodded, sat down on the seat next to him, and observed the other party's situation. Zhou Ping's disease was cancer, and according to the current situation, it had at least reached the middle stage. Once the cancer cells went further and continued to spread, it was likely to reach an advanced stage, and then at that time, the most he would be able to do was to help the other party maintain their lifespan, and there was no medicine to save them. Since Su Mu had learned the skill of myriad hands, not only the knowledge of Chinese medicine, but also some of the modern medical knowledge of Western medicine, was also in his mind. This was an S-rank skill rated by the system. According to what was in his mind right now, in the entire world, I'm afraid that there were no more than a few medical skills that were superior to his, so he now had the idea of saving Zhou Ping. Auntie Zhou, I have studied Chinese medicine before. Am I able to take your pulse and check the situation? Maybe I have a way to help you. He opened his mouth and said. Zhou Ping was a little surprised, not thinking that her daughter's friend was still a Chinese medicine practitioner. Yi Lingxiao was also a little surprised. This was the first time she had heard about the other party knowing medical skills. Good, it's rare that you have the heart. Help me take a look. Zhou Ping nodded and said. She didn't expect the other party to be able to save her from her own illness, but the other party also had a good intention, so she was embarrassed to refuse. Su Mu walked forward, stretched out his hand, put it on the other party's right hand, and began to take his pulse. After a few minutes had passed, he had already understood the other party's physical condition, and already had a plan in his heart. Auntie Zhou, you have stomach cancer. It's still in the middle stage. There's still a possibility of saving it, Su Mu said. When Zhou Ping heard this, she was a bit surprised. She didn't think that the other party would know her condition by taking her pulse. At this point, it was much more powerful than those doctors in the hospital. Xiao Mu ah, this disease of mine is life. You don't need to show me, and still be able to live peacefully for a few months. Then I feel it's worth it, she said, looking towards Yi Lingxiao. Her eyes suddenly reddened. I'm just worried about Ling Shirao. After I'm gone, she'll be all alone. What should she do in the future? Yi Lingxiao's eyes also turned red when she saw her mother looking so sad. She quickly went over and held her mother's hand tightly to comfort her. Mom, don't worry, you will definitely get better. Don't say such sad words. You still have to watch me marry and hold my grandchildren. Zhou Ping lowered her head, smiled and didn't say anything more. She knew that the other party was just comforting himself. What exactly was the condition of her body? Only he himself knew. Su Mu spoke from the side. Auntie Zhou, don't worry, your disease can be cured. Zhou Ping sighed and said, Xiao Mu, you don't need to persuade me. I know it in my heart. You and Ling Shirao go out and have some fun. I'm a little tired, so I'll rest first. Okay Mom, you have a good rest. Ling Shine got up, helped Zhou Ping lie down, and covered her with the quilt. Let's go out. Good. Su Mu nodded, and the two of them came outside. Su Mu, thank you for coming to see me, but you can't help me. I really don't want to get you into trouble. You already helped me enough before. Yi Lingxiao said. Su Mu calmly asked, Ling Shirao, do you trust me? Yi Lingxiao was slightly stunned, not understanding why the other party asked this, making her not know how to answer for a moment. Of course I believe you. You are my only friend. Besides you, who else can I believe? Your mother's illness can still be saved, Su Mu said seriously. The hospital actually said, do the surgery, the chance of success is around 30%, but the surgery fee is more than 300,000. I simply do not have this money, Yi Lingxiao said with some difficulty. Su Mu spoke. Ling Shirao, money is not a problem, but that 30% chance, do you really dare to let Auntie Zhou lie on the operating table? Yi Lingxiao frowned. How had she not been worried about this matter? But, there is no other way. Tianhua People's Hospital is already the best hospital in the surrounding provinces. Even if we go somewhere else, the chances of being cured won't be any higher. I must let my mother have the surgery. No matter what, I have to gamble on this. The matter of money, I will think of a way, Su Mu said indifferently. $300,000. If you want it, I can give it to you right away. No, Su Mu, I won't take a single cent of your money. I treat you as a friend. It's not for your money. This money, I'll find a way on my own, Yi Lingxiao said, and was just about to turn around and leave. Su Mu suddenly said, I know you won't want my money, but if I tell you that you can cure Auntie Joe's disease without spending any money, do you believe me? Without spending money? Yi Lingxiao froze in place and turned her head, her face full of disbelief. In fact, well, I once studied medicine with a master Chinese medicine practitioner, specifically as to learn to cure the stomach aspect of the disease. On this aspect is still very research. Just now I gave Auntie Joe to take the pulse. Already understand the situation. I can help Auntie Joe to cure the disease, in the case of not having to do the surgery, so that she will recover. Sumu said seriously. Sumu, is everything you said true? You didn't lie to me? Yi Lingxiao asked with some surprise. She really couldn't imagine that the other party would be able to practice medicine and be so good at it. But this was her mother's life after all. There was no joking around. Seeing that the other party hesitated, Sumu said, Ling Shirao, if you believe me, today you can pick up your mother and discharge her from the hospital. I'll help cure her. If you don't believe me, I can give you this money. Of course, it's considered to be lent to you. In the future, when you have the money, you can return it to me. What do you think? Yi Lingxiao raised her head and looked at the other party's sincere eyes. At that moment, her heart had a feeling that it was going to melt. Within this period of time, she had encountered so many difficulties. It was the other party who helped her. In her heart, she was grateful, and in her heart, she had actually fallen in love with Sumu. However, she knew that the two people couldn't be together, because she was a drag and couldn't do anything. So she didn't tell the other party about it these days even if she encountered such great difficulties. But she didn't expect that the other party had still looked for it. Sumu, I believe in you. If you can save my mother, I will definitely thank you properly. It's just that I've caused you too much trouble. Yi Lingxiao said with some apologies. It's fine, but after saving Auntie Zhou, how do you plan to thank me? Sumu asked with a smile. Yi Lingxiao was momentarily speechless. She really hadn't thought about how she should thank the other party. Otherwise, be my girlfriend. Sumu suddenly spoke. Yi Lingxiao's heart shook, raised her head, looked to the other party's serious expression. Her face blushed, and immediately moved her face away again. I'm joking with you. See how shy you are. Sumu laughed. You are so annoying. Yi Lingxiao heard what the other party said. Her heart let out a sigh of relief, but she didn't know why she had some loss again. She pressed down her lost feelings and spoke. This afternoon, I will help my mother with the discharge procedures. At that time, I will bring her to the rental house that I used to live in. For the rest of the things, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. You also relax. Your mother's illness will definitely get better. Sumu comforted. Yi Lingxiao nodded. I won't see you off. Goodbye. Saying that, she turned around and left. Sumu also walked towards the outside. Yi Lingxiao walked halfway and stopped, looking back at the other party's back. Her heart was a little strange. What she didn't know was that the other party had already planted a seed in her heart, which could blossom and bear fruit at any time. Chapter 47. What happened that night? Yi Lingxiao returned to the hospital room, briefly explained the situation to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping has long not wanted to live in the hospital. The expenses here are too big. Their savings, there was not much left. She naturally couldn't wait to leave, afraid to give her daughter too much of a burden. So in the afternoon, they were discharged from the hospital and moved back to the rental house. And Sumu also drove a car in Tianhua City, looking for Chinese medicinal herbs, and bought the silver needles used in acupuncture. In the afternoon, he came to the rental house on time. Sumu, are you ready already? Yi Lingxiao opened her mouth somewhat nervously and asked. Of course. Sumu smiled faintly and gave the other party a reassuring look. I trust you. Yi Lingxiao nodded. Zhou Ping saw Sumu and thanked. Xiao Mu, the time behind. It's thanks to you. No matter if you can cure my illness, I won't blame you. In fact, in her heart, how could Sumu, this young lad, cure her illness? She was already holding the thought of death, and by not treating her in the hospital, she would at least be able to reduce a lot of pressure on her daughter. This was her only thought right now. Auntie Zhou, this afternoon, I will give you acupuncture. It might hurt a bit. You need to bear it. Cancer, this disease is not like other. After acupuncture, you still need to drink Chinese medicine for a long period of time. And these Chinese medicines will only be able to maintain your life, so that your life expectancy lasts for more than 4 years. During these 4 years, I need to find a medicinal herb that will allow you to truly get rid of the disease. Sumu said seriously. If he wanted to cure the other party's illness, ordinary Chinese medicine definitely wouldn't work. Even if his medical skills were superior, without good herbs, it wouldn't help. Ever since he had learned the skill of myriad hands, a lot of strange ideas had appeared in his mind. Since he had learned the skill of myriad hands, the names of many peculiar medicinal herbs had appeared in his mind, and these medicinal herbs were definitely difficult to be found in an ordinary Chinese medicine pharmacy. Sumu understood that these kinds of medicinal herbs were already very rare, and it wasn't easy to find them, but he had money. In 4 years' time, he was confident that he would find this herb and let Zhou Ping be cured. Only the matter of how much money was spent on finding the herbs could not be known to Yi Lingxiao, otherwise the other party would definitely be unwilling. 4 years? Zhou Ping nodded. If I can live for 4 more years, I am satisfied. Thank you, Xiaomu. Yi Lingxiao spoke up from the side and asked, that herb, will it be hard to find? Will it be very expensive? Sumu faintly smiled. That flavor of medicinal herbs is rare, but it won't be very expensive, so you don't have to worry too much. Then how much will it cost? Yi Lingxiao hurriedly asked. Well, about $50,000 to $60,000. Sumu casually said a number. Saying that it was too cheap, the other party would definitely not believe it, and saying that it was too expensive, the other party would definitely not be willing to let him bear the cost. $50,000 to $60,000 wasn't much, and Yi Lingxiao wouldn't feel too much pressure in her heart. Okay, Sumu, I will save enough money to give you. You must save my mother. With a hopeful gaze, Yi Lingxiao looked at the other party and said, I definitely will. Sumu said. In the afternoon time, he began to give Zhou Ping acupuncture. The process of acupuncture was very complicated. It consumed a full hour, and Sumu also spent a large amount of mental energy, and his body was somewhat overdrawn. However, everything was successful, just as he expected, making the growth of the cancer cells much slower, and together with the herbal medicine, it was able to prolong the other party's life by 4 years. Ling Shirao, the medicine I grabbed, are here, you boil it properly. A pair of medicine can be drunk for 2 days, 3 times a day. These medicines are enough for half a month. When there is no more, you will find me again. I will go to look for the medicine again, Sumu said with a somewhat pale face. The other party's hard work, Yi Lingxiao naturally saw it all in her eyes. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the other party's sweat, and asked with some worry, you look so pale. Do you want me to send you to the hospital? No need. I'm just a little tired. Just rest for a while, Sumu said. Yi Lingxiao nodded. She pulled out crumpled $2,000 from the bag next to her. $100, $50, and $10 were all there. A whole pile. Sumu, I only have this much money right now. I know, it's definitely not enough to pay for the medicine, but I can only give you this. When I make money in the future, I'll return it to you, she said timidly. Sumu smiled faintly. These medicinal herbs are not expensive. They only cost a few $100s. You keep this money. In the coming period of time, you still have to live. You gave me all the money. How will you live? I can still go out to work and make money. Don't worry, I will definitely have money, Yi Lingxiao said in a hurry. Sumu sighed, looked at Zhou Ping who was already asleep next to her, then looked at her again and said, Auntie Zhou is asleep. If there are things we'll go out to talk about, don't disturb her. Yi Lingxiao nodded, and the two of them came outside. Ling Shirao, I went to the school to look for you before. They said that you were expelled. What exactly is the reason? Are you able to tell me? Sumu opened his mouth and asked. Yi Lingxiao slightly lowered her head and softly said, I guess, you have also heard the rumors about me in the school. They said that you went to the grove with a punk in the school, and as a result, it's not like that, Yi Lingxiao retorted. Sumu looked at her and said, of course I won't believe what they said, but what exactly happened that day? Was it that you were bullied by them? You tell me. I will definitely not let you suffer this kind of aggravation. Yi Lingxiao's eyes were slightly red and she wanted to speak. In the end she spoke. Sumu, this matter has nothing to do with you. I don't want to cause you any trouble, so don't ask anymore. Ling Shirao, if there's something you can tell me, I can definitely help you solve it. Didn't you say that you trust me? Sumu said. Yi Lingxiao hesitated, sighed, and spoke. That night, there was indeed a boy who asked me to go to the grove. His name is Li Chao. He is a gangster in the school, and he used to be quite close to Chiu Kuei, and the two of them often walked together. That day he came to the classroom and left a note for me. The note said. Sumu saw that the other party stopped and quickly asked, what is written on the note? It says that you were arrested by him, and asked me to go to the grove to meet him at night, otherwise he will beat you to death. Yi Lingxiao remembered what happened that day. Tears couldn't help but fall. Sumu froze, not thinking that this matter actually had something to do with himself. That day, my head was buzzing all the time. I was worried about you, so I went to the grove, but it didn't occur to me that it was all a lie that he told me. He wanted to rape me. I struggled hard and finally, accidentally kicked his. Ling Xiao, you don't have to say it. I know it all. Sumu looked at the other party's tears, stretched out his hand, and wiped it for her. Don't worry, I'll help you resolve this matter. I'll let you return to Tianhua University to finish your studies. You've always worked hard. You can't cut off your chance to study because of me. Yi Lingxiao hurriedly shook her head and said, Sumu, I don't blame you. If I want to blame you, I can only blame me for my bad fate. This time, it was the principal who issued a letter to expel me. The whole school already knows about it. There is no room for maneuver. Listen to my words. You don't care about anything. This matter, just let it go. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. You take good care of Auntie Zhou. The rest of the matter, leave it to me. Sumu gave her a reassuring smile, while inside, he was already angry to the extreme. Congratulations, master. Anger value increased to 100. You can extract special items. Without realizing it, the anger value reached full value once again. Sumu didn't rush to raise his ancient martial arts, because raising it now would mean unbearable pain. The last time, he had caused an ominous incident because of this, so he couldn't afford to cause another ominous incident. Moreover, with the last 2 ancient martial arts upgrades, his strength had risen greatly. Even if he couldn't dodge bullets, he was still able to preemptively shoot before the other party fired, so he decided to draw a prize once. There might be some special skill waiting for him. Drawl. The screen was scrolling and suddenly stopped. Congratulations, master. Gain skill, observation master. Sumu was slightly stunned, and without hesitation, he tapped activate. For a moment, what was in his eyes changed. He looked at Yi Lingxiao's face, and it seemed that every detail could not escape his eyes. With the subtle changes in the other party's facial expression, he was already able to feel other people's emotions. Chapter 48, Dealing with the Headmaster. Sumu suddenly felt a lot more in his mind. He was able to know if the other party was lying through the slightest change in their facial expression. Of course, if a person really didn't have any expression at all, there was no way for him to know what the other person was really thinking inside. But how many people could do without any expression at all? So this skill, Sumu felt that it was still very useful. After all, he was getting richer and richer in the future, and when the time came, he would definitely need someone to help him, and choosing to the right person was very important. Ling Shirao, you go take care of Auntie Zhou. She's very weak right now, Sumu said. Yi Lingxia nodded. That's good, then I won't see you off. Sumu left the rental house and didn't go home, but went to Tianhua University. He went over this time to get justice for Yi Lingxiao. He went straight to the principal's office, didn't knock on the door, and pushed it in. And at this moment, the principal Qiu Jiangwo was in his office and was startled by the sudden sound of the door push. Looking up with a frown on his face, "Who are you? Is this a place where you can just come and go? Get the hell out!" Qiu Jiangwo angrily shouted. Sumu didn't even listen to him, but closed the door to the room and sat on the sofa next to him. "Qiu Jiangwo, right? Do you know what I came to see you for today?" Qiu Jiangwo frowned, feeling puzzled in his heart. "Who the hell are you? Do you know what kind of place this is? If you don't leave, I'm going to call security." As he said that, he picked up the landline and was about to make a call. However, when he had just picked up the receiver, Sumu suddenly took out a rock and flicked it over, breaking the phone line. Qiu Jiangwo was shocked in his heart, not thinking that the other party would have this kind of tactic. "What the hell do you want to do?" Sumu looked at the tea next to him, poured a cup without haste and took a sip. A tense atmosphere filled the air. "Qiu Jiangwo, tell me, what exactly is going on with Yi Lingxiao's matter?" Qiu Jiangwo frowned and let out a cold snort. "I thought it was something, so it's her. She didn't abide by the school rules and discipline, and did something that degraded Tianhua University. I expelled her, in accordance with the rules, even if it's justified by whoever is here. I don't need to say so much to you." Sumu coldly smiled, seeing the other party's justified appearance, stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Qiu Jiangwo, then tell me, what is Li Chao's relationship with you?" Li Chao. Qiu Jiangwo's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of something in his heart and said with some anger, "I said that I fired her with justification. And what does this matter have to do with you? Who are you? Need you to be in charge?" Sumu coldly smiled. "Yi Lingxiao had an accident at night, and you expelled her early the next morning. Have you really investigated it clearly already? In the past when I was a student at the school, you were never this efficient. You were a student at the previous school?" Qiu Jiangwo sized up the other party. Seeing that the other party was only in his 20s, he couldn't help but be a little contemptuous. "I've naturally investigated her matter clearly." Sumu coldly snorted. "Qiu Jiangwo, I've already given you a chance. Since you're still not willing to talk, I'll tell you. This principal, you don't want to be the principal. Get lost." When Qiu Jiangwo heard this, he laughed. "Who the hell are you? Is this principal of mine something you can just say yes or no to? Can you control me? I'm telling you, hurry up and get out of here. If someone comes in later, I'll hand you over to the security guards. You won't have much to eat." Sumu sneered. What the other party said, he didn't take it seriously. Very well. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Qiu Jiangwo didn't hear what the other party said clearly, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Not long after, 3 middle-aged men came into the office. As soon as the principal saw those 3 people, his heart was shocked. These three people were all directors of the school, with high shares in their hands, and had a certain amount of power of speech. He was in all honesty a part-time worker. Facing the three school directors, he immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile. Jin Dong, Zhou Dong, Wang Dong, I don't know that you three are here today. How come you didn't even notify me in advance so that I can come to the school gate to greet you? Jin Dong did not care about him, but looked at Sumu next to him, immediately went up and smiled. Chairman Su, you came to inspect the work, why don't you give us a word of warning? We can just accompany you over. Look at you come alone, the people who don't know you will surely be slack. Su Chairman? Xiao Jiangwo's face changed. He had already heard before that the school had been directly acquired by a very rich person. Although Tianhua University is the best university in the neighborhood, but it is also a private university. He has also heard some wins recently, but the school is not the same as the enterprise. The enterprise is worried about the profit and loss, worried about the business is not good, but the school is the place of academics. As long as the signboard of Tianhua University is here, there is no worry about not having students, and he as the principal, in the academic aspect but top, so those school bosses usually still quite respect him. After all, need him to the school to support. Therefore, he didn't care much about the matter of the school's big boss changing. He only heard that the person who bought the school was quite young, the rest was unknown. Just that he completely did not think that this young lad standing in front of him was actually the boss. When he thought that he had just been so rude to the other party, he felt a little regret in his heart. He quickly changed his face and walked over to say respectfully, Su Dong, look, I didn't know that it's you. I just said something a little too heavy. You please forgive me. Sumu coldly snorted, not intending to show mercy to the other party. Today, about Yilingshao's matter you give me a clear explanation. Didn't you say I'm not qualified? There's always qualification now. Dong Su, I've already said that I'm handling this matter according to the principal and there won't be any problems. Xiao Jiangwo unknowingly had a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Well then, you said that you are dealing with it according to principles. Bring out your investigation results today and let me take a look. This, Xiao Jiangwo made it difficult. What? You're not going to tell me that there aren't any investigation results at all, are you? Sumu's brows furrowed as he questioned. Xiao Jiangwo was a little flustered in his heart. He picked up his handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. For a moment he didn't know how to explain. Xiao Jiangwo, what's going on? Quickly say it, Jin Dong advised from the side. Right, have you handled this matter well or not? Wang Dong also opened his mouth and asked. If it were usual, they wouldn't bother about this. Whether a student has been expelled or not, it's all harmless to them. But it's different now, something that even Su Dong is asking about. It must be something extraordinary, and they have to pay attention to it as well. This, Xiao Jiangwo was very difficult. For a moment did not know how to speak. He really didn't have any evidence, and the reason he expelled Yilingxiao that day was all because of his own son. Xiao Jiangwo, since you're not willing to bring out evidence, then just call Li Chao here and we'll ask for the cause. Su Mu said. Su Dong, Li Chao, he's injured. He's all still in the hospital right now. I'm afraid there's no way to call him over right now. Xiao Jiangwo squeezed out a smile and said, it doesn't matter, since he's not able to come over, then you should accompany me to the hospital. This matter definitely needs to be clarified. After all, this matter relates to a person's future. You as the principal should be able to it, Sumu said in a solemn voice. Although Xiao Jiangwo was hesitant in his heart, he understood that this matter was afraid that he could not escape. He was torn for a long time and nodded. If you're free, Jin Dong and the others, also go over with me? What exactly happened? You should also be informed, Su Mu said. What Su Dong said is right. This matter, we as directors, should figure it out. Jin Dong snorted. So a group of people drove a car and arrived at the hospital where Li Chao was currently staying, and quickly found the other party's ward. When Li Chao saw a large group of people come in, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, not knowing what the situation was. You are Li Chao, right? Tell me about that night. What exactly happened? Say it clearly word for word. Don't think that I don't dare to do anything to you now that you're injured. Sumu directly exerted pressure on the other party, trying to make the other party tell the whole story. Li Chao saw that several school directors had come, and the principal was also there. Plus Sumu's forced questioning made him tense up in his heart. He wanted to look at the principal's eyes, and at this time, Xiao Jiangwo winked at him. What happened that night? I made it very clear. Yi Lingxiao liked me and had a private meeting with me. I hugged her and wanted to make out with her some, and she didn't refuse. Who knows what kind of madness she went into in the end, and kicked me, Li Chao said. When Xiao Jiangwo heard this, he sighed in relief and hurriedly stood out and said, leaders, you all heard it. This is what happened that night. I didn't lie to you. Sumu coldly snorted, slowly approaching Li Chao. radiating an invisible pressure. His face directly came over and angrily said, "Li Chao, you're lying." Li Chao's expression changed. Seeing the other party so imposing, cold sweat couldn't help but flow down. His heart was nervous. I didn't lie. He continued to sophistry. That night, it was you who tricked Yi Lingxiao into going over, and also tried to rape the other party, and as a result, the rape didn't work before you were injured. Am I right? Sumu coldly said. When Li Chao heard what the other party said, his heart panicked even more. You're talking nonsense. If I am talking nonsense, what are you nervous about? Honestly admit it. There's still room for redemption. If you continue to lie, the price you'll suffer, I'm afraid it'll be exaggerated a lot. Sumu threatened. Li Chao's heart was completely flustered, not knowing what to do. Xiao Jiangwo looked in his eyes, and his face gradually turned pale. Li Chao, I have read your file. Your family conditions are also very general. Your hometown is in a county. Parents are working. It is not easy to get into Tianhua University. If your parents know that you not only can't read, but also sit in jail, I don't know what kind of sadness will be. Are you not afraid that your parents will despair because of you? Sumu's words pressed step by step, directly breaking down Ridiai's psychological defense. He trembled all over and violently looked at Sumu. I said, it's the principal. It's the principal who told me to do this. He gave me a sum of money and told me to trick Yi Lingxiao out. Chapter 49, Planting and Framing. As he said that, the people around him were very surprised. They really didn't think that the culprit of this was the principal. Xiao Jiangwo, what are you up to? Jin Dong said angrily from the side. He was also shocked to hear this news. He didn't think that the other party, a principal, would use this kind of tactic in order to plant a student. Him to talk nonsense. What he did himself. How can he rely on me? Xiao Jiangwo said angrily. It is you. You know that Yo and Xiao Kuei have a good relationship, and deliberately let me accumulate hatred and let me do things. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have done this kind of thing. Li Chao roared loudly. Sumu's eyes turned cold and looked at Xiao Jiangwo. Do you have anything else to say? I didn't do this. I didn't do this. He still wanted to continue to weasel out, but obviously heart is weak. Clear-eyed people can see that he has a problem. Su Dong, do not be angry. This matter, or let the police inspector to deal with it. Xiao Jiangwo do this has been suspected of violating the law and discipline. Our school can no longer let this kind of person to be the principal. I see that now he was removed from his post, handed over to the police inspector to investigate it. Wang Dong said from the side. Sumu slowly approached over. Xiao Jiangwo got weak and trembled as he backed away, not knowing what the other party wanted to get up to. At this time, Sumu suddenly threw a punch and punched over. How could Xiao Jiangwo possibly react? He was hit in the face and was sent flying out, spitting out a few teeth. He continued to walk over, grabbed the other party's collar, and lifted him up. If it wasn't for me, Yi Lingxiao's life would have been ruined by you, and this punch of mine is for her to beg. There is one more thing. I'm afraid you don't know it yet. Your son was sent in by me. His kind of scum, almost exactly the same as you. Not bad for a father and son. What? Xiao Jiangwo was shocked in his heart. He really didn't think that it was this young man in front of him that made his son squat in prison. He was incomparably angry in his heart, but he didn't have any way to be able to fight against the other party. He couldn't even protect himself now. Sumu threw him onto the ground ruthlessly, no longer paying attention to him, but looking towards Li Chao. His eyes were like ice. These messy things you did with Xiao Jiangwo, I will tell the police inspector one by one. When the time comes, they will go to jail together. Li Chao panicked at hearing this, and hurriedly begged. You said that nothing will happen if I tell. Please spare me, please. Sumu ignored him and looked at Jin Dong's three people and said, the rest of the things, I'll leave it to you guys. And also, help Yi Lingxiao to restore her school registration. How to deal with this Xiao Jiangwo and Li Chao. You don't need me to say it. The candidate for the new principal. You guys decide. I won't say much. Okay Dong Su, we will definitely do these things well. Wang Dong nodded his head and said. Sumu left the place, drove his car, and returned to Yi Lingxiao's rental house. After finishing these things, he let out a sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart. He knocked on the door of the rental house, and after half a ring, Yi Lingxiao came over and opened the door. The other party was wearing pajamas, so she must be going to bed soon. When she saw Sumu, she was a little surprised. Sumu, it's late at night. What's the matter? Why don't you come in and sit down first? No need. I came here. I just want to say one thing to you. Tomorrow you can go to school normally. I've already solved the school matter for you. Sumu faintly smiled. Yi Lingxiao's heart shook. Sumu, you are not joking with me, right? What I said is true. You can continue going to school tomorrow. Sumu said seriously. Yi Lingxiao's eyes suddenly reddened. She didn't think that she even had a chance to go to school. She had already despaired, but now she saw hope again. But she didn't understand in her heart, how on earth did the other party do it? How could the other party convince the principal? Sumu, what have you done? Why would the principal come around? That principal, suspected of corruption. I called the reporting department today. The top came down a check. I told the reporting department about you. They investigated and said that you really don't have any problems, so they gave you back your school registration. Sumu scratched his head and said, he didn't want to lie to the other party either, but he couldn't tell the other party that he was actually the chairman of the school, and letting her go back to school was just a matter of words, right? Yi Lingxiao was a girl with high self-esteem. Although she was in a weak position, she didn't want to trouble others, and she carried everything on her own. If Sumu let the other party know his identity, there might be a gap between them instead, and the two of them wouldn't be able to speak freely as they did before, so he decided to hide it for as long as he could. He just wanted to be with the other person in a pure identity. Sumu, is it really that simple? Yi Lingxiao was half convinced. Of course it is. Why would I lie to you? The weather outside is cool. You go back and rest. Don't catch a cold. I'll leave first. Sumu made a gesture to leave. Yi Lingxiao hurriedly called out to him. Sumu, wait. I'll get you one thing. Sumu was slightly stunned, not knowing what the other party wanted to take. Yi Lingxiao ran back into the room and took a coat out. Still a men's model. Today, I worked hard for you to get medicine. I spent your money. I gave you money and you didn't want it. I felt bad in my heart, so I went out and bought you a piece of clothing. Now the weather is getting colder and colder, so I bought an overcoat to give to you. I hope that you can like it, she said with a slightly reddened face. Sumu faintly smiled. His heart was also warm. That's good. Since you bought it, I'll definitely take it. He opened the coat and directly put it on his body. It fit perfectly. Not bad. I like it a lot. Yi Lingxiao smiled. Then be careful on your way. Got it. Yi Lingxiao slowly closed the door to the room. Sumu left the place, returned to his car, and drove to the back door of Tianhua University. After tossing and turning all day, he was also a little hungry, and happened to come to the pea noodle house at the back door to eat a bowl of noodles. However, when he arrived at the door of the noodle shop, he found that the door was tightly closed, and it seemed that Tan Xianwei didn't come to do business today. Sumu frowned slightly. He had been eating noodles here for 4 or 5 years. Tan Xianwei had never closed the store. Even when he was sick with a fever, the store was always open, just letting the part-time students in the store help take care of it. It was the first time he had seen pea noodle shop closed today, and he couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that something has happened to Tan? He thought in his heart. He had Tan Xianwei's phone number, so he called one over. It went through, but no one answered. He was a little uneasy in his heart, so he went to the small supermarket next to the pea noodle house, wanting to ask about the situation. The supermarket owner was a middle-aged woman. Sumu walked over and opened his mouth to ask, "Ma'am, the pea noodle shop next door didn't open all day today? Is there something wrong with the owner?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "No, I guess not. I see that it was all still open just now." Sumu frowned slightly. "Auntie, has anyone entered the noodle shop?" The elder lady shook her head. "I didn't pay attention to this. Is that boss someone new?" "It's my big brother. I came to look for him today, but he disappeared. I don't know if something happened. I'm a little worried." Sumu said, "Oh, so I have a surveillance at the door. You can take a look. Maybe know that he went in that direction." The middle-aged woman said, "That's great. Thanks, Auntie." Sumu came in front of the computer, and pulled up all the surveillance from the last 2 hours. What the supermarket aunt said. She had eaten noodles more than an hour ago. The other party was still there, so that meant that Tan Xianwei should have left nearly an hour or so ago. He began to carefully observe the contents of the surveillance and suddenly realized something. His pupils contracted for a moment. Just about 40 minutes ago, a minibus had stopped in the middle of the supermarket and the pea noodle house, just in time for the surveillance to be captured. On the minibus, a full dozen men in plainclothes came down, all looking tall and uncommonly fit. A group of people suddenly appeared here. There must be a problem. As expected, that group of people went into the middle of the pea noodle house, and in a short while, they carried a plastic bag out, threw it on the minibus, and all of them got into the car, and sailed away. Sumu frowned. He understood in his heart, Tan Xianwei was captured, and captured each other. This group of people in the end is what kind of people? In his heart, he did not know. Chapter 50, Tan Xianwei's Past. In a darkened room, Tan Xianwei's head was covered by a black cloth. He was covered in scars and had already been severely beaten up by the dozen or so black-clothed men. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and he was sneak attacked in his own store, which was something no one could have expected. He was carried like this to an unfamiliar place. The surrounding was surprisingly quiet, and his head was hooded. Not knowing what was going on outside, and that's when someone ripped the black pocket covering him away. A strong light came from outside, so bright that he couldn't open his eyes, and it took him half a day to get used to it. Brother Tan, I'm afraid we haven't met for 7 or 8 years. A person's speech was heard in the darkness. Tan Xianwei frowned. Hearing this voice, he already knew who the other party was. Xiong Haizheng, I didn't think that you would be able to find me. In the darkness, a man walked out, and it was none other than Xiong Haizheng. He wore a cold smile as he sat on the stool that his men had served him, one hand still holding a cigar. Brother Tan, I really couldn't have imagined that I would still be able to see you. I've been searching for many years, thinking that you had already left Tianhua City, but I didn't think that you were right under my nose. If it wasn't for that good brother of yours, terrorizing me, I wouldn't have been able to discover you. Tan Xianwei frowned, listening to the other party's meaning. It was because he helped Sumu to rescue people at the casino that he was discovered. What do you want to do? I said, I won't fight with you. I just want to properly open a noodle shop to make ends meet, and anything that happens on the road in the future has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Xiong Haizheng laughed out loud. Brother Tan, you used to be my boss. Once you were so ambitious, what is it now? Disheveled to this state? Tan Xianwei narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiong Haizheng stood up and laughed coldly. Could it be because of your sister-in-law's death? It's been 7 or 8 years, and you still haven't let go of the knot in your heart. That's right, you loved your sister-in-law so much in the beginning, and her death has always been a knot in your heart. I've known this for a long time. Enough. Tan Xianwei lightly grunted, his heart already very upset. I let you have everything. I'm incognito myself. Just want to open a small noodle shop to finish spending the rest of my life. What else do you want me to do? His wife and child, the pain of his life, he didn't want to be brought up again. Brother Tan, when I think about it, you were on the road in Tianhua City. It was a great reputation. It's been 8 years. There are even people under me who are looking towards you. Tell me, should I not be afraid of you? Xiong Haizheng slightly narrowed his eyes and said, I'm old and don't want to compete. Tan Xianwei said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiong Haizheng laughed out loud. Brother Tan, it's been 7 or 8 years since then. There are some things that I should tell you. That car accident 8 years ago, did you think it was as simple as just a car accident? Tan Xianwei's expression shook as he fiercely looked over and angrily said, What do you mean by this? What do you mean is still unclear to you? 8 years ago, you were too strong, so strong that you didn't have any weaknesses, and even if I wanted to take your place, I had no way to do it. However, later on, I discovered one of your fatal weaknesses. That is your wife and child. With this weakness, you have no hope of flipping. So what? Tan Xianwei's green menstruation suddenly flared up, his eyes scarlet, his hands were trembling slightly. His heart had already guessed what the other party wanted to say. So, I did a little tampering to the car and made your wife and child get into a car accident. As long as this happens, you will be devastated for the rest of your life, and this is my chance to take your place. Xiong Haizheng narrowed his eyes slightly and came closer, a cruel smile on his face. Tan Xianwei trembled, his eyes covered in blood. He hadn't thought that the deaths of his wife and son were actually things done by his former brother. The anger in his heart burned madly. His face turned red as he looked at Xiong Haizheng, filled with hatred. Xiong Haizheng, you're not human. I'm going to kill you, he roared angrily. Xiong Haizheng saw the other party like this and smiled coldly. Instead, his heart was very happy, as if seeing others suffer was something he was happy about. Brother Tan, if you want to blame, you can only blame yourself. In the beginning, it was you who promoted me and put me in such a position. It's also because of you that I was able to become the biggest force in Tianhua City. Unrivaled. Tan Xianwei gritted his teeth and struggled hard with his tight hands. He hated, and at the same time, in his heart, he was extremely regretful. If it wasn't because he had recognized the wrong person, how could such a situation occur? After all was said and done, he was the one who was most responsible for what happened to his wife and son. As soon as he thought of this, he felt pain in his heart and his liver. That kind of pain, even after many years had passed, was still very clear. Xiong Haizheng, you are a dog, not a human being. If I can get out, I will definitely get you killed. Get out? Xiong Haizheng laughed out loud. Since I've already captured you, do you think there's still a possibility for you to get out? I'll tell you, as long as I use you to get rid of that guy called Sumu, there's no way you can live. When Tan Xianwei heard this, his brows furrowed. He didn't think that the other party had captured himself to deal with Sumu. He snorted coldly and said, What? You want to use me to blackmail Sumu? I'll tell you the truth. I do have some friendship with him, but he's not enough to risk so much to save me. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Is that so? Xiong Haizheng coldly smiled, but I have found that he is very similar to you. Both are people who value love and justice. How can I know if I don't try? If he comes, I'm just in time to clean him up. If he doesn't come, I'll kill you and it won't be a loss. Tan Xianwei was furious, not thinking that the other party would think this way. With Xiong Haizheng's methods, if Sumu really came over, I'm afraid he would die for sure. He would die anyway. He didn't want the other party to come over to save himself and take a life. Xiong Haizheng, remember what you said today. I will make you double back. For sure, he said angrily. Good, very good. I'd like to see how you'll pay it back. Still talking big at the end of your life. Xiong Haizheng coldly snorted. Sumu sat outside the pea noodle house. His heart was restless. It was already past 10 at night. Something must have happened to Tan Xianwei. That group of people might be related to the other party's past. He couldn't just wait around. He had to take the initiative. However, the Grey Forces, he didn't understand them at all, and he naturally wasn't clear on who the other party had offended before. But there was one person who definitely knew, and that was Gu Jiajia. The other party was the person in charge of the Wunan market, and had a bit of contact with some of the Grey organizations before, so perhaps she would be able to know something about the situation. Without saying a word, he drove his car and headed towards the gathering place of the Wunan market. In this market, there were over 1,000 merchants selling cell phones, because cell phones are cheap here, and the variety is very complete. So the number of people who come here to buy cell phones is especially high, but it's because there are too many merchants, so there are a lot of fish and dragons, and there are a lot of crooks as well. And Gu Jiajia, here running the largest cell phone store, she is the boss, naturally will not personally do the following have underhand care, they just occasionally over to see Sumu into the market. The market are already almost closed, there are not many people. He will want to gate off the people stopped, opened his mouth and asked, Gu Jiajia in what place? I want to look for her. The man closing the door was instantly alert. What do you want with Boss Gu? Of course there is something very important. Is she here? Sumu asked. You wait, I'll go and contact it for you. The man who closed the door sized Sumu up carefully, and then left the place, while Sumu waited outside. Not long after, Gu Jiajia didn't wait, but instead surrounded over a group of men, all of whom were aggressive, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Sumu frowned. What do you mean by this? The man in the lead was tall and said in a cold voice, Sister Gu is very busy right now. What is it that you have to say to me directly? Sumu laughed at that. You think I'm here to look for trouble with her, right? Whether it's looking for trouble or not, let me give you the clear word. Sister Gu is very busy. Either you leave now, or you tell me what's going on and I'll give her the word. The tall man said in a cold voice. His words were very defensive. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. His complexion was cold. He came over in a good way. He didn't think that the other party would treat him with this kind of attitude. How could he not be angry in his heart? You think that if you stop me, there is no way for me to enter? Humph. It's true that there's nothing good about it. Then I'll also tell you that as long as a group of our brothers are here, you'll never see Sister Gu. The tall man said angrily. Then let's try if you guys can stop me. Sumu said in a cold voice. He clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. His ancient martial arts had already come to the third stage of the primary level. It was just the right time to try out the power. The tall man snorted coldly. Attack me. Dozens of men rushed up. Sumu sneered and instantly struck. A big battle came. Sumu looked at the people running over, one punch at a time, constantly dodging. So many people. Surprisingly, even he couldn't stick to his side. How is it possible? The tall man's heart was shaken. He didn't think that the other party had such good hands. Dozens of people didn't have a way to restrain the other party, so he personally struck out, leaping out with a raging fist wind. Directly towards Sumu's face was a punch. Sumu's eyes stared, looking at the other party's fist that flew over. He stretched out his right hand and directly gave him a grip. What? The tall man was shocked. He didn't think that his sneak attack had been discovered by the other party, and with his fist held, there was no way to stop. Sumu let out a cold snort, grabbed his fist, and directly slammed it to the ground. The tall man immediately felt that his body was empty, and heavily slammed on the ground. The hand that made the punch seemed to be dislocated. The surrounding men looked at each other, obviously a little afraid. Sumu was just too hard to beat. Dozens of people were actually not his opponent, and even knocked their leader to the ground in one fell swoop. It was really shocking. What? Are you guys still going on? Sumu asked in a cold voice. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a beautiful figure rushed out. Wait, what are you guys doing? Chapter 51, Trying Out Your Hand. Sumu raised his head. The person coming was none other than Gu Jiajia. Speaking of which, Gu Jiajia was indeed just right, wearing leather pants, with a convex front and curved back. Her body was extremely good, and her appearance was also first class. Most importantly, this woman definitely had means, otherwise so many men would listen to her alone, which was not something a woman could easily do. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. Gu Jia came in front of Su Mu and said with an apologetic face, "What, brother Mu? Is he the new boss? No way. Too young for us here." The surrounding people were talking, and then they realized the origin of this young man. The tall man lying on the ground was also shaken in his heart, knowing that he had caused trouble. "Mr. Su, quickly go inside and sit down. Don't be general with them. I will definitely teach them a good lesson," Gu Jia said with an apology. Su Mu nodded. Speaking of which, he didn't suffer. A bunch of people didn't even touch him by the corners of their clothes. He instead made a group of people suffer. Gu Jia was also very surprised in her heart. This new boss, not only was he rich, but he was also so young and able to fight. In the entire Tianhua city, I'm afraid it would be hard to find a second one. Su Mu came to the inside of the cell phone store where Gu Jia was, sat down in the seat next to him. Gu Jia poured him a cup of water and asked, "Mr. Su, coming over today, is there something wrong?" Su Mu said in a deep voice, "This time I came over, there is something very important that I need your help with." "Mr. Su, feel free to say, as long as I can help, I will definitely do my best," Gu Jia said seriously. "One of my brothers was captured, but I don't know who captured him, so I need your help to see." Su Mu took out his cell phone and handed it over. When he left, he had imported the surveillance onto his own phone. The surveillance was a bit blurry, but he was able to roughly see the appearance of those people, although he himself couldn't recognize them, but Gu Jia most likely knew, so he decided to let the other party take a look. Gu Jia looked at the people in the video and frowned. "This is Yang Laosan." Su Mu froze, not thinking that the other party really knew, and quickly asked, "Who is this Yang Laosan? Why did he tie up my friend?" "He is Xiong Haizhang's man," Gu Jia said in a deep voice. "Xiong Haizhang?" Su Mu was slightly shocked, not expecting it to be him. Previously, Su Mu knew from listening to Tan Xianwei's tone that this Xiong Haizhang and the other party should have known each other. Perhaps they were friends 7 or 8 years ago. Now all of a sudden, Xiong Haizhang had kidnapped Tan Xianwei. What was this situation? He always felt in his heart that this matter was not simple. It would not be good if something happened. "Mr. Su, Xiong Haizhang's power in Tianhua City is extraordinary. The other party has money, people, and even guns, and most importantly, there are big shots behind them as a background. In the entire Tianhua City, even the rest of the Grey organizations put together are not as good as him," Gu Jia said with great concern. Su Mu frowned tightly. After the last encounter, he knew that this Xiong Haizhang was difficult to deal with, but he really didn't expect that this time, the other party directly arrested his friend. "What you said is clear in my heart. It's all about my friend being arrested, and it's very likely that he was arrested because of me. I have to go and save it." "Of course," Gu Jia nodded, understanding the other party's feelings. "Xiong Haizhang's power. You should have some understanding, right? Now it's almost more than an hour from my friend being arrested. That Yang Laosan you said, where is the most likely place to hide my friend?" Su Mu asked. Gu Jia gritted her teeth, shook her head and said, "This Yang Laosan is Xiong Haizhang's beloved. He usually resides in an unsettled place. That is, he is afraid of being caught by the police inspector, so I really don't have any way to find the other party either." Su Mu nodded. Xiong Haizhang should also be more vigilant about this aspect, and would not let others know where he usually gathered. Gu Jia's lack of knowledge was justifiable. Just when both of them didn't know what to do, Su Mu's cell phone suddenly rang. He touched out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and couldn't help but frown slightly, having a bad feeling in his heart. Afterward, he put the call through, and sure enough, on the other side was Xiong Haizhang's voice. "Su Mu, is it a surprise to hear my voice?" On the other side of the phone, Xiong Haizhang laughed calmly. "What did you do to my friend?" Su Mu asked in a deep voice. "Your friend? I can't imagine such a coincidence. He's also my oldest brother. I'm chatting with my oldest brother. What the hell do you want to do?" Su Mu grimaced, his heart very angry, saying that, "I want to thank you all. I've been looking for this old brother of mine for 7 or 8 years. If it wasn't because of you, he really couldn't have found him. So this phone call, I'm specially here to thank you." Xiong Haizhang laughed. "Cut the crap. What exactly do you want to do? Speak clearly," Su Mu asked angrily. Xiong Haizhang sensed that the other party was angry, but in his heart, he was happy. He just wanted to provoke the other party and make him lose his mind. "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Didn't you say he's your friend? If you want to save your friend, come to the abandoned factory 10 kilometers east of the city. My patience is limited. If you don't come before 12 o'clock, come and collect his body tomorrow," he said and hung up the phone. Su Mu's brows were furrowed and his expression was grave. Xiong Haizhang's intention, why didn't he understand? As long as he went over, he would probably fall into the other party's trap, and what kind of situation would occur at that time was unclear to anyone. "Mr. Su, is something happening? Gu Jiajia asked. Sumu repeated what the other party had said, and Gu Jiajia's complexion instantly became unsettled. Mr. Su, you can't go over there. Xiong Haizhang wanted you to go over there. He must have left behind a means to attract you and then take your life. Sumu said in a deep voice. Tan was found right by Xiong Haizhang because of me. Otherwise he wouldn't be in this deep water. I must go and save him. Gu Jiajia hesitated for a moment and said in a condensed voice. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll immediately go and call up my brothers and go with you. Sumu was slightly stunned. Actually, you don't have to do that. Those people from Xiong Haizhang have guns. I'm afraid that even if we go with a few hundred people on our side, it won't be of much use. Instead, it's likely that we'll startle the other side. Then what should we do? Gu Jiajia asked. Seeing the other party's serious look, Sumu said indifferently. This matter, it concerns my friend, and it doesn't have much to do with you guys. I came over. I just wanted to ask for some clarification, and now that I've already asked for clarification, I can solve the rest on my own. No way. Mr. Su, you gave us Qinggang such a large sum of money. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that this market would already be dry. You are our regenerative parent. No matter what, I will help you in this matter. You are afraid that there are too many people and scare the snakes. Then fine, I will accompany you over there. Although I am only a girl, but my hands are still good. Maybe I can help you. Gu Jiajiao said seriously. Good hands? Sumu was slightly stunned. The other party, a woman who looked a bit thin and weak, said such words, making him a bit surprised. He instantly threw a punch, as fast as the wind, and attacked towards the other party. Gu Jiajiao was shocked and reacted in a hurry, dodging to the side. Sumu's attack fell short. He faintly smiled, although he only used 30% of his force and speed, but it was already much faster than an ordinary person. The other party was able to dodge it, proving that it was really a good stance, and might be able to help himself. Don't worry, I'm just testing you. You were able to dodge my punch. I believe your words. Gu Jiajia was still a bit puzzled in her heart as to why the other party suddenly struck out, and only now did she understand the other party's intentions. She was shocked beyond words in her heart. She hadn't thought that the other party's stance was so powerful that it could almost be compared to her master. In her heart, she began to wonder what kind of person the other party was. How did he have such a powerful stance? Since you want to go with me, then come with me, but say yes. You have to protect your own safety. If I'm really in some kind of predicament, don't worry about me. Just go by yourself. I don't want you to lose your life because of me. Sumu admonished. Good, don't worry Mr. Su, I will do as you say. Gu Jiajia nodded and said. The two of them left the market and drove their cars, heading towards the east of the city. Both of them were a bit bottomless in their hearts. As for what would happen, no one was sure, although Sumu was still quite confident in himself. After all, the ancient martial arts rank had already made a huge improvement, but so far he had never really fought in a real battle. It could be said that this was the first time, so it would be impossible for him to say that he wasn't nervous. Let's give it a good try today. Ancient Martial Elementary Grade 3. What kind of strength has it reached in the end? He murmured in his heart. Chapter 52 Abandoned Factory. The two of them drove the car and came to the location outside the abandoned factory, which was roughly 1 kilometer away. Sumu had perspective eyes, so he was observing the surrounding at all times. If there were people watching around him, he would be the first to realize it. But now it seemed that there didn't seem to be any problems. It looked like Xiong Haizhan was still very confident in himself, and hadn't sent anyone outside to come. The next road, we have to walk by ourselves. The closer we get to the abandoned factory, the more dangerous it is, Sumu said. Gu Jiajia nodded. The two of them got out of the car and walked along the front. It didn't take long before they realized that there was a trace of light in front of them, coming from that abandoned factory. Now that it was already very dark, Sumu didn't know what was going on inside the factory. I'm afraid that he would need to go in to be able to understand. He brought Gu Jiajia and quietly arrived near the factory while observing the situation. He looked around vigilantly, and found a back door of the factory, guarded by two black-clothed men, which should be Xiong Haizhang's people. Sumu quietly walked over, and under the situation of swiftness, he quickly subdued the two men, and did not make the slightest sound to attract the attention of the people inside. The two slowly opened the door to the room and dived in. This corridor was a bit long. There were a few black-clothed people standing guard in the corridor, chatting. Sumu slightly frowned. There was no cover around. If they rushed up, it was likely that the other party would make noise. What should we do now? Gu Jiajia looked at him and inquired. Sumu looked around and found a few stones, his frowning brows slowly relaxing. I have a way. He picked up the stones on the ground and threw them out with a handful of them at the heads of those two people. 3 stones, right on the head of the 3 people, and still in the same position. The 3 people didn't make a sound at all, and directly fell to the ground, fainted. This, Gu Jiajia was very surprised in her heart. These 3 men were at least 20 meters away from them. At such a distance, Sumu throwing stones was so accurate, and it was still 3 stones thrown together, hitting the same location. Such an ability. It was really breathtaking and unbelievable. Go, Sumu softly said. The 2 people continued forward. Not far away, there was a brightly lit room. The sound of talking came out vaguely from inside. Sumu walked over and listened. The voice was precisely Xiong Haizhang's. Do you think he will come to save you? It's 11:30 now, only the last half hour. If he doesn't come over, I'm afraid you'll only die. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Inside the room, Tan Xianwei gritted his teeth and roared. Brother Tan, you also know, I never believe in ghosts and gods. This kind of argument. You can curse me, but it will not affect my life in the slightest. If you this kind of words were give me to put it away, it is useless to me. Listening to the chatting voices inside, Sumu was already able to confirm that both Tan Xianwei and Xiong Haizhang were inside. Shall we rush in? Gu Jiajia asked in a low voice from the side. She had now become very trusting of Sumu, believing that the other party was capable of doing anything, and already had a sense of admiration. Sumu looked inside the wall, and through his perspective, he had already seen the contents of the room. Tan Xianwei was tied up there, while Xiong Haizhang was standing in front of him, walking around, and around him, there were 15 black-clothed people, and most importantly, these people all had guns, not to be underestimated. Sumu's brows were furrowed. Right now, it seemed that even if he rushed in, he didn't have the certainty of putting everyone down right away. After all, there were 15 people. There was always someone who was able to react quickly, and once they shot, even if he wasn't shot, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait for me to think about it, he said with his head bowed. Or else, let's sound out the east and strike the west? Gu Jiajia asked in a small voice. Sounding out the east and striking the west? Sumu was slightly stunned. I'll find a way to lure most of the people inside away, and you go save your friends, Gu Jiajia said. Sumu thought about it and shook his head. No, that would put you in great danger. But, this is the only way, Gu Jiajia said. Sumu once again glanced inside the room. 15 black-clothed men, plus 1 Xiong Haizhang. Even if it was a sound attack, it was impossible for all of them to run out. There would definitely be a portion of them staying inside. The light in the room is a little dim. Against this door, there is a window. That window, or hair open. Window? Sumu froze slightly, and thought of a way out. He rushed in alone. There was no way to subdue 15 people in an instant, but there was still no problem with 8 or 9 people, which he was still confident of. At the moment those 8 or 9 people pulled out their guns, he would hit them, but the rest of the people, with Gu Jiajia an ordinary person, certainly cannot do, unless Tan Xianwei from the inside. At this moment, Tan Xianwei was tied to a chair. If he wanted to make him fight from the inside, then he had to have the ability to act. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes. As long as he rolled over to the outside of the window, and utilized the blade, to cut the rope that the other party had tied to his hand, wouldn't the other party's mobility be there? With Tan Xianwei's strength, getting up and drying out 4 or 5 of them was still no problem. The remaining 2 or 3 could only rely on Gu Jiajia. Sumu gave Gu Jiajia his thoughts, and the other party was a bit surprised. Like this, can it really work? Of course it can. When we instantly rush in later, do you have the confidence to dry out 2 people? Sumu asked. Of course I can, although I'm a girl, but after all, I've practiced. Only, how do you know that there's only a total of 16 people inside? Gu Jiajia was a bit puzzled. The door of this room was an iron door. One couldn't see inside at all. So how did the other party know? I listened to the sound. Sumu casually said. If he said he had perspective, wouldn't that seem a bit perverted? Listening to the sound? Gu Jiajia was a bit skeptical. Was the other party's hearing really that good? He could even hear how many people were inside. Then how did your window hear it? Sumu scratched his head. Of course I listened to the people inside muttering. Okay, let's not talk about this. You listen to me. There won't be any problems. The 2 people at the door will be given to you. The rest of the people inside the room, I will go out the window opening later and rush in directly. As long as you kick the iron door open as soon as you hear the noise, you should be able to do it, right? Gu Jiajia looked at the iron door that was already completely rusted and old, and nodded. This kind of door, it's still no problem. Good, you'll guard here and follow our plan, Sumu said, walking outside himself. There were still 2 people guarding outside the window. Sumu utilized the stones and directly bounced the 2 people to the ground, and since the road was all muddy, it didn't make any noise. I'm afraid that Xiong Haizhang himself couldn't have imagined that Sumu was so powerful that he had silently taken out all the people he had arranged outside. He came to the window opening and utilized his perspective, observing the scene inside. The The window was emitting light, and it was precisely the room where Tan Xianwei was tied up. Xiong Haizhang was still walking around inside, glancing at the time every now and then, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Sumu took out a small knife from his pants bag. This was what he had prepared with him to peel fruits, and put it together with the key, not thinking that it would be dispatched for use now. Brother Tan, you're also a person with strong hands. There should be no problem with vigilance. Later on, you must wait for the opportunity to move off. Sumu thought in his heart. He had definitely taken a risk this time out. If Tan Xianwei reacted half a beat slower at that time, something could easily go wrong. However, he couldn't care about that much now. 12 o'clock was about to arrive. If he didn't make a move, Tan Xianwei would most likely be directly strained by a shot. The light in the room was a little dim. Sumu raised his hand and instantly threw the knife out. The speed was very fast. Surprisingly, none of the people found anything unusual. Tan Xianwei suddenly felt the rope on his hand loosen, and a small knife flew diagonally in his hand. Since it was the back of the knife that touched his hand, it didn't cause any damage to his hand. He was slightly stunned in his heart, then quickly reacted that someone had come to his rescue, and quickly collected his expression. He didn't know who that person in the dark was, but it was most likely Sumu. He also didn't know what the other party's plan was, but by the looks of it, 12 o'clock was coming soon, and he had to wait for the opportunity to take the initiative. Time passed minute by minute and came to 11:59. There was only the last minute. Xiong Haizhang frowned. He didn't think that Sumu hadn't even come over yet. Could it be that he was looking at the wrong person? Humph. I really thought it was something sentient, but it didn't occur to me that it wasn't that different from my kind of people. Well, since he didn't come to save you, I'll send you on your way. Xiong Haizhang took out a pistol, pointed at Tan Xianwei's forehead, just ready to shoot. Tan Xianwei suddenly shot, holding the other's wrist. With this pull of the trigger, the bullet flew past his ear, and Tan Xianwei only felt a ringing in his ears, but now cannot care so much. The moment he began to resist, everyone around him was alert and began to pull out their guns. Tan Xianwei first knocked the gun out of Xiong Haizhang's hand, then got up and kicked the two people next to him. Before those two people could even pull out their guns, they were kicked off and slammed into the wall, fainting to death. And at this time, Sumu outside the window also came out. He first threw out 4 stones in his hand, smashing 4 unconscious. He was proficient in Chinese medicine, so he naturally knew what position to smash to make them faint. He then rushed in as a bolt of lightning, punching and knocking over 2 more, while at the same time, he kicked out, kicking 2 people, and in one go, 8 people were knocked out, and at the same time, kicking the door open. Gu Jiajia instantly subdued the 2 people at the door. Just in these 2 or 3 seconds of disorientation, Xiong Haizhang sensed that things were not going well and slipped away from the doorway. Everyone in the room was taken care of, and Tan Xianwei untied himself. Xiong Haizhang ran away. Gu Jiajia frowned. That guy is very alert, and it's probably impossible to catch him even if he rushes out now. Sumu said. Tan Xianwei looked at him, filled with gratitude. Thank you. If it wasn't because of you, there might not be a way for me to walk out of here alive today. No need. Brother Tan, you were also discovered by Xiong Haizhang because you went to the casino with me, or did I bring you so much trouble because of me? Sumu said. Are you, Tan Xianwei? The room was a little dim. Gu Jiajia now saw the other party's face clearly, and was a little surprised in her heart. Although she was young, she had more or less heard of this person, Tan Xianwei, and had seen the other party's photo, leaving a deep impression in her heart, because she knew that the other party in the past was a man of the hour. The entire Tianhua City Grey organizations would be scared when they heard about it, only that the back suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Chapter 53, I want to see you. I've always treated him as a brother, but it didn't occur to me that he would kill my wife and son. This revenge, I must avenge. Tan Xianwei gritted his teeth and said. Sumu frowned slightly, not thinking that there was such a past. Sumu, now Xiong Haizhang is your enemy and wants to kill you, and I want to avenge my wife and son, so we have a common goal, Tan Xianwei said in a deep voice. Sumu nodded and said, Brother Tan, you're right. I'm afraid that if we want to deal with Xiong Haizhang, we must join forces. Grey organizations, in the eyes of those big shots in Tianhua City, are nothing more than tools. Xiong Haizhang looks like he is mixing well, but it is only because there is someone behind him, who just happens to want to utilize him. If he is abandoned by the people behind him, how can the entire Tianhua City possibly accommodate him? Tan Xianwei coldly snorted. Sumu frowned slightly. Brother Tan, then do you know who the person behind him is? This matter might not be favorable to us if we don't investigate the situation. I haven't been in contact with him for 7 or 8 years, and I'm not sure about the forces behind him, Tan Xianwei said. Brother Tan, our brothers from Wunan Market can help you. Gu Jiajia stepped forward and said. Nowadays, we were all considered friends, equivalent to grasshoppers tied to a tree. So naturally we should help more. You're Gu Xingbang's daughter, right? Tan Xianwei looked over and asked. Gu Jiejia was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to know her father. You and your father look quite similar. I was once down and out for a while. It was your father who helped me, but he left early. It's a pity that good people don't live long, Tan Xianwei said. Gu Jiejia bowed his head slightly. What the other party said spoke to his heart. Since that's the case, Brother Tan, for the things behind, I need to trouble you to keep Xiong Haizhang, this tumor, under surveillance, lest there be any chaos. Call me at any time if there's any situation. If he wants to deal with me, I don't mind preemptive strikes, Sumu coldly said. He wasn't a mouse to be bullied now. If someone still dared to belittle him and hit him, he didn't mind riding on those people's heads and telling them that he wasn't something to be messed with either. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. We'd better leave first, Tan Xianwei said. A group of people drove away. Xiong Haizhang returned to his villa in Tianhua City, and when he thought about what had just happened, he was so furious that he smashed all the things on the coffee table. Su Mu, Tan Xianwei, I'm going to let you die. Wait for me, he roared angrily. Su Mu first sent Gu Jiejia back to the Wunan market, and then led Tan Xianwei towards the north. Where do you want to take me? This isn't the way back to the pea noodle house, Tan Xianwei asked. Now that Xiong Haizhang already knows where you do business, how dare you go back to pea noodle house? Maybe he sent someone waiting to ambush you, Su Mu said. Tan Xianwei nodded. The other party was right. I'm afraid there's no way for pea noodle house to go back, and the business won't be able to be done in the future. I have a set of property in the Begonia Mansion. The distance from Tianhua University is not too close. It's not easy to be discovered. In the future you'll live there temporarily, Su Mu said. Begonia Mansion was a high-end townhouse neighborhood in Tianhua City. The smallest area was about 200 square feet, and the one under Su Mu's name was a stacked puzzle with more than 300 square feet. When he brought Tan Xianwei in, the other party was very surprised, not expecting the house to be so extravagant. Su Mu, there's no way for me to live in such a big house by myself, and it's easier to attract attention if the house is too big. Or how about changing to an ordinary neighborhood? Tan Xianwei said. Su Mu awkwardly scratched his head. This is the cheapest house under my name at the moment. Xiong Haizhang probably won't think that you'll live here, so just live in peace. The most minimal? Tan Xianwei smacked his lips a little. How rich is the other party? If there's anything in the future, you call me, and this place will be used as our meeting place. Saying that, he touched out a bank card and handed it over. There's $300,000 in this card. Use it for now. Find me again if it's not enough. Tan Xianwei didn't go to take it. He also knew that it was not good to take money without merit. Although he and Su Mu had known each other for many years, it was not good to just take each other's money. I still have a bit of savings here. I'm already grateful for you providing me with a place to stay. As for this card, you'd better take it back. Su Mu smiled faintly. Brother Tan, we are also considered old friends. What's the point of being polite with me? Seeing that the other party had said so, Tan Xianwei nodded and caught the bank card. Su Mu, those things of the Grey organization. I no longer have the heart to get involved. I just want to have a noodle shop and spend the rest of my life well. But the revenge of my wife and son, I can't not go without it. I'm grateful that you can help me. So many years had passed, he was no longer a punk and understood the true meaning of life. Su Mu patted his shoulder. Brother Tan, just be yourself. After the words, he drove back to the villa, hurriedly completed the system's quests, and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Mu woke up and made a call to Yi Lingxiao at the first time. Learning that the other party had gone to school, his heart was a little more solid. He lay on the sofa, relaxing both physically and mentally. These days were too busy. His head was always tense. It was a rare day when he slept naturally and no one came to disturb him, making him feel a lot more relaxed. Just at this time, the phone suddenly rang. What the hell is this? His mood that had just relaxed, because of this phone call, it was tense again. He had the urge to curse. He got up and put the phone on. Su Mu, I want to see you. On the other side of the phone, a girl's voice came through. Su Mu slightly froze. This voice, wasn't it Chu Qin's? Is there something urgent? Can't I see you without something urgent? That night you were. Okay. Meet. Where are you? I'll drive over immediately. Su Mu immediately interrupted. That night, because he upgraded his ancient martial arts, he happened to get hot and lost his consciousness. As for what he had done or not done, he was a little bit unable to say. He is a person who hates owing others the most, let alone a star with a sensitive identity like Chu Qin. In case his actions affected the other party's career, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. Come to the Cinnamon Lake Cafe. I'll wait for you here, Chu Qin said. Okay, I'll be right over. So he hurriedly packed up, drove his car, and headed towards the cafe. Chapter 50. For the bullied Chuchin, Sumu drove his car, stopped at the underground parking lot, and came to the Gue Lake Cafe. As soon as he entered, he saw Chuchin sitting by the window. The other party was wearing a gray coat today, long black hair with slight curls, exquisite makeup, and a perfect figure. The other party is indeed a perfect woman. Very beautiful. If it was not once hidden by the company for a few years, I am afraid that she would not have mixed into the current situation. Sumu walked over and sat down opposite her. Ms. Chu, you called me over. Is there something? Chuchin lightly drank a cup of coffee, looked at him and said, if I don't have anything to do, wouldn't I be able to call you over? Sumu nodded. Of course. The waiter walked over and he ordered a cup of coffee as well. Are you still working at the company? Chuchin asked. Sumu touched his nose. Well, my work is rather idle. Just go there once in a while. Usually there are other things I'm busy with. He was the boss. Naturally he could go whenever he wanted. Who could care about him? Oh, there is such a fun job. Chuchin was curious. It's average. A day is quite busy. You haven't said what's going on. Sumu sat here a bit awkwardly, always feeling uncomfortable, especially remembering what happened that night. I'm just bored alone and want to chat. Chuchin hesitantly said. Well, then, okay. Sumu heard the other party say so, even more felt awkward. The problem is that the two people are not very familiar, simply do not know to chat somewhat. After thinking about it, he could only open his mouth and asked, you should be shooting a movie recently, right? How does it feel? It's not bad, right? I remember the Rising Star program that was introduced in the company. It's still quite good for your future development. It might be able to bring back the heat you had a few years ago. Chuchin gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Why are you talking about this to me? You're also just a small clerk in the company, right? You even know the policies in the company. It seems like you're quite progressive. Sumu laughed. He was only listening to Xue Huixing say a few words at that time, and he wasn't sure exactly how it developed. Some things, how can it be as simple as you think? Before I got this opportunity, I also knew that it was Xue Huixing who fought for me, thinking that he appreciated my talent. But as it turned out I was the one who made a fool of myself. Chuchin shook his head and said. Sumu slightly frowned. This meaning of the other party to see, it seems to have encountered something, but the other party did not explicitly say. He did not dare to ask more. There are some things that are not as simple as we think, but maybe after adapting to adapt, we will be able to change for the better. Maybe this society is like this, unreasonable, leaving people with no way to plead their case. Chuchin said bitterly. The two were silent for a while longer, drinking coffee. At this time, Chuchin's phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly. I forgot. I still have to shoot a movie this afternoon. Hey, I have to leave first. Chuchin took her bag and hurriedly prepared to leave. Sumu stood up and said, or else I'll send you there. You have a car? Chuchin was a little surprised, then nodded. The two of them came together to the underground parking lot. Chuchin was a little surprised when she saw the other party's car, not thinking that the other party actually drove a Porsche. Your job. It wouldn't be the driver of one of the company's leaders, right? No wonder you said you're not often in the company. So it's like this, Chuchin said with a sudden realization. Sumu smiled awkwardly and didn't explain. After all, the other party had already decided that he was a junior staff member. Explaining it was more troublesome, and the other party didn't necessarily believe it. You just drove your leader's car out like this. Nothing will happen, right? Chuchin asked with some worry. Nothing much, Sumu said indifferently. The two of them got into the car and headed towards the location of the shooting. The drama that Chuchin was filming this time was a metaphysical masterpiece that was adapted from a web novel, and it already had a large audience that everyone was looking forward to. Moreover, this drama had an investment of $500 million, with the movie star Liang Dijian as the male lead, and no traffic stars were hired, which was something that everyone was also optimistic about. Chuchin just need to perform well. There will definitely be a chance to turn the tide. Who are all eyeing this position of her leading lady. The shooting location is Tianhua City's famous film and television city, which is specially built for costume dramas, so the surrounding buildings are all ancient. It was also Sumu's first time to wander around this place, but he felt good. Chuchin walked to the shooting site. A man rushed over in a hurry, saw her and complained, "What are you doing? The director has been waiting for you for half an hour and is anxious. Don't dawdle, hurry up." Good. Chuchin heard and hurriedly walked over. Sumu slightly frowned. Just now that man looks at most as an off-site small assistant. Chuchin is the female lead, the other side to speak even so nonchalant, and also very impatient. Now shooting the female lead so no status? He seemed to be able to sense that Chuchin should be in some kind of trouble, so he didn't go and chose to watch from the side. What kind of trouble are you getting into? Half an hour late, don't you know? Wasting old man's time. Director Deng Jianbing directly yelled without mercy. Chu Qin said with apologies. Director Tang, didn't you say that the show would start at 10 in the morning? I'm now. It seems like I'm not late, right? I'm also 10 minutes ahead of schedule. 10 minutes ahead of schedule and you have the nerve to say that to me? Do you know when other people's movie star Liang arrived? Others came half an hour earlier. Did you let other people's movie stars wait for you to come over? You really don't know what's good for you. You were able to be the female lead this time. That's because the investors gave you a chance. You still don't know how to cherish it. You deserve to be snowed under for so many years. Tang Jianbing said angrily. Chu Qin slightly lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. She desperately tried to hold back her tears, nodded her head forcefully and said, I'll work hard. Afterwards, she went to put on her makeup and get ready. Sumu watched from not far away, frowning slightly. It didn't occur to him that this director actually had this kind of attitude towards Chu Qin. Could it be that all directors are like this nowadays? He saw the staff next to him and walked over to ask, this little brother, I'm Chu Qin's fan. Why is the director so mean to her? Could it be that he offended the director? That little brother sized up Sumu and spoke faintly. Actually speaking, this Chu Qin is so pretty and good in business. There's nothing wrong with her. Who told the investor not to like her? Even if the director is satisfied, he still has to give the investor a show, right? Sumu slightly frowned. You mean that the investor is not satisfied with Chu Qin, and the director also had to give her a hard time? Yeah, that's what I mean. I say you fans don't want to stir things up. This society is like this. Who told this Chu Qin not to be hot? If you're not hot, then you have to suffer. Otherwise how can you make money? You're right, to say the most unlucky, or our little minions. That Chu Qin at least is a female number one, filming this drama, but also at least take a few million. You see my kind of small workers, a day is only more than $200. If I can earn her so much money, the director let me lick his shoes clean, I am willing to. Little brother said. Sumu smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 55, Subterfuge of a Movie Star. Sumu could sort of see that Chu Qin was unhappy, and it was likely to have something to do with filming. However, this matter, he also does not intend to care. After all, everyone will encounter setbacks. Only setbacks will let people grow. If Chu Qin had no way to persevere through this setback, I'm afraid it would be difficult to become something big in the future. Nowadays, many famous stars, who has not suffered a loss? As long as it wasn't something that went against the principle, it wasn't a big deal to suffer a little loss. Chu Qin put on her costume and came to the shooting site. She was dressed in an ancient costume, fairy-like and very beautiful. Many of the staff present couldn't take their eyes off her. Even the movie star Liang Dijian, who had been resting next to her, had his eyes straightened. Director Tang Jianbing came to Liang Dijian's side with an attentive face, and asked with a smile, Mr. Liang, I've kept you waiting. Our side is ready. Can we start filming now? Of course. Liang Dijian got up and said. So everyone came to their workstations and prepared to start filming. This scene was a dialogue scene between the two, and there was no lack of some hugging. After all, in the scene, the two were lovers. After filming began, the two first read a large portion of lines to each other, and then the two embraced. Liang Dijian smelled the aroma of Chu Qin's body, couldn't help but have some reaction, had some ideas in his heart, and the other person loosened up, looked at Chu Qin's face, and kissed it once. Chu Qin was shocked. Some resistance. The director immediately shouted click. Chu Qin, what the hell are you doing? Are you a professional actor or not? You don't even have the qualities of a professional actor. Deng Jianbing loudly scolded. Chu Qin said with some aggravation. Director, before the shooting, you didn't say there was a kissing scene. I'm. Liang Dijian suddenly kissed down, put her a big jump. Do not know what is the situation. The script is not so written. The director did not teach so. Liang Dijian at this time opened his mouth to explain. Deng director, I think so. This scene is between the main man and woman to reveal their hearts to each other. Love to the depths of it. If there is a kiss is definitely more vivid. So I temporarily added this action. Should give the play extra points. Tang Jianbing slightly stunned, then laughed. A movie star deserves to be a movie star. So insightful. I think Mr. Liang's idea is very good. If you add this kiss, you might be able to get an unexpected effect. I think it's very good. Chu Qin, you've heard it too. Don't let this unprofessional situation happen later. Commit yourself. Chu Qin was a little hesitant, but being forced to do so, coupled with the actor's quality being there, he had to nod his head. Outside the venue, Sumu naturally watched all of this. He frowned slightly and looked at the enthusiastic little brother next to him and asked, this scene, it should be this director Deng directing it. How come he listens to whatever Liang Dijian says? Liang Dijian is a movie star. He belongs to the first tier of superstars. He is very famous in foreign countries, and he has a good reputation on the internet, and is also a guarantee of ratings for movies and TV dramas. But only we staff know, this so-called good star in fact, very good sex, in the past in the filming, slept with a lot of female celebrities, just because of his status in the entertainment industry. No one dares to say just, I see this Liang movie star is estimated to be looking at Chu Qin. You see just now that scene, the hands are itching to touch each other's buttocks, snorting, Xiao Xiao said with a skimpy mouth. Sumu slightly narrowed his eyes, he also always feel wrong. Look at this look, that Liang Dijian is want to eat Chu Qin's tofu. On the field, Chu Qin once again hugged Liang Dijian. Liang Dijian looked at each other's face and kissed deeply. At first, Chu Qin was still acting in an imploring manner, but realized that the more they kissed, the more wrong they got, and the other party was actually ready to stick his tongue into her mouth. She frowned and pushed the other party away. Ka! The director looked at Chu Qin and angrily cursed. What the hell do you want to get into? Can you be a little more dedicated? Do you still want to shoot a movie? Director, Chu Qin's heart was suffocating. You? This is shooting a movie. What you're wasting is everyone's time. Do you think everyone is free to spend time with you here? You figure out what you do. Go! Tang Jianbing directly started swearing. Chu Qin's eyes reddened and she lowered her head, not wanting others to see. Liang Dijian stepped forward at this time and said, Director Deng, you shouldn't be so fierce. It might be that I just got too involved and didn't grasp the balance. Seeing the other party say this, Deng Jianbing quickly laughed and said, Mr. Liang, I didn't say anything about you. You're very professional. You've done a great job. Very emotional. It's just that this Chu Qin really doesn't know anything about it, and is playing around with his hands. Liang Dijian laughed. Maybe Ms. Chu is tired. Why don't we let her rest and take a break first? Tang Jianbing nodded and said, Mr. Liang is right. Then everyone rest for 20 minutes first. We'll shoot again after the 20 minutes have passed. Chu Qin sat next to her somewhat discouraged and in a bad mood. She couldn't figure out why it was all her fault when something went wrong. At this time, Liang Dijian walked over and handed over a bottle of drink. Chu Qin was slightly stunned. She did not think that the other party would personally give her a drink, and gratefully said, Thank you Mr. Liang. However, she was still a bit defensive towards Liang Dijian. After all, the other party had just been too revealing in the movie, making her very uncomfortable. Liang Dijian smiled as he sat down next to Chu Qin and laughed. Miss Chu, I was sorry just now. It's fine, Mr. Liang. Perhaps it's because I wasn't dedicated enough. If I had thrown myself into the role, it wouldn't have been like this, Chu Qin said. Liang Dijian nodded. He looked at the other party but hid a hint of a colorful smile. Miss Chu, in fact, you're really very beautiful. I've rarely seen an actress who can be as beautiful as you, the female lead of this drama. It suits you perfectly. Receiving the other party's exaggeration, Chu Qin smiled and said, Mr. Liang, thank you for your encouragement. I will keep on cheering. Liang Dijian nodded and said, Ms. Chu, you're actually a very talented actor. I like to communicate more with talented actors. Tonight, I'll be waiting for you at the Tianha Hotel, room 802. Maybe we can exchange scripts, as long as we exchange well. In the future, I guess Director Deng won't be so mean to you, and the work will be able to go a lot smoother. What do you think? As he said that, he also stretched out his hand and tentatively touched Chu Qin's thigh. Chu Qin's heart was shocked, did not think that the other party had such a dirty idea in his heart. She was furious, directly slapped the past. The sound was very crisp. All the gazes looked over. The whole scene froze. Liang Dijian was also very surprised, did not think that the other party would directly make a move and give him a slap. This was something hard to believe. Chu Qin, what do you want to do? You've had enough, haven't you? Seeing this scene, Tang Jianbing immediately stood up and roared loudly, rushing to Liang Dijian to ask if he was alright. Liang Dijian's team also immediately ran up and inquired about the situation, but it was Chu Qin who was left alone. Liang Dijian was also on fire at the moment. The other party refused even if it was enough, but even in front of so many people to give him a slap in the face. Let him, how can he be embarrassed? He said in a cold voice to Deng Jianbing, Director Deng, is this the female lead you chose? The business ability is not good. I just taught her a good word. She even made a direct move, disrespecting me as an old-timer, not to mention disrespecting this theater of ours. This kind of person still keeps him? Tang Jianbing frowned. Although his was a director and had some talent, he was not well known in the directing world and desperately wanted to work with Liang Dijian to make a name for himself. That's why he was so attentive to Liang Dijian, afraid that something would go wrong. Now that Liang Dijian was so angry, of course he had to follow the other party's wishes. He looked at Chu Qin and angrily scolded, with an artist like you, how else can I keep you as a female lead? I will immediately propose to the investors to remove you. so get lost and don't let me see you again. When Shu Qin heard this, he quickly stood up and said, Director Deng, listen to my explanation. It's him, he wanted to subvert me. I wasn't paying attention. You are talking nonsense, Liang Dijian said angrily. Right, what are you talking nonsense? Look at what kind of virtue you have. Who will subvert you? Stinky, nonsense what you. Open mouth is subterfuge. Believe it or not, I let people block you? For a while, Liang Dijian's assistants, brokers and whatnot, all helped him speak. Shu Qin had a feeling of being accused by 1,000 people. Her tears fell down, desperately wanting to explain, but no one was willing to listen. She had never felt so helpless before, and the sight of her heart was even harder to the extreme. Shu Qin, get the hell back. I don't want to see you again. Tang Jianbing angrily scolded from the side. Shu Qin lowered her head. Her body trembled slightly. She had never been humiliated so much. Her heart felt very small. I just want to make a good movie and show my talent and ability. Is everything so difficult? In this world, is there really no fairness and justice? Why? Why are they doing this to me? Just when she was very confused in her heart, her right hand was suddenly held in a cold palm, giving her a warm feeling. She froze slightly and raised her head. Sumu was standing next to her. A ray of sunlight shone down, shining on his handsome face. With me here, I will help you get justice. Sumu looked at her and said softly. Shu Qin's heart trembled for a moment. At this moment, she finally got a trace of solace. At least at this kind of moment, someone was willing to help themselves.